character, and that transfers into any on camera, any voice acting. There's always a history that I've either made up or, like with Leia, that I read about, so I knew about. I didn't have to make it up. It was already in existence.
My niece is right now applying to college and is working on one of those letters where you're telling them about yourself, you know. And it was funny because as I was talking to her about it, I was thinking about like being a young actor and you're constantly, I kind of alluded to it earlier, you're constantly like, well, what do they want? And you want to try to like be what they want. And I think the best thing that you can do is to finally figure out like, well, how would I do it?
Mm-hmm.
And be yourself. And, you know, sometimes they're going to pick you and sometimes they're not, but at least then you've brought who you are to it and it's going to be unique and hopefully fascinating and not like anyone else. And I think this group of Leia's actually like really illustrates that because we've been able to be this character in different projects where they're sort of highlighting different aspects of her, that character that we were the right fit for in that moment. And yeah, and I, you know, in life and in acting, it's kind of cliche, but like bring yourself.
Yeah.
No,
What
love
a
that.
cool aunt you are. What a great influence. I would love for you to be my aunt.
I got to take them to Disney and in Florida, and
Yeah.
they got to meet Anna and Elsa when it was like at the height of it, and like go in the back door and not like wait in line for 3 hours. And I was like, never forget this. Never forget.
Excuse me. How did you? Will you take me to Disney? To Disney
What
World?
happens when you go to Disney World with Padme?
Woo! Wow. Wait.
We do need to go there though. That would be really fun, actually.
Ooh, look how fancy you are.
I've
You're
never been to Disney World.
Oh,
You
there
haven't?
I've
Disney
never been to
I've
Disney
never
World.
been to Disney World either.
You got to go.
Girl,
I'm
come
sure.
on.
So before we close out of here for our hour of interviews and fun, what is one thing that you would like to say to, all of the Leia fans, all of the women getting into voice acting and all just the women who love Star Wars as much as, you guys have fallen in love with it, as much as, the members of the Rebel Legion and the 501st do? What's a message that you would have for them?
Hearts out, ass out. Just don't worry about failing. Just be exactly who you are and know that you're enough. Because the fact that you love her, it's specifically this character, means that heart and justice are two of your values, which means the world needs you. So just keep going. Please keep going and just move forward with love.
Yeah, I would say that to the Leias. Keep her alive. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what she was. Heart wide open, ass right out. She just did not care. And I love it so much. I love it so much.
And I was going to say, hearts out, ass out, but I said be yourself. But you can put it in different, context.
I think your way is going to be a better bumper sticker.
I think like we started talking about a little bit at the beginning of this conversation too, is that life can be messy, and you shouldn't be afraid to make mistakes. So anybody who's doing anything in any direction, as long as it's creative and fun and fueled with passion. So cosplayers, actors, producers, writers alike, just put it all out there.
I think I would say what Star Wars has always meant for me is the essential battle between good versus evil, which is sometimes, hard to see what's what. But Leia was always doing what she thought was right. She was always fighting for the underdog. So I would say, as you go out into the world and if you're trying to do this or anything else, also like try to be a good person to the other people around you. Try to consider other people and what they're going through, and never makes you brighter to try to keep someone else down. So And Star Wars is also all about like friends really coming together and fighting together. So the more that you can have good people around you and you help them and they help you, like the more you're going to be able to beat the Empire.
That's what we're here for, isn't it, Kat? To hold hands and walk each other home.
Yep. And kick the Empire's ass.
Well, that too.
You know, I want to thank the 501st Legion. When I became an honorary member, I was at a convention, and
Happy for you.
of
That's
course
awesome.
I didn't know what it meant because I was still kind of new at this. So they said they're going to present you with something, and I went, oh, okay. I mean, I didn't. Again, I was new at this, and all of a sudden I hear music, and I see walking down one of the aisles Darth Vader with a uh, a whole bunch of stormtroopers behind him and music, and I thought, oh, what's happening? And they're all walking around to my booth, and they stop in front of my booth, and there were cameras around, and from the people that were interviewing, and all these people gathered, and I thought, oh my God, they're coming to me. And I thought I was in trouble. I thought Darth Vader was going to kidnap me because I was Leia. I didn't know what was happening. And they present me with this plaque. And all the stormtroopers stood on either side of me and Darth Vader. And I got to be honest, I felt like I was kind of deceiving Leia. For like, am I supposed to stand next to him? Am I supposed to be here? And they presented me with this gorgeous plaque, which I have displayed in my house, and I didn't know what it meant to be an honorary member. And everywhere I go, all the conventions, I have a little badge that says I'm an honorary member, and I get it now. And I absolutely love it. And I never got to officially thank them because I didn't know what was happening. So thank you for that.
And thank you guys for all you do stuff like this. I mean, obviously we know that you guys are you're doing charitable stuff in cities all over the world. And people don't see it unless you're actually there, but I've experienced it. I know you guys all have too. And so thank you guys for taking what you found as a fun, hobby and outlet and doing something good with it. Because that's exactly like what I'm saying. Like you're doing good. You're like doing good. And that's what you're doing here this weekend. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us be a little part of it, or Julie be a big part of it. but it's such a privilege to be here, and so happy that you exist and all wonderful things. And what you're choosing to do with it is just unparalleled. Thank you for doing this.
So everybody donate too.
Yes.
Donate.
Well, ladies, it has been an honor for me as well to talk to all of you again. I cannot express that enough. Thank you for all that you have done and all that you continue to do. Obviously, these telethons are a wonderful way to give back. The fact that you guys were so willing and just jumped right at the opportunity really, really speaks a lot to all of us. And I can't thank you enough for your time and talking with me today.
It is a privilege, Mackenzie. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And you are awesome.
Thank you. It's been wonderful. Have a good one, and we will see you guys all later.
Thank you.
May the force be with you all.
May the force be with you.
We are back once again, interrupting the transmission. We are here with the It's 501st Legion's Holiday Telethon benefiting Starlight Children's Foundation. I'm Ramey Shanaday, CEO of the Southern California Garrison.
I am Mike Forrester, Honda Supply of 93016, the Great Lakes Garrison here in Michigan. Ramey, we have been showing off ornaments all night, all weekend long. It has been fantastic to see this incredible collection. I feel like we should give a little bit of context as to what's going on here and where all these amazing pieces are coming from now.
Yeah, so this is year 3 now of the Ornament Project. And I know that this started out a few years ago with it's like a twinkle in your eye or an idea in the back of your mind. So how did this start out, and tell us a little bit about the project?
Absolutely. So the Ornament Project started as me just, being a Legion member and just noticing how many incredible people are not only amazing artists, but also how charitable they were and wanting to be able to give and use their time and talent to be able to support amazing causes like Starlight Children's Foundation. So I reached out to a couple people and I said, hey, I got these ornaments that I've made. And of course, we call them ornaments because there isn't a bounty hunter that Han Solo is scared of from Ornamental, but certainly of ornaments. So we sent over these little pieces of plastic and I said, hey, you never know what you're going to get. It's all randomly assigned. You might get a Rebel one, you might get an Imperial one, you might get a Mandalorian, maybe a Republic. And the artists showed up and did the most amazing pieces. And speaking of those artists, all of it goes to bid for auction to be able to support fantastic foundations and charities. And we are thrilled to be able to support Starlight alongside the 501st Legion. Both of you and I are proud members, and many of the artists in the actual bid and auction itself are too. So we have one artist here that we're showing off his collection because he's been an artist in the Ornament Project since the first year. And every time he makes something, I go, this is it. This is the coolest thing that I've seen, and how simple a little plastic on paint can go to really make something that feels like a completely unique, custom one-of-one piece of art. So we've got a couple things happening. Of course, we showed off some of these amazing, crazy projects like Left Coast Avengers made a whole play set. We've got Lone Wolf making this incredible nesting, Mortis gods, incredible stuff. And sometimes, we've got a couple gift with purchases, right? Let's say you build a beautiful, Star Wars Rebels ornament, and we've got some extra things to give away when you win. Maybe you've got a signed Vanessa Marshall Harrison Dula.
Look at that
figure. Maybe some of these ornaments are made to look like Ezra Bridger stuck on Peridia, made completely out of hand-hammered metal. Look at this stuff. I mean, this is incredible. The work, the breadth of what has happened here in just simple paint jobs too. You're talking about a slash.
Look at that
in a Jedi ornament. I mean, this stuff is amazing. But this one in particular, we wanted to show this off. This was actually year 2. We had a little snag where we ended up getting this one back. But check this out, right? So this is Island Fett. He's over in Hawaii. Mm-hmm. And he just does his paint jobs. I cannot figure out. He's a tattoo artist by trade. He understands color theory. Look at this Rex one. But check out what he did this year. I'm blown away.
These ones are mind-blowing.
So he hits me up and he goes, hey, I'm thinking about doing kind of like a classic, like a spin on a Rebel medallion, like a war medal. I said, sure.
War medals, yep.
Right. So he sends over these 3 colors and he goes, which one do you like? I said, I like that one. He goes, man, everyone likes this one. I said, well, whatever you pick, it'll be fine. He goes, I'm just going to make all 3. Okay.
Of course.
So he sends over the first one with all the hash marks carved into the leather. Look at this. Look how clean this is, right? Got this beautiful chrome paint job. And then look on the back. Look at this etched Rebellion logo.
The filigree on that is just
insane.
Crazy.
Look how cool this is, right? And this is one of the smaller size ones. So if you're looking for something that we want to more kind of sit among the other ornaments on your tree, off your menorah, whatever holiday you celebrate, or you just want to hang this from your desk, right? This is a little bit more of the subtle ones, but there's nothing subtle about how gorgeous this one is, right?
Yeah.
So there we go. So that's that one. But then he goes, wait,
it's not just one.
No. He goes, I'm painting up 2 of these things.
Look at these things.
Look at
Come on.
Gorgeous. Just fantastic. And then, of course, with the pilot insignia on the back, look at these. So if you are Blue Squadron or Gold Squadron, whichever one you vibe with, look at the detail on these. It's multi-layered acrylic. It's just fantastic. Carved in there. enamel painted and weathered to look like it's been through hell. You look like you just walked off an X-Wing getting out of Yavin. You know what I mean? Look at how awesome this is. Oh my gosh. Island Fett absolutely crushes it. So his collection and about 50 others are going to be up for bid on Thursday. We're doing a full preview on Monday night with the Dad Batch podcast. Look through all, talk about the details. So make sure you are subscribed to their YouTube channel, which is over at Dad Batch Pod. And then the actual bid is the actual auction is going to go on Thursday, this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time at Thank the Maker Pod on YouTube. Make sure you are subscribed to both channels so that you can actually comment, because sometimes if you subscribe, you have to wait about an hour before you can comment. So we want to make sure that if you want to get in and get a bid going, you're going to be able to do so. We have a full preview coming so you can see exactly what times, and then we're going to release a schedule of when these ornaments go up. So if you don't have time to sit around for the whole night, which we understand, and you want to say, okay, I'm going to tune in just for Island Fets, you're going to know what time so you can tune in and make sure you get a bid in. All the money goes to support Starlight Children's Foundation. We are honored to be able to do so. They are a worthy cause that we feel does amazing work that cannot be understated, especially as parents. We're proud to be able to support them. So check this out. It's going to be an amazing thing. Ornament Project gets bigger and bigger every year. Thank you so much for everyone's support. Ramey, what else we got?
Yeah, stay tuned all weekend long. I mean, we've got some amazing panels lined up. If you haven't, haven't already been watching, keep watching. Mike and I've got reveals, like I said, all weekend. Great content all weekend here on the telethon. Stay tuned. Thanks again.
Welcome back to the 501st Legion's Holiday of Hope Telethon, benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation. I'm Dean Plantamura, TK899 of the Carolina Garrison. I'm joined by...
I'm Teresa, Soul Art, TK41307 of Badlands Garrison Crimson Aurora Squad.
And we are ecstatic today to have two of the founding members of an upcoming collector's project that is really going to excite Star Wars fans around the world. And we are talking with Steve Sansweet of Rancho Obi-Wan, accomplished author, former head of fan relations, and huge friend of the 501st for many, many years. We appreciate you. And also Gus Lopez, another accomplished actor. Is he acting right now? No, he's an author. He's an author. Popular on Celebration collection tracks. Also vice president at Rancho Obi-Wan, and also has a huge Star Wars collection known as Boba Cabana up in Seattle, I believe. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And we'd love to hear a little bit more about the Saga Museum of Star Wars Memorabilia. And I just want to start off by saying, like, this feels so applicable because we're all collectors. I mean, we're in the 501st, we're costumers, but we're all collectors too. We collect costumes, but there's a lot of nostalgia that goes way back. We had trading cards and all the toys as kids. But to be able to see all of these sort of things in one place is a pretty exciting concept. And of course, right now, independently, people can visit Rancho Obi-Wan, or they can visit you, Gus. They can also visit the Smithsonian, I think, with Duncan Jenkins. And then Lisa Stevens and Vic Wirtz have the Imperial Archives. And I'm not sure if those are completely open. I think Rancho is really the only one that's readily accessible for tours.
That's right. That's right. The other three collections are private collections, but that people have come over, and we've done, for example, when we did a fundraiser in Seattle for Rancho Obi-Wan, we did do add-on tours at our place, in my house, and at Vic and Lisa's house, so people could see those collections in special events. But it's usually other than like loaning things to museums and doing special tours like that, the Saga Museum will be the first time some of those collections will really be available to be seen by the public. And then, of course, Rancho Obi-Wan's collection, which people can see today, see in a whole different way once we open the doors of Saga Museum.
Yeah, there's only about 400,000 to 500,000 items in the Rancho Obi-Wan collection. But when we get the Saga Museum, we're going to be up to about 1.5 million. So there might be a lot to see.
That's definitely a lot. So 1.5 million objects. How do you decide what's going to be on display and what stays in the closets?
Well, I think we're planning to do collections that change all the time. At Rancho, we change out shelf units 6 months to a year, change out art on the walls every so often. And so we'll have things like that. We'll have permanent exhibits, we'll have rotating exhibits. So, like a lot of museums do. Gus, why don't you give the story about how the Saga Museum came about?
Yeah, I mean, really, I think a lot of collectors over the years, in ourselves, but others have talked about, what happens to your collection, the story of, what will happen to your collection. And we all of us had conversations about that. But, we really, in early 2021, I had started a conversation with Ann Newman, who runs Rancho Obi-Wan, and about what is the next phase for Rancho Obi-Wan, and how do we take it to a new level, like really think about the 100-year vision, like how like it's in a wonderful location now, but it's hard to imagine it scaling to be at a place where we can exist on in for centuries and have larger volume of visitors and so on. And furthermore, could we increase the scale of the collections? Like, we have all these other collectors that can complement it with very different areas of focus. And so if I brought my collection to it, and I know I've had these conversations in the past with Duncan Jenkins about what happens to his collection, and with Vic and Lisa about what happens to their collection. And so then I talked to everybody individually, and talked to also Michael Wistock, who was also a board member of Rancho Obi-Wan, and he had been passionate about this topic too. And then we just started getting all together and said we're all sort of very aligned on building something new that builds on Rancho Obi-Wan, but is a new thing. That then starts with these collections. By the way, these collections are more than enough to be the foundation of a great museum. But in the future, the idea is that there's even more great collections that fill other niches of Star Wars collectibles. And Dean, as you said, I think a good point, which is I think almost every Star Wars fan is a collector. No one gatekeeps collecting, right? It's like, in some ways we all collect Star Wars. I think sometimes people get intimidated by the big collections, but we all in some way, keep a piece of Star Wars with us. And I think, so I see it as being it's really the fans' museum. It's built by fans for fans. And so over time, I will see other collections build on part of it if we're successful, and which I believe we will be. And so that's how the idea came about. Is 3.5 years ago we got together and started working in earnest on this every week, and it was only recently that we really announced to the public our plans to do this, because there's a lot of work that goes into planning something like this.
Each of you on your own have an amazing, spectacular collection. And we've had the opportunity, guess you've been on a couple panels with us in the past, telethons, and our collectors were dumbfounded when we ended up in your house looking at everything you had, and we were like glued to the screen of what the heck is, oh my God, look at that, go back to that, Gus. So each of you, Vic, Lisa, Duncan, yourself, Steve, you guys have on your own spectacular collections. For a Star Wars fan, this would be like the mecca of Star Wars memorabilia. Everyone will think that we've died and gone to Star Wars heaven when Saga Museum is open and up and running.
So we have a plan for the next 2 years, and if we can get the plan to our final stage, we'll be very happy. But the Saga Museum is sometime in the future, maybe 5 to 7 years away. In the next 2 years, we're hoping to raise enough working capital to be able to hire advisors, architects, planners, fundraisers, things of that nature, and do a pop-up Star Wars exhibition somewhere in the US that eventually will go on the road and be sort of a marketing tool for us, as well as raise some funds. But the next 2 years are very important. we have to select a city. We have a list of 8 finalists, and we're narrowing that down. We're going to send requests for proposals to those cities and see what they have to offer. See if anybody has, an empty museum building that they're willing to give us, or, think big.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. And the cities are San Francisco, which of course is the spiritual home of Star Wars, along with the UK, Seattle, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Chicago, New York, Boston, and what am I forgetting, Gus?
Dallas, I think.
Dallas,
Yeah.
yes.
But we've also talked about potentially other cities like Houston, but we're focusing on those cities. If others came forward, we keep an open mind. So, but those are the main ones we're focused on. We'd love to have it in San Francisco as the sort of birthplace of Star Wars, but Los Angeles also has a big tie into Star. There's a lot of pros and cons of different cities. But we'll see. We'll learn in the city search the next year. That's going to be exciting to try to narrow down to a city that where we can have the museum.
That was actually going to be one of my questions, because I know that that when you talk about things like Star Wars Celebration, for example, it's always a huge thing, and people are fighting which coast is it going to be on, or is it going to land right in the middle, and it's really hard to make everybody happy. But obviously, yeah, you have a lot of concerns. It's got to be. It's more than just location. Like you said, there's. I think you guys were doing studies on economic impact and what sort of I don't know, tax breaks you can get from certain areas, things like that.
Then costs are different places. But to what Steve mentioned with the pop-up, we're also going to do traveling exhibits. So even after the museum's live, we know that. I mean, the hope is it's a destination for people that people will want to come visit. No matter where they live, they'll come visit the museum, and people in the area will love it because we're going to have tons of activities. Like if you're lucky enough to live in the area of the museum, it'll be awesome for droid builders, for cosplayers, for collectors. We're going to have activities constantly at the museum, like weekdays, weekends, all the time. We're going to have a lot of events. But even for people who don't live in the area, we're going to have the collections on tour. I mean, 1.5 million items. We have plenty to go on tour. We have enough to do multiple tours at the same time. And that will be a way that people who aren't near us will be able to see a lot of the items from the collections as well. So, and even potentially outside the U.S. as well. So there's a way we'll be able to interact with people even outside where the museum is based.
And with such a big collection and those sort of very ambitious like activities that you're going to be having there, I think I saw you were talking about, literally opening up the building as community space too. So other, it could be, if you work for a really cool company and you need to do an outing, like, hey, let's do it at the Star Wars Museum.
Yes. It's a very common revenue stream for museums. Most museums hold events, private events that companies, organizations do in the evening. So their evening hours, people can rent museums out for parties and for conventions for companies. So that's going to be something we're going to be able to do as well. That we're planning on that, and we're expecting to do that. So that people could do catered events and so on. Could do weddings. They could do corporate events and so on. So
yeah, that's amazing. And then of course, it sounds like that would lead to employment opportunities for people too, right? You're going to have to expand your staff.
That's right. We're going to need to hire a lot of people to do what we're planning to do.
Yeah. I mean, we're starting to get people interested and approaching us, and we've talked to some people in the past, but there will be, as Gus said, tons of opportunity to do all sorts of things with the museum. Somebody's got to count the number of rocket-firing Boba Fetts at the end of every day. Make sure there's still 7 of them in the combined collections.
That's amazing. So, all right, so that's a good segue. Just to kind of go off of the whole collecting theme, and you guys probably get these questions all the time, but what was your very first collectible? Like probably as kids, we got something, or definitely, some of the early collectibles, are considered vintage, but I guess the question would be like, what was your first one? And then maybe what's your favorite one?
My first one, I was a little older than a kidling at the time.
Oh, come on, Steve.
I was a reporter at the Wall Street Journal, and in the mail came a marketing brochure from 20th Century Fox and Lucasfilm, multi-page marketing brochure with lots of color photos and write-ups of the actors, and just very titillating about this coming science fiction movie. It arrived in early 1977 and went to the reporter who normally covered Hollywood. And he's looking at it, and I pass by his desk and I see what he's looking at, and my mouth starts to water. He dumped it in his wastebasket, and I waited till he left for the day, tiptoed over because there were other reporters around, and very carefully lifted it from the wastebasket. So that was my very first dumpster diving for Star Wars, but not the last by any stretch of the imagination. Still have that.
Yeah, and for me, it was the Topps trading cards, the blue set. That was, I mean, that first year, pretty much almost everything that was available was printed stuff, because they were really did not anticipate the success of Star Wars. So anything that needed to mold injected plastic or anything like that, they were just not ready with that. So really for me it was the blue set from Topps. So I was collecting the trading cards, but very close to. I mean, it was really the movie program that they had at the theaters, the trading card set, and the comic books. Like I started picking them up because Marvel was doing the series. I got 4, 5, and 6, number 4, 5, and 6 of Marvel as they were coming out, and then I had to go get the 1, 2, and 3 that had already come out when the film came out, but then I started getting the Marvel comics, which were coming out they even came out before the movie came out. The several issues came out. So I was those were my early collectibles: the Marvel comics, the Topps trading cards, and the movie program. But basically, I was buying everything I could find, and there wasn't a whole lot that summer.
So flash forward to now, and Steve, what is your favorite item in your collection? And then Gus, yours.
Well, I think my very favorite item is a canvas banner that uses a Ralph McQuarrie illustration that was on a 1976 cast and crew T-shirt, Luke Starkiller, and sewn onto this canvas banner, which is about 7 feet wide and about 3 feet high, and an early version of the Star Wars logo that was hand painted by Joe Johnston, who at that point was the art director of ILM and has gone on to become a world famous director, a movie director in his own right. And this was ordered up by Charlie Lippincott, who was the head of advertising, marketing, merchandising, and he had 3 lines on his business card for Lucasfilm, one of the early employees at Lucasfilm. And Charlie knew fandom from comic book collecting, and just he was into all kinds of things fandom related and science fiction related. And Charlie said, well, we need to let the fans or the potential fans know about Star Wars. So a year before Star Wars came out, he started doing some conventions, mostly in Southern California, but he had this banner made up for San Diego Comic-Con, which was then in its 6th year, and a fairly small convention, and then took it with him to Worldcon, which was in Kansas City that year, Mid-America Con. And you see the banner in photos with Mark Hamill in front of it. You see it on the table at San Diego Comic-Con when they were selling for $1.75 or $1. The original Star Wars Corporation poster #1. And those things now go for several $1,000s. But that is probably something that really speaks to me because it ties me to those early purveyors of fan information, like Charlie Lippincott and Craig Miller, who started the Star Wars fan club internally at Lucasfilm in the early years, and I followed in those footsteps years later.
And Gus, how about you from your collection? You have a favorite?
I get asked that a lot. It's funny. Like you think it's like an easy softball question. It's actually, I find it incredibly difficult.
You love all your kids.
Well, so a lot of what I collect is also, so I go after a lot of very unique things, and And a lot of times it's like the latest thing I've picked up, right? Like so in every I mean there's some obvious favorites like the Death Star model from the first movie. It's a unique, one of a
Yep.
kind. It's this the only spherical model they made for the for Star Wars. That's a significant piece. It's one of my favorites. It's not my only favorite though. I have things I love are also like John Malo's sketchbook of all the original costume designs for Star Wars. He won the Oscar for costume design, so that's one of my favorite pieces. I love the Norway parkas for filming The Empire Strikes Back that they made. You have a few of them. They have three different styles of them. They had the main one that the crew used to film in Finse, Norway. There's also an executive version for Fox executives, and there's a version for the press as well. I have examples of all of those. Those are wonderful. It's just, and then I love the Kenner toy prototypes. I have some great set of those. One of my favorite pieces there is there's this wooden pattern for the Sandcrawler vehicle, which is like made in 2 times the scale, and it's this just beautifully sculpted, crafted Sandcrawler, just all carved out of wood, and that was used to make all the Sandcrawler remote control Sandcrawler toys that were sold in the United States and Canada. And so, just there's so many pieces, like it's just impossible for me to pick. But I could go on for hours going through my favorites. And so it's just, in food collectibles, I have a whole bunch of them as well.
Oh,
They just,
yeah.
Gus is
Yes,
the
you
cereal.
do.
Gus is the cereal king. There's not.
No
We
kidding.
all bow down in front of him.
Oh gosh, when I saw that room, I was like, is there actual food still in there? And oh god, it's quite substantial. So from that, Dean asking about your first and favorite, when did you both know that, okay, I'm doomed, I'm now become a serious collector? When did that moment come for you where you realized, okay, I want to do this, and then you became Rancho Obi-Wan, or you became Boba Cabana? Like, when was that moment for you?
For me, it came in the mid to late 80s. I had started collecting space toys before Star Wars came out. And slowly but surely, I was adding Star Wars as part of the space toy collection. I even lent 40 objects to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum for a Star Trek exhibit in 1990. But Star Wars really just changed my life. And I loved it so much. By the mid 80s, I realized that I might have to add another floor onto my house. I lived in a cantilevered house on stilts east of Hollywood in Los Angeles, and added one floor on for the space toy collection, and then a couple years later added a second floor on for the Star Wars collection. And then one storage locker became 5 storage lockers. So I guess I had it pretty bad. Um, but by the mid 80s, things were really sort of slow on the collectibles front. The manufacturers, George had said that Return of the Jedi was his last Star Wars movie, even though at one point he had plans for 12 and then 9 Star Wars movies. But 3 major collections were being sold in the mid late 80s because 3 collectors were getting divorces and they had to monetize their collections. So I don't want to say I took advantage of people getting divorced, but I got a huge chunk and started my really great poster collection from that, and bought some things from all 3 of the collections. And then I realized, oh, this is pretty serious. This is pretty serious. And yes, there was that time that I put a second mortgage onto my house to buy a bunch of stuff from Gary Kurtz, the producer of Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back.
Thank you.
It's funny, like Steve, when you talk about it, it's like, when I've given talks to people about collecting, like I always advise people about, don't take crazy risks, and don't, always pay the rent and all blah blah blah. But with that said, I've done a few crazy things in my collecting career. Took some really calculated risks that paid off very well. So don't try this at home, kids. But
Do as I say, not
similar
as
to
I do.
Steve, I've done a few wild things at times that have turned out to be pretty good. But yeah, if you've been, but part of it is if you've been around it a long time, there are those rare moments where it's time to strike while hot, and you're never going to get that opportunity again. But the problem is that 99 times out of 100, a lot of people think they have that moment and they're kind of wrong. You sort of have to really know what you're doing when to take a smart risk like that. Like before you do, like hear somebody like mortgaging their house or something, like, to do a crazy risk. But I've done a few crazy risks. But yeah, I mean, for me, it was like, it was kind of funny. Like I had a lot of stuff. I had saved everything from when I was a kid, and I had a lot of stuff. But it was that period where I stayed with the fan club, the Marvel comics, everything till about 87 or so, when things were sort of winding down. And there wasn't a whole lot happening from about 87 to 91. And then as the novels were coming out, the Dark Empire comics, I was starting to get back into it. It was getting more active. There was an online community forming, and so that's when I got in earnest, started to get really back into collecting. But I didn't. It was interesting. My early thing was really connecting with people online and leveraging that, and really how we could learn from internationally and learn about things that just people hadn't connected that way before. So the amount of knowledge that just surfaced at that time, it just was game changing. But what was interesting to me was I was just doing it because I loved it, and I was like learning, and it was just sort of leapfrogging my knowledge based on things. And it got to a point where I was doing it for a few years, and I remember having some topic where somebody was asking me to comment on it, and I was like, well, why do they need me to comment on it? It doesn't matter. And then one of my friends was telling me that they need you to comment on it because people are looking to you for direction. I'm like, why are they looking for me for direction on it? Why would they care what I have to say about it? And it was like, dude, don't you realize people look to you? I'm like, no, I'm just another collector in this, it really genuinely had not dawned on me that my collecting had gotten to that point where people really cared versus any other collector. It was just kind of strange for me because I was just sort of into it, but I didn't realize that it was at a point where it's starting to be influential. So that was kind of interesting. So that was for me about, yeah, like I would say like 1994. So it was starting to get to that point where it was starting to get bigger than I thought it would ever be. So.
Yeah, I feel like collecting really did explode. I mean, I had obviously, toys and trading cards and stuff as a kid. Used to ride my bike to the store, but then there was a time, a very dark period of my life where I thought it was too cool, and I sold off a lot of great stuff. And but then it came back around. I think it was when Hasbro did the Power of the Force 2 figures, and it was sort of like it gave me. I just was. I had a job at that point, and I could, disposable income. And I said, well, this is a good opportunity to kind of start collecting again from scratch with the He-Man figures. And so that's kind of what got me back into it. But you also mentioned, Gus, it's interesting that 94, and I think I remember it's still up there, but the Star Wars Collectors Archive, you were really one of the first Star Wars collecting, websites.
Yeah, it was the first, actually. The archive was the very first
amazing,
one.
yeah. And it's still going.
They're going, yeah, yeah.
Fantastic, yeah. And like I said, but the internet, that was my point, I guess, was that once it opened up to a global community of collectors, and you could trade stuff and share pictures of things that you never even knew existed. That was pretty amazing. So all the stuff that you guys we talked about that could potentially be on display at the Saga Museum, there's still, I'm assuming you're not really joining collections. They're going to respectively still belong to the individuals, or is there some sort of a way you're putting it all together?
Well, they're ultimately going to be the part of the museum, like owned by the museum. I mean, how individuals give it to the museum, there's detail, there's a whole, it actually can get a bit messy and complicated, but by and large, I mean, the intent of all the folks involved in it is to give their collections to the museum. I mean, they're no use to us after we're gone. I mean, it may happen, that it's willed later after we're gone, but like, I mean, I have no use for the collection.
Gotcha.
Right. So,
well, right. So it becomes like the Smithsonian, like it becomes property of the entity, which is the Saga Museum. But all right, so up until that point, if someone wanted to see these cool things that you were talking about, they could still respectively until, I mean, we're still, where are we in the process? We're still years away.
Steve said, we're still several years away. Rancho Obi-Wan still continues to operate and have tours for several years, and there's still, and even once we open the doors, there's still open questions of, how much do people have in, there's so much to work with that some things might still run in parallel for some time too. So
this is not just an issue of legacy for us. We have spent a lot of money, but we have spent an incredible amount of time and effort putting these collections together, and we want to keep them together. Lisa Stevens says she wakes up from a nightmare sometimes, and she and Vic have passed on, and her mother comes in and looks at the collection and sees this blue Boba Fett figure, and she, oh, look, it has a loose missile in it. Well, I'll let it go for $10. So we really want to be able to continue sharing these collections with the world, inspiring people. We're going to have a strong educational aspect of the museum, lectures from people who have worked on the movies and the TV series. We hope to have authors come who've worked on Star Wars books and comics, artists. So a very interactive and very immersive experience. But again, it's sharing our passion with the rest of the world.
That case. So in the last couple statements you have said that it changed your life. And Gus, when you realized the moment that we're just not a collector, you guys just aren't collectors. It is, you can't do what you do or collect what you have without that absolute passion that you just mentioned, Steve. You can't do it over all the years that you've done. How does that feel for Vic, Duncan, Lisa, yourselves, to be able to share the love of all of this? Like you I don't know, you must feel a huge sense of pride and wanting to share that everybody else, this is how I feel with my collections. We want that same joy for everybody else and to protect it and honor it.
It's a wonderful feeling and not something I expected. I mean, when we decided to turn my warehouse in Petaluma, California into a nonprofit museum in 2010, because I was retiring the following year from Lucasfilm, needed something to do with my time. And Anne suggested the nonprofit, and actually Concetta, who remains our media person. And we expanded the collection and the museum. We refinished a building, another chicken barn, because these are just old chicken barns here, and expanded the collection and started doing tours in late 2011. I mean, almost 13 years ago. And it's just been amazing. I love it when people come in and see the first reveal and the look on their faces and the gasps that I hear. And then there's a second major reveal and people just, oh, I had that as a kid. And I love it when a collector and a spouse or a boyfriend or girlfriend accompany them, and they don't look that interested in the beginning. Well, I'm doing it for his birthday or her anniversary or something like that. And at the end of the tour, I make sure to ask the people, well, what did you think? And the non-collector said, I had no idea this was really cool. So that
how does that feel for you? How does that feel in your heart?
It feels great. It gives me a lot of pride.
Yeah, it's amazing because again, you think about it at some level, right? When you collect at a very superficial level, it's just a collection of stuff. But really, what it's about is it's an experience, and when people interact with the items, they connect on it in so many ways that this sort of visceral level. They like there's a nostalgic element to it. There's a surprise. They see things they didn't know existed. They see the international impact of Star Wars. They have a story they tell from childhood when they see the items. It that's what's exciting to see. That's what I like, when we've done like the other, like Teresa, when we did the other times I took people around with the camera and showed like you see the reactions of people
Oh,
and online is just nothing like seeing it in
nothing.
person, and it's like I've had people I've known for years. They've seen the photos I post online, and then they finally come over to the house and they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea." And I love seeing that reaction from people because you can tell they're just enjoying it, and it's just the experience of it lets them just experience Star Wars in a different way, and it just brings this happiness to people, right? So I like that. That's why I like showing the collection, right? It's not just for me to hoard and enjoy and see, look, I got this cool Death Star piece. It's to have people have fun with it as well. And so the our ability to do this at scale with Saga Museum allows us to just do it in a just to with many more people. And so that's thrilling for us.
It's not just the objects, it's the stories behind the objects, how they were made, how we got them, what role they played in the Star Wars saga, making of the movies or the TV shows, the cast and crew items. And Gus has an incomparable cast and crew item collection. Gus has a lot of incomparable parts of his collection. I'm very jealous of Gus. I figured it was better to join with him than try to rob him.
Teresa, I'm not sure if that's really where you were going, but as Gus and Steve, as you were talking about the question and it talked, the whole point of, there's passion behind collecting and building a collection, and you love it and you're excited about it. But the next level is you want to share it. Like, what good is your collection if nobody sees it, right? Which goes back to the whole point of legacy in the Saga Museum. And there is a connection with, like I said before, we're all collectors, but as costumers in the 501st Legion, it's the same exact thing. We spend a ridiculous amount of money, a ridiculous amount of time perfecting costumes with details that no one cares about. We care about it. And we want to share that with people. And it's the same, that's, we don't have a museum, but we go out into the public and we say, hey, look at this. And we're presenting these characters. And to see that joy and excitement on faces of kids or adults, that's where we get satisfaction. I imagine it's similar when people come into to see your collections. It's the same thing. It's like, yeah, take it all in. Tell me about what do you love about Star Wars? Me too.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely. In fact, you can go online to ranchoobiwan.org and click on the menu, the Saga Museum, and there's a 5-minute video there that involves all the collections and the collectors and giving their heartfelt reasons why the Saga Museum is so important to them and why preserving the collections are important to them and what Star Wars means to all of us.
it's a great video. And Steve, you are instrumental in our first clubs. Like you helped us as fans become our costumes, right? You supported our groups and got us going to where we are today, the 501st, where they are, MMCC, Dark Empire, Rebel Legion, Saber Guild. We're part of that. You're part of that. We are part of your legacy.
Well, it's really the people who started the Legion and the Rebel Legion and all the other clubs, like Alvin Johnson, who is the granddaddy of the Star Wars costuming societies. And I contacted Alvin early on when I saw how the 501st was developing. And there were some problems. There was some question about whether Lucasfilm should allow people to make their own stormtrooper costumes. And, well, what if somebody robs a bank wearing a Darth Vader costume, wearing a Darth Vader mask, which has happened. People rob gas stations wearing Darth Vader masks. I don't know how the hell they can see to rob this gas station, but it's happened.
Point of
Uh,
clarification, not 501st members.
Not 501st members,
Yeah.
no.
Totally unapproved mask.
Yeah, not a screen accurate mask. So I helped internally at Lucasfilm. I said this company has a reputation and a history of honoring fans, and it keeps that history going today. So it was a wonderful thing to be able to help fellow fans in the early years of my time at Lucasfilm.
Yeah, we're very, very grateful, definitely, Steve. I mean, and just, it really did, you look at the impact, just of so many people that we've helped building community. And, you were really instrumental in enabling us to do that. And we really appreciate that. And so, yeah, so now is actually, this is another what we're doing right now, this Holiday of Hope fundraising. So just a reminder for folks, for the Starlight organization is why we're here to get today talking. They again are the beneficiary of this project, and they're a 501c3 charitable organization, and they focus on easing the difficult experience of hospitalization for children, their families, and their caregivers. They do toy deliveries and customized hospital gowns, Chewbacca gowns, and things like that to kind of bring some fun and a sense of normalcy. And it's a welcome distraction. So Disney and Lucasfilm have been working with them since 2018, and of course the 501st is known for bringing joy where it's needed as well. So we have a long history of pediatric visits with Star Wars characters. So again, starlight.org/holiday of hope is where you can go to join forces with us in this campaign. And then ranchoobi-wan.org to find out more about great collections that currently exist, and also the campaign to get the Saga Museum of Star Wars memorabilia going. And just refresh where we are right now. We're still in very early stages, but right now is a great time to jump on board, I guess, as a supporter. So what can you guys tell us about that? Some benefits. I think there's already merchandise already out there.
Yes, we have a t-shirt and a poster. So if people go to ranchoobi-wan.org/the Saga Museum, they can order those things. They can also, if they're interested, we also have a brochure if they want to learn more about the Saga Museum. So if they go to ranchoobi-wan.org/the Saga Museum, they can learn more about what we're doing on our focus over the next 2 years, and get a t-shirt or order a t-shirt or a poster, get more information, and reach out to us too if they want to learn more. They can also watch the video as we mentioned, see more about it. But yeah, then you're gonna be hearing a lot more from us. The founding collectors, as well as Ann Newman, who runs the whole thing. Michael Wistock, who I mentioned, and Rich Smolin, who are part of the Saga leadership team. All of us are going to be very involved and active, and sharing more information over the next couple of years. And we're going to be growing our group that's working on this as we do this.
Awesome.
So it being a holiday special, on a personal level, why are you guys laughing already? It's like I'm going to say something silly.
As long as you don't ask us to sing.
Oh, I was going to, Dean. No, I'm kidding. No, I was going to ask about, family traditions, and what are things that you do with your families that have meaning to you, just randomly, non-Star Wars related. Well, and it might be, maybe you all sit down and watch the holiday special together as a family. That might be a thing. Everybody's traumatized. No, we don't do that. We don't do that, Teresa.
Uniquely, well, a lot of my family is like distributed in different parts of the country, so when we get together, it's just pretty much traditional stuff like family, do dinner and open presents and that kind of thing. So I don't know if there's anything uniquely. We definitely don't watch the holiday special together. I think it would traumatize them. I dig the holiday special now, but I don't think anyone in my family would could last through it. But that's about all that comes to mind.
Yeah.
My family is all back east, so there's not very much we communicate. They're not really family traditions as such. I've been away from Philadelphia for many, many decades. In fact, that's why I sort of related to Luke Skywalker when I first saw Star Wars, standing on that little hill, looking at the twin suns and yearning to be part of an adventure far away. I identified with that. I needed to leave Philadelphia behind and go on my adventure, and I did.
You did.
I think that was one of the things that got me really inspired by Star Wars.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it is. It's interesting because I think as we get older, it's natural for us to, the family units aren't quite the same as they used to be, where you had multiple generations living in one spot in one town. So yeah, same for me. I've got family in Georgia and Florida and overseas, and I'm in North Carolina. So a lot of the traditions that we used to have are there. There's a lot of memories for sure, but I feel like wherever I am, bringing it all back to Star Wars. I mean, there is a local Star Wars community, and I feel like we sort of have made our own tradition. We just had we celebrated Life Day. We just got together and we did watch the holiday special, and
Yeah, it was.
and we made some. I got some dry ice, and we made some. Black Spire Outpost inspired Oga's drinks, and we worked on costumes. And so the old traditions, the memories of being a kid are one thing, but it's really cool that, Star Wars family,
yeah.
extends pretty much wherever you go.
And with
And
Star Wars
so
fans, just like put on the Life Day outfit, and then
there it is right there.
And what a legacy, right? And family. I would say, our 501st Legion family and all the Star Wars costuming clubs, those people you become family, you become bonded and attached to people that you could go anywhere in the world and have somebody to meet you or share food with, or just visit. You could, yeah. What a legacy, and what a legacy you guys are bringing, all of you, all five of you founders. That's I'm really excited. 5 to 7 years are going to go by so fast,
well,
so
and
fast.
some of these folks have gone all over the world with like Steve, have traveled with Steve to Peru and to Guatemala and to Mexico and Japan and Europe. So many of us have traveled, and Duncan has also gone, traveled with us to lots of countries all over the world. Star Wars has taken us so many places together, like more so than family, like
Yes.
relatives. So it's really interesting.
I mean, we've been able to make friends all over the world, so that's been a blessing, a true blessing.
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's a great segue to, leading up to the Saga Museum, putting all of those collectibles, or as many of the 1.5 million as possible that will fit into a 200,000 square foot building. I did a little math on that, and I was like, that's 3 football fields. That's pretty big. But yeah, I definitely feel like wherever you choose will become a destination. That's such a fantastic idea, just to get everybody together and go visit, and hopefully see you guys there too. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. Good cause, of course, for Starlight, but also the Saga Museum. Well, it's mind blowing, and really excited to follow updates for that.
Thank you both. That's been great.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having us on.
Yeah, it was wonderful sharing time with you.
Same here.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Coming back, we are celebrating our 501st Legion Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon. Thank you all for being with us and for tuning in. And wherever the link is on this page, starlight.org/Holiday of Hope. Please give. We are raising funds for the amazing Starlight Children's Foundation. This panel is celebrating the amazing, powerful women that you have seen recently in Star Wars, and from Star Trek to Marvel to DC, and of course to our Star Wars universe. We are celebrating these lovely, impactful women. Joined with me today are my co-hosts, Robin and Daisy, and we are going to take a look at our lovely ladies. Let's begin with you, Lauren.
All right. I've been a stunt woman for about 20 years. I've worked on Marvel, DC, Star Wars, obviously, and I'm loving it. I'm still going to continue, and that's about it.
Joanna.
Hi, I'm Joanna Bennett. I've been doing stunts since about 2010. Lots of superhero stuff, both Marvel and DC, and then after that kind of transitioned into Star Wars stuff. So same as Lauren, hopefully more to come.
Thank you. Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lee. Probably the same resume as the both of them. We've all been doing it for many, many, many years. Marvel, DC, and Star Wars, and I've done a lot of video games and some Mortal Kombat and all kinds of stuff.
That's real. It's exciting for me to speak with you ladies, that you see your leading characters, and yet that there's another woman behind the actions that bring that all to life. And it's wonderful to speak with you three. Daisy and Robin, a little bit about yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I'm living together with Robin, and we're both from the Netherlands and both members of the 501st Legion. I'm part of the costume team for the 501st Legion, so I help people out with their costume builds whenever they need. And
I'm Robin. We're living together here in the Netherlands, I've been a member of the 501st since 2013, and this is actually how we met through our fantastic hobby. So today we have an opportunity to talk to three amazing women who portray the characters we all love.
So I think one of the biggest questions that I'd like to ask is, how did you get started in this? Like, what led you to the career and profession and drives you to do what you do?
Wow. So I accidentally fell into it. I moved to LA to actually go to college and to pursue my dance career. So my first job in LA was actually a Laker girl. And then as a kid, I did acrobatics. And so I just went to a gymnastic class and I met a bunch of stunt guys, and they're like, you should do stunts instead. And I was like, I don't even know what that is, because this is like way back in like ancient times when no one had social media. So, we weren't aware of this career path, and then they kind of just trained me and they got me into it. And that's kind of how I got in. I just literally fell into it, and I had no idea.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky as well. I was a gymnast. I got a scholarship to UC Berkeley for gymnastics. So I did that through college. And then once right as I was graduating, they had a gymnastics TV show and they needed girls who were still in high level gymnastic shape. It was called Make It or Break It on ABC Family. And so I kind of started out with that. And then from there, just kind of started networking and learning fight stuff and wires and stuff like that. And just kind of went from there.
I remember I met Lauren when either you were just on being a Laker girl or you were still, I can't remember. We were both so young, and I met her way back when. So I remember that. I remember it. It's so funny to think about that. But I grew up in LA, so I had headshots when I was 6 years old. I mean, everybody just had headshots, And I think I started off as an actor because I had like this anxiety problem, and my mom was like, there's something wrong with you, just do this thing. And so I went to acting class, and then I fell in love with martial arts. And then one day I kind of was just training in school, and someone came in and was like, "Hey, do you want to audition for a fight scene for Pirates of the Caribbean?" And I was like, "Yes, I don't know." And then so I auditioned and I booked it, and that was my first stunt job. And so that's kind of how I got into it, because I started off, and I lived in LA as an actor, so I'd been acting and auditioning, very failing horribly, by the way. I couldn't get an audition to save my life, and when I got one, I never booked it. It was very hard.
And then you ended up on Pirates of the Caribbean.
And then I ended up on Pirates of the Caribbean, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is huge." I was like, what is this? I can't believe I'm working a huge movie and and doing a cool fight scene, and yeah, and I booked it through the audition, which never happens.
And I actually submitted for it and I didn't get it, and I was so sad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then that's part of Hollywood. You just have a lot of rejection.
Oh, a lot. Yeah, a lot.
A lot.
Yep. Well, and how do you survive that? Like,
I mean, I think there just comes to be so much rejection that you kind of can't take it personally. You're like, well, that person is better for the job, I guess, you know? And well, meanwhile, I have this going on, so you know what I mean? There's always more work. There's always something else. You are who you are. You can't force yourself to be someone else. You know what I mean? You have your skill set. They have skill sets. I could never do, you know, and so you just are who you are, and you fit, you know, you're needed somewhere. And so you kind of had to like just brush it off and be like, well, let's move on. There's more to life than sitting here feeling bad about it.
I think someone told me pretty early in my career, just don't compare yourself to anyone. And like, obviously this is a super competitive field. You're going to be competitive. You're going to compare. But the reality is sometimes you could even be the best person for the job and you don't get it because there's so many factors. And I think once I started kind of just going with being my own competition and not worrying about who is booking this or whatever, that kind of seemed to help me.
Well, you all portray some very strong women.
Yes.
And it must be super exciting. Like, is it exciting? Like when you're doing these things, or someone says, "Hey, you got this part for this thing," or you're like, "What?" Or is it, "Oh yeah, that's good, that's right."
I mean, I think there's a little bit of like inside, oh my God, you know, and then you kind of play it cool and you're like, oh, cool, thanks. That's, I appreciate that.
Can I ask, what's your favorite stunt that you've ever done that you're most proud of?
It's a tough one.
I love this question.
I think for me, I really like doing, I did the motion capture for Ahsoka for Clone Wars. And the reason why I like that one that was so memorable for me is because I actually got to make up the choreo with Ray Park. And so as a performer, we don't usually get to make up our own choreo. Usually there's a fight coordinator, stunt coordinator that oversees everything. And so Dave Filoni gave us like the full reins to just make it up. So that for me was pretty memorable.
Yeah, there was a really, really cool behind the scenes video of that on YouTube that I loved that because these are two iconic characters and the choreography just knocked it out of the park for me because
thank you.
It's so realistic. So that's great job.
Thank you.
And Joanna, how about you?
I think so. The character that I played on Boba Fett, the Tusken character, I think that was one of my favorites just because usually I'm almost always doubling someone and I'm almost always doing what I need to do for my job, but also catering to the actress's wants and needs for the character. And for me to be able to kind of take full control of the way she walks and the way she moves and just the subtleties of, head movements and stuff like that, that was really exciting for me. And then on top of it, I think it was a fun action sequence as well. So that was definitely. And what, sorry?
And a really cool costume.
Yes, and a cool costume. Very cool, yes. So
And
that was
Michelle, for what's
Um, I would have to. I mean, I loved the fight with Anakin, on the World Between Worlds. That one was because it was Anakin and because he's so iconic. Me actually getting to see him and in his costume with his contacts and actually being there to fight him was very memorable. And also Pirates was very memorable because it was my first job and it was with Chow Yun-fat, which at the time he's a huge star in Hong Kong. And so in my world, he's like Tom Cruise, you know?
Yeah.
And at that time, he came out to America. He was just, you know, a great actor and just this guy and a character. But to me, he was so iconic. And so I was, as being my first job and being going, oh my God, it's Chow Yun-fat. He's amazing. And even as a girl, I had a little crush on him, even though he's a full-grown man. Like he was just he just had so many iconic movies in Hong Kong that that one was memorable because I got to do a fight scene and he was there, and then also the Anakin one. Those are pretty
It made
memorable.
him cry.
Oh yeah,
He was crying
Oh yeah,
because
you
it
made
was
me
so
cry.
good.
I'll admit it.
I felt like crying when I was there because I got to watch Filoni and Rosario and them talk about the reason why they're there and the backstory. And I was just kind of like tucked away going, oh my God, oh my God. And they were talking about it and it just was so like, there's just so much emotion behind how they were even just, you know, talking about behind the scenes, even though they had one line. What did that line mean? You know what I mean? It was, yeah, even I had like goosebumps and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
It's really your work that brought it to life after all, because it was all of your stunts that brought these characters to life. And
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
it was awesome.
thank you. Yeah, it was a combination of everything because Rosario did do a lot of work. She worked really hard. She trained super hard, you know, and because the technology where you could face morph, or I forgot what that was called, face whatever that technology is, they could now shoot. Usually we don't get shot straight on. You know what I mean? We always have to hide our face because, you know, so that you don't see that we aren't the main character. But for this one, they just shot me straight on because of the technology where they could just put Rosario's face over mine. You know,
Yeah.
it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I had a question. And especially in these Star Wars TV series, but also the Marvel, a lot of armor gets added to the costumes that you wear. How do you prepare for a stunt knowing that you're probably going to get, yeah, a little bit hurt? Because, yeah, we know what it is to wear costumes and it's not nice. How do you prepare for that? And I'll start with Lauren.
Well, okay, so usually they have like the hero costume, which is like the actors, and that's like the top notch what you see in like, you know, what it should look like and like on a toy. But for ours, they like loosen things up a little. So like we would get like gussets, which I don't know if you know what a gusset is, but like they make the crotch a little lower so we could kick and not split the pants. You know, we get more comfortable shoes. So they do try to accommodate us. And funny story, I actually was the Miss Marvel double, and one of the scenes was that she fantasized that she was Captain Marvel, and I got to actually wear Joanna's costume.
Oh, how funny.
She's so much taller than me, it was really comfortable. So
I was gonna say because that costume, I ripped the pants so many times. You
well,
probably
thank
could
you.
see it.
It fit me way better.
Oh my gosh, just like the whole movie was like sewing up my knees and my crotch. So yeah, that one was made of bubble gum, I think. But I think for me, a lot of times the main issue is like weighting with wire work. So like your center of gravity is different if your boots are 5 pounds, for example. So with stuff like that, I try to prepare, like I'm usually on jobs where there's long prep time and I get to know the costume department and I, you know, can talk to them about getting some rehearsal boots or things like that I can kind of rehearse in. Other than that, usually they want to preserve the suit as much as possible until the day. So I just kind of hope for the best for the most part. It usually goes okay, just because I think you've rehearsed so many times trying to work everything out, and then as I said, sometimes the suit rips, but it usually works out.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. We get different sometimes different wardrobe than the leads do, because we're not so closely shot on camera. We can kind of cheat a little bit and have a little bit more space, or get to fit little pads underneath, because sometimes when it pokes into you, you just slip a little pad, and then it's takes care of that, even though you'll be bulkier, or you'll be, it's just for the one shot. So there's just little cheat ways, because we're filming. We're not like you guys where you actually wear it for an extended period of time, and we're cheating on camera, so it's like just for that 1 second, and then we can take it out and be comfortable.
I do have to say, having made like a lot of the Star Wars costumes, I do have to say that the new The Mandalorian costumes, they are brilliantly designed, because I have the Bo-Katan costume that I made myself. I made him the Din Djarin costume, and there's so many stretch panels in them that you can also use for stunts, I would say. And like, for example, the costume for Ahsoka is also like probably easy to move in compared to, for example, Captain Phasma, like you, Teresa.
Oh, I can do nothing in Captain Phasma. I can't even take off my own damn helmet. Like, no, I can't do it. I need helpers. Yeah, no fighting for Phasma for me anyway. I don't know what Gwen's was made out of, but yikes, mine is not.
Oh, and we do have a lot of helpers that
Okay.
are kind of dedicated to helping us put on our shoes, or where we're like, I can't reach my shoes. Can you put on my shoes? That are super on top of it, that are, that know every little intricacy of how the wardrobe is placed. So they do help us out a lot too.
So, and how was it to perform stunts with helmets on? Because most of you three did a Mandalorian costume
With a helmet on.
with a helmet on.
Yeah.
How is that?
For the viewers at home, can you remind us which characters you did with the helmet on?
I did. We actually all did the armor, I think.
Yeah,
we
we
did.
did.
Or not.
Yeah.
And then I did Koska Reeves. I did Magistrate. She didn't have the helmet. And then Fennec Shand had a helmet, but hers was like the easiest helmet ever. But usually with the enclosed ones, like, because I used to do Power Rangers back in the days, I always learned to breathe through your nose. That helps a lot with fogging. And then I always would put like a thin layer of like shampoo so it doesn't fog up, and it smells nice.
Well, I did, like Lauren said, armor, Bo-Katan, and then the Tusken. It wasn't a helmet, but there was very, very little visibility. Probably the least visibility out of all of them. And the one thing Jon Favreau talked to me quite a bit about just suit, like helmet work in general, and how you almost have to look at yourself in a mirror when you're doing certain movements, because they look so different when you're in a helmet.
It's so loud.
It just changes, like, a subtle movement can look really dramatic if you don't do it just right. And I worked a lot with Katie Sackhoff as well, just on really maintaining the character with that and stuff like that. But my main problem is that the helmet always flies off in wire work, and then we have to go again. And the Tusken, the visibility was definitely something that was difficult when fighting Tamora Morrison, because I just didn't want to hit him in the face. And that's really not allowed. Like, some people were not allowed to make mistakes like that. So that was just a little bit scary, because I couldn't really see anything other than straight in front of me. There was no peripheral. You couldn't see down, a lot of tripping and stuff like that. So those were kind of my obstacles.
Really limited vision. 'Cause
Yeah.
T visors are okay, but you can't see your feet.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it was difficult.
Yeah, I think Bo-Katan and the armor, I mean, I thought it was pretty tricky to fight with the helmet. For Ahsoka, like Joanna said, my head would always fly off. So it was
your
tricky.
head tails would fly off.
Yeah. My beautiful ears. And it was so weird because it would be like, oh my God, because it looks like
What did you do, Anakin?
bald, decapitated woman underneath.
And
Yeah.
was your head made of foam, Michelle? Did they do foam or?
It was a 3D printed skeleton, almost like a snake skeleton, so that it moved really.
Okay.
And then the outside was like a latex foam. So it was light and it was empty inside.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's pretty lightweight, which I hear it was a lot better than the original one, the Ahsoka one on Mandalorian. That one they said didn't move as well as this one. This one was like 3D printed. It was so cool.
Yeah, it looked quite natural. Really.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So as glamorous and wonderful as that your job is, have you sustained any injuries in your?
Oh, have we?
Probably.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I mean, there's so many. I can't even just doing stupid shit on set. Like, sorry, I cuss. One time I was on set and like someone's like doing, I don't know if you guys know what a bee twist is, like a butterfly twist. It's like when you are like here and then you do a vertical, horizontal flip and then you land. And I'm like, at the time I could do them like easily. And then one of the stunt guys was like, oh, can you do that? Because like one of the younger stunt guys were doing them in the middle of the night in the streets. And I'm like, yeah, I could do that. And I ended up doing a bee twist and landing on the curb on my neck or on my chin. So I ended up getting the biggest hole in my chin and at work with not even working. Like it's like the worst. That's like one of my injuries I've had, but I've had like multiple concussions. Joanna has also, like, we talk about our bad memories. Like we have the worst memory, like because of like the jarring like wire work that we do. And then I don't know, I sprained ankles. Oh God, I can't even remember them all. Like just so many, like I can't even it's just so many.
We can't remember them all.
Yeah. I feel like at this point there's something slightly wrong with most of the parts of my body. Like I just think between gymnastics, like wear and tear, I've had 2 shoulder surgeries, a foot surgery. I had my teeth hit and had to get veneers. I've broken a bone in my neck. My knees are not great, so I just think, I think if you work in this industry for long enough, you're going to have normal wear and tear. It's unfortunate. And concussions, like Lauren said, the concussions are something that I've really prioritized being very careful with because it's a serious thing. Yeah.
Very.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've had black eyes and bruises the size of my head and just open cuts and probably a couple concussions. I'm not sure. Maybe 1 or 2. I try not to do them a lot. Yeah, just all kinds of joint pain and pulled muscles and whiplash and I thankfully haven't had any surgeries, just because I try my best to rehab it. I try my best to avoid surgery, but all kinds of injuries.
So is there a certain time that after you've sustained an injury, which apparently happens quite often, is there an extensive period of leave between projects?
Well, I think that's you, right?
Yeah, I think that's mainly up to you and your doctor. I mean, in 2021, I fractured my leg twice, 2 separate times, and I worked all the way through it.
Wow.
the costume department, I mean, that I think that's rare. The costume department made me a boot cover and a knee brace cover with the suits. But I don't think, for the most part, I don't think that that's allowed per production. I just, I was like playing the character, and then I was doubling an actress that I double all the time. And so I kind of had different circumstances, I guess. But usually it's good to listen to your doctor and stay off of it.
I know that we are running out of time. We have the next panel coming up. Would anyone like to say a farewell? Or you know what, we could spend hours with you ladies. I know that we can. Yes. And I hate to cut our panel. I hate to cut our panel. I know some of you need to be somewhere else as well.
Can I ask you, all of you, what advice would you give young women looking to get into this line of work?
I think staying humble, no matter how big you get, and then always listen, because people always talk so much on set. And the best thing is just always pay attention, always have your head on a swivel. That's what people get hired back for, is not always necessarily the skills, but who can take direction well. And just be a good person. It's the golden rule. Treat people how you want to be treated, because this industry can be rough.
Yeah, I think definitely all that Lauren just said, and really like reiterating, keeping your head on a swivel. I think, we work for these amazing people, amazing stunt coordinators. No one's ever trying to get someone hurt or, trying to be negligent with safety. But I do think at the end of the day, you are the person that's responsible for you. So I would probably just say, there have been many times when something very small turned into an injury for me. So no stunt is too small to pay attention and really think it through.
I think first and foremost, work on a skill set that you really love and enjoy. Something that physical, could be anything, could be volleyball, it could be anything physical that you really enjoy and get really good at it. And that way you have a sort of what's the word, diligence, or what's the word I'm thinking of?
Like discipline.
Discipline, thank you. Discipline on knowing how to push through and on physical stuff, even though it hurts, even though it's hard, even though you're tired. Because that's a huge part of it, knowing how to physically push through, even though blank, you know what I mean? So getting good at something physical.
Thank you all so much for joining us. It was a dang honor to share time with you all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for being there, and thanks for doing what you guys do.
Yes.
Charity, and this is so cool. Everybody loves it, and you're sharing a big part of Star Wars with people. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy our next panel.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello there, James Arnold Taylor here, the voice of that fellow, old Obi-Wan Kenobi, for the 501st 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon. Oh my goodness, where does the time go? And oh my goodness, they're not so bad after all, are they, those 501st? I am an honorary member of the 501st, and I have been very honored for very many years to be a part of this amazing organization. And the fact that you all are always giving is so special, because you receive so much joy from Star Wars that you decided to give that Star Wars joy back out to so many people all over the world. The 501st Legion, I am blessed to be a part of you all. I thank you all. I wish you all nothing but wonderful Christmas wishes and holiday cheer, whatever and wherever you are and however you're celebrating. I hope that it's wonderful. I should say Happy Life Day, shouldn't I? I suppose I should. There's my really bad Chewbacca. Okay, so we are here in my studio. This is James Arnold Taylor's studio. And I thought, well, I'll take you for a little tour here, you know, kind of check things out. And so this costume, actually, I wore this live on stage at Disney's Star Wars Weekends. Every year they would do different things. And the last year we did this great thing where I wore this on stage before we finished the evening with Summon the Force, which was a Hollywood, fireworks, I should say, extravaganza. It was amazing. It was, I think, the coolest fireworks display I've ever seen in my life, and I got to host it every night at the end of Star Wars Weekends. Every evening we ended that way. I had the bad guys chase me, the 501st, you know who you are, and the Rebel Legion folks, all the good guys, came out on stage to protect me. And I was wearing that for part of the show. And then, so let me let you know a little secret on this outfit. It has Velcro in the back because I had to get out of it very quick to get into my other costume, which was on underneath it. So I would come out on stage in this and then, and they'd rip that off. I'd stand back there and they'd take that whole thing off of me and then I'd go back out stage, hey, you know, like all cool. And so then, the dark side. We have the light side and we have the dark side. And this one over here was made for me as well for that same event, Star Wars Weekends, and I would wear that during the Rebels show. We had a show for Star Wars Rebels, which was, of course, on at the time, and I came out in this, and there were other stormtroopers, and they were searching for Ezra and them, and Sabine and everybody, and so I came out in this, and I went, they went that way, you know, and then they go, and I sent them the wrong way, of course, and then they go, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Ha, 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 yeah, of course I am, yes. And so, and the funny thing is this costume, so this is all official Disney. I see this, I'm an honorary member of the 501st, but you guys would let me in with these, right? This is pretty good. And so this was made by Disney for me, but they had a heck of a time making a stormtrooper outfit to fit me because I'm 5'4", you see, so I am kind of short for a stormtrooper. Clone Wars, the movie. This is my kind of my wall of fame. Look at, there's everybody in there. There's all sorts of cool stuff. Look at all that. If you're a fan and you've met me at a Comic-Con, you might see some of the things you've given me. That is all very cool. There's all sorts of goodies here from my career as a voice actor and being the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi and, Lego Flash even. Look at that. And Leonardo the Ninja Turtle, Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank. So lots of cool things. So this is the main room, and this is where I shoot like my videos and stuff. And then over there, now I've got it in cinematic mode, so it's all kind of blurry there, but that's the studio. That's where I do all my voiceover work. You want to go with me? Come on, let's go. Okay, so watch your step. Step down. This is a control room, and then this is my microphone cabinet. Look at that, pretty cool. A lot of different microphones in there, and sometimes I throw a lightsaber in there just to throw people off. This is the control room. This is where I do all of this stuff, and then this is the booth right in here. Oh yes, let's go in here. All right. Sorry, and then so who do we have? Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello. All right, you get the point. Obi-Wan is always with me here, and then see, this is where I do all my recording. Pretty cool. It's fancy, isn't it? And then there's the microphones. I've got one microphone for this and one microphone for the Zoom calls, and I patch in over here to do my Zoom calls, and then my script is on that, and then that's a touch screen, and I can control the whole studio from there. Pretty cool, huh? So this is my studio, and I am so pleased to give you a little tour here and take a little break from all of the fun that is going on. I'm so sorry I can't be live with you all. I am all over the place at Comic-Cons and things, and I think I'm off with the Chosen One. Let me see on my schedule. Yes, I'm with the Chosen One and the other Chosen One, Ahsoka Tano, probably right now as you're all watching this. We're at a Comic-Con, I'm taking the high ground, of course, yes. But my thanks to the 501st and the Starlight Children's Foundation is an amazing, please know, you give to the Starlight Children's Foundation, you are giving hope, you are giving love, you are giving so much to so many in need. And I hope and pray that you all would consider giving donations and helping and support and raise money for the Starlight. It's an amazing cause. And the 501st, oh my goodness, how I love you all. I really try my best to get to see you all whenever we go to the Comic-Cons, and hopefully at the one I'm at in Pittsburgh, hopefully I'm getting to see all the 501st there. What you do, I just want to say, like, with all seriousness for a moment, what you all do to brighten people's day by taking something that was so magic for someone like myself that grew up with Star Wars, never could have imagined as a little kid that there would be the ability for people to make their own costumes and for people to go and interact and to have a real full-size Darth Vader in a room, or a Count Dooku, who my, or stormtroopers, or any of these characters that you all portray so amazingly well. I want to thank you for what you do. You are keeping the magic of Star Wars alive. It's so special. God bless you all. Merry, Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. And may the Force be with you all. I know it is. Goodbye there.
Hello, everybody. It is time for the holidays. And we are gearing up here in California. Arthur Miller is getting ready. And Norma Jean, are you getting ready? Arthur Miller is especially getting ready because he's pretty excited, being like 80% pug, that a pug won the Westminster Dog Show for the first time ever. Oh my gosh, I've been cooking, can you tell? In honor of the 501st, who asked me to make this video, I'm wearing my 501st Detention Squad South Dakota t-shirt. However, I have met so many amazing members of the 501st all over the country, all over the world. And I have some pretty great swag from them. What? Including, hold on, we're going to have to pause and come back to this. Okay, now we're ready. Now we've got things, well, I'm not going to say things are under control, but now I'm ready to introduce you to my friend who was given to me by Trevor up in Grand Prairie. Trevor, who is one of several members of the droid builders up there, who built these amazing mini droids, one of whom is the armorer. What? I think that she needs to hang out with, oh no, she's running into the wall. I think that she needs to hang out with Santa when he goes to deliver presents. Oh, the dogs aren't sure what to think about this. What do you think, Norma? Norma's like, boring. What do you think, Arthur? Now you're getting to see the messiness of my house. Why is it beeping? It's like is it gonna blow up? Is it a bomb? No, it's not a bomb. Don't joke like that, Emily. Arthur, what do you think?
I don't know about that thing. It's kind of scary.
Here she comes. Whoa! That's where we get to pretend the armorer and the exorcist are doing a mashup. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I am so excited that I get to say hello via video. I got to be part of some panels in past years, but I'm throwing my mom an 80th birthday party this weekend, so that I hope that everybody is having an amazing time raising money for, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. I know that it is the Starlight Foundation. This is the Starlight Children's Foundation, 501st Legion's Holiday of Hope. I mean, come on. The 501st is always doing incredible things. They don't just make it possible for me to get mini droids of the armorer, I promise. And we're celebrating community and family and love and support for each other this holiday season. So please donate if you can. The donation link, I'm sure, is going to be flashed on the screen somewhere, starlight.org/Holiday of Hope. And now I have to go get dinner out of the oven. The stuff that was on my shirt at the beginning is now ready to be eaten. Happy holidays, everyone. This is the way.
Hey Rebels family, this is Taylor Gray, Ezra Bridger from Star Wars Rebels, Spectre 6 transmitting from the Ghost, myself and the entire Ghost crew, on behalf of Ezra Bridger, I wanted to send this transmission to all of you watching the telethon, supporting the Starlight Children's Foundation. Thank you for being a part of this and inspiring hope and giving back to all of the children that are hospitalized across the U.S. It is such a great cause, and it's all because of you guys. So thank you for being a part of it. Star Wars really does bring so many people together, and it's so amazing we get to share this together. So thank you for being a part of our Star Wars family. Every single one of you. We are what makes Star Wars so special. And the coolest thing about Star Wars is spreading hope. So thank you for the hope and goodness that you're spreading through Star Wars. To the Starlight Children's Foundation, I'm wishing you all the best. On behalf of myself and Ezra Bridger, may the Force be with you always. Have a good one, guys.
Hello, 501st Legion. It's Tia Sircar here, aka Sabine Wren, Spectre 5. I'm sorry I can't join you live. I'm actually shooting on location, so I wish I could be there, but in lieu of that, I wanted to just send a quick message to say hi and wish you all a very happy holidays. You guys do such amazing work. I know you're raising money for the Starlight Children's Foundation, which is incredible. So thank you for all that you do. And wish I could be there to say hello, for real. But hopefully I'll see you guys soon, maybe at a con, maybe at an event, who knows. But I'm always happy to run into you guys wherever and whenever that may be. Happy holidays. See you soon.
All right, thanks for joining us. I am Ramey Shanaday, Commanding Officer of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
I am Mike Forster, Squad Leader of the Upper Peninsula's Iron Range Squadron here in Michigan, 93016. Ramey, I am excited to be here with you, my friend. It is always great to see you, and we have a fun project to work on and a fun project to talk about.
That's right. Thanks for joining us. I mean, and this benefits the Starlight Children's Foundation. And we've got this, we're going to be doing these reveals all weekend long. So we've got the Ornament Project. So Mike, tell us a little bit about the history of this. This is our third year doing this, right?
Yeah.
So tell us about how this started and what the project is.
Yeah, well, the Ornament Project, I think, came from, this was, we're after 2020 and I'm meeting all these amazing people, a lot of fellow Legion members that just the talent always in this group, in this organization, has always blown me away. And, you kind of get to that point where the thing that I love about the 501st Legion is that we are a costume club at the end of the day, and we make replica costumes of the Star Wars universe. That's fine. But what you really find is that people are very drawn to the charity aspect of things. And so I said, what if we take all these awesome makers and creators and do something extra with it, right? Because we have a lot of people who are great at building costumes, but then there's other people who are really great in specialty and paint, craftsmanship. And of course, with 3D printing and resin printing, it's really opened the doors for a lot of people to truly let their mind just go as far as they want to take it. And so I reached out to a couple people originally, about 10 artists, many of them Legion members. And I said, hey, would you be interested in painting or creating some holiday ornaments? However you want to do it. I made up these 6 styles between good guys, bad guys, that sort of thing. And I sent them out to people, and it benefited the Magic Wheelchair Foundation, which is a great organization that we've worked with before. And the second year was for Mission 22, which was a great organization that helps people who suffer from PTSD or are coming home from wartime efforts. And this year we thought, why not we're tripling the size of the original project. And we're also benefiting Starlight Children's Foundation, which is an incredible organization that helps people when they need it most. And they really, truly deliver happiness. And we couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of it, to have the support of the Legion as we do this too. And it's a great project that I'm so excited to show off really how vast this project has gotten from many people who are in the 501st Legion or friends of. It's an incredible project that we are now at about 60 ornaments, which is now 6 times the size of the original scope of the project. But it's because so many people have wanted to give their time and their talents to making this, to not only just being able to make a great little piece, but also to be able to support a fantastic foundation and charitable effort. So I'm blown away. And Rami, because you've made some, they just start off for
Absolutely,
a lot of them. Yeah. They start off as just this, a couple pieces of plastic, right? And I think we all know what a couple pieces of plastic put together can really do.
Yeah, exactly. Stormtrooper, it's plastic and in space, but 100%. Hey, look what it turns into. 100%. So all weekend long, we are going to be doing little mini reveals throughout the telethon. So Mike, this is our first one. So let's see who's first up on the docket to be revealed as ornament number 1.
Well, the first one, I have to give a shout out to our fellow Legion brother, Hunter Smoke, who is part of the Clone Detachment command staff.
That's right.
And he always goes above and beyond. He's really gotten into droid building. He's really had a lot of fun with it. And his affinity for a certain character in Star Wars has really turned into quite the collection. And so I am very, very, very happy to show off this amazing little piece that he made here. And I don't know how you feel, because we are the bad guys, so this would be something that we would do, about Jar Jar in carbonite.
Look at that, with the light and everything.
100%. So he's got the light, the activation, the carbonite is sealed. Okay. And what's really fun about this is that there's actually, now Hunter has a droid called MO. And Mo is a bit of a scoundrel. He's a bit of a, he's kind of a punky little droid, not unlike a certain other droid that we know among the Rebels universe. And he decided to make an ornament too. And so we have one from Hunter and we have one from his droid MO. And look at just the details of this. This is actually, for people who want to know, of course, we're about keeping the magic a little bit, but we're also about showing off how they did this. He texted me and said, I can't believe I'm destroying an action figure just for this process, but the Ornament Project and Starlight Foundation is worth it. So that's how people end up doing that. It's got a great texture in the back. It really feels like Jabba's palace in there.
Yeah.
And then these other little pieces that he's got here, scounded up from all parts with actual lights on here. Look at this pin.
And those look like they could be hanging like on opposite sides of Jabba's palace. Like they look like parts of the wall that were cut out, and like with the stucco texture and all the little details, right? Like
that's so awesome.
Yeah.
Oh. So these are incredible little pieces. And I love the creativity. For a lot of people, they've asked, like, how does it work? And I'm always kind of a person who goes, I like the creative constraint, right? If we wanted to just make a holiday ornament show, we can do that. But I really like to give people, say, hey, here's what the rest of them look like. I kind of want to make them feel like they're kind of part of the same system, right? And that's where I think people have really shined, because they'll make them about the same size. A lot of people are using the silhouettes. Sometimes some people will ask me specifically, hey, do you think I could do this kind of character? And I'll say, let me help you. Let me send something over that feels like it fits within the family of the project. And you really get some amazing stuff here. So I'm going to show 2 pieces off here that I think are really pretty exciting. From Starlight Sabers, our friend Sebastian made this beautiful piece. Now, if you're a fan of the Acolyte, which I know a lot of people are, he asked me and said, hey, my specialty is painting the Stranger's helmet. This beautiful bronze cortosis vein going through it.
Cortosis, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's like copper, but not quite. And it's just that it's not really orange. It's not really black. It's sort of halfway in between. It's difficult. It's very easy to do wrong. Like
Yes.
that's what I'll say. It's hard to
Yes.
get it right, right? But when
Right.
you see it, you know it's done right.
Yeah, and it's
And I,
it's a really beautiful process to see it done. And I'd say if I've seen anybody who makes does paint jobs, Sebastian is absolutely crushed
yes.
the stranger style. And so he decided, he said, "Hey, could I make a Sith one?" And I
Yeah.
said, "Well, yeah, let's make a stranger one. Look at that." So we made a custom shape for him. And Ramey, you helped me model this. Appreciate you, brother. But
Yep.
this one, we're going to add this to our collection for next year. So really how it works is if you send in for one of these raw kits, okay, we'll send you one, but it's random. And that's all about being a Star Wars fan, because you're not sure which one you're going to get. But as soon as you get that ornament in the mail, whether it's a Jedi or a Rebel, or it's a Mandalorian, or whether it's an Imperial cog, that's when you really get to start going, yeah, who are the fans of all this, right? Because you might say, oh, I've got this great idea for an X-Wing, but now all of a sudden I've got to turn this thing into a TIE fighter or some kind of bad guy. And that's where I think the creativity shines. So to be able to add a Sith to there, I had someone who was kicking around the idea of doing a Darth Maul one. I said, oh, yeah. So let's get a Sith in the action for next time we do this. So there we go. So we got the stranger, but the companion piece, I think is absolutely gorgeous. We got a fellow Rebel Legion member over here, Max Fry, out of New Jersey.
Look at
Take a
that.
look at that.
With the moss and the
Look
cracked
at that.
concrete
and
or
the
stone.
detail on it's in the back of it, Ramey. I mean, look at the texture.
Yeah.
And it's cracked and you can actually see through it. You see right
see,
behind?
Yeah, there's spots. I'm pointing at my screen like the viewers
Sure.
can tell. I see spots where you can see through it. Exactly.
Yeah. So and he's got this kind of simulated moss, which unfortunately I think we know where the Jedi ended up after this era.
Mhm.
And it's just, when you look at these two pieces together, you just go, man, the artistry here of these two opposites. You've got the fallen order, and then you've got some might describe me as the Sith, right? I'm just like, gosh, and what's really cool about this is that Max and Sebastian had no idea either was doing those characters.
And now we've got two pieces that are essentially two different artists, but they're companion pieces almost accidentally. And now we're gonna find that we've got folks that are going to bid on these ornaments and want to win them both.
Right.
And so talk a little bit about the mechanics of the auction real quick so that our listeners understand that.
Absolutely. So it's going to be live on YouTube. We used to do it on Instagram, and then over time, just so many people were commenting so fast in such a short amount of time, Instagram flagged us as spam, basically. So we said, let's switch it over to YouTube. We'll be going on the Dad Batch podcast, a partner with the 501st Legion, to be able to, let's show all these off. And then we're going to switch over to Thank the Maker, another affiliate of the Legion, to do the actual auction. So preview night will be on Monday, this coming Monday.
Yep.
And then the auction will be on Thursday. And that starts at 8 p.m. So make sure for both podcasts and shows that you are signed up on YouTube, you're ready to go, you're subscribed to both, so that we've got the opportunity for you to be able to comment. Sometimes with YouTube, if you subscribe, there's a certain amount of time before you can actually comment. So I just want to make sure people have that. But it's going to be live. We're going to about 3 minutes a piece for each one. We're going to say, hey, guess what? Steven from Princess and Scoundrel here made this wolf. This one's going up right now, right? We're going to go 3 minutes, boom. And then we see in the comments, people are going to do a shootout to see how much money we can raise for the Starlight Children's Foundation. So I am so excited to see a bunch of people in there having fun, riffing on each other. And it's always great because you just see this camaraderie of people who are going, hey, I'm going to go after this one. I'm going to go after this one. And I know that people behind the scenes are saying, hey, I'm going to try for this one. If I don't get bid on this, I want you to do this. So we've got people teaming up to make sure that they get the ornament that they want.
Yeah.
But also, we don't take any of the money. This is going all right to Starlight Children's Foundation.
The donations go straight to Starlight. The same link that you're going to be seeing all weekend long on the 501st Telethon that you're watching right now. And Mike and I are going to be coming back every so often throughout the weekend doing more reveals. So stay tuned and keep watching the telethon. And like Mike said, we've got another preview night that'll be going on Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Dad Batch podcast. So go to YouTube and make sure you subscribe for that, or go check out on Instagram, Dad Batch Pod. And again, Thank the Maker on Thursday night is the auction itself.
That's
right. So stay tuned on the telethon for more reveals all weekend long. Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the live version of the telethon. I'm Justin Sonfield, and I am joined today by Adam from Starlight, who is the CEO of this wonderful organization. Adam was named 2024's Nonprofit Executive of the Year by the Los Angeles Business Journal. Congratulations, probably extremely well deserved. And welcome to our show.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be back a bit over a year later. So, yeah, excited to be back.
Well, we're so excited to have Starlight as a partner yet again, and honestly, just can't wait to continue to work with each other year after year. Bottom line, let's start off. Tell us exactly why Starlight Children's Foundation exists and help us with its mission and vision.
Yeah, sure. We have a really simple mission, which is to deliver happiness to seriously ill kids. And, right now there's hundreds of thousands of kids in children's hospitals all across the country. They might have a major injury or navigating some sort of an illness or a disease. And when they're in there, everything, about being a child is stripped away. There's the fear of what's next, getting better, the endless pokes and pains, the stress, the isolation and loneliness that comes with that. So at Starlight, we're all about bringing the magic of play to kids in hospitals. And it's not just for the kids themselves, it's for the family. And we're about transforming moments in the hospital to allow kids to be kids, to play and to have fun, no matter what it is they're going through.
That's awesome. And how old is Starlight, and when did you become part of the company?
Yeah, so we celebrated our 40th birthday / anniversary a couple of years ago at Starlight. So 40 plus years of delivering happiness to kids in hospital. And I joined in 2019, so I'm coming up 6 years in the organization.
That's amazing. And so, since you've come on board, what kind of changes have you seen? How does it evolved? And what do you think are the big things that are happening today that are worth talking about?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot's changed. I mean, we're always focused on how can we have more impact, how can we improve our programs, and then how can we reach more kids. Our aim is that every hospitalized kid gets to experience the joy and the happiness of a Starlight program. We estimate we're sort of probably reaching around half of the kids that are hospitalized at the moment. So we're always about how can we raise more money through amazing telethons and initiatives like this so we can deliver more programs. So we're reaching more kids in more hospitals all across the country. We created an initiative called Our Commitment for Change a few years ago, which was making sure how we distribute our programs and the programs, the hospitals that are getting our programs, it's equitably split. And there's a lot of hospitals out there and pediatric units that support medically underserved and vulnerable populations, and they just don't have many resources at all. And so what we've done now is prioritize our programs going to those communities and impacting kids living in vulnerable populations. So that's been an amazing initiative for us to implement, to see the joy that these kids getting a Star Wars hospital gown, in their local hospital just before they're going in for some sort of surgery. So that's been great. And, the other side of the business is how can we raise more money so that we can impact more kids? So, one of the initiatives was our Stream for Starlight campaign, engaging the Twitch and streaming communities and content creators. Got running campaigns with Run Disney and our relationship with Disney just continues to get better and better. And with Lucasfilms, we did an amazing May the 4th activation again this year. So which I know the 501st Legion is a big part of. So
yeah, we really love being a part of that. So besides character themed hospital gowns, which are just amazing. I mean, we've all been to the doctor's visit where they say, yeah, get changed, and you get into something that never fits you and is kind of impersonal and all that. And these gowns really just are awesome because they have characters and are warm and they fit and are definitely specially made for them. But obviously you offer programs to over 700 children's hospital and healthcare facilities worldwide. It's incredible to see,
these children in their in their facilities. I actually trooped, I think it was a month and a half, 2 months ago, in one of the hospitals locally, and got to see it all firsthand. But beyond the gowns, talk about the other things that you guys offer for the children.
Yeah, we've also got an amazing partnership with Nintendo. That's 30 plus years. And we work with Nintendo to adapt the Switch, the latest console, to be able to work in a hospital environment. And in that case, infection control and how it's designed is really important as it's moving around a hospital environment. And the Starlight Nintendo Switches come with 40 plus games preloaded. The hospitals, and they love it because it's so much of being in a hospital is, the wait between seeing a doctor or the next treatment. So there's a lot of boredom and there's a lot of isolation. So the gaming stations break that up. We know the clinicians and child life specialists use it as a reward to motivate kids that are going through something, and say, hey, on the other side, when you get out of the, whatever that treatment is, we'll bring you in the gaming station. And it just it's one of the great things about gaming. It just normalizes the environment and enables clinicians and child life specialists to build rapport with the kids as well as they're playing Mario Kart and racing.
Sure.
And there's a lot of siblings that are healthy that are in hospital as well with their brother or sister. It enables them just to have fun and just normalize the experience for a little bit. So the gaming program is amazing. Then we have a toy delivery program as well. So we work with a lot of the major toy manufacturers from Lego, Disney, Mattel, Hasbro, and they donate toys to us, and then we package them up and send them out to all the hospitals. So, again, there's just so many kids right at the moment that are in hospital that will be over the Christmas holiday period, and they're going to miss out on the true joy of the holidays. So our aim is to bring that to them in hospital. And we've also got a program with Radio Flyer as well. So we've specially adapted a Radio Flyer wagon to work in a hospital. You can attach an IV pole. So instead of a child going around the hospital in a wheelchair, they can, well, you like to say, go for a joyride in the Radio Flyer wagon. So they're just our programs. Are simple on the one hand, but the impact is, and you've seen it, the impact is profound.
100%. Yeah, and the power of play in total, which is a concept that I'm a Disney adult, and apparently that's a thing that I actually got written up in the LA Times, and I had no idea it was going to be that big of a deal about this concept of play and adulthood. Share with us like the power of play with these children and how that's essential to their mental health and their care.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of these kids, the majority of these kids that receive our programs are in there because they've got some sort of significant injury or illness and disease. And our programs impact the mental wellness and well-being of the kids, and beyond that, it's the family as well. So when we know this as adults, it's like when you've got a positive mindset, when you're motivated to get through something, there's a reward on the other side, that changes your approach. And we know through the power of play that we can, through our programs, we can help the clinicians and child life specialists normalize what's coming next to the child, to help explain, okay, you're going for surgery, but you get to choose a Starlight hospital gown. When they have a positive attitude, they're far more likely to comply with the treatment, be more relaxed, less stressed, and have just a much brighter outlook as they're going through their treatment. And that, just even the compliance with, treatment, and these kids are getting poked and prodded and they've got to take medications all the time. That can be really, really tough. And that's where the Starlight programs come in to transform those moments. And, it's why we exist. And we see it all the time with the messages we get from parents and the clinicians just going, because of a Starlight program, it just transformed that moment and made everything easier with a kid going in for surgery or, complying with their treatment.
I mean, it's clear that the programs are essential, that this is something that when you see it in action, and again, when you see a hospital that does not have access to these types of things, you can see, what's missing, and how is it that Starlight is able to provide all of this to hundreds of hospitals?
Yeah, so our programs, we provide them for free to the hospital network, and we deal with every children's hospital across the country and pediatric unit and facility. And we're able to provide these programs through the generosity of our corporate partners, but also more grassroots initiatives like this. And I love how tangible our programs are. You can see them, you can touch them. The impact's immediate. And because of that tangibility, we know where the money is going. We know what programs are being funded from the Telethon initiative. And beyond what programs it is, we know what hospitals they're going to be going in. And then you see these kids and the impact that we have. So that's, it's a really amazing sort of virtuous circle here of doing initiatives like this, being able to then fund, will help fund Star Wars themed programming into hospitals, then see it in there, and particularly for the 501st Legions and others that are in there in costume, it's just, the interaction is unreal.
I mean, and let's talk about the end goal, which is got to be happiness, right?
Yeah, it is. It's happiness for these kids and their families, and supporting them through this journey. 6 years ago when I was joining Starlight, one of the things that motivated me to join Starlight was my niece, who was 3 years old at the time, was diagnosed with brain cancer, and she had brain surgery and then 8 months of the most intense chemotherapy. Aged 8, at the time, a 3-year-old could survive, and that forever impacts the family on pretty much every level.
Yeah.
And I've always said, the only thing worse than being told you've got cancer is that your child has cancer. Because that's just, it's just not right. And that's what happened with Charlie. And, she's 9 years old now. She's cancer-free. You wouldn't know, but she still goes in for an MRI, and she's a Frozen fan. So she's got the Starlight Frozen range of gowns, and whether it's Elsa or Anna, she chooses that gown before she goes in for her MRI, and it just helps normalize that moment for her, make it less scary. And for anyone that's had an MRI, it's an intense experience,
100%.
let alone for a kid.
No, it's and again, seeing for the first time, in a hospital of yours, I was lucky I was behind a mask.
Yeah.
Because the amount of emotion you see in every case that every room you walked into was a different case, and some cases are a lot worse off than others, but all of them obviously feeling the love and support that you guys are bringing. So some might ask, how did this all come together between us? And I'll tell you that we at the 501st and many of the other clubs have been supporting Starlight for over 11 years. With hospital visits, other fundraisers in different locations. I know our friends in Australia, our units in Australia, have done this for many, many, many years, and really see it as a core place where they like to be. In 2022, we were lacking a fund to support, and we called up Starlight. It was probably one of the most fun experiences over a weekend that I've ever been a part of in the 501st, where we came up with the idea about, hey, what about Starlight to partner with as the costuming groups and be associated with the celebration that was going to be happening in Anaheim. And we got together, we pulled it together within a couple of weeks, and we're able to raise close to $30,000 for Starlight's mission at that point in time. And then since then, through the initiatives that we did last year, we've raised, I think, on our side over $50,000, and then we've had some corporate sponsors that have helped match that to the tune of close to $100,000 just in the couple of years with us. So this is very, very, very important for us and for you guys and for all of you that are now being asked to engage and help us move forward. Pretty cool stuff, right?
Yeah, it's an amazing partnership, and with our partnership with Lucasfilms and Disney, it's perfect. That we're able to integrate the Star Wars characters and stuff into our programs. Then there's the fundraising side, to help deliver on those programs. But yeah, I was at a May the 4th event at the Children's Hospital of LA here, and there was Fiber First Legion was there. We were handing out Lucasfilms and Star Wars hospital gowns and then Star Wars toys, and the kids, they're stuck in a hospital for weeks. I met one girl recently that had been in the hospital for 200 consecutive days, and just for the characters to come in, for them to get some toys and just to break up the day is everything. And they talk about those moments forever as a highlight of the experience that they're going through.
Yeah, and it was really neat. So that there's this whole idea of fandom with a purpose, and we know that that's what we love, and that's what we are definitely about. Is celebrate this lovely Star Wars world and do that. And we had a great opportunity to work together in San Diego Comic-Con and had a wonderful panel where we talked about this, us and Chrissy Costanza, and it was really, really neat to talk about how different fandoms are coming together and helping you guys, with this. So in our last couple of minutes, what's next for Starlight?
Well, there's always, more kids to deliver happiness to. And we, right now, there'll be kids all across the country that are in hospital that are, engaging and playing in one of our gaming stations or getting one of our hospital gowns, like right now as, they're about to go in for treatment. So it's about continuing on with our mission, delivering more programs to the hospitals all across the country. We've got what we call our Starlight families. So these are families that have kids with long-term chronic illnesses that are directly connected to the organization, because a lot of their treatment happens actually outside the hospital. Right. So we're growing that initiative as well, supporting those kids no matter where they're treated. It could be at home, an outpatient setting. So yeah, there's a lot going on, but it's just persisting. It's working, with you guys and other groups to raise more money. It sort of, continues. And, as I said, our end state is that every kid, when they are admitted to a children's hospital, get to receive the joy of a Starlight program.
That's awesome. Well, we're out of time for now, but so much more to come. Adam, thank you so much. Thank you, Madison, Amy, everyone on that team who have been such amazing partners for us, and we will continue for as long as we can to help support your initiative. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Justin.
All right. More of the telethon coming right up after this lovely note from Starlight.
It's great to see the kids, and it brings like a light to their day. And I mean, I know the term is used a lot, but it's really great to bring smiles to them. And it just is a really great way to give back for all of us.
There are studies that show that play, while amazing for childhood development, also positively improves health outcomes for kids. And so that's where Starlight's programs of delivering happiness, like our Starlight gowns, like this one here today, one of our newest Star Wars gowns, plus the toys and the games that we're able to deliver, really are helping to improve health outcomes for the kids that we serve. There's so many benefits for our patients and families coming to events like Star Wars Day. It's all about quality of life for our patients as a pediatric palliative care center. So coming to events like this where the patients, their siblings, their parents can all participate in activities together in a medically friendly environment where children with diseases, injuries, and illnesses can meet other kids like them, and siblings can meet other siblings like them and just have fun is such a value for families to feel less alone.
and seeing like this community of people that are volunteering or work here, and the Starlight Foundation and how they put this on is just really reassuring, and seeing the big smile on his face is just giving me a little bit of solace, knowing that he's in good hands.
We are back. We are here with the 501st Legion's Holiday Telethon benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation. I am Ramey Shanaday, COO of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
And I'm Mike Forster, 93016 of the Great Lakes Garrison and squad leader of the Iron Range Squadron up here in the Upper Peninsula. Ramey, we are showing off ornaments all weekend long. We're in
That's right.
panels. We're doing all this stuff. What do we got here?
All right, we're here to talk about the Ornament Project. So this is an art project that you started a few years back. Tell everybody what this is about.
Yeah, this was about connecting artists and be able to put together some really incredible one-of-one pieces that go to be auctioned off. They're auctioned off to be able to support different charities. And this year we are proud to support Starlight Children's Foundation alongside the 501st Legion. It's been an incredible showcase that is being put together. I don't get to see all of them sometimes. So when they show up at my doorstep in a big box, it's just as much of a surprise. And speaking of surprise, I only got teased a couple times, but when I pulled this one out, I was like, this is the coolest thing I've seen. So let's go ahead and show this off, shall we?
Let's see it.
All right. So we have a 501st member that happens to be also a metal fabricator. He's a creator. He goes by Megan Neth. And David Neth is, I think his first costume was a Boba Fett, of course, and then he kept it real bounty hunter and ended up doing Cad Bane himself.
Yeah.
And he reached out and said, hey, are you cool with me going a little overboard? And I said, well, how overboard is overboard? And I assure you, Ramey, he went overboard.
That he
So
did.
let's first of all start with the fact that these are all going to auction. So you'll be able to buy all of these to be able to support Starlight Children's Foundation. The bid, the auction goes on Thursday. We'll share more about that. You'll be able to see more about that. And if you follow along with us, you'll be able to see all the times, all the dates of when this is happening. But let's get into this, okay? So first of all, this box is
look at that
precision cut metal that turns to unlock the box. Now I've unlocked the box for ease of showing it off here, but he has this full box that he made. All right. Now, if you're opening this up to go, what on earth could be inside? Well, when you open it, you'll see this. It has a mechanism on the inside. But when you pull this out and see what David did here to honor his favorite bounty hunter, and I hope he is, it kind of seems like it after looking at this. You're going to get the box, but also check this out. You got a real big problem being a bounty hunter.
Look at
this. Cad Bane in the flesh. Cad Bane's hat, chromed out. Cad Bane's blasters, all the credits, all the way to the Sabak cards, all miniature painted, right?
And
this the cup, which is Cad Bane's actual cup from our friend Eric Herspink, who does ceramics, Star Wars inspired ceramics.
Incredible.
I'm like, the back is awesome. It says David Neth on the back. He actually did the back of the Sabak cards from Galaxy's Edge. I mean, how cool is this? It's all gold and it's a beautiful paint job. So if you are a fan of Clone Wars, if you're a fan of bounty hunters, you are going to get this amazing ornament here. And of course, then you're going to get this amazing box too. So if you want to leave this up wherever you want to leave it up and you want to use this box as your new favorite thing, well, guess what? Just put in a bid and you can get it. So David crushed this. I am so blown away when he shared a little detail. I was like, wait, is that what I think it is? When I got it, I was not prepared for how awesome this little piece is. So Neth crushed it. You can bid on this on Thursday, live on YouTube. Follow along with us to be able to make sure you're subscribed, able to comment. Just an incredible display of creativity here.
Exactly. So follow along on the telethon all weekend long. Mike and I are doing reveals. And then on Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Dad Batch Podcast YouTube channel, we'll be doing a full preview night of all the ornaments there. And then Thursday night on Thank the Makers YouTube channel is the actual auction itself. Make sure you subscribe so that you'll be able to do the on live bidding in the comments, and we'll see you there. So thanks, everybody.
All right, everybody. This is one of the ones that everyone always waits for, and that is the utter humiliation of a trivia game. I'm Justin Sonfield, Legion Commanding Officer again, and I'm here with an amazing panel of people that I'm going to totally beat in a few minutes. But this is the Jedi quiz show, and we're very excited about this. This is the first time trying a new format here, so wish us all luck. I mean, we're calling it Jar Jar Thinks. I mean, what kind of better parody is there than that?
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you got that. We're gonna introduce have our wonderful group introduce themselves real quick so we can get going because we're running a little bit late. But we'll start with Brian Young. Brian, who are you and what do you do and why are you here?
I'm Brian Young. I write about Star Wars a lot, and I host the Full of Sith podcast, and have written for Star Wars Insider and over at the official site for years and years and years, and just really like Star Wars.
And everybody knows. I mean, you're the one to beat from what we've heard. So
I don't know about that.
All right, Brian Herring.
Hello, I'm Brian Herring. I am a puppeteer and I perform characters such as the Porgs and BB-8 and many, many other things in the Star Wars galaxy.
My buddy Marty.
And I've never
Go
played this game before.
I know Jeopardy apparently, this other game that this may look like never crossed the pond.
High Danger, I think.
High Danger.
Yeah,
My friend,
really, if it did, I never saw it. So I'm going to be working this out as I go.
My friend Marty, great to see you again.
Hey, thank you very much for having me. Marty Matulis. I have the good fortune of playing Vane, the slightly buzzed space pirate who showed up in Mandalorian and by the grace of Favreau and Filoni has now been ported over to Skeleton Crew.
Wonderful. And then our beloved game host who's going to take it away from here, Thomas.
Thank you, Justin. Thanks, everyone. Beloved will last for about 10 seconds, and then it will be hated, despised. You pick your adjective. I have to say to Brian and Marty, the inclusion of you two threw my questions in disarray. I had a whole category on BB-8, a whole category on Vane, and I had to throw that out because you two would be like fishing with dynamite. So unfortunately,
I wouldn't bank on it.
Had to
It's
go
been
back
a long
to
time. It's been a long time. We might have forgotten everything by now.
This is the first time I've hosted or played a game in which folks who are of Star Wars, who are in Star Wars, are playing the game. So this is a little like interdimensional for me. So, and Brian, you and I go way back. I had to adjust the difficulty level on some of these to test you, but we'll have a good time here. So welcome. I'm Thomas. I am out in Garrison Corita in Eastern Pennsylvania. And the format here, if you're not familiar with Jeopardy, you never saw it, never crossed into your particular country, we're going to reveal 6 categories. We have 2 rounds, each with 6 categories. Those will correspond to the types of questions that you'll get. As you can guess, the questions are worth varying amounts of credits because we're not going with dollars in this galaxy. So the players will take turns as we get a question that is read. The players have a buzzer. We are really advanced in technology here. They will be able to buzz in once those buzzers are activated. They will have to put their answer in the form of a question, as is typical for Jeopardy. So the clue that you're going to see when it's revealed is going to be a statement, not a question mark on the end. So they'll say, who is Luke Skywalker, or what is the Millennium Falcon, depending on what the question is or the clue is. At the end of those 2 rounds, you're going to see, we're going to do score checks in between. So you'll be able to see there at the bottom of the screen who's leading. The player who gets a question right will control the board and get to go to their choice of dollar amount, credit amount, and categories. So you can jump around. You can go for all the 1,000 credit questions. The credits go up in round 2. They are worth more. And then that final round, players will get a category, and then they will have to make a bet, a wager, based on the number of credits that they have and their confidence with that category. So if it's Luke Skywalker and you love Luke Skywalker, maybe you bet it all. If it is, trash compactor numbers, maybe you adjust accordingly. And then players will have 30 seconds after the question is read to enter their answers, and we will reveal one by one along with their bets. The winner obviously goes home with a YT 1300 modified freighter. It's a little banged up. It's okay, but that's our parting gift to you here at Jar Jar Thinks, the ultimate Star Wars quiz show. So without further ado, I'm going to start this round 1 and reveal our categories. Your first category is the original trilogy. Where else could it start? Category 2, behind the scenes. Behind the scenes also seems unfair given that 2 of our contestants have literally been behind the scenes, but we'll set that aside. Our third category, prequels, sequels, and Star Wars stories. Category 4, oops, all clones. My personal favorite. Category 5, Star Wars on the small screen. I put that in for you, Marty.
Excellent.
And lastly, who said it? So you're going to get a quote and you'll have to identify who said the quote. So to start us off, since Justin, you're highlighted in gold there, and that's the arbitrary method that we've gone by, give us your pick. Where do you want to go?
The original trilogy for 200.
Original trilogy for 200. In A New Hope, Luke Skywalker drinks this odd-looking but iconic beverage prepared by his Aunt Beru. Justin.
What is blue bantha milk?
That is correct. You added, I don't give you extra credits for that, but correct. Where do you want to go next?
Let's stay in the category. Original trilogy for 400.
Climb the ladder here. This Ewok serves as head of Bright Tree Village on Endor and agrees to have his tribe help the Rebel Strike Force in its mission. Brian.
Who is Chief Chirpa?
The very best of the original action figures, second only to Darth
I am
Vader.
mashing this thing and it's not going off.
Between there and Logray.
Brian.
Let's go with prequel, sequels, and Star Wars stories for 200.
I wouldn't have expected you to go anywhere else, Brian, as the champion of the prequels that you are. Your $200 question. This stalwart fighter was head of Queen Amidala's Royal Naboo security forces and would later become a Moff and governor of Naboo under the Galactic Empire. Justin.
Who is Panaka?
That's correct. The best first name in the galaxy, second to Sheev, Mr. Quarsh Panaka.
I'll
Justin,
take it.
back to
I'm
you.
going back to my home original trilogy for 600.
Get back on that ladder. During their first encounter, Yoda demands that Luke give him this item from his camp in exchange for helping him find Yoda. Brian.
What is a lamp?
That is correct. A torch, lamp, all acceptable. Brian, where would you like to go?
Let's go sequels, prequels, and the other stuff for 400.
I also wouldn't have expected you to go any other place. Apart from his considerable pay, the Kaminoans tell Obi-Wan that this was Jango Fett's only other demand in exchange for serving as the Clone Army template. Brian.
What is an unaltered clone?
That's correct. An unaltered clone for himself. Little Boba. So cute. So deadly. You want to stay in prequel
Yeah, let's
sequels?
stay there. Keep going. 600.
All right, let's go 600. In Rogue One, Saw Gerrera uses this terrifying tentacled creature to interrogate prisoners like Bodhi Rook. Justin.
What is Borgullet?
Borgullet. Also the name of the species, oddly enough.
There's a
So
lag on these.
makes it really convenient. Justin,
We'll
where to
stay
next?
there. 800.
All right. In Solo, a Star Wars story, Tobias Beckett says he wants to learn to play this instrument after retiring from a life of crime. Brian.
The Valakor. What is a Valakor?
That is correct. Outstanding. Never gets the chance to learn that Valkyrie. He really was going to learn it. Do you want to stay there or go elsewhere?
Stay there for 1,000, yep.
We're going to the big gun. 1,000 in Revenge of the Sith. This individual pilots Padme's ship during her journey to find Anakin on Mustafar. Brian.
Who is C-3PO?
That is correct. The only time we see him pilot anything on screen in a live action film. All right. That category is closed out. So where would you like to go?
Behind the scenes for 200.
Behind the scenes for 200. Many of the shots on the snow planet Hoth were shot on location in this European country. Brian.
Wow, Brian.
What is Norway?
Norway is correct. Ulfins, right outside the hotel there. Stay there or go elsewhere?
Star Wars on the small screen for 200.
Star Wars on the small screen for 200. And your clue is famed bounty hunter Din Djarin used this starship to carry out his business before it was tragically obliterated by Moff Gideon's cruiser. Brian with a Y.
What is the Razor Crest?
There you go.
That is correct. I also would have taken the real nerd answer, the Carillion Engineering Corporation ST-70 assault ship for those fleet junkies.
Sure you would have.
Right.
Had to put that in there with this crew. You want to stay there or go elsewhere?
Let's go with behind the scenes for 400.
Behind the scenes for 400. Pull back the curtain. This Star Wars film was the only one in the saga to receive an Academy Award nomination for one of its acting performances, a Best Supporting Actor role. Brian with an I.
Who is Peter Cushing?
I'm looking for the film.
Oh, sorry.
if you wanna give me-
What is Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope?
Correct.
Wow.
It was for Alec
It was
Guinness.
Alec Guinness, though.
It's Alec Guinness.
Guinness.
Alec
Okay.
Guinness. Correct. No other acting nominations. Such a robbery.
How about that?
You want to stay
Let's
behind the scenes
stay-
or go out?
Yeah, stay there for
Your
600.
reflexes are astounding, Brian.
Right?
I'm matching this
It's,
phone.
I mean,
it's
we're
almost like
dying
it's
here.
almost like he's a droid. I don't know.
Speed
what
tap
else
is
to
the
say.
way in.
Right?
The creator himself, George Lucas, directed this number of Star Wars films. Brian with an I.
What is the number one? No,
Num-
what am I talking? No,
Nope.
no.
Number
it's
one.
not.
No,
Sorry.
that is incorrect.
No,
He
no.
directed Brian with a Y.
What is 4?
Yeah. Yep.
That is correct. Your
Not the
original
prequels existed for
your
a
original
moment.
movie, A New Hope, and your 3 prequels. Brian with a Y. You control the board.
My
Let's go
buzzer's
with
not working.
behind the scenes.
Marty, is your buzzer working? Mine's not working.
I'm tapping away. I'm going to get on the board on this next one. Watch this.
Let's go with behind the scenes for 800.
Behind the scenes 800.
Oh.
It's a daily double, the only one of this round. How much would you like to wager?
Um,
You just tell me, and I'll put it in.
let's go with 1,000. And I needed to get the session name again. It kicked me
Yeah,
out.
my buzzer's just done this. It's just stopped.
That sounds
Okay,
great.
Well,
Let's
we'll
do
go
that.
with this. He has written 4 Star Wars films, second only to George Lucas in number of writing credits for this franchise. For the franchise.
Who's Lawrence Kasdan?
That is correct. So
Can we get the session
our
name
folks-
QR again, gents? We're out.
Yes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to back out here. It will keep our place. Okay, if you can use that one.
Okay, we could do the same thing again, yeah?
Yep, just scan that QR code again. See, these are
And
the parts in
everyone
the
at home is
televised
doing this now.
broadcast. They have the magic of editing on TV, but that's okay. Okay, I've got all 4 of us back in here. Okay, all right, we're back up with the amounts. All right. Oh, just dropped one. It looks like Brian, you dropped. You want me to go back? Nope, there he is. Okay.
We're back.
All right, Brian with a Y. It stays with you.
Okay, let's go for behind the scenes for 1,000.
The big boy in behind the scenes. George Lucas's son Jet has a heroic last stand cameo in this Star Wars film. Brian with an I.
What is Revenge of the Sith?
Correct. Zeb Lucas tragically gunned down by those clones right in front of Bail. Where would you like to go next? Now that category
original trilogy for 800, please.
Original trilogy for 8. In order to hide Anakin's identity, Uncle Owen told young Luke that his father held this job during the Clone Wars. Brian with an I.
Navigator on a spice freighter.
Oh man, you gave the extra. The job is just the navigator, but that's double correct. You want to go for the 1,000 or go elsewhere?
let's finish this one up.
In A New Hope, C-3PO tells Uncle Owen that his first job was programming this type of machine, which he claims are very similar to moisture evaporators in most respects.
Oh my gosh!
Brian with an I.
What a binary load
6 milliseconds. Oh.
Binary load lifters is correct, and nobody has any. He's across the pond, so the time and space.
Clearly,
here,
his internet is
clearly
much
not
better. Would you like to plug a phone service?
There's too many trees where I live. The signals are getting caught.
All right, Brian with an I. Where do you want to
go? Who said it for 200?
Who said it for 200? To trick a gangster, you will bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me. Brian with an I.
Who is Darth Vader?
That is incorrect.
Nope. Oh.
Brian with a Y.
Who is Jabba the Hutt?
Nope. That is also incorrect.
No. I know now.
Oh wait, no, that is correct. I'm sorry. I had the clue wrong. Sorry, I apologize. Brain disconnect. This is what they also edit out. Correct. All right. Go ahead, Brian.
Let's go with Star Wars on the small screen for 400.
400. Ahsoka uses the light speed abilities of these creatures to chase Morgan Elsbeth and Baylan Skoll outside the known galaxy in search of Thrawn. Brian with an I.
What are Purgles?
You don't have to answer with such trepidation. They are Purgles.
I don't know how to pronounce that word, but it's yeah.
Beautifully.
Marty, how's the weather over there?
It's
good.
Really, can you not hear it? It's really
cloudy,
windy.
kind of overcast.
It's terrible.
Oh, God.
Star Wars on the small screen for 600.
Star Wars on the small screen for 600. In the Andor series, he served as Cassian Andor's floor manager in Unit 52D within the Narkina 5 prison. Brian with a Y.
Who's Kino Loy?
That is correct, Kino Loy. Maybe one day, maybe he's swimming out there. Maybe he's overcome his fears. Yeah.
I'd like to think he had floaties in his suit.
Absolutely.
Let's go with
Standard
Star Wars.
issue.
Star Wars on the small screen for 800.
Star Wars for 800. This is the real name of Master Depa Balaba's former Padawan who escapes Order 66 and goes on to fight with the rebellion on Lothal and beyond. Brian with a Y.
Who is Caleb Doom?
That is correct.
I took a full coffee break on that one. Good work.
And
You going for the 1,000?
Yeah, let's go for 1,000.
All right, Star Wars on the small screen for 1,000. Also known as a Virgin Scatter. This is the name of a mysterious plane within the Force containing doors and pathways between time and space. Brian with an I.
What is the world between worlds?
That is correct. The world between
These are
worlds
great
where anything is possible. All right. You haven't seen Oops All Clones yet, so don't say that so
Okay,
fast.
let's do Oops All Clones for 200.
This city was home to the primary cloning facility for the Grand Army of the Republic and was the capital of Camino. Brian with a Y.
What is Typoka?
Tapoka City is correct. May she rest in peace on the floor of the ocean there.
Damn you, Admiral Rampart.
Spoilers for Bad Batch if you haven't seen it. Stay, or do you want to jump to who said it?
We might as well go with Oops All Clones. Let's just stick here with 400.
Okay. This famed clone adorned his helmet with J guys and served as commander of Torrent Company in the 501st Legion. Justin.
Who is Rex?
Is correct. Who is Captain Ray? Briefly a commander before he was demoted, but captain it is. Justin, you want to stay?
I don't trust my ability with clones, so I'm Who Said It for 400.
400 it is. To preserve the Republic, the oppression of the Sith will never return. You have lost. Brian with a Y.
Who is Mace Windu?
It is correct. Best lines in that film.
You guys are doing great.
I know, Marty. Isn't this
Can I
fun to
just say,
watch?
this is fun. I'm learning so much about this franchise.
Let's go with
bring up that Vane category. would you?
Right, right.
That's right.
let's go with Oops All Clones for 600.
Oops All Clones for 600. Troopers of the 332nd Company specially painted their helmets to resemble the face of this beloved former Jedi commander. Brian with an I.
Who is Ahsoka Tano?
That is correct.
She's no Jedi.
Beautiful homage there. Clones or quotes?
Who said it for 600?
For 600 it is. Questioning a trusted partner. I find that answer vague and unconvincing. Brian with an I.
Who is K2SO?
I feel like a droid question for you is very unfair. I'd like to get that one back.
We're not all friends. You know, we don't all hang out.
It's true. That's true.
I can't wait till final.
Who said it for 800?
Who said it for 800? To negotiate a reward. If the price is right, I can break you into Old Man Snoke's boudoir. Brian with an I.
Who is? Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. It's completely gone. I was there when he said it. Go on.
You got a little bit of time.
Oh, I have got time. It's. Who is DJ?
Oh,
that is correct. Oh. I couldn't hit the button in time. That is correct. Let's see here. Brian, since the timer ran, I don't have a way to. If I hit incorrect, you're not. Let's see here.
Oh, you didn't hit it before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't hit it in time, so we'll adjust. You did get the correct answer. It was in time, so that was an $800. We'll keep an eye on that if it makes the difference in the end. So
okay,
I've got
I don't think it will because he's too
that,
fast on the
given
draw.
the states.
Right? Who said it for 1,000?
Who said it for 1,000? To inspire confidence, in time you will learn to trust your feelings. Then you will be invincible. Brian with a Y.
That was Sheev Palpatine / Darth Sidious. Who is Sheev Palpatine / Darth Sidious?
It is correct. Just building up that confidence. Just laying it on thick. All right, we've only got one place to go. You want the 800 or the 1,000?
Yeah, let's go with 800.
Oops, all clones for 800. Highly skilled clones like Blitz, Fives, Colton Echo all earned this elite designation, which featured unique armor, including a pauldron and comma. Brian with an I.
Who were the Bad Batch?
Oh, that is incorrect.
Ah.
Brian with a Y.
What are Republic Commandos?
I will accept that, given that they are that's an appropriate alternate name for them. I understand there's a difference in armor for the commandos, but I think that's a common slang for who they are. So we'll accept that. All right, Brian, last question of the round. This small but resourceful droid helped Clone Trooper 5s discover the inhibitor chips implanted in all clones before later joining forces with the Bad Batch while escaping Camino. Brian with a Y.
AZ3, and then he's got about 900 numbers after that.
I'll count it, even though you rounded down. I would have also accepted AZ3. A little AZ there helping out. Okay, so we're going to take a quick pause here and check our scores. So, Brian, technically it's tied, I would say. So, Brian with an I, you got 7,200. That 800 was credited to our other Brian. So we do have a tie for first place, but the numbers in Double Jeopardy are double, as they say. So you can make up a lot of ground. There are 2 daily doubles in this next round. So how do we
Marty
feel?
and I get to play?
Oh, can you edit it?
I am biding my time.
There's
just
there's
biding my time.
Thomas, it's got little can you edit up there?
Let's see here. Let me see if I can
If
delete
there's
just
little
one.
pencils next to the scores.
Oh, look at that.
Ryan marked incorrect for 100.
Oh.
Yeah, you can looks like you can edit up there next
Yeah,
to
see
the
if you get
scores a
that
bit.
pencil.
If you
next
could
to
just
that.
go up next to the scores.
There you
I
go.
see it.
Oh, put some stuff on mine.
If you anger me, then if you anger me, then I will
give
do
Marty
this.
Just one
give
dollar,
Marty
$1.
some money.
Can I just
You
have
see,
one? Like,
now you shouldn't
sympathy
have
dollar.
alerted me of this power. Now I feel like Jabba the Hutt. I've got my hand on the
Yeah,
Rancor
anything can happen
trapdoor
now.
switch.
Just,
So time
His
for,
vengeance
you know
will be
what?
swift.
You know what?
Tie us up. There you go.
Just one.
There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Bane
Wait a
is-
second.
Bane
No, I
is
didn't
coming
earn that.
in.
Wait, hold
He's
on.
a pirate. He would steal it anyway.
Yeah,
Bane
yeah,
is
that makes
coming
sense.
in.
There we
True.
go.
That's true.
No,
And you
I
know
don't.
what?
I don't need anything.
You got the Rex.
Yeah,
You got the Rex answer.
I'm good.
I'll give you a little bonus.
Appreciate
That's your
it.
bonus.
We'll
Your round in
keep
bonus.
it fun.
Thanks for
All
the
right. We have a tight game here going into round 2. Let's see those categories. Category 1, putting the war in Star Wars. Your second category, opening crawls.
Oh.
Category 3, planets and locations. Category
Tatooine?
4, hollow photo bonanza. Those are photo clues, if that wasn't apparent in its canon form. A wretched hive of scum and villainy is your 5th category. And your 6th category is by the numbers. These are questions that call for a number answer, a numeric answer.
You might as well have a category that says relatives' birthdays. By
Don't
the
count yourself
numbers.
out yet.
Oh no, I see a
All
couple
right.
in there. I'm getting ready.
Brian with
Let's
a Y,
try-
you control the board.
Opening crawls for 400.
Marty, go for it.
We
This
got
is happening.
opening crawls for 400. This film's opening crawl is the first to feature the word Jedi. Brian with a Y.
What is The Empire Strikes Back?
It's incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Justin.
Return of the Jedi? What is Return of the Jedi?
That is also incorrect.
Technically, it's in there.
Well, I can certainly guess.
Marty.
What is The Force Awakens?
That is also
No, I know
incorrect.
there's one before that.
Yeah.
Brian with an I.
What is the Phantom Menace?
Yes.
That is
That's
correct.
the one.
Yes, when they
Dispatches
felt right.
dispatch 2 Jedi. Yep.
To be fair, it is the opening crawl that's called for. I understand the title.
I
That
get
is
it.
a
Yes,
fair
yes,
point, but
yes.
not the title not included.
Fine.
All right, Brian, where do you want to go?
Scum and Villainy for 400, please.
Diving into the dangerous pool here. While pursuing Obi-Wan through an asteroid field, bounty hunter Jango Fett uses the shockwave from this type of weapon, which emits obviously the best sound effect in all of Star Wars. Ryan.
What is the seismic charge?
That is correct. Don't question yourself. It's
Oh,
okay.
on
You've
a
got
daily
this.
basis. Hollow photo bonanza for 4.
Okay, I'm going to show you a photo, and you are required to give me. These are all characters. You're going to give me the character name. Who is this very even-tempered individual?
Oh.
Brian with a Y.
Who is General Armitage
Hux?
Hux?
General Hux.
General
Extra
Hugs.
points for his. Yeah, General. Also would have been accepted. Where to
Same
next?
for 800, please.
Oh, it's Brian with a Y. Got it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let's go with let's try opening crawls for 800 again. Let's get the hard one out of the way
Crawls
first.
800. This sequel film's opening crawl is the only one to mention Kylo Ren by name in its text. Brian with an I.
What is The Rise of Skywalker?
That is correct. The Rise of Skywalker. That crawl is crowded with names, to be fair. All right.
We'll stay
where
there.
to?
We'll stay there for 1200.
Opening crawls for 1200. Luke Skywalker is mentioned by name in this number of opening crawls. In other words, how many films is he mentioned by name? Brian with an I.
What is the number 3?
It's incorrect. Justin.
What is 2?
Is also incorrect. Brian with a Y.
What is 4?
That is correct.
Ah.
4. Two,
I was just
two
sitting here
original
sweating, thinking I'd
trilogy,
have to
2
name
sequel
them.
trilogy. I'm not
Let's
that
go.
cruel.
Opening crawls for 1600.
You are glutton for punishment, my friend.
Yeah.
This is the last word of the opening crawl in 2 of the original trilogy films. Brian with a Y.
What is galaxy?
Yeah.
Excellent job.
Nice.
A New Hope and Return of the Jedi.
It rhymes.
Let's
You going
finish
for
it
the
off for
tooth?
2000.
All right, opening crawls for 2000. These 3 characters are mentioned by name in Return of the Jedi's opening crawl. Brian with an I.
Who are Luke Skywalker, Jabba the Hutt, and Han Solo?
That is correct. Impressive.
That
my
is
friend.
most impressive.
Outstanding. All right, where to next?
I should really get out more.
No, this is a group that will encourage this habit. Very much so. You're in the wrong place for support.
Putting the war in Star Wars for
Putting the
400.
war in Star Wars for 400. According to Lando, his little maneuver at this battle helped him earn a promotion to general in the rebellion. Justin.
Oh, what is Battle of Taneb?
That is correct.
Nice.
Good luck trying to remember where the extra A goes in this when you're trying to spell it by memory.
Put the war
Where
back
to
in Star
next?
Wars for 800.
800. Pilots Pops and Tyree fly as part of this squadron during the Battle of Yavin. Brian with an I.
Where's the color gold?
Gold Squadron is it. The best squadron. We can have no debate on that,
it's
or I'll dock you all of your points. Go ahead.
Carry on with 1200.
1200 it is. Daily double.
Oh, this is where things could change.
Okay, so I've got to say how much. I don't know how much do I. How much have I got there? I will.
You've got
How do I do this?
10,400.
So how
You
do
just tell me an amount and I'll enter it in for you.
So I've got how much did you say? Sorry.
You've got just a little over 10,000.
Let's do 1,000.
Right, 1,000 it is. The wager is set. Stormtroopers from this famed and feared Imperial unit lead the raid on Princess Leia's blockade runner in A New Hope.
What is the 501st?
That is correct. The 501st Legion leads the way. Next, you want to stay in war?
Yeah, let's put the war in.
All
Star
right.
Wars.
This skilled rebel pilot flies under the call sign Rogue 2 during the Battle of Hoth. Justin.
Who's Wedge Antilles?
Is incorrect.
Shoot, I know. This is Rogue 2.
Everybody, if you're like me, you've got this scene playing in your mind, the music,
there.
the sound
I
effects.
found them. Yeah.
I can see the matte lines and everything.
Yep.
Names.
Brian.
Who is Hobby?
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Anyone? You don't have to guess if you don't know
It
it.
was
It's
too,
okay.
Brian. Just throwing that out there.
All right, I'll give 5 seconds. Is Zev Sinetska.
Never.
Yeah,
Never. I
Zev.
always said you guys is what I would call him.
Tragic death. Ready to take down a walker.
I knew
only to
that
get hit
too. I'm
directly in the-
ashamed of myself.
All right.
Is he the guy that
let's hear
found
it.
Han out there?
Yeah.
That's true. I found it. Brian, we're staying with you.
Oh, me. 2,000 to the putting the war into.
In the war in Star Wars for 2000, in what is commonly regarded as the finest military decision of all time, Boss Nass promotes Jar Jar Binks to this rank just before the Battle of Naboo. Brian with a Y.
What is Bombad General?
I don't know why the United States Army doesn't have Bombad General as a rank, but somebody should change that.
I don't know
really
why
quickly.
every army doesn't have that as a rank.
Where would you like to go next?
Let's go with Hollow Photo Bonanza.
Hollow Photo Bonanza. Here is your
For
visual
800, yeah.
clue. Brian with a Y.
Who is Garazeb Aurelios?
Oh, the full name. I would have accepted
Wow.
Zeb, but
Nice.
you just flex on us. Okay. Where to
Let's
next?
Let's stick with it for 1200.
Telephoto Bonanza for 1200. Here's your clue.
Shoot.
Justin.
The little guy that wrote the awesome thing.
I don't need his full name. I'll take his last name.
It's on the.
You got a few more seconds.
Can't remember it. Sorry, you can go ahead and buzz.
Caffeine is failing us this
I
morning.
know, right?
Ryan.
Who is Nemec?
That is true. Karis Nemec.
Karis Nemec. Nemec's Manifesto.
Stick with this for 1600.
Telephoto Bonanza for 16. Here's your clue. It's a daily double. How would you like to wager? And
just
for
put it that-
reference, okay, 1,000.
Yeah, let's just go with 1,000.
Come on, be a pig.
Should have hit max.
Oops.
You can see.
It's
I
Joe
imagine-
Yowza. Who is Joe Yowza?
Yeah, Joe Yowza. You can see his spittle. That is just permanently ingrained
should
in
have
my
bet
brain.
more.
Beautiful
He
vibrato,
belts it
Joe.
out.
Telephoto Bonanza for 2,000.
Telephoto Bonanza for 2,000. Here's your clue. Justin.
Who's the Pantera named George Lucas?
I need at least his last
I
name.
can't. Go ahead and get corrected.
Brian with a Y.
Who is Baron Papanoida?
That is true. Not Lewis. Baron, not Lewinsky Papanoida. Good luck saying that 3 times fast.
I was going to sort of guess his name.
I mean,
was like
I'm in trouble,
Luke
y'all.
Georges or
The
something,
best
you know.
cameo in the Clone Wars animated series. He double wields those blaster pistols.
And
Saves
he's
his
got
family.
Corey Burton doing like an Orson Welles voice for him. It's great.
Very true. Where to next?
Let's go with buy the numbers for 400. Let's see how bad
By
that's
the
going to be.
numbers. That's a $400. According to C-3PO, these are the odds of successfully navigating an asteroid field. Brian with a Y
3,720 to 1.
is correct. 3,720 to 1.
Sorry,
Don't tell me the odds. Would you like to stay there? Go elsewhere.
Let's try buy the numbers for 2,000.
For 2,000, by the numbers, jumping up the chain. Nice. While disguised as Bausch, Leia initially demands this huge sum of credits from Jabba in exchange for the mighty Chewbacca. Brian with a Y.
What is 50,000? No less.
Correct. And I appreciate the added on piece there. That makes my heart sing.
Let's go for 1,600.
16, working down the ladder here. Lando tells Han that it's impossible to make the Kessel Run in fewer than this number of parsecs. Justin.
12. What is 12?
It's incorrect.
I know. Shit. Oh.
Brian with an I.
What is 14?
It is also incorrect. Although that is an answer to another numbers question if I had to pick one. Not in this game. All right. Marty.
I can guess a number. 17.
17 is close. You were the closest, but incorrect.
It's 20.
It is
That's
20.
Right. That's right.
14. Great pull there. That's what Ray thinks the record was. The Falcons' record was before getting
And then the notes,
hilariously
come on,
corrected.
Teresa.
Let's go for
Well,
1,200.
1,200 by the numbers. Okay, in The Force Awakens, the lovable but misunderstood Unkar plot offers Rey this number of portions in exchange for BB-8.
Some deep divey questions now.
Dang.
All right, Brian.
Oh, big
60.
surprise.
I heard 60.
60.
I tried my best to scrub this of BB-8 questions, but one remained. It's okay. Finish the category or
Yeah,
go
finish it
elsewhere?
off for 800. Yeah.
By the numbers for 800. This was Princess Leia's detention cell number aboard the Death Star. Justin.
Here it is, 2187.
That is correct.
Thank God.
187.
I want to go to
All right. Planets.
Wretched Hive.
Which is also Finn's name.
That's
in The
right.
Force
This is
Awakens.
true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Wretched Hive of Scum and Villainy for 800.
800 it is. Darth Vader speaks with this number of fearsome bounty hunters aboard his flagship, enlisting them in the hunt for the Millennium Falcon. Should have been in the numbers section. Brian with an I.
What is number 5?
It's incorrect. Brian with a Y.
What is 6?
That is correct. 6 bounty hunters.
I was going to have to
imagining
name them to get the
action
number,
figures.
but
That's what I'm sitting there.
There was a different version
doing
of
it
this
on my
question.
hands, going like, which one am I missing?
Bosk,
Yeah.
IG-88.
Name them in
Boba Fett.
order
I
of
forgot IG-88,
how they were
yeah.
standing. All right, where should we go next?
Let's go with planets, or no, let's go with Wretched Hive of Scum and Villainy for 1200. Let's just keep going here.
1200 it is. In Solo, a Star Wars story, Han, Beckett, and crew botch a heist that was intended to steal a large quantity of this volatile substance from the Empire. Brian with an I.
What is unrefined coaxium?
It's true. I would also accept it. I appreciate the modification there. Unrefined. That's if I could give extra points.
It would have been easy if it had been refined. They could have taken their time.
Right?
It's true. Just chill out. All right. You want to stay there or go?
2000. Wretched Hive for 2000.
Wretched Hive for 2000 it is. This type of identification marker contained an individual's biographic information, such as age, and were commonly used by bounty hunters in conjunction with tracking fobs. Justin.
What is a chain code?
Chain code is correct. I mean, you only have his age. He's 50 years old.
I'll take Scum and Villainy for 1600.
Scum and Villainy for 16. This Palawick bounty hunter and musician snuffed out the notorious Zero the Hutt before eventually working as lead singer with a band at Jabba's palace. Brian with a Y.
Who is Sice Noodles?
That is correct.
I did not know
That
that part of the
Clone
story.
Wars episode
What?
threw me for a loop.
How do you manage that?
Wow.
All right, we're
Um,
down to our last category. Where do you want to go on it?
Excuse me.
Let's just go with 400.
400. You can visit Freetown, watch the Buna Eve pod race, or grab a drink at Chalmun's Cantina on this planet. Brian with an I.
Where is Tatooine?
That is correct. 800, or you want to jump up?
Let's 800.
All right. For 800, travel to the life zone of this planet to see Tabana gas mining up close, meet the Baron Administrator, and maybe spot the galaxy's most famous ice cream maker. Justin.
What is Bespin?
That is correct. Which one shall it be?
1200.
1200. To reach this planet and its invaluable resource, you must thread through the Psychota cluster before passing through the Maelstrom. Brian with a Y.
What is Kessel?
Castle is correct. We're all going to end up in the spice mine, smashed to pieces.
Into who knows what?
16 or 200 or 2000.
1600.
1600 it is. On this lush planet, you can visit an old Clone Wars battlefield at Cachiro, get a breathtaking view from the Great Tree, or try to catch a glimpse of a rare, massive Shio bird. Marty.
What? Me?
You got it. You're in.
I'm just going to bide my time. Look at that counter. Clicking it out. Kashik? What is
kickback? That is correct. Outstanding.
Nicely done, Marty.
Oh, yeah. I'm on the board.
Wouldn't recommend messing with any of the fauna there. So, all right. Your last question. So
Let's close out
boxed
planets
in here
and
for 2000.
locations.
If you have a powerful enough hyperdrive, you can reach this planet outside the known galaxy before exploring ancient ruins of the rich witch kingdom of the Dathmiri. Brian with an I.
What is Dothamir?
Is incorrect.
Uh-oh.
Brian with a Y.
What is Paradia?
Correct. Rudia from the Ahsoka series. Outstanding.
Can I have
Just
like a
scrap
couple of
all your
dollars to play
superstar
with?
destroyers. All right. Well, let's check the scores here. Entering our final round. Justin, this look.
I'll take
No, we're not going to have you
$100.
in. We're not going to have you in negative territory. We need
thank
you
you, thank
to
you.
be able
No,
to
that's
bet
plenty.
something.
That's plenty. Yeah,
There you go.
There you go. Now
All
Marty
right.
and I have a fighting chance.
There we go.
It's
All
on.
right.
It's on.
Okay. So we've got a spread here, but all can be equalized in the final round here. So
No,
any
it
thoughts?
won't be.
Feeling so far. Worst question of the lot.
I mean, I'm glad
What
the
do we
Vegas
think?
odds were what they were because I'm going to win some money.
Unfortunately, they're in Republic credits, which are no good pretty much anywhere. I'm sorry. I didn't
Well, I
disclose
don't know.
that.
In Skeleton Crews, they seem to be worth
Yeah,
quite a
that's true.
bit.
This is true. This is true. Well, it's your life is the cost of having those credits, or worthless as a means of buying most things.
I don't know.
they're on
Something tells me
pirates,
they're not going to end up getting to kill those kids.
You
Not
they're
for
all
lack
gonna
of
be fine?
trying.
You're
Yeah.
trying to tell me that those children have plot armor? I don't believe it. All right, let's kick off our final round. And I just want to say, before we reveal this category, outstanding job all the way around. These are not easy questions by any measure. The format with the buzzers is not easy. It's not the same as just knowing or not knowing an answer to a question. So I appreciate all of you being good sports. This has been a blast so far. And hopefully this final question will live up to its billing as the final round. So our category is the Galactic Civil War. So using your device there, go ahead and submit your wager based on your
This is the
feeling
last
about the
question.
category. This is the last question. One
Last,
question,
this
you
is
have
it,
30 seconds.
Let's just do that.
Max it out. You can't go home with it.
Yep.
All right, and here is your clue. Not including Endor, these 4 planets are seen celebrating the death of the Emperor at the end of Return of the Jedi.
You had to say 4 planets. So thinking music. Good.
Right. It's copyright free thinking music.
What are the rest of these guys doing with their thinking faces? Are they writing? Are they consulting? Hang on.
Somebody's fast forwarding to the end of Return of the Jedi on their phone. Quick.
Never thought about
Fire up
using
Disney
the power
Plus.
of the internet.
My brain is just not completely blank.
I'm done. I don't know.
I
what,
can't think of the
I don't know what's
4.
taking
If
everybody
you-
else so long.
Yeah, Brian submitted his. As soon as you hit submit
no.
on your device, you'll lock in.
Not including Endor.
This has been fun, Thomas, but this also reminds me why I don't do trivia at DragonCon every year. It's too stressful.
Oh, my brain.
Yes. Yes, blood pressure does not do well under these circumstances. You know what? I'm going to kill the music because that's a little distracting. If we had some John Williams
Yeah,
Magistry, perhaps.
Spelling doesn't count, right?
No.
Yeah, autocorrect.
Spell it as wrong
kicking
as
my
you
butt.
want. Think I know how many Ys are in Kashyyyk on a given day?
It's always 3. I will tell you, though, that writing as much about Star Wars as I do, I cannot write the word cookie without adding a second E to it because of Wookiee. Because I write Wookiee in professional settings more often than I write the word cookie.
And Mike autocorrect has gone mad on my phone.
Yes. I was going to go out on a limb and guess that all of our autocorrects just don't bother with Star Wars words anymore. Alderaan, Wookiee, Tatooine. My iPhone has given up at this point. Brian and Marty will just a few more seconds for y'all to lock in.
I'm just gonna. I've got 3.
Oh, 3. Going 3. Yeah, same.
All right.
Couldn't even guess the 4.
Justin, Coruscant, Naboo,
of course.
Tatooine, and
Naboo.
Bespin.
Sorry
That
about the
is
spelling.
correct.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Marty, Coruscant, Tatooine, Kashyyyk. That should be the spelling of Kashyyyk. I love that. That's amazing.
When you're angry.
Bet 3,600. Oh, unfortunately not. Brian with an I. Coruscant, Tatooine, Bespin, just missing Naboo there. You get that Wisa free yelled out right there at the end. Your bet 9,800, and then Brian, Naboo, Tatooine, Coruscant, and Bespin 2,200. That is correct. So
Nice
Brian,
work,
congratulations on your
Brian.
pile of credits that may get you killed by somebody like Marty over here.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that I predicted the result of this about 4 hours ago on this very live stream.
And I went to Canto Bite and I made
How
it.
could the guy in the glorious sunshine possibly lose?
That's right.
Well, in round 1, I thought you were going to take it, Brian, just because I didn't think anybody else was going to get to answer a question.
I was being
There was a little phone mashing going on.
Fastest
It's like
fingers
trying to
in the
buy
Western
Oasis tickets.
Hemisphere. Well,
That was a lot of
outstanding
fun,
job
thank
to
you.
all of you. I hope all of you in the audience had as much fun as we did. Thanks to all our contestants for being good sports. Thanks to Justin for inviting me and Teresa and the rest of the 501st Command team to be a small part of this. And please, please, I said this at the outset this morning, please give generously if you're able to Starlight. I'll echo my sentiments this morning to me personally, and I think all of us share in this. Star Wars has made a difference in all of our lives in some way, shape, or form. Yet none of us are in the position of the children that Starlight helps in the way that Star Wars can make a difference in their lives. And your donation, whether $1 or more, or just your presence here and support of this charitable endeavor, moves the needle for those children. It's amazing that we can marshal Star Wars to do such great things. So thanks to all of our contestants. Justin, thanks to you and the entire 501st, and have a fun day.
And thank you guys on everyone but Thomas. This was fantastic. Big shoes to step in this quiz show. So thank you so much for having a lovely, engaging thing for us. So thank you. We will
Thanks,
be
everyone.
back shortly.
Thank you. Thank you.
May the Force be with you.
It's great to see the kids, and it brings like a light to their day. And I mean, I know the term is used a lot, but it's really great to bring smiles to them. And it just is a really great way to give back for all of us.
There are studies that show that play, while amazing for childhood development, also positively improves outcomes, health outcomes for kids. And so that's where Starlight's programs of delivering happiness, like our Starlight gowns, like this one here today, one of our newest Star Wars gowns, plus the toys and the games that we're able to deliver, really are helping to improve health outcomes for the kids that we serve.
There's so many benefits for our patients and families coming to events like Star Wars Day. It's all about quality of life for our patients as a pediatric palliative care center. So coming to events like this, where the patients, their siblings, their parents can all participate in activities together in a medically friendly environment where children with diseases, injuries, and illnesses can meet other kids like them, and siblings can meet other siblings like them and just have fun, is such a value for families to feel less alone.
Coming here and seeing like this community of people that are volunteering or work here, and the Starlight Foundation and how they put this on is just really reassuring, and seeing the big smile on his face is just giving me a little bit of solace, knowing that he's in good hands.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back to this exciting panel. I am so excited to introduce our next guest. And I'm sure by looking at the screen, you might have an idea who this beautiful young lady is, looking all festive and wonderful. Thank you, Kiriana, for joining us on this panel of our Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon as we're raising funds for the Starlight Children's Foundation. It is a great honor and joy to have you with us. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Hi, guys.
Hi. So also with me today, or with us today, is Justin Sonfield, our commanding officer of the 501st Legion. And we are both really thrilled to have you with us. The Skeleton Crew being, you know, the newest series just released, you can imagine the hype for it. And we were all celebrating and waiting, all four of you younglings, to get out there and explore the galaxy and universe of Star Wars. Would you be all right introducing yourself and a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Kiriana Cratter. I play KB on Skeleton Crew. We've been working on Skeleton Crew for like more than 2 years now, and so it's really exciting now that like the 2 episodes are out, and then the next episode's coming out on Tuesday, and it's really weird, honestly, because like I went to the premiere, and yeah, I saw my face on the screen and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm just used to seeing this like with all the watermarks and like having to be like really secretive about it. And so it's very exciting.
How was that to keep a secret though? Like that's a big secret to put on a young girl, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of hard because I would leave my running practice with my friends and they'd be like, where have you been? You've been gone for weeks. And I really wanted to tell them, like they knew I was working on something, but I couldn't tell them what it was. And then when they figured it out, it was just really funny. And they're proud of me. But
What, like, were they so excited? And
yes, they were
yes.
excited. And they're like, "Oh my gosh, is that you or are you lying to me?" Yeah. And then sorry. Do you
No,
wanna
go.
There was a person on our set, and they were saying like how they kind of had to like keep us like a secret, how they kept like Grogu a secret. Like we were like the four little kids that had to be secret, and we wore like cloaks when we went outside, and sometimes umbrellas. Yeah, it was a process.
So funny story about the cloaks. I was lucky enough to be a stormtrooper in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade a few years ago. And one of the, when social media started showing like pictures of from I think it was the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and they had the people in those black cloaks. It was so special. And they gave us that day to wear when we were
Really?
on a real bus going through New York City. But we thought, of all the cool things, it was so cool to be in those cloaks because all of a sudden we were a secret. So I imagine it must have been so neat for you folks to be around like that. Tell me about how this whole acting thing got started. Where did you start? How did you start? When did you want to start? All that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, when I was in Colorado, my mom signed me up for like a bunch of different hobbies. Like she wanted me to try just everything. And so she signed me up for like a theater camp during the summer. And I'm pretty sure it was Wizard of Oz, which is really crazy now that like Wicked's out. Um, but yeah, I sang like Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and I think I just got like a background character, but I really loved it because I got to meet like some of my best friends, and I love being like a different character and singing and dancing, and I loved like performing. And then I did another one. I did what was it called? What is that? Alice in Wonderland. And I got that little mouse in the teacup? I got that role. Oh my gosh. And that was a really fun experience too. And it just kept getting funner. And then my theater teacher at my elementary school, she reached out and she was like, "Hey, can you send me like a reel of you singing?" And so I sent like a video of me singing Hallelujah, and then I got a Tiny Tim from A Christmas Carol
Yes.
Carol at my local like regional theater, and I feel like that like really launched everything because it was all like much more real, and I met my best friend there too, and then after that, I honestly don't know what happened, but I somehow found myself in LA and doing auditions. But it's been a process. I started doing that. Well, I came to LA in like beginning of 2020, and even though like there was a pandemic and everything was online, um, we still did a bunch of auditions and I got like bunked Nadine the Machine, and then um, the audition for Skeleton Crew was on Zoom.
Oh wow.
And yeah, and it's crazy how much can happen on Zoom now.
Right?
Yes, like
Yeah.
it's this telethon that is worldwide. We are, you can connect with people all over the place. So you said 2 years, hey? Like you filmed for 2 years filming?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like almost 3 years
Yeah.
soon.
Wow.
Because I think
So
when I was there, I think you guys had either wrapped already or or were close to it, and that was a while ago.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out last year during Thanksgiving, and then there was a strike and maybe some complications, and then we had like reshoots and stuff like that. But I mean, I'm kind of glad they had reshoots though, because then I got to be my character again.
yeah. So you, all four of you, sort of grew up together. You've got some good growing years. So you must be pretty close.
Yeah, we are close. I
Yeah.
feel like we've bonded even more after the show has ended.
Oh,
And I did the audition when I was 11, and then I met everyone when I was 12, and I'm 14 now. And I feel like, at least for me, my my years as a 12 and 13-year-old were kind of like weird.
I
And
bet
so
they were.
yeah, it's a weird time, I feel like, but being with all the other kids, they were all so nice, and we really bonded because we've gone through all these experiences together, and like something like Star Wars is something like we've all loved for so long, and so it was just special that I got to spend it with them, and even now I think we're going to like a hockey game tonight all together. Yeah, and we play Roblox, we FaceTime.
You do
Yeah.
normal 14-year-old stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Bonded by this really cool experience that really only the four of you can grasp. Really, I think we're bonded by our experiences, and it's a cool experience. Were you a Star Wars fan before?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I was.
Yes.
My dad, he introduced me to Star Wars when I was like 5 years old, and it's always been a part of me. Like we've had lightsabers. I did lightsaber fights with my brothers. They would always win, but sometimes they would let me win, which is awesome. And then we also had like a Darth Vader head, and I think all three of us had like matching like Star Wars pajamas. They might have been like little lightsabers or something.
Oh
I
my
can't
gosh.
remember exactly. We grew
That's
out of them.
awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah.
Now, so funny enough, when I was your age, all of the movies, so and we don't know what's coming obviously in Skeleton Crew, but so many things point to movies that were out when I was your age, right? So Goonies and The Explorers and E.T. and Batteries Not Included. You can go down a list of movies that it feels like Skeleton Crew has influenced. Have you or your parents taken you back to watch any of these movies that they're looking like add up to this? Have you seen any of them?
I have. Like, what I really love is that my parents, they like made me watch them when I was younger.
Oh
And so I
wow.
did like watch E.T., but I rewatched E.T. and then Goonies with all of the other kids when we first met. Um, just like to see like how all of the kids like interacted, and I feel like we're kind of similar to the characters on Goonies too. And it's really fun because I love like the feeling I get when I watch them. Like they're so magical, and I when I watched Goonies for the first time, I was so like astonished because I was not expecting like anything to happen. Like I wasn't expecting like what was gonna happen next. Like it was all really
Right,
unexpected.
right.
But that was like the fun part about it.
No, it's
So did the four of you watch Goonies together?
Yeah, we
And
watched.
were you like, this is totally us?
Yeah, we were kind of like that. It was like this is really fun.
And you know what? Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen it, if you haven't, I don't know what's going on, and you should probably do that. But for those of us that have seen it, that's what it feels like. watching the four of you, that is my childhood sort of movies that, you know, my kids grew up on, and you can feel that, and you can see it in the four of you for sure. I'm really excited for all the other episodes to come out.
Me too. I haven't seen them.
And that's kind of a neat thing, you know, because you don't see what it looks like, so having participated in a Lucasfilm production before myself in Manhattan Beach, um, what did you think when you got to the set and you saw the volume? And I don't know if you did the backlot or the volume, but you've got this just new environment to play in. What were your first thoughts when you saw how it all came together? Or had you done productions before this that were that big, or was this the biggest?
Oh my gosh. No, I think this was the biggest. I think just every day I went into the lot, I was like, wow, oh my gosh. And I would see like Star Wars characters like walking by on like the streets and in our lot, and they would be wearing like cloaks, and I'm like, I know what you are. But it's just like it was all really fun, and they all gave us like dressing rooms together, and they were all in like a line, and then there was the hallway. And I remember when I first saw my dressing room, they had like these sort of like anime versions of Star Wars and like paintings, and I remember just crying, just crying, and I think we when I was crying, I saw the other kids and we all hugged, and it was really sweet because it was one of the first days we all met, and there were balloons and we were like playing with the balloons. But when we went on set for the first time, we had already like bonded previously because Disney did a good job on like making sure we knew each other before we went in, and so we didn't have to act like we liked each other. We just liked each other. And
And you've never done any production that big with the special
no.
effects or anything, right?
Never.
Yeah.
And even like I wasn't expecting the sets to be so real. Like I thought we were going to be in like green screen and blue screen a lot of the time, and I would have to kind of imagine the sets. But everything was real, and I think the volume was one of my favorite parts about it, because it was like it felt like you were in Star Wars, and when the camera moved, the set would move, and there's one set where there's like water, and the water would start moving, and you could hear like the sound of the water moving, and that just like tripped me out a lot. It was so cool though, and even like the sand was real.
Yeah.
You could press all the buttons at our ship, and our ship wasn't the volume. It was all made, and it went all the way around in like 360, and
I
you
was
know, it
I
was
was
different.
so impressed, just like you, when you see the ships and you are filming inside of the ship, and
Yeah.
that was something really, really, really cool. The other thing I thought was neat, and I want to know if you had the similar experience, is when you're in the back lot and you are against a blue screen. There's a monitor system that you can see everything, and it looks real, like it's there.
Yeah.
Tell
But
me about
like
that.
those blue screens were so tall.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. I like didn't even realize we were outside sometimes.
I know. It's such a neat experience. So so the other thing that I remember there that was so cool is the scan process. When you
Oh my
now
gosh,
keep
you know
Oh,
all
no,
you know
oh
this.
yeah. So these are things I think we can talk about because they're not plot related, they're production related, but what was it? So tell everybody what that is, and what they do, and the question after that will be as a result of your answer.
So I had like two different scans. I had like one scan before we started working where it was like a 3D scan of my head, just so when they made the visor it would fit perfectly. But then the other scan, I think they said it was for action
That's right.
figures. Yeah, but we were basically in like this like little like half circle, I guess.
Mhm.
And I think there's like a ton of lights around you, and you step on this little box in the middle, and you kind of just you have to stand still while they take like multiple photos, and the lights are like choo, 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 choo. And oh my gosh, I think I had the most awkward position. I was kind of like my hands were out like this, and I'm just like staring, trying not to cry. But that was like a crazy experience because like I I thought they were lying to me when they're saying action figures. I thought they were just doing this to embarrass us. And then when I saw the action figures, I was so excited, and they did a good job. Like
Yeah.
it
Yeah, they're
looks like
pretty
a
accurate
Yeah.
nowadays.
yeah,
So what
they're
do you think about
good.
being a Lego? How does
Yeah.
that feel? And how do your friends feel about you being a Lego and an action figure?
Oh my gosh. I remember when I was out with my friends one time, we went into the Lego store and I saw the Lego set. And I didn't even know we had a Lego set. And I was like, "What? When did they do this?" And that was really exciting because I got to see like the little photo of me on the box. And I when I made the ship, I was like screaming when I saw the little character myself. I
Yeah.
mean, they did me dirty because I wasn't put together, and so I was kind of scattered. But I saw like my little character on the little manual, and you know how they have like the little sparkle around the character.
Sure.
It was so cute. It was so nice.
So who's your favorite Star Wars character? Do you have one? Or
Some people
many?
get mad at me when I say this, but I really like Porg.
No,
No,
Porgs are
porgs are the
cute.
best.
I
Yeah.
know, right? I want to murder porks. KBD.
What?
You like Chewbacca?
But
I mean, is that you're gonna have porgs for dinner?
I was really upset at that. I was really angry. Like Chewbacca is my king, but
Yeah,
that was too much. But I also really
Too far, Justin, too far?
too far.
far.
Too
Too
far.
far.
No eating porgs. Well,
How dare he?
funny enough, right before this, one of the porg animators, one of the main porg animator or puppeteers,
Puppeteer.
not animator, I mean animation from movement perspective, was on and kicked my butt in trivia. I mean,
Oh my
really
gosh.
kicked my butt
Go,
on
pork
trivia.
puppeteer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes.
so Brian Herring. So he's one of the gentlemen that puppeteered BB-8. He was on this morning,
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
he was telling us how they puppeteered the Porg, and they took 5 grown men to puppeteer the Porg to look
one pork.
at one Porg. Yeah, yeah, it was pretty cool. It's a cool panel.
Wow. But the
Yeah.
pork is so small.
I know.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Well, they're beautiful. So
They
good
are.
job.
They're very good.
So tell us about growing up, and I see a Christmas tree behind you. Tell us about family and fun. Do you have brothers, sisters, and tell us about how you feel about the holidays and the fact that, first of all, I love Star Wars and Christmas. So the fact that this show is coming up around the holidays just warms my heart. Because we haven't had a movie released around this time in I guess 4 or 5 years now. So tell me about life in your house in the holidays.
Well, when I heard that Skeleton Crew was going to be coming out in December, it was like a Christmas present because we've been waiting for so long. But I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday of the year, and I love normally like my grandparents come over and my aunts and uncles and cousins, and it's always really special because we're kind of all forced to be together. Like they have to come, and it's awesome because I love my cousins and they're all so fun, and we get to make food together. We made like gingerbread cookies. We used to make chocolate chip cookies and set them out for Santa, which is really fun. I want to do that more because it's a lot of food, guys.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. But now we make like prime rib and mashed potatoes and all the yummy stuff. But when I was younger, I used to go to my grandparents' house and we would make like Swedish meatballs, and they live in Seattle, and we would make gingerbread cookies, and I think there's like I'm forgetting the name, but we had like this really good cheese. It's like this caramel tasting like cheese. It's like Jotun thing. I don't know, but I recommend it. It's really good. I can't remember the name.
Get that.
It's something. And yeah, I love Christmas. It's amazing.
I do too. So I'm going to ask a question. So my brother, sister, and I, when we were younger, we used to sneak down the stairs in the middle of the night and like open one present each while our mom and dad were sleeping. And then we would take it out and kind of play with it and then wrap it back up and put it back under the tree.
Wait, so you have to use your acting skills when you open it again?
Yes. Yes,
Wow!
we did.
Oh my gosh. Wait, that's a good idea though.
We were dang good actors.
That's
Yeah,
that's
we did
admirable.
that for a couple of years, and then our mom finally said, what are you guys doing? Have you ever done that? No. Is that just a me thing?
I was just, I don't know, I
I
guess,
gave you bad ideas.
yeah, I honestly want to do that now,
You
but
should definitely still do that.
the thing is, like my mom, she would like stay up late, like wrapping up all the presents, and and so I just never had the chance to be sneaky.
Ah, those darn moms that stay up late.
I know, right? No, she's such a queen. I love her.
Aw.
Yes. So your brothers and sisters,
Oh,
or
oh my gosh!
brothers, sisters? What do you have for siblings?
I have two older brothers. They're amazing.
Oh,
I I do want a younger sister, but my mom says absolutely not. Um, but I love my older brothers. They're both amazing. The one that's close to my age, the middle brother, he does water polo. He's really smart. I just thought he was a jock, but he's not. He's like a scientist. He's so cool. And he's like applying for colleges right now. Then my oldest brother, he's a music producer. We're a very creative family, and
yes.
he's awesome. He's really nice, and he always lets me hug him.
Aw. In LA?
So
Is he doing music in LA?
Yeah,
Wow.
he's in LA right now. Both of them are, and I'm trying to take advantage of it, because they're gonna leave probably sometime, but it's okay.
how did they feel about you being in Star
Oh,
Wars?
oh my gosh, they were. I have to say they keep me humble, but they were really excited. Like when I was in the room, I could hear them being really happy.
Were they like bragging you up to all their friends, like, "Hey, my little sisters"?
Yes! When my middle brother, he had like a bring your special friends or grandparents or grandma and grandparents to school. Um, and he brought me and my oldest brother. And he was like saying to all his friends, "Oh, this is my little sister. She's the actor girl." And they're all like, "Whoa, what?" I was like, "Ah, thanks, guys." But yeah, it's nice. It makes me feel happy that they're proud of me.
So
Has that changed your life? Like, has this changed some things for you? Ish?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
pretty monumental experience.
yeah. I've
Yeah.
I've learned so much from being on set Skeleton Crew. Like I really I learned like how to speak up for myself, and I've learned to like to be more confident in myself, and everyone on the set was so nice. Like I've never been on a set with like where I've been like friends with almost everybody. Like the crew was so nice. Like we had inside jokes, and we had like fruit names for everybody. I was Kiwi, Robert was Robster, Ravi was Ravioli, Ryan was Rye Bread. And then John Watts, um his name was Johnny Jam. He loved that. And it's been a really special experience. Like it honestly hasn't hit me quite yet, just because not all the episodes are out. But we'll see how things change because
yeah.
right now most people can't recognize me because of my
No?
back.
Oh,
Yeah,
That makes sense though. Yeah.
yeah. So you just have to really know like my nose and my mouth so
and your
that
jawline.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
oh,
your facial. Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
But
It
So
the premiere.
okay.
The premiere, when you went to watch the premiere for the first time, when you got to see yourself for the first few episodes,
oh my gosh.
you mentioned watching that. Was how was that? How did that feel?
That was crazy. I know Ryan, she was crying, and I was just like shocked, like my mouth was open. But it was it was amazing because it's different when you watch it on the big screen. Like I really they gave us the episodes like ahead of time, but I waited because I really wanted it to be really special and it to be on like a really special and nice night. Um, but my brothers were like shaking me and they're like, "Oh my gosh, that's you on the screen." And my dad, he told me afterwards, he was like, "I felt like a little kid again in the movie theater watching Star Wars for the first time." And that was really special. And then people were coming up to me and they were like, "Good job, they were so amazing." And I don't know, it was weird because it's been such a secret for such a long time. And then people were like recognize me, I guess, when I was walking out of the movie theater. And it's nice. It's fun. It's great.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
do you go to Disneyland often? Because I know y'all did something at Disneyland,
Oh,
right? Yeah.
yeah. We went on like the Smuggler's Run ride, and then after the premiere, we went to Disneyland and we went on a bunch of rides and stayed up really late. Um, I honestly want to go to Disneyland more. It's just right now, since it's December, um, it's really busy. So I'm probably gonna wait, but I love Disneyland. And I love Galaxy's Edge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's so pretty and it's like you're actually in Star Wars. And what was I gonna say? Oh, I love Rise of the Resistance. Have you guys been on that
Oh
one?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's very, very, very immersive and good.
Yeah. How
And
did
I
they
didn't want to go through the ride. I wanted to look at the stormtroopers and look at all the aesthetic and the set, and you just get ushered to go, and I was like,
Yeah.
no, let me look.
I know, right? But all the stormtroopers, they're like so shiny. That whole room when you walk in, it's just like insane. Um, but I'm still wondering how they do that part where like it moves and then you flip and then you're in a different area.
Oh, I
Like,
know the secret of that.
oh my gosh, can you tell me?
Well, I'll tell you. Yeah. So it's like a record player, and there's I think there's 3 sections. So when you enter it, you're talking about when you enter into the shuttle, and then you take your
Yeah.
shuttle ride.
Oh yeah, the
The
shuttle.
system is like a record player, and so you move like this, and then there's 3 different. I think there's 2 or 3 different like when one person is in the big room, another person is coming in. Because when I remember when I rode it the first time, and you enter in that spaceship. I just assumed it was going to be one of those tricks where you enter in this door and you exit out that door, and through that other door is,
Yeah, that's
but
what
when
I
you
thought.
enter and exit through the same door, the wow factor, but it's like a record player. So there's 2, and you move like, I don't know if you can see my hands, but you move like this from one side to the other. And when you move to the other side, you're in the big room. It's
Oh,
insane. It's so there's a couple of really good YouTubes, and I think Disney's put out a couple of behind the ride things about it that show, kind of how some of the things are done, like the laser bolts and everything, but all to make you believe you're really just a part of the movie. And as you know, when you're on the set, it feels like that. And so what they've done and delivered to the fans is really, really neat, because we can all
hmm.
now go anytime we are in Disney and enjoy being in Star Wars for a few minutes, which is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so crazy though. That's how it works because it always feels like the shuttle is barely moving.
I
Like
know,
it's just
right?
like slightly shaking.
Yep. Just a
Wow.
little bit. Yeah.
How much did that cost?
Let me tell you,
Wow.
that they won't tell you that part, but
Oh,
I mean, I think at the time it is the most elaborate, expensive ride I think there is. Yeah. So
my
yeah.
I have so I think one of our mutual friends, his name is Gary. Him and his amazing team worked on that ride, and it was pretty spectacular. I remember just before it was finished, I was there and I wasn't able to go on it, but they were able to have their first test run, and that was it was pretty spectacular. And he said, "You're going to love it." And my first time in Batu, I cried.
really?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
It was, well, Star Wars for me was, I was a 7-year-old girl when my mom took me to see A New Hope Star Wars in the theater, my brother, sister, and myself. She was dressed like Princess Leia. My mom had these very big, beautiful buns on the side of her head, and she took all 3 of us to see the movie. And we went to opening night every movie now that has ever been out in Star Wars. We have gone together. So when I walked into Batu, I cried like a dang little girl, let me tell you.
Oh, that's really special though.
And I'll
Yes.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you, my father thought that my parents had tickets to the premiere of Star Wars. We grew up in Louisiana and New Orleans, and they had a ticket for the first night of Star Wars in Louisiana. So this is 1977. I'm old, probably older than your parents, and they went and said, "Oh my gosh, Justin will love this." And I was just 4 years old, but I'd already loved. There were some other things on TV that were space oriented or flying oriented, and I had really gravitated to those things. And so I think it was the fourth day of the theatrical release of Star Wars, my parents took me to see it, and I've never been the same ever since. It's been a part of my life my entire life, and I have a son who, by the way, I think might have a little bit of a crush on you. He's 11. And he does all of the things that you do. He plays the Roblox, and he does Gorilla Tag's his big new thing. He loves Gorilla Tag. I don't know if you play Gorilla Tag, but that's apparently a thing. And I took him. He was just about to turn 2 when The Force Awakens came out, and he went. And I've never seen a child at that age's eyes. First of all, when you're under 2, it's rare that you can stay through an entire movie, right? You either fall asleep or have to go to the bathroom or whatever. Did not take his eyes off that screen, So the other day, it was very special that many people got an email from Fandango to go to the screening of Skeleton Crew in the theater. And Jack is of an age where there's a lot of other, and probably not unlike you, where there's a lot of other things to occupy your attention. And so Star Wars, where he started, at like 2 years old, for the last several years, there's only, he hasn't been as interested in it, and as we would like him to be, but he hasn't gravitated to it. The other night when we went to the theater, he re-engaged with Star Wars in a way because he saw people that were definitely closer to his age involved in the story. So I know he would want to thank you so much, and the rest of your crew for really being the children that are. And I don't, obviously none of us know what's in store next for Star Wars, but having these stories of kids, because Star Wars was made for 11-year-olds, and I assume you were closer to 11 than 14 when this was made. Was the MO. That was the objective of Star Wars. So, personally for me, I want to thank you and the rest of the crew for carrying this forward. And do you know how much of a thing that you've got going on right now? Because this is Star Wars. And as Teresa was saying, it brings us back to when we were your age, which for Teresa and myself was a long time ago. But it really, your entire group is really making those of us that truly love Star Wars love it even more again. So I don't know how much that show is meaning to us, but it is so good and so important to this fandom that we have.
Yay, I'm so glad that it's
No pressure.
No, thank you, John Watts. Thank you, John Favreau. Thank you, Chris Moore. Thank you, everybody. But
So
wow.
on the set, all right, I'm gonna force you to do this.
Okay.
Who's your favorite adult, and who? And you can pick more than one. You don't have to isolate. But who engaged you guys and was like playful and fun, and did you have some amazing experiences or funny stories that you could tell us, or anything from the set that you won't obviously spoil anything?
Okay. When we were filming with him, I would have to say Jude Law. Because he's amazing, guys. He's super nice, and like the moment we met him, he was so sweet. I was like really nervous. He was like, "Hi, I'm Jude Law," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, hi!" It was very nerve-wracking, but he's wonderful, and he really took the time to bond with each one of us, and it was really cool. I got to see him like talk to David Lowery, and they worked together on Peter Pan. So that was so cool because they'd already worked together. So they were just like, they were so collaborative, and it was really cool to see like an actor work so closely with a director. And then, we would all do thumb wars, and I would always beat Jude Law in thumb wars, and that's my biggest flex in the world. I tell everybody that. Um, and I would be all the other kids. My thumb is just built different. Um, yeah, and then he likes green tea. He
Okay.
drinks green tea every morning. I drink green tea every morning, so we're twins. Um, and then, funny story, there was one time where I had to be very serious in the scene, and it was a very like life or death scene. Um, and the camera was like right in front of me, and then right to the side of the camera, you could see Mr. Jude Law doing silly faces at me in the middle of the serious scene.
How dare
But
he?
then, I know, right? But then once he saw that I needed to focus and I needed to lock in for the scene, he stopped and he gave me 100%. He was the best scene actor ever. And I've never seen an actor like click so like easily out of like being really silly, having fun, and then professional. And I really loved that. Um, Even like when he wasn't on camera, he was like giving me like 100%, like he was being filmed, which was nice.
That's amazing.
Did you see him in Peter Pan? Did you watch Peter Pan?
I haven't watched it yet because I really want to just like sit down with my whole
Or
family.
what's it, Peter and Wendy or something of the like? I love that show. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I far more so than I thought I was going to. So yeah, watch it. It's really good.
Yeah. No, I really want to watch it. I want to
Yeah,
sit
it's
down
good.
with my whole family and have some popcorn and then watch it.
So another thing about us that I don't know if you know or not, but 501st Legion is one of the major Star Wars costuming groups, and so what binds us together is that we all at some point in time crazily decided to make a costume. And so costumes are really what binds this group together. So we make movie accurate Star Wars costumes. You have two requirements rather to be able to join. You have to be at least 18 years old and have you're gonna get there someday, and then build yourself a movie accurate costume. Being that we're a costuming group, I love your costume. So tell us, what you can about the apparatus on your head and
Ooh.
what did they tell you it was for or if you can't say because it's a storyline, don't. But what is this thing and then after that, what was it like going to work with all these creatures? Because you may have worked with more creatures than anybody, and we've only seen 2 episodes.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay. So after I got the role, they sent me like an email that was like their inspo photo. And it was like a photo of a lady and she had like the visor on. I can't remember which hair color she had, but they ended up telling me that they were thinking on keeping my brown hair or doing silver hair. And we did like a bunch of different photos and they decided on silver hair, which I'm glad, but that meant that I had to wear the wig every day. And so my hair got a little bit damaged, but I'm so glad they picked silver hair. I feel like she looks beautiful
Yep.
and very cool, in my opinion. And and then with the visor, um, that took a lot of prototypes. I I forget the first they did like a 3D scan, which I was talking about earlier, where they had my hair up and they shaved this side of my head. And so it was all this and then a little bit in the back of my head. And then they did like the scan and they had put my hair up into like this kind of weird ponytail so they could get like the outline of my head. And they made like, I think the next day I went in and there were like 5 copies of my head, 5 3D copies, just on the table. And it was very, very scary.
Like a
But they
full
had
3D your head. Yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes. And you can imagine like what expression I had on my face. Oh, because there were like flashing lights when they do the scan, and so I was kind of like in the 3D copy. I actually have my head.
Oh my
in-
gosh.
Should I show you
Can you
guys?
show it? If you can show it,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Okay, wait. I'll be right
You
back.
probably can. Just you.
Okay, where is it? Where is she? I'm so sorry if this takes a second.
That's okay.
I'm gonna look in the other cabinet. Oh, wait. Okay. Are you ready?
We're ready.
We're ready.
Look at that.
It's so scary. And look, they had to cut off my ponytail.
That's
They
amazing.
had it into the 3D
It's
copy.
just 3D printed, probably. Yep, I can see the lines in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can see like right here the.
Yep. How about that?
It's very scary. My brother told me that. Sorry. My brother told me that he went in my room one day. I think he was looking for colored pencils, and I had it in my cabinet, and he screamed when he saw it because he didn't know. He was like, "What did you do? What did you do, Kiriana?"
So they had the apparatus and they fit
Oh,
it
yeah.
to your head. Yep.
First, they started with just the augs, what they call it, which is the things around my ear, and then it connects in the back. It's basically like headphones if they were kind of tilted backwards.
Sure.
And they started with that because that's like the outline of everything. And then the thing that goes over my eyes is the visor, and they have like an up version and a down version, and they would snap that into my augs. But when they were doing the augs, that was kind of hard because it kind of had to like stick to my ears in a way, but it had to be like not uncomfortable. And then in the beginning they had like lights in there, that would they had like lights in the augs, so it would be like flashing. But then we realized that my ears would get slightly warm when I wore it for a long time, so they had to remove the lights, and then they had like a battery of some sort that they would connect, that went down my costume that connected in the back of my head. And that took a while, but you could imagine there's so much that happened and went into it, and everyone was so amazing.
So I and we're going to talk about it later in a different panel, but I played a droid, like a C-3PO droid, and not C-3PO, but a droid, and the quality of costuming that they have is just
my God.
insane, right?
Yes, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, they had like different versions too, so I can't imagine like how much work went into each one of them. So it's pretty crazy.
And how about going to work with all these monsters and stuff?
Oh, that was so much fun. There was like in the second episode when we go to Borgo, there were so many monsters that day. Like there was just a line of them going to get chia pudding at Crafty. And it was so funny, and it was like super trippy on my mind. They gave us like these little like red phones. They're like little secretive phones so you can take photos, and I took so many photos of all the little creatures. And it was in the episode when I watched it, it's like so lively, and when we were filming, it was really lively and it was kind of scary because the costumes were so realistic. Like what you saw on screen was what we were seeing in real life.
Sure.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Well, Kiriana, I want to thank you. I know we're coming up to the ending of our panel to move into the next one, and I'm pretty sure that we could keep talking. I would love to keep talking with you, but I know we've got to move into our next panel, and I hate to cut you short. I hate to cut this short. I just want to celebrate Skeleton Crew for you, your other 3 castmates, and I think the rest of us, we're just going to wait till we get to see the next episode. So thank you so much for being with us today. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it.
So fun.
We are so excited. Yes, thank you so much. And like I said, you guys are, and tell your whole crew when you're at your game tonight, you are definitely an inspiration for us all, and bringing all of us older folks like your parents back to what it really felt like growing up with these movies. And we're only 2 episodes in, so thank you, and thank them for all of us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, it was lovely to meet you. Merry Christmas to you and your family, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's great to see the kids, and it brings like a light to their day. And I mean, I know the term is used a lot, but it's really great to bring smiles to them. And it just is a really great way to give back for all of us.
There are studies that show that play, while amazing for childhood development, also positively improves outcomes, health outcomes for kids. And so that's where Starlight's programs of delivering happiness, like our Starlight gowns, like this one here today, one of our newest Star Wars gowns, plus the toys and the games that we're able to deliver, really are helping to improve health outcomes for the kids that we serve. There's so many benefits for our patients and families coming to events like Star Wars Day. It's all about quality of life for our patients as a pediatric palliative care center. So coming to events like this where the patients, their siblings, their parents can all participate in activities together in a medically friendly environment where children with diseases, injuries, and illnesses can meet other kids like them, and siblings can meet other siblings like them and just have fun is such a value for families to feel less alone.
Coming here and seeing like this community of people that are volunteering or work here, and the Starlight Foundation and how they put this on is just really reassuring, and seeing the big smile on his face is just giving me a little bit of solace, knowing that he's in good hands.
We are back. We are intercepting the transmission. Mike and I are here to talk more about the Ornament Project. I am Ramey Shanaday, CO of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
And I'm Mike Forster. I go by Hondo Supply online, but I am the commanding officer, squad leader. That's what we call it, I think, of the Iron Rage Squadron, one of the latest squads of the 501st here in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. And I'm excited. I'm like, we've been doing this for a couple of times. I think we've interrupted enough panels at this point, Ramey, to really just, I am blown away at the amount of talent that we have for the Ornament Project, but I feel like we should explain it in case you're catching it for the first time.
That's right. So all weekend long here at the telethon that you guys have been watching, benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation, Mike and I are going to be doing these little mini reveals of the ornaments themselves. So Mike, tell us what the Ornament Project is, and kind of how the artists that are involved, and kind of how they get the ornaments and the process, and how it all came about.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Ornament Project started a couple of years ago. It was me just kind of saying, hey, you know what? I know all these amazing artists and creators, many of them in the Legion themselves. And I said, hey, would you be interested in me? I'll send you some, kind of a blank, an ornament basically. And of course, for people who are like, why is it ornament? There is no bounty hunter from Orn Mantell. Come on. But I started sending these out to people, and these pieces of just showcase art were coming back. And I said, gosh, this is really turning into something. So the first year benefited Magic Wheelchair, a great foundation that helps differently abled people be able to experience conventions and be able to have the spotlight on them. And the next year was Mission 22, which is a fantastic organization doing some really important work, helping veterans come back and be able to assimilate back into civilian culture. And we were happy to raise almost $30,000 for that effort. So really what you're seeing is a lot of friends of the Legion members themselves, Rebel Legion, our sister clubs, really just doing what they do, right? Which is, You need creativity, you need passion, you need Star Wars, we're in. And I think for a lot of people who recognize what the power of plastic can be, right? And I don't mean that in a different way. I just mean in terms of going, hey, if it starts off like this and you let these artists go crazy, you'd be shocked at what you get back. And really that's what this project is all about. So I think for a lot of us who know what it's like to take this, kit and go, oh, what is this? To then say, all of a sudden I'm a stormtrooper. And all of a sudden when I'm standing around a bunch of other stormtroopers, suddenly we're bringing Star Wars to life for someone who wants to just forget for a second that they live on planet Earth. And suddenly they're on a Death Star. Suddenly they're on Peridia. Suddenly they're fighting against the Galactic Empire and the Rebellion. It's such a wonderful thing for us to be able to maintain the legacy of Star Wars through this little project. And that's really what it's about. It's about people donating their time and their talent to making an incredible collection that supports an even better foundation like the Starlight Children's Foundation. I couldn't be more proud and honored to have started this project, but of course to see where it is now is a full community effort from Ramey. You're helping me model stuff. We've got our friend Zach the Maker who's over here being able to kind of work the back end to be able to help us with he's making some I don't want to say too much. We've got some other things happening.
That's right.
But there's going to be other ways to be able to support. If you're not able to bid on an ornament, which the auction goes on Sunday, we'll talk more about that at the end. But really, it's an incredible project for people to be able to purchase a one-of-one piece of custom art in the Star Wars universe and to be able to support an incredible cause too. So let's show some of these off, right? I feel like for people who came here to see this, let's give them the goods.
Let's do what we do.
Let's do it. So for a lot of people to say it starts off like this, I think it's an understatement. We send it to you. What's really cool about this is we send it over. If you get a kit, you don't know which one you're getting. So you might get Empire when you were expecting to get Rebellion, or you might get Mandalorian when you were expecting to get Republic. So it's really cool to see how people are just fans of this franchise, because then all of a sudden they're going, ooh, I have an idea. I always think this is really cool. And really, I don't get to see a lot of times what we get until it just shows up. So I open the box and it's like, what is happening? This is amazing.
And the randomness of that, of you getting what you get, sometimes pushes people outside their comfort zone, right? Like you might be full on like Empire, 501st, like a Stormtrooper, and all of a sudden you get a Rebel kit. I'm like, what am I going to do with this? And then it gets the juices flowing, and all of a sudden you've done the most amazing Princess Leia themed ornament. You never knew you had it in you.
That's exactly right. So let's show off a couple of these pieces here. What's really cool is, I think for a lot of people who know Van Oak's prop, Derek's such a solid guy in the community, in the prop building world. I think if you subscribe to his YouTube channel, you're like, I've learned a ton of stuff from this guy. What this guy has been able to create is really incredible. But he's a full shop fabricator himself, from foundational form and function all the way to the paint. He does it all. So why don't we go ahead and bring us back to Jabba's palace, and let's take a look at this one. Now this might look like you're going, hey, wait a minute, this looks like kind of the gate outside of Jabba's palace. You go, who the heck got let into the gate? Well, if you're a certain bounty hunter and you've come to haggle,
look at that.
He built a dang thermal detonator into the back of this Boushh-inspired holiday ornament. This one is fantastic. It's got the colors of Boushh's helmet on the outside, and then you've got the thermal dent on the back with, I love this little detail. For you 501st nerds over here in the Bounty Hunters Guild, you know exactly what those are. And I think for a lot of people who don't understand, those are actually on Boushh's glove.
Yep, they look correct to me.
Right there on the gauntlet, these spikes. So not only for punks, also for bounty hunters. So Van Oak's props absolutely crushed this one. I know this one is going to go for a good chunk of change to support the Starlight Children's Foundation. It's going to be amazing. Look at that. That one is so cool. How about this one? I think this one's kind of cool. Our friend Scott Tubbs, who goes by Prop Right Props, fellow Legion member, goes as Clone Trooper. I think he's Jesse, actually. He's one of the clones. He's one of the ARC troopers. Check this out. If you are looking to break out of a secret Imperial prison, I would say this is it. I would say there's one way out and there's one way to do it. So for those of you who are fans of the show Andor, being able to look at this amazing little, what was this, a geodesic corner part for the Death Star of what Andor or Cassian and his Kino Loy and all those guys were building in the Narkina 5 prison. Scott made this. What's really cool about this, I'm not going to do it here, but when you press this, it actually chants one way out.
Yep, he's got the audio clip from the show.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So Scott crushed this one. And then Scott, of course, in typical Prop Right fashion, was like, hey, I'm not going to make just one. I'm making two. So Scott contributes two amazing ornaments here. So if you know this one, you know that the spirit of rebellion often lies in the most, questionable of characters. So you can see Cassian's logo there, the early rebellion imprinted into this Rebel Starbird.
He had shown me these ornaments, and I don't think I noticed that Cassian Starbird engraved in there before.
Isn't
That's
that
amazing.
awesome?
That's so detailed.
If you remember, probably one of the most gorgeous episodes of Star Wars I think we've ever seen, The Eye of Eldani.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Look at
Oh
that.
my gosh. And he like hand laid all of these little gemstones in here to make it look like the solar cloud. And then of course it goes right into the dam where, Sinticass and, they went in and stormed the Imperial base. Just amazing. Velsartha. I mean, this was an amazing episode. Probably one of the best episodes of Star Wars I think we've ever seen. But regardless, he wanted to, kind of make this a permanent piece in here.
Yeah, I love the artistic choice of keeping that backside with the eye so monochrome, except for the sky.
Yeah, I think it's so good. He crushed this, and it's got weight to it. You can see the side of it. It's just a beautiful little piece. So he painted it. He crushed this. So you have the opportunity to get two of Scott's pieces right here in the form and function right there. Look at those amazing pieces. I'm just blown away at the talent of what people are able to do. And he was one of the first, I think he was the first one to send him to me. I announced the project. He goes, I'm on it. I'll have it to you next week. And all of a sudden I open this box and I'm like, whoa, that was fast. He's ready.
He was done very early.
He was ready. Another shout out to my Michigan friends. We have Star Spangled Comet. Her name is Star, and she's awesome. And she made this Fett inspired. And we got a couple Boba Fett ones in here. So if you have a fetish, you are going to be very excited to know that you have lots of options here. So I love this paint job. You can see the kill stripes in the background. And then, of course, the actual hang tag. I think everyone recognizes this.
The lanyard. Yep. Look at
That's
that.
right. That's right. So unfortunately, if you're a Wookiee, you don't like this one, but this is a beautiful piece. Star crushed this one. I love this with the weathering and the whole flat paint scheme. Everything is just awesome.
Nice.
So Star crushed that. I love that. We're also going to go. I love this. This is actually really cool. There's a great story behind this. Friend of the Legion, Mars, he goes by that corner in Coruscant, his shop. And he painted these up. I think these ones are absolutely awesome. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the, some of these have a little functionality to them. Check this one out. So he recently just had a daughter and he was like, man, I want to do something that kind of honors, my journey as a father. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you want to do? He goes, well, he goes, I feel like I got to, sometimes you're a good dad.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you feel more like Vader than you do like Luke, or like more like Anakin, I guess, at that point, right? That's right. There we go. So we have a Leia inspired, very clean paint job. I love this one with, of course, her famous belt from A New Hope, and it says Hope on the back there, which is awesome. Or we have Vader, this just very clean red, right? This classic Imperial. This one just looks awesome, but on the back, it's got his chest box.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually lights up with the lights. Those lights in there. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. So there's a great story here, of course, for a personal story for Mars becoming a father of a daughter. He's like, man, I feel like some days I bet you I'm going to really relate to Anakin Skywalker in that regard. How are we looking for time, Ramy? I think we've got time for a couple more.
We got time for one quick reveal.
Let's do one more quick one. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and show off this one from Theft for Real Studio, our buddy Dom. Look at this. You like
Look at
this? This one was really cool. He goes, hey, I'm going to go outside the box a little bit. I said, hey, make it fit around the same size. And he did this Death Star panel. with Darth Vader's TIE Advance and the Imperial cog underneath. Look
Look
this
at
one.
that.
It's so cool. And his paint job, this is what I love about this one, because the paint job is so subtle, just like the actual panels
Yep.
in the production of A New Hope. So of course, I think we all recognize what that is. In case there's an impenetrable fortress that Galen Erso said, let's not make it so impenetrable. But this is an awesome piece with a properly painted, just blue hue TIE Advance flown by Darth Vader. So this is an awesome one from Dom. He crushed this. He was super excited to be able to show this one off. And it does move around in case you want to kind of choose where you want
look at that
tie to go. Just an awesome piece.
Amazing.
So we're wrapping this reveal up, but let's talk about where we can send people so that they can donate on these.
Yeah. So Mike and I are going to be doing reveals all weekend long. We're going to be jumping in between all the other panels. So stay tuned. Watch all day Saturday, all day Sunday. We're going to be here doing more reveals all weekend. We're also going to be doing a full preview night Monday night at 8 p.m. on the Dad Batch podcast. So you're going to want to go check us out on YouTube. Look up the Dad Batch podcast. And then on Thursday night on Thank the Maker, Mike, we're going to be doing the full auction there, right?
Yep, that's right. So about each auction is going to go for about 3 minutes. We're going to release a schedule so that if you don't have time to check out the whole auction, you'll be able to say, hey, I want to jump in. I want to get that, that set from Mars, or I want to get Scott's ornament. You'll be able to see what time they're going. So you can tune in around that time. The most important thing that we're telling people, though, is make sure you're subscribed to each YouTube account, because sometimes when you subscribe, there's a little bit of a time where you're not allowed to comment. So we'd hate for people to be able to see that. So all the proceeds are going to support Starlight Children's Foundation. We're very excited to be able to team up with 501st to be able to do that. It's going to be amazing. We want to make sure that you get these one-of-one-kind artist creations in the Star Wars universe. We're thrilled to be able to do this, and we hope to see you there on Monday and on Thursday to be able to round this project out as one of the most incredible things we've ever been a part of, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. And stay tuned to the telethon all weekend long for more reveals, and we'll see you here.
Howdy, guys, and welcome to our panel with Jane Edwina Seymour, also known as Lachesis from Ahsoka, one of our wonderful, great mothers. My name is Megan Wallace. I am a GML. I am a GML with the Star Garrison out of Texas, and I will let Jen, Robin, and Daisy introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jen McNitt. I'm from the Minnesota Wolfpack Garrison.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I'm from the Dutch Garrison and I'm a Legion membership officer.
And hi, I'm Robin. I'm also from the Dutch Garrison. I'm currently only a member.
And Jane, thank you so much for joining us today. We're so happy to have you.
Oh, I'm delighted to be able to contribute just something towards this this marvelous fundraiser this weekend. And I was delighted when I was contacted a few weeks ago about being a part of this, and I just jumped at it straight away. The Starlight Children's Foundation is a marvelous fundraising organization. And in Australia, just as a little sidebar to that, it's a very, very well-loved and much respected organization. So to think that I could, through my work, I could contribute to that, it was serendipitous.
Working with Starlight is always such a rewarding experience, regardless of what way you're adding to it. But for those who are watching, the telethon is live. You can donate in the links below, and we're happy to have any help we can get for these kids.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So, Jane, to get us started, what got you into acting? Let's get some backstory.
Oh, some backstory. Well, I suppose that must be something that I don't think I have a time where I don't have a memory of not doing something creative. Even as a child, I know my parents channeled me into local ballet classes and local pantomimes, and this is in Sydney, Australia, last century, I might add. and I think it was just something that seemed just seemed to be the thing for me to do. And I don't, I have fond memories of a child of going to ballet school on Saturdays, and then on Saturday afternoon you might go and join the voice or singing class, because it was a sort of a community kind of acting drama school arts organization that used to use the local primary school on weekends. And I would just walk down the hill and go there all weekend. And it didn't, at that time, of course, it wasn't, oh, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do acting, I'm going to do dancing, I'm going to do singing. It was just sort of an activity that I was put into because I think it sort of channeled a lot of energy. My parents said, well, just put her in there for the weekend. And so it just sort of went on from there. I did develop a tremendous love for it. It wasn't a chore. I looked forward to it. Of course, I had other things I was doing as a kiddo, but that, weekends were, I always looked forward to, going to ballet class or whatever. And I didn't imagine then that it would be something that would be an ignition point. And then as I became older and into my teens, etc., there were other wider and broader community activities for me to get involved in. The Christmas show, or the local community theatre company would be doing something from Hans Christian Andersen, and age appropriate sort of things. And so I'd scoot along and audition, and I'd get a role, and then it would be fun. And it just really, I think, developed from that. That is a real genesis of that. It was only until I finished high school and I thought, okay, I think I might, see if I can go to acting school, proper acting school. And that then really, that's how I became, as an adult, became, it became a life pursuit, a career pursuit. Yes.
I completely understand the parents wanting to burn off energy and sticking you in dance lessons. That was about a decade of my
Yes.
life growing up.
Yes. And honestly, anything else that came along was just sort of like, oh, okay, I won't go home. Yeah, oh, well, ballet's finished. Oh, there's the voice class or the singing class or whatever it was. I'd say, I'd hang around and they'd say, oh, do you want to join in? Well, I said, yeah, sure, okay. So it really was that. It wasn't planned or anything. It was just all, she's down there at the school and she's doing her thing and burning off all that energy, because we don't know what to do with her.
Sorry, that's just a little too relatable.
There you go. That's all right though, isn't it? Yes. So,
Sorry.
what else
So,
would you like to know?
yeah, I had a question. How did it feel stepping into the Star Wars universe?
Well, I think that I have to précis answering that with perhaps reflecting upon the audition process, which was quite an involved and protracted experience. I didn't, or I wasn't actually told what character I was auditioning for, or really what show I was auditioning for. I was just told, and this is not unusual either with these big sort of casting processes for these big shows. I didn't know it was something in the very well-known science fiction universe. And I thought, okay, I just finished working in another very well-known science fiction universe. And that is sort of how it was also presented to me when I auditioned for that. And I thought, okay, all right, it could either, you know, in my own head, it's either that or that. I suppose it could be that. Anyway, don't start doing that. Just get on with the audition. So I did it. It was a very unusual audition because I was asked to do ostensibly this extended movement dance presentation around this idea. I thought, all right, well, I've had dance experience and I've had dance lessons and all that sort of thing. So I just dug into my archival of experience and absorbed what I was asked to do and did it. And then you just shoot off the self-tape. I did it here in my little studio in LA. If there had been any flies on the wall watching me do it, they must have thought I'd absolutely lost my marbles. And I thought, thank God I live alone. And I just shot the tape off to casting. And about a day or so, I got another ask, could I do another one? And they gave me some redirects, and I thought, oh, okay, sure, that's not. So on that went. I did just on 11 of those type of tapes.
Wow.
And when that happens, just through experience, you get a sense that maybe they might be either thinking they're going to cast you, or you are literally up there with one other person. And it's best not to overthink that, because you can you can sort of dilute, first of all, you responding to them and their redirects, and second of all, your sense of play and spontaneity. So after 10 resubmits, you know, you can start to run out of ideas, because I am not a choreographer, right?
Yeah.
But I need a choreographer. Anywho, you just go, oh, this is the last thing, this is all I've got in my bag of dance tricks. So here we go. Fingers crossed. Anyhow, that must have been the kicker, because very shortly after that, I got through the offer, and it then declared Star Wars Ahsoka. And when my manager rang me, and he only ever rings me when it's good news, so which I'm actually okay about. He said, I've just sent the deal memo through, et cetera, all those business end. And he said, Jane, you know, darling, whatever he said. And now I'm going to answer your question. I didn't know what to say. I was literally lost for words. I was beyond thrilled. And when it really sunk in, and I had to collect myself to go then and do some of that business end, go into my email, look at the deal memo and get focused in that way, you know, calm down. You've got to take this, you know, your smarts to this now. Calm down, calm down. I literally did that to myself. Calm down. And then I was all right after I'd wrangled myself. Went and had a look at the business end of it all, and the rest is history. So the sort of the lead up to that, because after you do submit, you know, multiples, and you do, you know, you can't help but think to yourself, okay, I don't know. Okay, we've given it a shot. We've given it your absolute best shot, and then bam, it comes at you. Those moments of landing a good job never gets old. It never fails to excite me, and I always am thrilled and overjoyed to land a job, but to land such a job in this way, and for it to be what it was, I just, you know, I just thinking about it now, it makes me a little emotional, because it was almost unbelievable, but it wasn't unbelievable because I'd worked really
Yes, you did it.
hard. I've earned this one.
And
Fantastic.
it's made a lasting impression on all of us. I wanted to ask what it was like synchronizing all of your speech and your movements together with your co-stars, Claudia Black and Gerald Prescott.
Yes.
Because
Well, look,
it's got to be like you have to learn the lines exactly the same.
yes, that's right. And also, I think you have to have an affection and an understanding of this notion of ensemble. The notion of ensemble is a very worthy and notable moniker in the theatre, but also it can be applied to anything we do as actors. And in this case, it really did apply. When you have a keen and positive understanding of the notion of ensemble, you realize that it doesn't take anything away from you as the character itself. It doesn't dilute or take away or disempower you as the actor in that role. When you collaborate, because that's really what it's asking you to do, to coalesce, collaborate, and come into a complicity with the one or two, in this case, actors, in order to achieve and to do your job, but also to bring a really wonderful, heightened experience in the show. When you understand that when we come together and work together on this, we don't lose our individuality. We are, in actual fact, our individuality is even heightened, and our power as individuals and as the great mothers is substantiated even further. And so the three of us, in our own ways, came to understand that. And we chatted and talked and riffed, and I offered this and I offered that, and Gerald offered this and offered that, and Claudia offered this and offered that, and we sort of put it in the cauldron, as it were, and we, you know, started to weave the acting magic around that. And because we had to chant and invent the rhythm of the chant, and our lines needed to be as one, but we had our own lines. But all that went towards complete substantiation of the whole notion of the great mothers. So I'm not going to go into all my backstory and my research and all that, but I'm sure you all have a keen understanding of the backstories and what the provenance of the great mothers is and are. And when you know that, you understand that all the great mothers from eons, right back to Towson, they're all these really individual, independent entities, and they've all been accepted and inducted in and elevated up into the sisterhood. So once you really tease all that apart and realize that the more we present as one, the more we substantiate and solidate ourselves as one, individuals, but as one. So it's conceptual in the first instance, but in the play of it, and I think you'll agree, I think it was really well realized. And that comes down to really just understanding that this was an opportunity to really consolidate and establish that storyline and bringing in the great mothers and all that provenance and history and backstory in that universe. So it made complete sense for me, and I know it did for Claudia and Gerald, because we all, as I say, in our own way, we all coalesced and came together, had our own cauldron of input, and out of that. And I use that as a very specific metaphor, because a cauldron can hark back to, you know, centuries of witchdom and magic making, and it goes right back to the classics, right back to the ancient times, and all sorts of things. I won't get started on that, otherwise I just don't think we'd have enough time ever if I get started on that. But so that's the experience for me, and how I brought myself to that and my understanding of that. Of course, I would never speak for Gerald or Claudia, because they're both fantastic, terrific, and intelligent, great actresses, and I loved working with them. But from my point of view, I felt that from them too, but in their own special and unique ways. And I think it shows.
I think that's a wonderful experience, because it really shows that your experience acting and breathing life into the story we know of the great mothers really is actually, for you, has been the same experience as we see on the screen. Because
yes, indeed,
you're
that's a very
interesting, powerful individuals.
That's a very interesting way to put it, because I suppose this sort of, I'll speak of this personally as an older actress, an older woman, an actress in the wider international community. But you know, I've been here now 11 years in America, and you know, as you age, certain certain attitudes prevail in terms of casting and writing rooms and characters, etc. So the opportunity to bring all of myself to that role, I mean, this is what an actress like myself, with 40 plus years now, and still, you know, I don't plan to retire, probably when I get in the casket and they shove me in the grave. But you know, when you get those opportunities to be able to bring all that to play, that is my hope, that all that is imbued in the character, and that it translate for the experience for the audience. That experience translates across the screen to those people who have turned on their televisions, paid for their subscriptions to see this show. That's who we do it for. And that's a very worthy thing for me to still be wanting to do, I think. So thank you for that observation. I really, really appreciate it, Daisy.
I have a question more around, you know, as you're getting into these characters, all the great mothers have very unique makeup and costume. Can you talk a little bit about the process of, you know, getting into the makeup, how that was done, how long it took? And then we can talk a little bit more about the costume and your experience with it.
Yes, I'd love to, because it gives me an opportunity to talk to areas of the production that a lot of the audience wouldn't be privy to, and neither should they, because that's the magic, isn't it? As you mentioned, the makeup. So I'll just talk about the mask and the brandings. That was a process that started a few months prior to stepping on set to film anything. The initial setting of those marks and brandings, which are unique to the mothers and to the sisterhood, that started with a very technical makeup application, whereby I went to I got a makeup call. I went to down to Manhattan Beach to the head of makeup department and worked one-on-one with one of the key makeup artists who struck a mold, what's called a negative mold of my face. And it's quite a process. It's a very thick viscous material that is poured over your head and face and left for a period of time until that sets, and then it's sort of jimmied off, and it's left with a negative impression into which, when that's ready to be processed to the next stage, they pour a mask of you and then take that off. And from there, they create the stencils, the makeup stencils that would go onto our face every morning in the makeup chair prior to getting to costume and then called to set, etc. And the pale, translucent white was applied, various nuances to my face, and it was all very specific to my face and Claudia and Gerald's, of course. And then our stencils were applied, and on that they would spray on our particular specific markings. And therein lies the external expression straight away of who we are, what we are, and what our purpose is. Because I can talk about it now because it's gone to air and everything, Morgan Elspeth is initiated into the sisterhood. And there's a very, very important sequence of events that takes place whereby the three of us initiate her. And Claudia places her hands on Morgan Elspeth's face, and her markings then are evident. So it's about ritual. When we talk about the reasons for that, for those markings, they're not just because they look cool and let's try this. No. This is Star Wars, right? We're talking about a way of working that goes back decades. It has all of what you see that comes onto the screen, and who and what we are has all got this massive, incredible backstory and history, and so have these markings. So that's the sort of the physical steps about how that came about. And I have to, just as a little sidebar, I suffer from claustrophobia. And at the time of having my whole face covered with I really had to talk myself into it. But I also have to say that the beautiful, wonderful, thoughtful makeup artist who sat with me, held my hand, and talked me very carefully through, you're doing well, you're doing well. I thought this must be what it's like having a baby when you've got your husband or your partner there and they're actually holding your hand. No, it's nothing like having a baby. I don't mean that. But this idea of having that sort of support, because I was really getting to the point, because you can't talk, you see. And I'm going, just I could do this, I could do this. And he was just holding my hand. So that gives you an indication of the sort of people that were there, you know, doing these people are amazing and incredible, and I managed to get through it, and there you have it. That gives you a little insight into also the people that the person I was working with. He knew I was not fantastically comfortable, but he was amazing. He literally got me through that, and we got it done. That was the most important thing.
I've
I
never
can
done a
definitely
live cast,
appreciate
but it
that.
seems terrifying.
So yes, thank you for that, because I managed to get myself, and with his help, through it, definitely. So I was just a teeny tiny little bit proud of myself for that, because I thought I've got this little person back here that says you are going to do it, and you are not going to not do this. This has to be done. So that's the steps. So it's not always comfortable, and it can be very confronting, and every person, every actor would respond differently. But it was quite a process. And again, I can say that the results speak for themselves, because here we are talking about them, and you're asking really wonderful questions about it. It gives me an opportunity to talk about those sorts of things that don't always get seen, that go unseen and untalked about.
So can you talk a little bit about your costume too? I know they were all unique, and was that all designed before you were involved?
Well, again, like the makeup and like the steps and the steps involved in creating those stunning costumes, not just mine, started months prior to stepping on stage, on camera, on set. Along with the makeup call, I had costume calls and fittings. And I would go down to where the costume designer, Shauna Tavsik, has her workroom and her team. And my first meeting with them was so illuminating and mind-blowing, because after the meet and greets, we got down to the business end of it. And on one of the slanted work tables was this large book, which turned out to be the design book with the design riffs for the Lachesis costume. And Shauna and I had a brief conversation. She asked me, did I have any thoughts? What was I thinking of about the character, and how was I bringing myself to the character? And so I proceeded to give her a kind of a précis, an idea of what I was drawing on, what I was researching, how I was going about bringing Lachesis to life. And she said, oh, well, that's very interesting. Let's go and have a look now at what the work in progress. And she opened up the front page of the book. And there were these stunning costume etchings and drawing, conceptual. And I mean, I don't know what I was thinking about the costume, and I just had, I wasn't really thinking about costumes. I was thinking along different things. And as soon as I saw what the concept was, it was so powerful. It was so, it just jumped, it just leapt off the page. And I said, oh, am I able to see anything more? She said, oh, yes. So she, oh, turn the next page. There was the headgear and the idea for this and the idea for that. And then we turned the page. Oh, I said, Shauna, stop right there. I've just got to try and take this in. Wait a minute, wait a minute. I literally sort of had to just take a bit of a gasp. I said, this is just fantastic. And she said, oh, we've got a bit of a toile. I'd want you to try on this and try on that. And so that's, it was an absolute revelation to me what she was designing and planning for Laquessis. Little did I know anything about anybody else, of course. That was just about mine. And I had 3 fittings. I had the initial call and 3 fittings. And throughout each fitting, I would go down to where the big building is with all the Star Wars costumes and everything is stored in their workrooms and the whole thing. Very dedicated building. And there was one session where you would know and appreciate so keenly the bodice of the Laquessis costume, not the caping or the shawling or the head or the snood or the headgear. Just talking about the bodice, right? We had this tailoring session for the bodice. Now, the word bespoke gets tossed around here and there, but I am telling you, this is the way you do bespoke. The bodice of Laquessis was so superbly tailored, was so superbly put together, and the kind of the fine layers of the inner bodice, which was against my skin, and then the building of the external elements of that bodice, the lattice work, the crisscross, the beading, and the neck fitting, the underarm fitting. It was just, it was so, I felt so privileged, beyond privilege, because, you know, so often when I go in, if I'm doing a guest role or a co-star for a television show, you'll be in 2, maybe 3 episodes if they want to recur you, which happens. You'll go in for a fitting and the head of costume or head of wardrobe will say, hello, Jane, here's what you'll be wearing. And it's, you know, off the rack. Well, nothing wrong with that. No. That's not what I mean. It's just that you wear what you're given, and and that's fine. And if it's a little bit too loose, or too long, or if it doesn't really work, they'll give you another shirt to try on, and then you'll have that session. But here with this costume, oh no. This was a whole nother kettle of fish. And I had such a visceral and sort of quite deep response, artistic and sort of inner response to this costume. It gave me so much fodder and so much, it just lit up my imaginative processes. It was, as well as being superbly made. And I just want to, as a little sidebar, a little insight into how it doesn't, you know, it might appear not to look very comfortable because it's got layers upon layers upon layers. Some of them are very well fitted, some of them are voluminous. And then there's the headgear and the the neck gear, you know, the all that sort of thing. You think, oh gosh. Well, I'm here to tell you, that costume, my Lachesis costume, I absolutely loved wearing it. Not the least of which is sometimes when you're filming these highly sophisticated technical, very sophisticated, very complicated technical shows, you'll be in the middle of filming, and then something might go awry in the lighting or the this or the hydraulics or whatever. So the cast go to a holding bay. You can't go and get out of your costume and your wardrobe and your makeup and then come back when they're all set to go. Oh, no, no, no. You have to wait until that comes back online, and then you go in, you continue doing the scene work. So some days you're in that costume for 15, 16, 17 hours, and you're in the holding studio next door to the shooting studio, and it's a bit of a cold, cavernous enterprise, and you just need to wait there in a kind of a convivial stasis. And that costume, I never felt uncomfortable in that costume. And I have to say, I cannot say the same for other costumes I've worn and I've had to be in for the same sort of long days. Now that is testament to how superbly those costumes were made and put together, the thought that went into those costumes, not only technically, which you would all understand and appreciate, but also artistically and from the character point of view, from the narrative, from the history, the story. It is all encompassing, and it just deepened my sense of having that it was an incredible privilege to be wearing such beautiful costumes. And I still feel that to my bone marrow today when I'm talking about it. And I really did love my costume, and it also gave me so much to work with and be in, and the physicality of it. Even Lachesis has this thing I discovered along the way. That Lachesis has this great stillness about her. This great, she fills a space with everything she's got, but it doesn't mean to say that she looks as if she's doing anything, but in point of actual fact, she's completely and utterly engaged from A to Z and back again. And that costume allowed me to inhabit that energy of the character. And that is a tremendous privilege when you have a costume made for me, made for my rib cage, made for my shoulders, which are enormously wide and the worst shoulders to dress. I've always got to buy bigger shirts because otherwise the shoulders end up around apart from around here. You know, that's just how I'm built. And so the privilege of wearing one of Shauna's costumes, and of course you know that the costume design for Ahsoka went on to win an Emmy. And so that's absolutely in this zeitgeist. That is no mean feat, because there are some brilliant costume makers out there and brilliant costumes being made. And that is a feat. And it's a small indication of really how brilliant Shauna's costume designs are and were, and also the high level of expertise her team, her cutters, her tailors, her sewers, all those people, they are the most amazing team. Oh, I just got lucky, didn't I? Lucky.
Definitely can appreciate all that insight. Thank you.
My pleasure. Yes, I mean, you can see that I love talking about it because costume for me is a big deal. It's just in my own tiny world. Costume is a big deal. And when you get a visceral hit like that from the first conceptual drawing, it just, it just, that doesn't always happen. But when it does, you better take notice.
So on the strain of costuming, I'm going to pivot just a little bit, talking about the struggles
Okay.
of a life cast to the process of getting ready. Can we jump to another particular big sci-fi franchise
Okay, yes. Please do.
and ask about your Borg Queen?
Well, look, what would you like to know? Where do I begin with Borg Queen?
Well, I know one question
I'll
that has been asked of us, of both Lachesis and the Borg Queen. Did you have to wear scleras, or were your eyes CGI'd?
No, for Lachesis, I wore lenses. And for Bog Queen, I had one eye, one part of my head was already absorbed by the matrix. And the other eye, because I have very dark brown eyes, they felt they didn't need to do a lens. And I don't think, I can't talk technically about what it is they did, because I'm not sort of very good at that sort of thing. That they probably did, but I can't attest to it because I didn't. After I've done everything I've done, I'm done, and it's over then to the technical wizards. But with Lachesis, yes, we went through a whole process of I was taken to their ophthalmologist out in the valley who does all the lenses for a lot of shows. My eyes were measured. My lenses were my lenses, and they were popped in and out every day. And we had a specific lens team attached to the makeup department who would do nothing but look after our lenses. And I was very, very happy about that. Because this is just sort of a little fun fact about me. One of my eyes, I had a serious injury in one of my eyes back in 2020, and I went home to Australia to have my specialist okay me for lenses. Once I got him to sign off, I came back and I gave that to the production. And because you must be very upfront with those sorts of things, because I really wanted to engage with the lenses, and I just thought, I don't know, I may not be able to do that. This could be a deal breaker. So anyway, I chose to do all that to make sure I got a sign off and it was all medically okay, and it was. And they looked after me or anyone having to wear lenses on Ahsoka. They looked after us superbly. The nursing team that was responsible for lenses, they were just fantastic. They were there all the time, making sure we're okay. And for Borg Queen, yes, by the time our audience meets my Borg Queen, I'm at I've been 25, 30 years on my own in the matrix, and I've been almost completely assimilated into the cube. And part of the designing of the prosthetics was to use the prosthetics to, I don't know about demonstrate, but to emphasize the assimilation of this character completely and wholly into the cube, into that matrix. So it made total sense that her head would start to be affected as well. But the other eye, I don't know what they did with it. They didn't fuss too much when they came to look at me, and they went, "She's got very dark, she's very, very dark brown. I don't think we need lenses. She's very, very dark." they had a conversation about my eye color right there. I'm standing there, you know. So, you know, that's the specificity that they went into about that. Borg Queen was that was a different sort of a process to Lachesis. And of course, the provenance of Borg Queen is that, you know, very different to Lachesis, because Lachesis was about creating that live action. Whereas with Borg Queen, I had a very different brief. My job was to inhabit the original work that Alice Krige did when she was the Genesis. She was number one. And that was my job. When they offered me that role, they said, this is what we want you to do. And I said, that's okay, because Alice is a fantastic actress, and her work, I would be delighted to have anything to do with honoring her work. And it was a very different preparation, very, very, very different to Lachesis, because I was charged with the responsibility of not only inhabiting that role through the work that had already been done, but also the vocal, energetic, emotional parts of that role. So this is where it gets very tricky and very kind of gets a bit Twilight Zone, what I'm about to say. So just go with me on it. It's that fine line between not losing myself as the actress Jane Edwina Seymour and bringing myself wholly and completely to sounding like, enunciating like, breathing like, moving like, being like Alice's Borg Queen. And it was very important for, again, the substantiation at this back end of Picard Series 3, the final, not only series, but the final for the Borg Queen. This is where she's come. This is what's happened to her. So it was really important for me to get Alice right, but also to imbue it with my intelligence and my energy. And that took, there was the technical, the very technical aspect of that preparation was that I was almost 2 months in vocal preparation and physical preparation here in my little tiny studio in Los Angeles that had all my tapes of Alice, and I would, you know, go to work at 9:30 every morning for 3 hours and just work the magic, work the technicals and the dialogue and do that. And that was a very important part of the preparation, to bring that. When I say that, I use this word, you might think, well, how can it be authentic? Because it's your channel, you're working something. To bring myself authentically to that. In other words, in this particular case of Borg Queen at the end, in the prosthetics and the whole, her end, her final point, it was really, really important to be absolutely accurate and beyond disbelief, beyond anyone saying, I don't believe that that's not actually Alice. I don't believe that that's not actually the original Borg Queen. That was my goal.
Well,
And that was important. And a few folks have sort of in the fandom have sort of said, oh, but didn't it bother you that, you weren't allowed to, you should have played it a little. I said, no, actually, it didn't bother me one little bit. In fact, I used that energy and I plowed it into being so damn accurate, so spookily bang on, that even people in the studio when I was doing, and they were doing playbacks and whatnot, they were just gobsmacked. And I thought, right, I've got them.
Well,
when the crew, how, the crew are a tough gig, right? If they suss out anything that's not quite right, they know. Those girls and guys, they know. But I, immediately got, and they don't hold back with feedback. But they just go, what? Oh my God, So I thought, right, got them. If I've got the crew on board, yay, girl, you've done your job. And then I got the chance to work with the most amazing makeup and prosthetic artists. Oh my God. James McKinnon and Vincent van Dyke and Hugo Valesanor. Oh my goodness. And the team there that did the makeup and all the prosthetics. Oh, golly gosh. They are just the most incredible people. Talk about, again, this is where I still stand in awe of being involved in these franchises, is that the people you get to work with, these people are creme de la creme. And it, never in a million years did I think, when I was schlepping myself over to America in my mid-50s with my one bag and a laptop and my newly minted green card, that I would ever be getting to work with these types, these people. And it's just, that's my 13-year-old kid, skipping down to ballet class on a Saturday sort of thing, going, oh my God, this is so much fun. Sort of thing. But it actually happened. And of course, working with those sort of people, they pull you up, they elevate you, they bring you up. You go, oh my God, I've got this opportunity to do this. There's no way I'm not going to be up there. There's no way no way. There's just no way that's not going to happen. I'm going to come in so ready. And so, all my engines finely tuned and ready to go. And that is really sort of something that Borg Queen did require me to do.
Well,
you've done such a wonderful job of making each of these roles yours. And
really? Oh,
you did. And
yes, you did.
Like, that's no, I'm serious.
Serious, yeah.
That is the nicest thing that you could say to an old girl like me, an old duck. Oh, that's so lovely. Thank you.
But it's, I mean, as somebody who is part of both the Star Wars and Star Trek fandom, like, hats off.
That really does. Oh my God, that really does. Oh gosh, thank you for that. I will take that and I will accept that with love and joy, because that means I've done my job, and that's very important.
Yes, you have.
I've done my job, and I've been up there and stood shoulder to shoulder with everybody else who was working their bottoms off to make both those shows fantastic. Like, nobody wants to do a bad job. Least of all me. Everybody is pulling out all stops to be fabulous and to do great work. And who doesn't want to be involved in that environment? I mean, no, my hands are not. Who doesn't? No, not me. I do. So thank you for that. That means a lot to me, coming from you all. It really does. Thank you.
Of course. And thank you so much for your time today. Unfortunately, I'm being told that we have to wrap it up. And I know that all of us have so many other things we want to sit and talk to you about. So it's really hard to do.
Well, there's another time. and we've had, I'm sure we've all had a lovely session together and for this amazing cause. So anybody out there who's loved what is going on this weekend through this amazing organization and with these wonderful people, spare a few dollars and give them up for the Starlight Children's Foundation.
Absolutely. Putting a smile on these kids' faces is,
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of our organization is we are bad guys doing good. We're out there to share our love of Star Wars and give these
Bad
kids
guys
these
doing good, I
moments.
love that. Well, Borg Queen Lachesis is right there with you. Two of the baddest gals in the universe, I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
And loving it. Yeah. Okay, I better let you go.
But thank you again so
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
speaking with
Thank
us.
you so much.
Thank you.
We are back with another reveal. We're here on the 501st Legion's Holiday Telethon benefiting Starlight Children's Foundation. I am Ramey Shanaday, CO of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
And I am Mike, Honda Supply Forester, 93016 of the Great Lakes Garrison. Ramey, we have been showing off some incredible ornaments from this collection, which has just gotten out of hand at the talent and the creativity. And I'm so excited for this next one. But I feel like we should, of course, tell people what's happening with this entire project if you're going, what the heck's going on here?
Yeah, so Mike and I are interrupting the transmission all weekend long in between the panels that you guys are hopefully enjoying all weekend. So we've got mini reveals that we're doing leading up to the Ornament Project's auction that'll be taking place later this week. So Mike, tell us a little bit about the project real quick before we get into the reveal.
Yeah, the Ornament Project started a couple of years ago. It was just about getting a lot of artists together to say, hey, why don't we start? And, I said, I've got these blanks. I'm making these things. They're just little plastic pieces, right? And they start off like this. And I send them to a couple artists. I say, hey, go crazy. See what you can do. And what we'll do is we'll auction those off and raise a little bit of money for some really great foundations and charities. And here we are, year 3 with our biggest ornament project ever. We have almost, I believe, 60 artists, 60 different ornaments, an incredible collection of just fandom and fashion and function. And that's kind of what we're getting into today. So these are going to be supporting all of the proceeds, all of the money raised is going to go to Starlight Children's Foundation. We're partnering up with our friends and also being able to support alongside the 501st Legion. It's going to be fantastic. We couldn't think of a better foundation to be able to support, especially as parents ourselves. But let's get into this one.
Yeah,
I think this one's pretty good for a lot of people who have had fogging issues or anything. Our friend over at Henry's Helmet Fans, who's always quick to donate and say, hey, I want to be a part of any kind of good thing that's happening, any kind of good cause. Of course, naturally, he shows up to the Ornament Project and says, not only do I want to make an ornament, but I want to also do a gift with my ornament. And I said, well, what do you have in mind? He goes, well, I happened to work on some of the production of Ahsoka. And I said, did you happen to work on? He goes, yeah, I did. I think we all recognize the Night Troopers, the reanimated Mother Talzin, the power of the Dathomirian Witch. So you can see here, of course, on their iconic gold foil. Great story if you saw the panel with Judah Escalante and Marcus Napari about how they made these, and Luis Naranjo about how the Night Sisters came to be, and also what they did to actually paint Captain Enoch and all of this. It's just incredible. So Henry's ornament, of course, is fantastic. It's got this nice little function here. Do you see that?
Look at that.
Oh yeah, it lights up on the tree. It looks awesome. And then, of course, on the back, the Chimera.
Look at that.
With a Grand Admiral Thrawn. Oh my gosh, I love this one. But Henry, of course, doing what Henry does, goes, hey, I want to do a Night Trooper helmet. I was like, a what? He goes, I'm giving away an entire Night Trooper helmet with a custom stand that also lights up. Check this thing out. Ahsoka star map helmet that goes on here for display that lights up in the base.
So if you bid on that ornament and win it, you also get the helmet and stand.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes. It's awesome. It's so cool. The stand is awesome. It's got this beautiful, kind of green epoxy
Oh,
put
look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so cool. And so I think this whole thing is just in terms of going, are you a fan of Ahsoka? Are you a fan of the Stormtroopers, the Imperial power that's going to play probably a pretty big inkling into the future of where Star Wars and Ahsoka is heading. This is a great display piece. Henry painted this, created him himself. He's got some insider knowledge. And so when you're talking about looking for an accurate display piece, oh my gosh, Rogue One style, helmet molding in here. And if you want to see what the Night Trooper is like, man, this is about it. The lenses, you can actually put it on if you want. Oh yeah. How am I looking? This thing is amazing. So make sure you are able to, you got to subscribe, get the full rundown on the Dad Batch podcast on Monday night at 8 p.m. And then on Thursday on Thank the Maker podcast, we're going to do live bidding. It's going to be up 3 minutes a bid. These things are going to go and they're going to go quick, all to support Starlight Children's Foundation, where they are delivering happiness. And we are proud to be standing alongside them in that mission to do so. So we will see you on Thursday and on Monday to be able to get a full preview of exactly what else we've got going on here here to do the ornament project. We're thrilled. Ramey, thank you, of course, for being alongside me in this thing. It is crazy to see this amount of work. We couldn't be happier and more impressed once again at the Star Wars community for coming out and supporting fantastic causes.
Exactly. And stay tuned all weekend long. Keep watching. We've got more reveals, and we'll see you here.
Hey everyone. Thank you for tuning in so far. If you were with us from early this morning, wow, thank you. That was pretty early, I know. Welcome to the 501st Legion's 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope, where we are gathering around the world to raise funds for Starlight Children's Foundation. I am with a room full of amazing, beautiful, powerful, artistic, creative human beings. And I would like to welcome you to the artist, the wizard, and the wardrobe panel. I'm Teresa Nuttall. I'm with the Badlands Garrison up here in Northern Alberta, Canada. I've been with the Legion near 9 years, and it is my honor to share this moment with 2 of my Legion sisters, as well as 3 of some of the most creative minds out there right now in the Star Wars world for us and beyond. So let's introduce ourselves first, and then we will dive right into our spectacular ladies, Maria, Christina, and E. Let's start with you, TJ.
I'm TJ. Hi, everybody. I'm part of the Mountain Garrison, and I cosplay as Ventress, obviously. I'm in love with her, but I'm really excited to talk about everything because this is like totally my wheelhouse. So I can't wait to pick your guys' brains.
Naomi.
Hi, I'm Naomi. I'm with the Northeast Remnant Garrison, and I'm also so excited to hear from you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
So wonderful women. I know so much about you. Your work is out there right now all over the place. Obviously, it's affecting and influencing the things that we do: hair, makeup, wardrobe. It is everything that we are and do in the 501st Legion costuming world. And I would love you women to introduce yourselves, please, and who you are, what you are. E, let's start with you. Yeah, right.
Hi, I'm Elisa Alcala, but everyone calls me E. I work in costumes and specifically Star Wars. I worked on Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, and Ahsoka. I was the assistant costume designer under the late, great Shauna Tripsick, and I had the most amazing time working on all 3 of those shows. With some of the best people I've ever gotten to work with, including a whole crew. So, yeah.
Thank you. Maria.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Maria Sandoval. I am the hair designer for Mandalorian seasons 1, 2, and 3, Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka, and The Mandalorian and Grogu. And I've just been I've been a fan since I was 7 years old, and I first saw A New Hope. And you know, they say dress for the job you want. I mean, I've always been a Star Wars nerd, and then I wound up working in my dream world. So it's been a great run so far, and I hope there's more to come.
We are the same age. I've followed your career. It's quite spectacular for me. I'm also a hairdresser, stylist, artist. So very cool job for you. Christina and little Ezra. Hi.
Hi there. I'm Christina Waltz. This is my son Ezra. He's joining today. I'm a makeup designer and department head for a variety of things over the years, primarily film and television. But recently, I joined the Star Wars world on Mandalorian season 3, and I've done Ahsoka and Skeleton Crew, as well as the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu. So it's been a blast, a dream come true for me. I am also a big Star Wars fan and a sci-fi fan. So for me, I am just in the perfect position that I've ever wanted to be in.
Thank you so much. So we're going to do some round robin and make sure that each one of us get the opportunity to speak with you, because this panel will never be long enough for all of us here.
No.
We are going to get cut off, I know. So I don't know if Naomi or TJ, if you guys want to
start, yeah.
dive in, sure.
Yeah, my first question is for E, but it's kind of for everybody. But you grew up with family in the movie industry. I know that your dad was a director and in the sci-fi genre as well as among other things as well. But did you always know that this is what you wanted to do, or was there a specific moment that you can remember where you're like, that's what I want to do? And kind of the same question for everyone else too.
So I always knew that I wanted to work in TV and film, and I always knew that's where I was going to end up. But by visiting my dad on set, I was always drawn to the costume department and would always just find my way to whatever show he was on. I would always find my way to the costume department and just start, grilling the designer on the show or whatever he was working on and being like, wait, so what's this for? Why did you do this? What was this? And then I knew that that was how I wanted to help bring to life stories, was through clothing. And that's where I was meant to be. So
that's amazing. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Maria? I know that I read somewhere, I don't know if it's a rumor, but I read somewhere that you finished beauty school before you even finished high school. So you already knew like that was your thing. And I don't know if that's true. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, sort of. My senior year of high school, I didn't have a lot of credits left, and I wasn't interested in academics. And my mother was like, you got to do something,
Yeah.
So she suggested there was a way to do like half day beauty school and half day high school. And so I did that my senior year. And I graduated both about just right around the same time. And so, everybody else had to go work at Burger King, and I could kind of go straight to a salon environment. But I kind of was always interested in doing something a little more. I eventually went to NYU for like a summertime film class, including a makeup class. And that's where I kind of was like, well, maybe I can just use what I know and kind of work my way into this other part of the industry, because being behind a chair wasn't for me.
No. And it was like a light bulb moment, I imagine, where you're like, wait, I can take this that I love and this that I love and put it together.
Yeah.
What about you, Christina?
I was always into surrealist art and painting and illustration when I was younger. And so I actually went towards the world of animation, and I got into 3D animation and that sort of world. That was kind of my start. But as I was sitting in front of the computer, for long days, I realized that I wanted something more tactile. And honestly, I took a class to build a maquette and kind of sculptural work. And that class led me down the world of special effects makeup. Long story short, I kind of thought, oh, this is a cool way to design a character that is, on a living person. I loved that element of it. So I continued to kind of travel that road until I found myself I took a course, a 6-month course. And from there, I just found an apprentice. I mentored under V. Neal.
Okay.
And she was my mentor for like the start of my career and kind of what got me
Amazing.
started
Yeah.
into film and television.
So cool. And then Naomi, I don't know if you want to jump in with a question, but I can keep going if you want me to. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, you can keep going because I think I have one to follow up on your next one.
Okay. So I know that Screen Rant just released this like behind the scenes with Ahsoka, and it was with like a 3D modeler, and they like 3D modeled the tendrils. And so with everything that you guys do, I would love to know, and then obviously this is a very long answer, so you could kind of cliff notes it, but like when you're developing a character, what does that look like? What does that process look like? Because there's so many hands that go into that. So I can imagine that that's like super stressful with everybody else, and you got to coordinate with so many people and however that happens.
I mean, I could start if you want. I think it depends obviously on if it's an original character that's new to this world or if it's like something from animation.
Right.
Right. The first time I stepped foot onto Mandalorian season 1 and, had no idea what was going on. First we have incredible artists. Brian Matias does these concept art, and Doug Chang does concept art, and we look at that and kind of get the idea of where they're going with the character. But like, for example, Cara Dune, all the art was like of her like really, really masculine, and she had really short hair, and she was kind of, sort of an androgynous kind of a character. And then once they cast Gina Carano and she didn't necessarily feel comfortable going that route, we had to sort of, it was between, it goes between the filmmakers, John and Dave, and the actor and the creatives, Doug, and
everybody
got
so
involved.
many.
And it's just sort of become sort of a mixture and a melange. And then I'm asked for my input and ideas, and I brought some drawings and pictures to the table, and
that's cool.
Everything eventually came through, and you do tests, you do multiple tests, and a lot of the concern is just with something that's gonna read on camera and be comfortable and practical for the duration of the filming.
Right. Which I imagine is really difficult, especially with these big prosthetics and these costumes that you have to be able to move in and things not fall off when you're filming, and all
and
of that type of stuff.
I also was a learning curve. I remember when we first, the first character from animation that we brought into The Mandalorian, which was Bo-Katan, and I remember our first hair test for her, and I literally had her hair like this stick straight, like it looked like animation.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, there it is. And Dave was like, no, Maria, it's not a cosplay. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
It looked fantastic at Comic-Con, but this has to be like, this is what the person would look like, the person that is this character. And so it was a learning curve for me too, in figuring out how to make everybody happy. Like, I was thinking I literally had to take Bo-Katan and put her on live action, and it was
you're literal. That's okay. Yeah.
But having especially having Dave there, because he is the creative mind behind so much of this, and he knows the world so well, is like the best thing ever. I mean, between Dave and Doug, you're not going to go wrong, because if those guys believe it, then anybody's going to believe it.
Well, he's like an encyclopedia for Clone Wars, especially. So yeah.
I always get great. In following up, it's like I always enjoy following up with the like meeting with Maria and meeting with Shauna and Alyssa. Just sorry,
no,
and just going over the concepts. Like, it's really helpful to see what what Maria's thinking and what Alyssa's thinking, and just seeing the world come together with the tactile, the fabrics, the hairstyling. It helps really kind of think of like the color palette for the makeup and everything. So I love the collaboration part of it so much.
Yeah, I can imagine you probably, it becomes like a little family for you guys, because you probably have to talk to each other so much throughout the process.
It does.
Yeah.
It got to the point, I mean, by season 3 of Mando, where I'd come up with something and sort of, hit Shauna with an email or something, and it was like all of a sudden she'd be like, "Well, wait, that's exactly what we're already doing." And so we would have it's like
That's
we were,
amazing. Yeah.
kind of forming a symbiotic relationship. And then I always knew, because I'd been with Alexi and then with Christina for so long, that was never going to be, and there was never an issue with like makeup and hair clashing. It always worked out because we knew what the other person's strengths and weaknesses were and how they wanted to approach things. And we always made it that they're so creative that, it was kind of like you could put anything on the table and make it work. Nobody was confined to a small box. Everybody here thinks really outside of the box.
But I think that's what makes it so amazing for us fans, is because, especially as cosplay nerds that we're making costumes, we look at like every little thing. And sometimes we're like, guys, come on, this is going to be so difficult, but it looks beautiful. But, we analyze everything because we have to make the costumes. And so it's awesome to see the process and hear about that process for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, all you Fenix.
I had joked with Shauna about, I'm like, did you just do that so we could not recreate it? She's like, oh, maybe.
No. I
no,
mean,
she was,
we always, when we would make something, it was always it wasn't a joke, but we would always be like, okay, what are the cosplayers going to think about this process and having to do it? And how long is it going to take them to figure out where we A, bought the fabric, or B, like, the process of doing it? Because it was always, and then that was always the question too, with us, especially buying fabric, is we knew the cosplayers were going to find out where we got our fabric. So then we would be like, okay, so like we really only need 6 yards to make this pair of pants. But reality is do we buy all of it so that we make sure we have enough for the next season? Or do we only buy what we need? And so we would have to consider that in our budget. We would talk to like our supervisor, Devin, and be like, Devin, what should we do? Like, obviously this costume is going to exist later on, or we might have more stunts with it. So how many yards are we going to buy now? Because as soon as the cosplayers see it, it's gone. We know it's going to be gone. So we would always make sure to buy enough that we knew that we needed. So sorry, some of the fabric doesn't actually exist in the world.
No, it does not.
Or to that point, a lot of the times they would tell us, or it'd be scripted that a character would only last one season, and the next thing you know, they've got their own spinoff. So that's what happened with Fennec, and I was like, oh, let's have fun with this hairdo and do something crazy. And then it was like, oh, by the way, now she's not dying and she has her own show. It was like, oops,
And I imagine Phoenix was hard just with all the wiring and the workings to make it look legit, and then have to remake it and do it again would probably be so difficult as well. So kudos for that one for sure.
I can't even imagine how many helmets you guys wound up making.
Yeah. Well, hers was also interesting because we obviously, that character, Shauna wasn't the designer on season 1, and that character was introduced in season 1. So when we took over that costume, we had to then readjust kind of the outfit of it, because it was made one way because she was only supposed to be in one episode, and then she winded up being in more, and then she winded up being in even more. And so it was like we had to like break down the costume and make it easier to wear, and then so we had to reconfigure that whole thing. And then we had to go buy it because we didn't have all of that fabric, and some of that fabric was also specialty printed, and we had to go attempt to recreate it, and it was like going exactly. So it was like having the whole new team having to figure out how to do all of that again. So we had to do it ourselves. It wasn't just the cosplayers that do it. Our department ourselves had to do that with the previous department's work. So
sounds stressful, but
you guys did a lot of hand dyeing, like that, all the silks in Ahsoka, like all those great mothers. I had spoke with Shauna about that, and she talked about the dye lots and the different kinds of silks, and everything was hand dyed, and it was cool, beautiful.
Yeah, but it shows. It, like, you can tell the amount of love that goes into all of those costumes. You can just see it, and even all the looks, like in totality, you could just tell.
Mark, Marcus and Judah. We had chatted with them not too long ago, and they talked about the whole process from, the choosing of the fabrics, the sketches, and the personal time that you would spend with each of the actors and actresses, making something unique for them, something that was special. We had a panel with Shauna, and she shared some of that love of, spending time with your actors and making something really unique and cool. What was unique and, in that process of finding something for them, for your input with that as well?
I mean, I think across all departments, not just in costumes, you have to, and Maria and Christina can speak on this, but we had to spend time with each of the actors because, again, these pieces that they were wearing are genuinely one of a kind, and some of the things are heavy and some of the things are cumbersome, and you would have to get to know the actors to see what their comfort level was, and also you would have to figure out what it was they were doing. Are they doing a lot of stunt work? And if they are, then you have to make sure, like for us, we had to make sure that the clothing could be fought in. We had to do a lot of tests. We always did what we called the squat test, where we would put the costume on and then we would have the actor squat in it to make sure that the pants would rip up the crotch, because they would be squatting a lot because a lot of the movements, they get low to the ground, their arms would have to come up and over. So everything had to require a lot of movement. And so we would have to make sure they were able to do the movement. Same thing with the armor. So we had to make sure the armor could move. And, I'm sure Maria and Christina can speak on that, especially with their things, is you had to make sure that these pieces could do what it was they needed to do. And the actors had to be comfortable doing that.
And I learned a lot from the costume department and took a big cue from them. I'd never worked with, for example, putting magnets and things before. And for Bo-Katan, I think it was Shauna that suggested using magnets to hold her headband on, and it was like a game changer for me to just think, oh, well, there you go. Now I don't have to, pin this darn thing on every single day.
So smart. Is there? Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Is there any specific character in any of the franchises, but I mean, if we want to stick with Star Wars, because where we are right now, but that you identify with or connect with, just the character itself, not necessarily the actor, but the character itself? And that can go for anybody who wants to answer. Or a favorite. You could just say a favorite if you didn't identify with any of them.
Well, I always say I'm aesthetically dark side, but morally a rebel.
Love that.
Because I love I collect Mauls and Vaders just because I love the aesthetic of the black and red and all that.
Yes.
But I think, I'm sure if I had to choose a side, literally it would, it wouldn't be that. I don't know. It's interesting because, you do see in other fandoms, people relate very specifically to one character or another because it resonates with them. Nobody in Star Wars necessarily resonates with me on a personal level because I understand their journey or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that for me. It's completely fictional, but aesthetically, I just really like it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I feel sorry for Anakin.
I know.
Yeah. Yes.
I know. Moody teenager, moody boy. I know. We love him.
I really love the new. I loved Shin in Ahsoka.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say I necessarily am is brooding, but I really enjoy. I just really enjoyed that character and working, just on that character and making just. I liked. There was something about her, and maybe it was like a subtle Viking feel or something that I really liked Shin a lot. She was a character that was special to me.
For sure.
For me, Padme.
Yes. Of course, being a costume person.
I just,
because
someone
there's a lot of
considers
clothes,
her
right?
wardrobe. Yeah. I want all of the clothes. But yeah, I also I appreciate a character that considers her clothing wardrobe choices very, plans it out and knows what she's wearing for what occasion and has a plan for it. So yeah, Padme.
Love that.
And
she's such a badass. She's
Yeah.
such a badass. We love Padme. She's so
Yeah, we
cool
do.
and stylish at the same time. Like, I feel like every girl that watched even Attack of the Clones is like Padme's like wardrobe And we all were like, I want that. I want that.
Naomi, do you have any questions?
Yes. I do. Just to follow up on like the collaboration piece and the character personality piece of it. The three of you worked together on Ahsoka and Mando, and how was that? You mentioned how fun it was, but like how far back in the process of you guys developing what your characters are wearing, what the characters are wearing, did you guys work together, and how do you like translate that character's history from lore, if it's an existing character, into what their on screen, in some many cases live action characters become, and how collaborative between the three of you? It seems like it was very much so from the very beginning.
Well, I could say when I came on in season 3 of Mandalorian, and Shauna was one of the first people I reached out to in terms of another department, aside from Maria, of course. But like, I immediately went to the workshop that her and E had set up, and just like looked at all of the inspiration they had pulled, but then also walked through the worlds that had already been created and like the fabrics of the worlds, because I really love fabric, and I'm like very inspired by fabric and texture. And so I wanted to kind of see, like, I walked through like the costumes for Navarro and the costumes from different areas, and I just really felt like it gave me just the start of a spark that kind of allowed me to like enter the realm of, Mandalorian, and also just like what's existed, what have they created already, and then where can I go from there? So it was great to see. It just kind of starts helping me think about color palette and concept, and that was really at the beginning when I started. And then throughout the season was when we really, as the characters are coming up, usually in advance, we're planning the characters. So when they are actually arrive, we're kind of putting them all together. We've already had many conversations and like known this is what they're putting on them. But we have a way of syncing up even through like a media program that we all use just to kind of keep ourselves up to date.
And I mean, one of the really important things with us, with Christina's department in general, and we usually had someone come from her department with the different like creature heads, because the thing was is we had background characters that were creatures, and depending on if it was a newer creature head or an older creature head, they all had slightly different measurements. So we would do fittings with the heads that we had, and sometimes the hands or like whatever pieces they had. So it was a very we had to be always constantly working together, and that's why everything looks sort of as flawlessly as I think it does, is because we were just constantly working together. And Christina's team was a part of our fittings and vice versa, and if they needed something for like a head wrap or something, she would be able to contact us to get the fabric, or vice versa. If we needed to make something, figure out how wide the head hole needed to be in order to be able to put on to the creature, I would be able to message, send her a text message and be like, hey, do you have this measurement? And she'd be like, yeah, let me send it to you. And so, yeah, it was always like that. Or, same thing with Maria. Sometimes she would shoot us a text over and be like, hey, do you have I need a few hats. Can you guys get a few hats for us? And we'd be like, yeah, we have this type of hat. What do you think? And she'd be like, yeah, that would work. And so it was just constantly text messaging, and then also emailing and sending each other ideas, and just constantly communicating.
During our prep, when we would get there, wardrobe had already been there. Wardrobe was one of the first departments to start off on a project. So they started off way before. I mean, it'd sometimes be months before I would get there. And so my starting off point was always, like Christina said, to figure out what was going on with them, what they had going, and sort of build off of that. And they were building off of, the concept art, Doug Chang and Brian Matthias, and the things that John and Dave and any of the directors had brought to the table. And So, it always was like kind of see what they had going on, whether it was a background person. Every single background person on our show was designed a look. We would get the fitting photos from E and her team. They would come to us. We'd look at them. And then I would shoot off some notes like this guy, some people had way too modern hair or just their looks in general. And, I'd just be like, hey, can we put a hat on this person? Or there's somebody who had a hat on, but their hair was great. Like, can we take the hat off this person? Or, can we do a combination of the two? And every single person was designed a look before they ever stepped on screen. So it was never like on the day, like, oh God, what should we do with this person's hair? It was already all planned out. And same thing, we would share those same things with Christina and her team. And there were people that we would call uniques. And the filmmakers would say, so we're going to be in Navarro. We have 150 background. We want 12 uniques. And these are people that aren't creatures in masks, but they're also not necessarily entirely human. And so we would sort of come up with these concepts and I'd pull ideas from Pinterest or whatever things I'd been saving, things I'd had in mind or things I'd already built. And Christina and Alexi would have maybe some prosthetics that they'd made or just some ideas they'd have. And we'd share those ideas and then we'd put them together and usually we'd choose an actor that we wanted to put them on and make some concept art. And then those would go into meetings with the filmmakers and they'd say yes or no, or please go this direction, or please hold back or go forward. And a lot of those, I think those were some of the most fun, and getting wardrobe involved in that too. And then they could sort of take those costumes a little further, maybe make those people from another planet or make those people from a different kind of class or something like that. And they're all sprinkled in there. And those are the ones, I think those are the ones that were the most fun. They were kind of the little specialty background.
The ones you could put your own kind of input in. I love that. That's cool. And then I have one last question for myself, but is there a project that's like headcanon, like it hasn't happened, it hasn't been pitched to you, you haven't seen it happening, that is your dream project that you would want to do or create or be a part of? It doesn't have to be Star Wars, it can be anything. I'm just interested in what you guys think. It could be for anybody, so.
Oh, I have multiple answers for that one.
What's your top two?
Well, I would love to be involved in the Interview with the Vampire because in my life I've had three constants. One has been Star Wars, two has been Anne Rice, and three has been Duran Duran. So either a movie about Duran Duran or any form of the Interview with the Vampire situation. But as far as if we are making that a Star Wars question, I would love to see a movie made from the Phasma book. I love the Phasma character.
Yeah.
Gwendolyn Christie. I think she's incredible. I think that book is incredible.
Yes,
it is.
And we'd have to do it sooner than later,
Yeah.
I'd love to see something get made from that. And then if they were ever to do any more Clone Wars flashbacks, I would personally love to be able to duplicate some of the animated hairstyles from Padme.
Yes, we all want to see that.
Yeah.
All of us.
Padme, I want to do a handmaiden
Yeah.
TV show.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That would be my dream Star Wars, but otherwise other projects and rumor floating out there, but I would love a Lost Boys TV show or again vampires, also one of my other passions. I don't know. Yeah. I want to stay in sci-fi fantasy. I just want to keep doing custom made shows. I want that to keep going. So
what about you, Christina?
Well, I also want to stay in sci-fi fantasy. This is definitely my genre that I enjoy being in. Gosh, I was really thrilled to do Ahsoka. For me, that was kind of like, whoa, that was like a huge bucket list. And I don't know, my other beyond this, where I'm I don't feel like I've done my bucket list, but I'm trying to think what would be my
Like Ahsoka was it for you, so you
Well,
got that.
Ahsoka was
Yeah.
when that was one that was just, I mean, I was so excited to join the Star Wars world. That was a thrill in itself. But then Ahsoka was for me a creative dream come true with just all of the characters that we got to create. I felt like it was every type of cool character that I could have done for makeup. I
Yeah.
was so into it. So that was definitely one of the tops for me. It's good to have to top that.
Yeah. And
Which will
what
be
was your
hard.
favorite? What was your favorite? Like what did you enjoy the most about Ahsoka? What was the pinnacle for you of Ahsoka? Thrawn?
Yeah, I was gonna say Thrawn was the one that was a major one for me. That was a
Yes.
really fun character to do. On top of it, Lars was great, but I really loved doing Hera as well. But even Shin, like I said, I loved Shin was a fun one that was so subtle, but we just did little tweaks and things, and it was fun just thinking about the personality of each of these characters, and what they would do and how they would achieve their look, or the ones that we needed to make their skin look like that's real. But Thrawn and Hera were two of my very favorites.
And they looked great. From somebody who
good.
loves all the extended universe stuff, like I think I might have audibly screamed when I saw Thrawn. So
What about you, E and Maria? Like what was the one thing ever that you've done? Because you've done a lot. Not just in the Star Wars world, Maria, for yourself and all three of you. What would be the one thing that you were like, oh hell yeah, I'm proud I did that. Yep, that was me.
I feel that way about Anakin. I'm happy to have been able to have done that character justice. I don't know. Sometimes I look back and see it and it's there's almost a disconnect. It's like someone else did I don't really relate to the fact that I was actually there, that I actually was a part of it. But I really proud of Morgan Elsbeth. That was a really fun character that I kind of got to sort of come up with on my own. And just everything. I mean, just the fact that we got to do this and got to do this with such trust and care and blessings from people like Dave Filoni, who, was there every step of the way. But whenever you would ask him a question, he would say, well, that's why I hired you. That's what you're here for. You know what you're doing. You can do this. And then just guiding us, gently in the right direction, and being a fan before an employee really made it that much more special when things were welcomed by the fandom, because I would never want to do a disservice to the people who I consider my peers, and that's not just the people I work with, but also the people that enjoy the products that we create. So I'm just I'm whenever somebody else is happy with what I've done, then that makes me happy.
How about you, E?
So I'm also a huge Star Wars fan, and I have been since I was very young. And I remember when I found out that The Mandalorian was shooting in Los Angeles in Manhattan Beach, I was on a different show. And I remember looking at my set partner at the time, and I was like, I don't know how. I don't even know who works on it, but I'm gonna work on Star Wars because I have to. Like that is I didn't even realize that was ever going to be a possibility, that I could even work on a Star Wars, that I could even work on in costumes. I was like, I don't care what I do on it. I was like, I just want to have a chance to work on it. And then 2 years later, I got a phone call asking to day play on it, and I was only supposed to go in because it was during the times of COVID. So the day players they would bring in were going to be the day players pretty much for the whole time that we were there for Book of Boba Fett. And they wouldn't tell me what it was, but when I knew who the supervisor was. So when she told me her name, I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is for a Star Wars. And I knew it. And she was like, do you want to work on it? And I was like, oh my God, yes. And so I quit the job that I was on. I was on a different job. I quit and I went and worked on that, even though it was only supposed to be 2 to 3 days. And on day one, I was thrown into dressing background, and I got really into it. And Shauna saw me day one and she was like, this kid knows what she's doing. And she started talking to me. And I didn't realize that when Shauna was talking to me that she was the designer at the time, because I was just so focused on what I was doing. And I was talking to her and I was like, yeah, I was like, I'm so grateful to be here because I'm such a big Star Wars fan. And like, I'm kind of freaking out. And like, and then within a matter of 2 weeks, Shauna didn't have me on set anymore, and I was in the office, and the next thing I knew, I was her assistant costume designer. And then, I got to work on 3 shows. Well, I got to work on 4 shows with her, but 3 Star Wars shows. And and Ahsoka was absolutely amazing. And I'm so grateful that Shauna saw my potential and saw my love and passion for Star Wars, and saw that my love and passion for Star Wars would make me an asset to her team. And she was willing to take a chance on me and willing to sort of move me up and saw my potential. So that's, for me, I'm just forever grateful that I got to do that, and I got to do it with the team that I had, and also got to be a part of an amazing crew with like Christina and Maria, because the crew on those shows absolutely phenomenal, and I loved every second that I was there.
That was Shauna's superpower, though, wasn't it? The ability to see the potential in people and innately, or maybe even cyclically, know that, hey, that those, she picked people and she formed this amazing team. And you can hear it in whenever any one of you speak of Shauna, that you were part of this really special family.
There was something so special about Shauna, and I met her once really quickly at like this random San Diego thing, but she's so well known, but she would take the time to like say hi and really appreciate you as a person, as a fan. And so I feel like that probably translated to you guys too, when she first met you guys, and everything. She just was so talented. It was so amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that was what was so amazing about not just like the costume crew, but everyone on the crew in general. Everyone was a huge fan, which is why I think we all kind of became like a family, is because we all were such big fans. And it started from the top with Dave, because Dave himself is the biggest fan ever of Star Wars. So it just trickled down, and we all just loved every second of being there and being together.
Thanks. I have a quick question before we're wrapping up. The 3 of you are also talented and so amazing, and it seems like what words of advice can you give to people that aspire, like as TJ and Teresa and I are cosplayers, you guys have like our dream jobs. What words of advice can you give to new artists and new creators, or existing ones, to like basically kind of chase their dreams like you guys did? And it's just amazing. And is there any advice you can give, or encouragement, I guess?
I think that the thing that I try to tell myself is to trust yourself and trust your instincts. I see people get really, really, really caught up in the minutia and the detail and the like, this button isn't, that's a wardrobe thing, but like this is 1/8 of an inch next to that one, and this and that and all that, all the stuff. And I think once you let go of that and just embrace the reason you're doing this, which is for the love of something, and it's for the love of something that some people might think is trivial. It's a TV show, it's a movie, it's a science fiction, it's fake, but it brings so many people together, and it makes us all so happy in whatever way, and if you just trust that your love of this thing is going to get you to the next level, or get you to where you want to be, or just your love and passion for whatever you do in your life, then I think, the sky's the limit. I never thought I would wind up working on Star Wars. And I literally, when I had my first meeting with Brian Sipe, who was the makeup artist who brought me in, I have never said anything like this to anybody in my entire life, but I looked at him and I said, I might not be on paper the most qualified person for this job, but you would be really remiss to not hire me, because you're not going to meet anybody else who knows this subject matter and cares about this subject matter as much as I do, regardless of the talent. But I'd never said anything like that in my life about myself. I'd never put myself out there like that, or propped myself up like that. That's not who I am, you know? And I think if you just trust and believe that you're where you need to be, then everything else will come to you.
I love that.
Thank you for sharing that. That was cool.
Maria said it best, really.
They're like, oh, how
What
do
she
I
said,
say
yeah.
after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo the trust yourself and trust your gut, and have the confidence to reach out to who you need to. It's amazing how many people, it's like the 6 degrees of separation. There's always someone that you can talk to, and just being excited about something and talking about what you're into can lead, you never know, your friend be like, oh, you should talk to this person, you should talk to that person. That's how I met V Neal. It was a friend brought me to a thing and she happened to be there, and we started talking and I became her assistant. You know, it was one of those like totally random. I would have not have expected that, but I was putting it out there in a way, you know. And I do think that's important as you're trying to pursue your dreams, you know, is to, not focus so much on the little tiny details, but put yourself into what you want. Right now, my son would like his balloon.
It's like when Alyssa showed up on set on Book of Boba Fett. I remember I pegged her right away, because she and I could have been in competition for who had the most swag at that point. And it'd be like, oh, you have that jacket, I have that jacket. Oh, what about this jacket? Do you have that jacket? You know? And she wasn't afraid to just be like, hey, this is who I am. I love this. I'm here and I love it and I want to be here. She wasn't just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, be over here and do my job. She was like, she was there for it. And she made it known that she was there for it. And that got noticed, that got noticed by Shauna. It got noticed by me. It got noticed by, everybody. And I can't imagine having done the last 4 things without her.
How long have you guys worked together? Was that Jack there for a second?
Well, what year was COVID?
It was like 2020.
2020.
Yeah.
March 2020.
2020.
Yeah. I've been there since the beginning. So I was there for 1 and 2, and then Alyssa's been there since Boba, and then Christina's been there since season 3. So
like 3.5 years for me.
I mean, almost 7 years really for me since the beginning of it all.
Wow.
I've heard stories of people taking small things from set. Have you guys ever done that? Like a little souvenir, a little secret souvenir?
Not supposed to.
No, I've seen some people that have little secret things, but I didn't know if like that was allowed or something that you did.
I think I actually
big secret.
I think I actually admitted to having a little tiny piece of the green from Mandalore.
Yes, that's amazing.
I think
Balin's gems, you mean?
No.
Oh,
the wreckage.
Oh, sorry, Ahsoka. Sorry.
Yeah. I can't.
We all have sand.
I can cop up to a little tiny piece of green.
How about the sand? Sand is great.
We all have
sand.
sand. We all have sand.
That's a great answer. I love that. I love that.
I mean, that was an inevitable.
Yeah.
Just for Anakin's sake.
Stones from Mandalore.
And
my right hand assistant department head, Gabby Quinones, she made a necklace. Oh no. She made a necklace with that held the stone inside of it, and it was funny. The jeweler actually asked, "Oh, what stone is this? This is so amazing." We were like,
"It's resin.
It's actually resin."
I would have said it's a.
She was looking at it with her little like magnifying glass. I guess it was really well done resin, but it was pretty funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's the smallest thing that I'll admit to.
No, the sand. The sand is the
Yeah,
only thing you
well,
took. That's fine. Yep, that's secret safe with us.
So other projects for you outside of Star Wars, what are, where else have you been? That obviously you can talk about. Christina, that I know that you're Dungeons and Dragons, and we don't have enough time for all the things Teresa would like to ask you about Dungeons and Dragons. However, all the rest of you that, like Maria, you've had a vast career of doing what you do. And
yeah, I've kind of been. It's funny that Christina's and my paths didn't cross earlier, because I started out on Pirates with V, and years and years ago, and kind of have been around, for a while in many capacities. I had stopped department heading right before Mando because I'd had a daughter, but since I've been in the Star Wars world, I mean, I've been pretty much just there most of the time. When we're on hiatus, I take on a few other projects. I just did some extensive reshoots for the Lilo and Stitch film that's about to come out, and really excited about that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Christina, Alicia, you guys, anything?
Ish. Did you say up and coming, or what we else? Oh, well, I really enjoyed working on Dungeons and Dragons. That was a movie I did right before I got into the Star Wars world. And that was a whole adventure for me, because I got to go to Belfast. I got to be in this world that already felt very Dungeons and Dragons. And it was a dream come true being part of that and working on the characters we were working on. It was really fun.
My last project that I most recently worked on, and it was in part with Shauna, and I was co-designing with her, was Foundation Season 3, which was really cool because we got to go to the Czech Republic, and we were in Prague. So I spent 8 months in Europe working on that. So, which is not out yet, but hopefully in the near future.
I'm not exactly sure how much time we have left. I know I don't know if someone could give us a cue. What do we have? Because we could keep going. Okay. All right. So go on.
Is there a location, I know you just mentioned Prague, but is there a location that filming has taken you in your career that you're like, it has been your favorite vacation outside of the filming and working part?
Oh, I mean, I don't know if y'all have been to Prague, but Prague wasn't even on my radar until Shauna called me up and was like, hey, I got us our next job. We're going to Prague. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked it up, and then I was like, wow, this place is beautiful. And it literally is like a fairy tale land. There's castles everywhere. Everything's cobblestones. Like, it's beautiful, and it's right in the center of Europe. So like you get on a plane or a train and anything's 2 hours away. So that was, for me, was absolutely amazing. And I definitely took advantage and did not save as much money as I should have on that job. And I traveled. So I took advantage of that time. So yeah.
Prague, I felt the same way, E. We had traveled there for hockey. My son played AAA hockey, and we had gone there to compete. And we were like, oh, okay, whatever. It was the best part of the different countries we had gone to. Prague was stunning, stunning.
Yeah.
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 I wish I had been able to have been a part of that. I haven't actually worked that much out of the Los Angeles area. I mean, I've done a few things in Hawaii, and I really enjoy that. I really enjoy Hawaii in general, and then a few things in New Orleans, which also is very near and dear to my heart. But I'm hoping I get to travel more for work now that my daughter's older. I guess Christine staying home for a while.
They're starting to travel quite a bit for filming and stuff now, that with the economy and everything. So I imagine that projects will eventually start going all over the place.
Well, they are, but unfortunately, they're also crewing.
Locally.
Country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, a big shift happened after these last strikes, where not only are the productions moving away, but they're also part of the reasons the productions are moving away is because the crews are less expensive elsewhere.
Oh.
So we're finding a big shift here.
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
We had some of the stunt ladies that were talking about that there was a shift in that, and needing to go where the jobs are, and it wasn't actually where you are in Los Angeles, and you're going out to find work.
Yeah, and even in the States in general, it used to go to Atlanta or New Mexico, and even that now is becoming more and more sparse. Most things are Australia or Canada or the UK, and unfortunately we can't really go there unless we're specifically requested, by a producer and actor, and that's a rare occursion.
Oh, that's difficult, hard.
It is, yeah. It's going to be an interesting from now on. You ask us what we've all got. I don't know that any of us have anything coming up. We're hoping for some good things, and that things will get back to at least somewhat back to normal. But it's going to be an interesting year to see what's next for all of us.
Well, that's tentative and terrifying.
But I'll see everybody in Japan.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you
Yes.
going? Good.
I feel like you guys
I will be there.
gained-
I get to judge the cosplay contest again, which was really fun to do in London. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm hoping that E will join me, but we'll see.
so far to fly.
We'll see. Excited.
So no, I think we still can get going. So now, anyone else have a question?
I have like a kind of unrelated to, well, it is related because we're living in Star Wars, but Maria, I just wanted to ask your feedback on like what it was like to live your Star Wars life on the Star Cruiser, which is like, kind of
we did it twice.
Amazing.
I did it with my family. I'm one of those people, like the second it was announced, that was it. I was going, it didn't matter, cost whatever.
Yep.
So I drug my family there, like literally days after we wrapped season 3 of Mando, and we were all exhausted and a little overwhelmed. And I don't think I knew what to expect. I think the whole thing sort of took me a bit by surprise. And being on the production side of things and not being as involved in like cosplaying and that side of the fandom, I did feel much like a lot like an observer, I think, of what was going on. But I really enjoyed it and appreciated it. And after I left, started to get more involved with the fandom, and specifically with the Halcyon and the Star Cruiser fandom, and started when the strikes were happening and I was looking for alternative sources of income, I started making hair pieces for a lot of the people that were going on the Star Cruiser, and through that met people, including some people that worked on the ship and some of the actors, and wound up getting invited back a second time. And the second time sort of embraced it a little bit more, I got to launch the ship in hyperspace, and
oh my gosh, amazing.
I got just
so
all the
fun.
Yeah. Still more of an observer. I don't like to be on display, so I didn't really like fully dress. I dressed up, but I didn't fully. But just enjoying the aspect of the immersive experience. What an incredible opportunity. It's just really too bad that they can't figure out a way to make it, even if they made it into like a dinner theater experience or an add-on experience to Batu East or something, that wasn't necessarily a hotel anymore. If they just could figure out a way to include that as an add-on experience for people that wanted to do something a little more immersive, like a escape room type version of Star Wars, I think is a really, really great opportunity. I would have liked to have seen it been a little more geared towards, I know it was more geared towards, the sequel trilogy and not necessarily the Star Wars I grew up with. So aesthetically, it was different than what I was used to, especially from being on set, but it was impeccable. Everything was perfect, and the details were fantastic. It was a really fun experience.
I miss it. I loved it so much. I have like the Halcyon. Oh, it's on this side. The Halcyon logo tattooed on me. Like we have a little community.
I have a few friends who have those too.
Yeah.
So Christina, I'm totally going out of franchise since nobody's told us what to do or when to leave. So I'm going to ask about Dungeons and Dragons. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
What?
Morgan Freeman is here.
Here. Yeah, Morgan Freeman popped in and said, "Last question." Yeah. So Dungeons and Dragons. Since we're going, let's talk.
Okay.
What was your most favorite part of Dungeons and Dragons besides Belfast, the location?
Yeah. I mean, we had a really long prep period for makeup. Like we had a couple of months where we were really designing and going over everything, and I really enjoyed that part of it, of really just kind of, we filled a room with photos of like every sort of inspiration and concept, and the costume, there they set everything up kind of in these different like sort of everything just kind of comes and they set up. So costumes was set up in a pod right next to us and just kept getting bigger and bigger. There was armors, there was, people were just building these really amazing things all around us. And that was one of my favorite things, was the prep, was just building everything from scratch. Like watching chainmail get built next to me, it was so cool. And so like I felt like I was definitely in a different place, but I liked how much we were all in the same area working together.
Yeah.
I mean, we had our own office space, our own pod office space. So like we were enclosed in our own space, but you can literally walk out the door and then there was costumes designing everything. And then there was, and then we had a special effects lab right across from our makeup room. And it was just really cool. And their hair and makeup is also works together a lot. So we had hair, makeup. We were all just immersed together. And that was one of my favorite things about doing that over there.
I think that's kind of also what's so fantastic. I know you guys need to wrap it up, but what Christina was just saying, I think people would be interested to know that's sort of what we've got going on now too, down in Manhattan Beach, this little pod that we've got of, I had this wig room that was just filled with all of my supplies. Anything I wanted was there. I could pick and choose and grab. You'd walk, 40 feet over there, and Christina would be over there, and all the masks would be on display. Right next to her was Josh Ross's place, and every single prop, there's 3D printers going, there's people doing vacuum forms. I mean, stuff I had no idea how this stuff is made. And speaking to the cosplay community too, people know how to do all this stuff, and watching it be made. And then there's the fixtures guys, and they're lighting things up with these little tiny batteries. And I mean, just the work that goes into things, and the way people figure out how to make things, like going back to Dijkstra and the cameras and the models and the way, the original trilogy was made. It's just like the most creative minds all in this one space. And you could just walk around and just see things being made. And it's like, you're just right there in whatever world you're in, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or Star Wars or, whatever. It's this collaborative effort that just brings everything together and makes you feel like a, big community.
It feels like you guys have started your careers early and knew what you wanted, and that's amazing to know what you want to do. Do you feel like this is like more of a technological question, but from when you started your career to now, as far as like construction techniques, technology has probably made a huge difference in what you can and how quickly and how accurately you can create what the three of you design. Has that really had a huge impact, do you feel like, over the years?
I mean, I would say you have to always stay up with what's changing always. Like I said, I started in 3D animation and digital design. I left that industry to kind of get more into something more tactile, but I'm also going back to it now a lot in the world of makeup. Like 3D printing's become huge in what I do with special effects, and it's kind of becoming part of the future of what I'm doing. So I need to start learning it all again. And I've been taking lessons in ZBrush and trying to learn, just kind of reacclimate myself to digital 3D, because that is as important as sculptural 3D. What's cool too is we are sculpting and then we can 3D scan it and put it in there. I mean, it's really cool the technology that's out there right now. And so I'm trying to be as on top of it as I can, because it's definitely to stay relevant in the future of what I do. I have to. This guy's gonna know it faster than me too.
Okay. So with that, we actually are going into the Chiquino family, and we are excited for that panel upcoming. Thank you all for tuning in and listening. Starlight.org, Holiday of Hope. Click the links below. There's some for Australia, UK, Canada, and the United States. We are raising funds for seriously ill children, and happy kids heal faster. So whatever we can do together to help those children and help the families, that's what we're here all weekend for. And on behalf of the 501st Legion, my sisters in the Legion, ladies, it was wonderful, wonderful to spend time with you and to get to know you more. Thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
You too.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 501st Legion's Holiday for Hope Telethon. This weekend, we, the members of the 501st Legion, are getting together to raise money for Starlight. We're going to do these great panels all weekend and have some fantastic hosts and raise some great funds for our great partner organization of Starlight. We're going to have some great conversations. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad. Happy holidays, everyone, and welcome to the Holiday for Hope Telethon. I'm Taylor Goodson. I'm TK12110, a member here in New Jersey. I am part of the Legion Public Relations Officer team, and I'm the commanding officer of our chapter here. When I'm not in costume, I'm a professional percussionist and composer here in the New Jersey, New York area, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce this great panel that is focusing on music and family and all sorts of fun. But before we get into the meat of the panel, I want to introduce everybody here, and I'm going to kick it off to Justin right now to tell us more about Starlight and to introduce yourself. Justin, to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Justin Sonfield. I am also in New Jersey in the Northeast Remnant Garrison, and I am also the Legion Commanding Officer of the 501st. It is a pleasure to be working with Starlight for, I believe, our third year in a row. And we are here to raise money so they can continue to fund these wonderful gowns, these Star Wars gowns that they give to all of their patients, as well as VR headsets and other fun activities that keep them happy and smiling, because we all know when a kid is happy and smiling, they are healthy. So please give. The links below, the QR codes below are very important, and we thank you all in advance for your donations.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin.
No problem.
Also with me today is another one of our fantastic members, Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Hi, my name is Lauren Liss. I am one of the public relations officers for the flagship Eclipse detachment, and I'm also the diversity officer for Bloodfin Garrison. I reside in Indiana. When I am not in costume, I'm a medical assistant, and I do music in my spare time.
Fantastic. Great. All right. Now, our fantastic guests. Let's start introducing them. We have many of them, a whole family affair, which is fantastic. So we're going to start with we'll start with the youngest, I think, today. All right. You have probably heard his fantastic work on new productions such as The Penguin, and most recently, and very excitingly, the Star Wars Skeleton Crew. It's my honor to introduce composer Mick Giacchino. Welcome. Happy holidays.
Hi, thank you guys for having me.
Oh, it's absolutely our pleasure
to be here.
And joining us here is members of his family, which some of you may know or may not know. I'm going to introduce his father, who is here today, the fantastic composer of Star Wars Rogue One and so many other great things, and can't even remember to list them all, including some great Pixar works that you know. Michael Giacchino is with us today. Hi, Michael. Happy holidays.
Hello. Nice to be here. My call sign is FN3181. Since we're gonna get geeky about this, so yeah. I'm all here and ready to go. Let's do it.
Fantastic. And then also joining us are Maria and Josephine Giacchino. Hello, happy holidays. Welcome.
Hi, happy holidays. Thanks for having us.
Yes.
This
Go on.
is Mick's grandmother
That's right.
and aunt, and
My
Michael's
mother. Yeah.
and my brother.
It's the Chiquino family Christmas.
Yes. Where's Dean Martin?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
Well, speaking of Giacchino family Christmas, what are your Christmas plans or holiday plans for this year?
Oh, it's crazy. I'm in the middle of several projects that are keeping me busy, probably keeping me here. And we have family on the West Coast, we have family on the East Coasts. And when we can, we like to all come together. And then when we can't, we do the best we can. So I would say we've definitely had more all together than not. So the average has been pretty good over the years. So, yeah. So I don't know. What are we doing this Christmas? I don't even know yet. My head has been in work so much. I didn't even oh God, it's December. Got to
How
figure
about you,
this
Mick?
out.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I'm spending Christmas with my dad and our the what we call the Rancho Jaquinos from down south, but also next week I'm heading to the East Coast to go visit Josephine, my grandmother, and my aunt, to spend some time with them since we won't be in New Jersey this year for Christmas itself. So, gonna go hang out with them and then spend some time in New York for the holiday, and then be back here for Christmas.
Wonderful.
Yeah. How about you guys?
Yeah, so we're going to be on the New York. We have two Giacchinos in New York also. So Anthony, my younger brother, and myself, and we're here on the East Coast. So we'll hook up with my mom and dad, and yeah, we'll do some festivities here. And I'm looking forward to having Mick come and stay in New York with me for, I think, like 10 days or something.
Wow.
So wait, how are we handling the night of the holy ravioli this year?
Oh, I mean, we may just have to do it. Okay, so every year we have the night of the holy ravioli, which what is that? The evening of the 25th, I think.
Well, it's Christmas night because we make
Christmas night, not Christmas Eve, but where we would all whenever we are together, usually we'll do a whole ravioli assembly line, and led by my grandmother.
Yeah, well, you have to mention, Mick, that this will be the first time that we haven't been together in,
well, COVID
we weren't, yes.
But yeah, we've done some Christmases away and then Christmases here. Yeah.
Yeah. Or usually, yes, everyone gathered together. But that night, I don't know what we're going to do about the ravioli.
Well, we'll
my
figure it
guess
out.
is you're gonna
It's great
figure
though.
it
I remember
out.
one year we put a GoPro on my mom for the whole thing, and so it's just this funny video of her roaming around the house and then seeing everyone making raviolis and then her hands going down and making the dough and all of that. It was it's really funny to watch. We should put that on online.
I'm making sure.
Put that on social media.
Oh boy.
Which one of you is going to score it?
Mick, you got this. It's yours.
Just the Benny Hill theme.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, I'm not a New York native, but there's nothing like Christmas in New York.
Oh,
I
it's the
mean,
best.
it's the best. And we're gonna be here through Christmas Day, and then we're gonna head to Florida for New Year's in Disney. So,
Which is just like New York City.
that's what we do.
So you're going to go
take
down
the
to
cold
Disney.
for so long.
You're going to go Disney World?
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
We spend a lot of time there. We like
That's
it a lot.
great.
It's
Well,
a
it's a
good
good place. Yep.
How about you, Taylor?
Me? I'll be here. I'll be working, sadly. I'll be playing a couple masses on Christmas Eve, and then I'm playing New Year's shows all week, doing shows in Maryland and New York, and doing this whole doing the Austrian New Year's celebration concerts.
Oh, I love that. That's
Yeah, so that'll be fun. Playing some Tiffany on those charts, so that'll be a good time.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we do it every year down in the Strathmore Center in Maryland, and then out here in Alice Tully, and not Alice Tully. We're doing Avery Fisher, formerly Avery Fisher, David Geffen Hall. So yeah, we're doing some great venues. It'll be a lot
So
of fun.
wait, as a percussionist, I got to ask this question. So has there ever been a time when you're like, okay, I have this one thing I have to do, but it's like 300 bars in and I'm just waiting and you miss it? Has that ever happened?
Absolutely.
A
Mostly in
triangle hit.
rehearsals,
A
obviously. But
triangle's not going to hit itself, you know?
that's right. Oh yeah, we've been
Wait.
there all the time. You know, sitting there in rehearsal, looking at Facebook, scrolling along, and there it was. There it goes.
Yep.
Oh well. Yeah, I mean, I've got friends in the highest of places that have made the same mistakes. It's happens to the
Yeah,
best of
no, and
us.
I just don't even know how it just doesn't happen all the time, because it's just like, to me, I'm like, I would be just distracted, and then I would get bored, and then I would just start doing something else, and then next thing you know, the day's over, and I'd be like, oh, I didn't play a note.
Yeah, well, you know, we get those days, but then I also have the days where I'm playing the score to 2009 Star Trek and working my butt off because
There
there's
you
so many
go.
notes.
Yeah, that'll keep you busy.
It did. That was a fun concert we did a while back.
How about
Actually,
Lauren? How about you?
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to visit my mom and my nonna, hang out with them for a little bit. I usually bring my flute. When my nonno was alive, he used to love to hear me play. So I'm planning on playing some of his favorite songs, and we celebrate the Bufana on the 6th of
Nice.
January.
Sorry,
So you
Nick.
play
Didn't,
flute.
Yes, I went to music school for it.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome, because you can just take that anywhere.
Yeah, it's nice. I can transport it.
Yeah, timpani, not so much.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
jealous.
that's what I was going to ask was like, how do you practice the timpani? Like, where do you have to like rent out a space, or do you have them like this, like somewhere? Like, what is that like?
I'm super lucky to work at a college right up the hill, so I can actually use the equipment there and, you know, with my students and all that. So definitely get a lot of practice time up there, which is great.
Yeah, because
I remember seeing a timpani or two around your house at one point in time.
Oh yeah, they've been around for sure.
All right.
Taylor,
get in-
can I ask Taylor something about the Vienna? I mean, because one of my dreams is to go to Vienna and see that in person, but I did
Sure.
go in 2000. I don't think you were probably playing there then, but we went to see it at Lincoln Center. Don't you remember?
Yes.
Yeah, we went for like when it was the millennium, the new 2000, and we saw that concert. It was great.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Was that at Lincoln Center on New Year's Day?
Yeah, it was New Year's Day. Is that what
Yeah,
you
that's the same one I'm playing. So it's a fun.
That's
it's a
so great. It's
Oh,
so
that
fun.
is neat. Oh.
Yeah, the audience is great. I mean, everyone loves to be there. It's fun to see. They ask how many people have been here for the first time, and it's always repeat people. There's so many.
Right.
It's like a tradition for everyone. It's really, really fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So let's jump into it. We were fortunate enough to hear about Michael's early life and musical background, but this is a music family, clearly, So now that we do have both of you, tell us the origin story of Mick getting into music.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, look, I'll do it from the very beginning, because like I was, obviously I like film scores and movies, so I sort of raised him as if he was going through the same time period that I did when I was growing up. So all the movies he saw were the things that I saw, the TV
you
shows,
shut me
all the
off from the
animated.
outside world is what
Yes,
happened.
I blocked him away from Barney and all of the things that would be just might take him off the path. Uh, but he seemed to just have a huge interest in movies. Really, that's how it started. I think. You tell me.
Well, I mean, I will look also off of that. I just last time I was at my grandmother's, we found a videotape of like the days after I was born, and like like the day after when I'm still in the hospital. It's the first shot on the tape, and it's just my dad's holding me, and the ET score is playing in the background. So you were pumping that in from day one pretty much too. So, but
Yeah.
Also, I mean, one of the things I always remember too is that I mean, in elementary school, essentially all I would listen to were film scores, and like Eric Korngold was like one of my favorites, and I would listen to Adventures of Robin Hood all the time. And around like 6th grade or so, you told me, you were like, look, I love that you're listening to all this stuff, but like you got to listen to some pop music. But by pop music, he meant like the Beatles and Billy Joel. So as as the continuing the theme of blocking out the anything that wasn't around in the 70s. But it was I mean, it was great. It was my dad would always pull me out of school with my siblings for the day to go to a scoring session, and we would just go. I loved sitting in the room, and especially honestly going back to the percussion section. I'm not just saying that, Taylor, but that was one of my favorite spots to be and just watch them run around and pull out the different instruments and all the junk that they had that they would play as well, where they would just find trash pieces and use it as percussion instruments. But I would really just kind of go sit around all the different sections and just listen. It was such a great way to grow up.
And as you got older too, you would reach out to them, and like he would come to me one day and say, "Hey, I'm gonna go. Can you drop me off at Don's house?" This is Don Williams, who is John Williams' brother, and Don plays timpani on pretty much everything I do. And I'm like, "Wait, you were going to Don's house? What for?" He goes, "We're gonna review scores together." How did that start?
I honestly don't even remember how it started. It just feels like something that's like, I mean, I think it was high school or something. Either he must have invited me. We probably were just talking, and he just invited me over one time. And then I was like, all right, want to do this next week? And I was like, yeah, sure. And so I would bring over like Jerry Goldsmith's like Star Trek, the Enterprise Q, and Soaring Over California as well, and lots of Goldsmith, but also like I've got this book of the Batman of the score from Danny Elfman's Batman. And we would just go look at these scores together and just talk about them. North by Northwest was one as well, and
classical stuff too. It would,
yeah,
and just looking at voicings and how it all was. So he was getting this education just out of his fascination of the subject, which was really great. Purely just all on his own. He just kept going. So.
And did you have a specific instrument that you gravitated to, or is it really just as a conductor and orchestral?
I mean, I play piano because through my dad telling me to listen to pop music, like current old pop music. I got stuck in the 70s kind of in high school, and I was in middle school, and I was playing in rock bands and stuff. So I played piano and like a tiny bit of guitar at the time, but in like elementary school through middle school, I played trumpet. I was not good. I remember I had to play the Godfather theme in like 8th grade, and I just recently found some recordings of me practicing it, and it is not pretty. It's oh god. But it was definitely it was just more of more piano, and then just listening to the orchestra and looking at scores and all that.
Nice. I mean,
talk about your first film you scored.
Oh, Turkey Hollow. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was ridiculous that this happened. Was a friend of my dad's, Kirk Thatcher, he's produced. He was the punk on the bus in Star Trek 4 that gets pinched out by Leonard Nimoy, and he produced that movie, and he wrote Muppet Treasure Island and has worked with the Muppets a bunch. So he was visiting the Jurassic World scoring stage for the first movie. And that was one of the first times my dad was like, hey, do you want to write a source cue for this? And there was the scene where the kids were waiting in line for the gyrosphere ride, and they just needed some music that was playing over the loudspeakers in the background while they're waiting in line. So I wrote this thing, and it got orchestrated, and I went to the session and that was like the first time I'd heard something that I wrote played live, which was a whole experience in itself. But Kirk happened to be there that day. And Kirk was like, I get what? He turned to you and he's like, hey, do you think Mick would score my lifetime?
Yeah, he looks at me, he goes, look, I know you're not going to score my movie, my Turkey Hollow movie. He goes, but what about Mick? I really like that. That was really good. Do you think he'd do it? And I was like, you ask him, not me. Don't ask me. I don't have any clue. I'm sure he would want to try it, I guess. But and he did. And then what was the memories that I have of that time are like, I would be at home, and Mick would get home from school. Then he would go into his room. He'd have homework to do, but he would also have like stuff to show Kirk. He would have to write cues, and Kirk would come over after school, and they would sit in his bedroom. And I remember looking down the hall and seeing Kirk like lying down on the ground and Mick at his little desk, and them just going over the cues that way. And I thought, that is so funny. But that was the first time, and then you ended up scoring that whole movie for him, which turned out really,
it was
really
like
good.
like an hour, 20-minute Lifetime film or so. It was an old story that Jim Henson had written way before Sesame Street that just never got made.
Yep. It's crazy.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, that's great. So you're talking about like path to being composer and kind of learning the tools of the trade. Did you study like composition formally?
Yeah. In college, I went to Sarah Lawrence College, and I studied with John Yanelli, was my composition teacher, and took classes with Marty Goldray, who was amazing, and many others. But I was yeah. So it was I did theory classes and composition and ensembles, and the list of them go on with with the also like the history classes as well, whatever was required for the program. But yeah, that was fun. But I chose Sarah Lawrence because it had the freedom to take whatever classes you wanted to as well. It wasn't confined to your major, so I was able to like take film classes as well, or take writing classes, or psychology, and so just get a little bit of everything, but focus the majority of it on music.
Was it a specific film scoring degree or a composition?
No, I ended up doing it like an independent study. It was just more composition, but senior year I did an independent study that was kind of more focused on film scoring. I was working on an animated project at the time that I was like, can I turn this into an independent study with you? And my professor was like, yeah, let's do it. And so he would give me feedback as I was working and all that. So.
And like Dad, did you have an interest in film as well?
Yeah, I mean, again, I like one of the things that he showed me when I was growing up was how to make stop motion movies with me and my cousins. And so we would always be, playing with our Lego sets or action figures and making these stop motion movies. And then eventually that turned into live action movies that, the first one or two, my dad like would film, and we would be acting and doing it all. And then we started doing it on our own, and the quality dropped. There was, but it was definitely more us. But it was a blast. I mean, again, Maria's kids, Max and Sam, would always they grew up in New York, and every summer they would come out and spend the entire summer with us, and we would just spend the summer making stop motion and live action movies.
That's fantastic.
Great. So speaking of composition and studying and all that stuff, I always like to ask about influences, and we talked about those with Michael as well. And you kind of alluded to it with some of the older scores and stuff, but who would you list as some of your primary influences as a composer?
I mean, some of the ones I listen to the most, I love like Bernard Herrmann, and again, Jerry Goldsmith's a big one. John Williams, I like, is an obvious, it's a given. I feel like it's like saying the Beatles as well, like where it's like that, all as are the rest of us, he's there. But and then I was listening to just the other day. I've been listening to the White Lotus soundtrack.
Yeah, really good. Yeah,
which is just awesome.
Cristobal,
Cristobal,
stuff is so good. I know, I love that too.
There's like the anxiety that you just feel in it the second you just start listening. Is it's not a relaxing listen, but yeah, it's great. It's amazing.
What about beyond the film scoring sphere? Any
well, I mean, I love, again, Billy Joel. I love Boston from and Carry On Wayward Son was always like a favorite song of mine. And again, like I think realized that a lot of these songs that I was listening to, I was really gravitating towards like the melodic guitar riffs and stuff. Like again, Carry On Wayward Son is like riff city, and I think I mean, I've kind of self-interpreted it as, I started listening to all these film scores with these leitmotifs, so I was always attracted to the songs that had like a strong instrumental motif or melody that would be reoccurring throughout it, and those riffs.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, look, the list goes on. I've been listening to a lot of ABBA recently again. And,
I just did a production of Mamma Mia. It's so fun.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah.
Great music. No, it was similar because like when I was growing up, I was listening to a lot of like anything that had an ensemble playing, I loved. So whether it was a jazz ensemble or a big band or an orchestral or a marching band, and the thing that linked them all together for me was exactly the same, was they all had strong melodies and strong motifs that you could always go back to. So when I started listening to rock music later, because early in my early days, I refused to listen to it. My sister was blasting, who knows, the Cars and Led Zeppelin down the hall.
Hey, hold on. Tell about the jacket that you were painting.
Oh, well, no, I refused to paint.
Oh, that's right. You refused.
I had a friend in middle school. I think her name was Diane, and she wanted me to paint the Led Zeppelin logo on the back of her jean jacket because I was also, an artist, and I did a lot of drawing in school, so the kids knew that I was. into that. So, but I was just like, oh, that's rock and roll. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have anything to do with that devil music. That's but as time went on, I started realizing I was like, and I started gravitating to certain bands and certain music that was exactly as you were saying, really heavily built up on top of melody, right? Melody and strong motifs, and so that led me to Breakfast in America, the album. What's the name of the
Supertramp.
Yeah, Supertramp, things like that,
I was gonna
which
say
were these
ELO as
and
well,
and
which
the
is a lot of
seven
times-
ELO is another huge one. I think all of these bands, the thing they had in common, a lot of these guys came from the classical world.
Sure.
They knew how to play. They really knew how to play music.
Right.
So the music that they then went on to write was also sort of influenced by a lot of the classical stuff. And that's the truth. That's true for Boston. It's true for Led Zeppelin. It's true for so many of these incredible bands. I think that's something that's missing today from a lot of music, but growing up
No,
in the
you're
70s,
right. I mean, I
it
remember
was
watching a
everywhere.
documentary on Jimmy Page,
Yeah.
and hearing his background is just
Yeah.
insane when you think he's the guy that's in Led Zeppelin.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Especially
had incredible influences and abilities as players, as musicians. They weren't just someone who could then just, all right, let's just open this laptop. There's a beat, and there's a thing. Let's put the chord. Now I got a song. Like, yes, great things can come from that, but that was a time when it was built into them. They actually studied it, they learned it, they did it. So that was, and I think that carried over in a huge way, and that's why we still listen to those bands today.
I forgot one of my biggest ones too, Queen, for that
Yeah,
exact
Queen.
reason,
Yeah.
where
And that's perfect
just
example.
Brian
Yeah.
May is one of my favorite guitarists
Yep.
ever because just the way he orchestrates all of the guitar parts and just all of the solos with the counter lines and the harmonies and everything. It's just it's brilliant. And I just remember listening to some of the songs on Night at the Opera for the first time and just being like, I was like, this sounds like clarinets. It sounds like he does such a good job at replicating or at least imitating various instruments or orchestral instruments.
Yeah. But to be able to do that, you need to really understand it and really get it. So it's something that's rare to find today in music, which I miss. And maybe that's why, film scoring is sort of the thing that I ended up gravitating towards in that arena, because it's a place you can still write that kind of music.
Yeah, I recently watched the John Williams documentary on Disney Plus, and I didn't think about it when I was a kid, but obviously the Star Wars soundtrack was a top thing, and I'm explaining to my children now that, oh my gosh, no, classical music was,
Yeah.
a score was in the top 10 is nuts. But I love the fact that, and Michael, this is a compliment more than a question, is how you've incorporated contemporary music into your scoring and guitar and some of the other things. I mean, whether it's Coco, whether it's obviously the Batman soundtrack. Are we going to see some of that from you, Mick, as well? Those influences coming through?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, it really just depends on the project. Like if guitar is right for it, guitar is right for it. I've always wanted, I haven't found what the right thing for this is yet, but I've always wanted to do kind of like a score that has some Brian May element to it with all the guitar harmonies and kind of, again, I have no idea what I would do that for, but it's,
You did get to play around with that in Muppets Mayhem. You did that.
I guess so a little bit, but that's still like kind of more band like, I kind of, I don't know, some hybrid of it. But yeah, no, in Muppets in Mayhem for sure. There was I did a little fanfare piece that was kind of like a it was like it was kind of like a Brian May fanfare.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
One of the things that I will tell you, the first time we interviewed your father, we were scared about was, what if he doesn't even like Star Wars? Like, so in other words,
I hate Star Wars.
Right.
I
So
hate
maybe Rogue One was just the job. So question for the group, Mick, was Star Wars a part of your growing up?
Oh, it was a huge part of my growth. Yeah, even you heard my grandmother; she laughed right there. Yeah, I mean, like it was. Yeah, it was huge. The first time we watched it, I forget how old I was, but actually, my dad just found a video of it that he had filmed of my first time watching the movie. And what he did for it, he was like, "All right, we're gonna watch it right." He had an old 35 millimeter print,
a 16 millimeter print I had of Star Wars, which had none of the updates to it. It was the OG print, which
Like we pulled it out a few years ago, and it's like all red now and faded, and
yeah, it was on Ektachrome, so it doesn't really last that long.
But anyways, we pulled down we set up a screen in the living room, and we watched it there, and I mean, just from the first notes of that theme and just the Star Wars logo coming up, it just you're like you're captivated. And I remember loving it, and I think it weirdly one of my only like vivid memories of watching the movie that day, other than like the feeling of enjoyment and loving it, was I remember really not liking the scene where Tarkin and Vader are sitting around the conference room because it was just all the bad guys, and I did not like that. It wasn't that it was scary. I was just like, I'm not down with this. And I mean, I remember I think right after that, you tried to give me a Darth Vader action figure, and
he didn't want it.
I didn't want it.
Not happy with it.
You know what? I have a funny story when Michael, because Michael, when he took over when he took Rogue One, it wasn't originally planned to be Michael, and he was finishing up Doctor Strange, and he was going to London, and he said to me, "They want me to, look at Rogue One when I go over to London. They want me to look at it, and I don't know because I've been working so hard, and I need some time off." And I'm just thinking, there's no way he is not taking this job. He was being real coy about. I'm like, no way. He loves it too much.
There was a lot of work that year going on, and also, the thing about Rogue One was the timeline. It was so insane. I had 4.5 weeks. That was it, to do it. So to commit to that was just like, oh, okay, because it's not like a small movie.
Sure.
So.
Well, the other thing, and then I'll let Taylor move on to Skeleton Crew. But the other thing that I was so impressed by, and this is gonna turn into a question for Josephine over here, is it seemed like Michael and crew had so much, robustness for filming and recording. I mean, the fact that Michael busted out his original book report recording on the Star Wars audiobook during our interview was nuts. So kind of generationally, what inspired as the parent, or was it just all on his own, for Michael to really get involved with all this at the time high technology to document and archive your lives? And then I want to flow that down, Michael, to Mick. How did this, I mean, seemingly amazing documentation of your lives happen?
Well, let's put it this way. I taught kindergarten for many, many years. And in order to be a kindergarten teacher, you have to be pretty darn creative. And I also felt that you had to allow the children space to create. You're not going to put limits on what they can or cannot do. Of course, you don't want them to get hurt. That's another story, because Michael was always into things, throwing people off our roof and
You
whatever. That's
make it
another
sound like
story.
I was in the mafia or something.
Yeah. But it's just encouraging them to be who they want to be. If they like what they're doing, they're happy. So I would make sure, at least I tried, if they wanted, certain things that would help them, to create something that was new, I would have all the materials, so, crayons, and, would investigate whatever they needed for, if they
a lot
were
of clay.
Star
Clay for
Wars.
my stop motion.
Yeah.
Yes, all kinds of
And I
things.
mean, my dad is always interested in film, because he had film cameras and he's always filming us when we were growing up, and he had film from the Army. So like he was into that stuff when you talk about the technology, because I think then he gave Michael one of his cameras or something.
He gave me his camera.
Yeah,
I mean, we have everything documented. I mean, I have one room in the house that it's filled with albums and photograph, the old photographs. And I'm just thinking to myself, oh my gosh, and they're labeled, every aspect, like so-and-so growing up, so-and-so going to school, because I have 4 children, and the grandchildren, and I have some of their things, so it's I don't know. It's just something that, we felt, my husband and I felt was important. And
that definitely got passed on to Uncle Anthony too.
Yeah, my
I mean, I feel
brother
like,
Anthony. Yeah.
I feel like he took all that to the max.
Yeah, he's a documentary filmmaker. So he, between he and I, it was kind of a ridiculous amount of stuff that were saved from us growing up, between audio recordings and the movies I would take, or the VHS films he would take, or it just kind of went on forever. And then actually in the last couple of years, it's been organizing all of that stuff has taken forever. And it's almost done. And it's just like so crazy to have it now in a system where it's like, okay, it's all dated, everything. And when you look at how far back it goes, it's crazy. For my whole family, it goes all the way back to the 50s in terms of all the home movies and all of that stuff. So it's quite interesting to see.
Wow, has that all been digitized by now?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep. And now I keep thinking, should I put my like old Super 8 movies on like Instagram or YouTube or whatever? I think we have a YouTube channel, don't I? I think I never use it.
Definitely. You
I
should
think
definitely.
the only thing on there is Monster Challenge. And
I don't see why you don't. I'm just looking because we're in a patio of our house.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to.
And I still have, what the heck you call that thing that you pulled in? The screen.
Yeah, projector.
An
old-fashioned screen you pull down is still hanging up there. And whenever we had any kind of gathering, it didn't have to be just family, friends. He would say, okay, everybody. And, pull the screen down, and they have to show the latest thing that they did, the latest. And sometimes
that screen was
when I
also
would
used.
find out what kind of trouble they would get into. That would
Right, like in our movies. So she's talking about throwing people off the roof. That was because in one of the movies, like I made a dummy, and they were fighting on the roofs, and someone just throws the dummy off the roof.
Well, hold on. Wasn't there was some story about you thinking a parachute could be made out of a trash bag or something like that?
That was an experiment. That was not for a movie. That was science. That was trying to understand if a trash bag could create enough lift to hoist to float a child down from the roof.
And did it work?
And no, it didn't work. No, he sprained his ankle. Poor Robert Bonner. I'll never forget that.
Poor Robert. For science. For science.
Yes, for science though. He did it for science.
So Mick, are you archiving at this point?
Yeah. I mean, like, look, it's funny. Like, I was just with a friend of my best friend, Henry, came with me to the Skeleton Crew premiere on Monday, and there was it was at Disneyland, and I was like, on our way out after the screening, they let you walk around the park and kind of go on different rides and stuff, and so we did a few things, and then as we were leaving, we were passing by the Falcon. I was like, come on, we got to get a photo in front of it, and he is like someone who just for whatever reason just does not take many photos, and I'm the complete opposite. So it's like I feel like there's always I have a lot more photos of my friends than I have of myself. So but I mean I need to go through my library, and I document a lot, but it's not organized like your stuff is. It's at least it's by date, but there's like 5 of the same photo that I'm like, I don't know which one the best is. I'm like waiting for whatever app's going to come out that'll be able to sort that and just pick one for you, so you don't have to make that decision or whatever. But I mean, and also the other thing I've started doing too is sometimes is just doing voice memos as well, and or just like if if we're telling a story or something like that, just be like, hey, can I record this real quick? Or like conversations I've had with my grandfather, I'll record just to because I know that it's something I'll want to revisit later. So that was something I mean, you must have done that as well, but I remember specifically my uncle Anthony doing a lot of that with his kids, pulling out his phone and or tape recorder and recording them as they were like just talking about whatever is like 3-year-olds or and such. And there was we did a family trip to Sicily when I was in 8th grade, and to go see like the town where my grandfather's family was from. And we would my uncle took all the cousins out into the driveway of the place we were staying, and we all just laid down on our backs in a circle at night, and we were just staring up at the stars, and he put out the tape recorder, and he was like, or digital recorder, and he was like, all right, we're going to do EVPs, which is electronic voice phenomenon. And we just like asked a bunch of questions, and he's like, "Well, listen back to it later." You know, we didn't hear anything on the tape afterwards, but it was fun, and I've found myself wondering. I keep forgetting to reach out to him, but I'm like, I want to listen to that. I want to hear like what we were talking about, and it's just kind of like I think especially just the audio recording. Like video is amazing, but having just the audio of these conversations, I feel like allows you to kind of close your eyes and just kind of put yourself back into where you were at the time, or just listen to it and just listen to the voice without having the distraction of the visual as well.
Yeah, we were just listening to the one, I think woman I interviewed grandmom, you know, the one that with Carmela. So my great grandmother, and listening to her like audio conversation, it's great. And one thing I always thought too, because when you talk about everybody in the families recording stuff, like one big project would be to take like Christmas 2006 or 2007, and then you have to take everyone's film and edit it into something big. Because we have like John too, our other brother John also.
Project.
Yeah.
Is it? So,
yeah, that's your next directing project while them is being written.
No, that's actually weirdly harder than making a movie about giant ants.
So let's talk Skeleton Crew, huh?
Yeah, super exciting. I'm sure all of our listeners at this telethon are all itching to hear more about it, especially since we've only seen the first 2 episodes.
I just built the
there you go.
I just built this yesterday.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
The Onyx Cinder. It's got the but yeah, I mean, I was always a huge fan of Lego as a kid. So like when I found out that they were making this, I flipped.
So yeah, tell us more about Skeleton Crew. How'd that come about for you, Mick?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was so much fun. I mean, John Watts just kind of reached out and was like, "Is this something you'd want to do?" And I mean, like, I had met him a bunch on Spider-Man, and I did a couple like cues on some of those, and like I've known him over the years, and like he's like, you know, an editor that he works with had like heard my demo reel and stuff, and they were talking, and he just reached out, and we met, and once it was kind of all got the go ahead. I remember being at D23 when you were introducing Werewolf by Night, and John, I think, was introducing Skeleton Crew. And backstage, I saw John came up to me. He's like, "All right, you ready?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it." He's like, "We're gonna do." He's like, "I want to do a show that is fun and hopeful and playful, but also dangerous." And I was like, "You're speaking my language right here. All like everything I love." And so this project in particular, just it was, I mean, I love all Star Wars, but just to re-enter the galaxy from the perspective of these kids who know nothing about it is such a fun approach, I think, for a series.
That's great. So many people are talking about the influence of the 1980s stories and things of that nature. And it's based on what you said today, it seems like you are the perfect candidate for this. I was watching through Skeleton Crew, and the first thing that I remember was actually Super 8, Michael. That was like the thing that kept in my head is all these projects that were so cool about children's stories and homage to E.T. and those sorts of things. So, Mick, what kind of things were you really thinking about in terms of reference for a story about like an 80s children adventure?
Definitely. I mean, I was listening to The Explorers, which is a great soundtrack. I haven't seen that movie in forever. I gotta revisit it. I just one of the few things I remember about the actual movie itself is just the ending, and where you're just kind of like, wait, what? Where did these aliens come from? What's going on here? Rock and roll aliens, but that Jerry Goldsmith score is just is brilliant, and I went back and rewatched The Goonies like right before as well, and definitely that great Dave Grusin score was a big part of it. Definitely E.T. as well and stuff, but there's times where we wanted it to feel a little more Star Warsy, but also I think I was trying to focus more on like the Jerry Goldsmith vibes or and just kind of a little bit of its own nature as well, just because it's like, it's a bunch of kids. It's not Luke Skywalker, blowing up the Death Star. It's just these kids trying to find their way home. So at times it's a little more intimate and but definitely all of those 80s Amblin movies. Back to the Future was one as well that definitely had a big influence on the score.
I think
one of my favorite.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Justin.
No, I think we asked your dad a similar question before. What is it like when you have to integrate these themes, whether it's Jurassic World or Jurassic Park, and or the Star Wars themes? And one of the big moments of any Star Wars new thing is when you hear the Force theme in some new form. What was it like taking on something that's because you had a great take on it,
Oh, thank you.
in that
Well,
scene.
yeah, it was interesting because okay, so that was there's only two moments in the score where pre-existing music shows up, and one is that moment with the Force theme with the key, and the other is we recreated the music from the holiday special, which we can circle back to later. But for the Force theme, that was a last minute addition that we so pretty much we had two sets of recordings dates. We did episodes 1 through 3 back in March, and then we did episodes 5 through 8 in April. And so I had written so that piece is a version of Jod's theme, who we'll learn more about next episode and on Tuesday, and as this theme becomes more developed. And I kind of just orchestrated it in a way that I was like, all right, I wanted to kind of evoke the Force theme feeling a little bit, and when and then so we had those sessions and we recorded it with just Jod's theme, and then we did a review or during the sound mix we were talking to Dave Filoni, and he was like, you know what, he's like we're kind of hinting at it, like, and also and the melody for Jod actually ended up and the way I presented it in this scene, again, because I was trying to emulate the feeling of the Force theme, ended up being like, oh, you know what, we're very close to it, so maybe we should just have it here, like, let's, and he said, I think this might be a good moment to play it. And so it was actually a very quick turnaround where I would just grabbed, all right, and so this luckily the melody worked with the chord progression, and we recorded 3 versions of it, and just so we'd have options. There was one where just playing with the order in terms of Jod's theme coming first, the Force theme coming first, and then also playing it on cello versus French horn. And the producers, John Watson and Bongiorno and Ford, what we were calling the trio, they opted for the cello version because they're like, we wanted to feel like, John Williams is like peeping through the door, not walking through it. He's just kind of like coming to say hello or waving rather than actually speaking and saying hello. So it was really fun to kind of just take this thing, and again, it ended up just kind of feeling very natural with the rest of the queue. So it's almost like a blink and you'll miss it kind of moment, even though it's up front. It just, so it was a lot of fun to get to revisit it. And I just remember after the cellist Giovanna Clayton, she played it beautifully. I just was like, Gio, you did it justice.
Yeah, she did it great.
Yeah.
So you spoke a little bit about the process for the show and about the timelines. What does that look like? Do you write all episodes at once, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing like one at a time. I would write one, and then we would review it, and then I would move on to the next one. And again, this was like, some of this was during the strikes, so it was like they couldn't edit anymore, and because they were like, editing, they took the stance of like editing is writing, and reworking the story and ADR and writing new lines. So they were like, all right, we're shutting down editorial for a bit. But so it was kind of nice for me. I was like, all right, no one's bothering me. I can just kind of work at my pace. And but so what we would do is I would write an episode, we would review it, talk about it. I would then move on, take the notes, and then I would go on, move on to the next episode. And finally, once editorial started up again and they started conforming all the episodes, I went back and addressed those notes so that to the new cuts as well. So because there was things that had to get, scenes were getting shorter and all that. So yeah, so I mean, it was very much just kind of, episode review.
And then you would stack them, and then we record 4 episodes?
Well, yeah, that was the thing. The first set of sessions, we did 3 episodes. The second set, we did 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You must be very organized. I can't imagine writing a whole episode, getting notes, then writing another one, and going back and editing it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, we would. I know. Well, look, I can be a forgetful person from time to time, but we would record the audio of the Zoom calls for the note sessions, and also the music editor that I work with. He was taking notes and stuff, so we had everything there. So I could be like, and I would take notes as well on my own side. So if in like a month later or two, whenever I got back to it to that episode to fix things, I would be like, what does this note mean? And I would go check the audio recording. I'm like, oh, that's right. Yeah. It's because you could just hear the conversation.
It's great. I'm going to have to steal that technique. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to remember anything.
Yeah. Well, I know we're getting a little close to time here, so I want to start wrapping things up a little bit. So I want to ask you, Mick, big question. What are you most excited for us to hear in the 6 episodes that are coming up?
Ooh.
Obviously, without saying anything.
I know.
I'm spoil anything.
I know. I can feel the snipers on me right now.
Yeah.
But there's some fun action music in episode 3 that I really enjoyed writing. And again, there's some more piratey stuff in the next episode as well, that lots of bass flute and alto flute. And
Lauren just peeked up to
I love the alto flute.
Oh my God, it was amazing. I know. Our flute players were amazing, and there were there's actually the next episode. There's a couple flute solo cues. So it's
some good creature music coming up too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's some homages to old Bernard Herrmann. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just excited for everyone for the show to be out, so I don't have to be scared about what I can talk about.
Yeah, I have to say, I think one of my favorite
the NDAs are strong.
Yeah.
I have to say, one of my favorite cues so far, Mick, is the Star Wars Suburbia you nailed. It reminded me just of like the Edward Scissorhands moment where they're looking over the town and driving through. It's great. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Really great.
Yeah, that was fun. The first episode is definitely a lot of it's a lot of fun.
Afraid to talk.
Huh?
You afraid to spill spoilers?
Well, yeah, I was like, I don't know. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the video they just released, the song?
Oh my God, I was so excited about that because after that trailer, you mean Major Tom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's okay. So they just released the full, I don't know, in the trailer they had a Huttese version of Major Tom, and they just released the full version of it. And so I was on a last Zoom, just where we were signing off on the theatrical versions that we're going to be showing, that you guys went to at the screening for, and then also at the premiere where we just stitched the episodes together and we just were signing off on the transitions. And Matt Wood was on the call, and he was talking about how they made that, and that's him singing it.
I assume so. Yeah.
Wow. And he was like, yeah, we made a full version of it just in case they wanted to use it for something at some point. And I'm like, I was like, you have to put that out. I hope I want this. And so
wait, so that's out now? I didn't even know that.
It's out.
It went up like yesterday or something like that. The second
as a sing-along bouncy bubbly kind of thing with it looks like a trapper keeper came alive.
The second I saw it online, I downloaded it and put it into my iTunes library. So I'm like, all right, just another language for that song.
Amazing.
No, I literally sent a text to a friend that works at Lucasfilm after the first round of marketing came out, being a child that really grew up in the 80s. Seeing all that and having that, we've all seen reduxes of like Solo with the Beastie Boys in the background and stuff like that, but to actually lean in and do that, it's pretty awesome. Set a great tone.
Yeah, especially for the trailer too. It's just a lot of fun.
And the fans are a buzz right now. They're wondering where or when or how it's going to be incorporated or what. There's so many theories. We were just before on this call.
I mean, I think I think I'm allowed to say that it is not used in the show. That was something that was just for marketing. But yeah.
The telethon exclusive, everyone.
That
is it. You have your answer.
Exclusive. It's not used.
I don't know why I wouldn't be allowed to say that, but
we'll find out.
We'll find out. Video gets unlisted.
Lauren, did you have any additional questions for the group?
I did.
Go for it.
I have two. What is your favorite piece, and what advice do you have for aspiring composers?
Favorite piece from just to listen to, or from the
In
show,
general.
or just in general. I mentioned the Enterprise cue earlier from Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek from 1979. I've been listening to that a lot again recently, and I've the other thing is that if you have the I think it's the La La Land expanded edition of the soundtrack, they have the first version of that cue that he wrote, where it was kind of before the Star Trek theme had really been developed. There's hints of it in there. But I was on a plane recently, and I just, for fun, I was trying to edit together a super cut version of it where it's like uses bits of that and then also the final version. And, some of it works. And then there's, all these modulations and key changes where it's like, it's, not as smooth as I was hoping. But I love that piece so much. And I think it's so cool to have a reference to what it was and what it became, and to see what stayed and what changed. And yeah, that right now, that's one of my favorites I've been listening to. And then I guess advice for composers is just in terms of like, obviously you want to write for the for the story and for the picture. But if you have like a sound that you're listening to, or that you want to go after it. It'll probably resonate with someone, and just, I think, try to find whatever you feel like your inner voice is, and put that out into the world, and hopefully you'll find someone who resonates with that, and then I think that's how we keep making music that is moving forward.
Well said. Very well said. Well, to the whole Giacchino family here, I want to thank you all for being with us today. It was really, really great. Some great insights.
Absolutely.
Love to hear about
I do
the
have
ravioli.
one holiday story. It's not exactly Christmas. It's more Easterish. But I remember, so when Star Wars came out, I remember none of the toys were really available, right? So I remember there around, I think it was, maybe it was Christmas, but I wanted a Darth Vader. I wanted a Darth Vader doll, and they were very hard to find and very hard to come by. And of course, the one I wanted was this, right? This is the one I wanted, right? So, but I remember coming down in the morning, seeing some toys down there, and the one I got was this, which was like they did a whole line of rip-off Star Wars dolls, right? And they were there. So my mom and dad, they looked at this and they were like, "Well, it looks like Darth Vader. There he is."
You have Star Wars at home.
And then when I was like a kid, I'm looking at them like, "What?" They're like, "What's your problem? You got Darth Vader." I'm like, "This is not Darth Vader. This is." I don't even remember his name, but there was like a fake 3PO, a fake Vader, a fake. But now I love this thing more than anything. I have it. It's amazing that this is.
I've never seen that, I don't think.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Text me a photo of this later.
But
That's
yeah, you can look them up. You can look them up. But yep, Star Wars. I'm sure there's a million kids with them similar stories at the time.
And I'm sure that version's probably worth a lot these days.
Probably. Maybe.
I told the story at the beginning before we were on air, but my biggest memory was I wanted the Millennium Falcon, and there was a problem because Santa could not find a Millennium Falcon anywhere in the state of Louisiana. And there was no internet or anything, but someone found one. Santa found one, or one of the elves in New York City, and literally that night they found out that it was going to be there, and it made my Christmas. So.
It's amazing. Coming downstairs and seeing the Death Star play set.
I have the picture. I still have the picture of mine.
I do too.
Coming.
I have a picture of mine as well. So I remember that was like incredible. Along with some Ralph McQuarrie concept art. Remember, they would come in like a package, and you could.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
mine was next to the Cylon chip, because those came out at the same time.
My
right?
Cylon chip's in the back still, right over there in that cabinet.
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
sure Mick can relate to this, but I would go downstairs for Christmas morning and shake all the packages to see if they were Legos or not.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, he was obsessed with Legos. Still is, as you
What?
said.
Yeah. I'm not obsessed with Lego anymore. What are you talking about?
No, not at all. Not at all. Look behind me too.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to say another thanks, and it's to Josephine. So we've been engaging with your family for the last couple of years. And, like I said, Michael came on and did us such a solid by spending more than a couple hours with our group during the pandemic. And it changed people's lives. It inspired people. And your family, Maria through Contact, Mick now, and Michael, of course, have been so generous with their time. And it's clearly a representation of you and your husband's upbringing of them. So thank you so much for raising such incredible children and grandchildren.
Well, thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks to all of you. That was really great time to spend with you. And thank you for taking the time to join us in the Legion on this great effort for raising money for Starlight. I know there's QR codes involved here. There's links that we're going to be providing. So if everybody listening at home, if you can please support us in this mission, we're going to be doing some great work this weekend for Starlight Children's Foundation and for this Holiday of Hope Telethon. And it's been a great time to talk to you. Thank you all for being here with us. And I wish everyone listening at home a very happy holidays.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thanks for
Happy
having us.
Happy holidays to you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back. We have a very special guest with us today. Joining us on the 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope Legion Telethon, we have Frankie with us. Frankie is one of our Starlight children, and we are honored to share time with him. Welcome, Frankie.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. And with me today is our charity officer, Gina. Hey, Gina.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Today's been a fun day so far. I'm looking forward to talking with Frankie.
Yes. So, Frankie, we're happy to have you. And it's okay if we get to know you a little bit, hey? Like that'd be all right. Awesome. So, I don't even know where to start. To me, you're a teenage boy. I would like to think that you game, that you video. Do you play games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I play the Xbox. Play a lot of games on that. Play a lot of games on the PlayStation.
And what's your favorite games?
I personally enjoy Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
I like wrestling, basketball. My sister pulls me into playing Minecraft with her.
Oh yeah. Hey, Minecraft is pretty calming.
Yeah.
Although I get frustrated with it because I don't quite know what I'm supposed to be doing. But my sons played it a lot and they found it very calming if they were anxious or stressed, or they would go into Minecraft and just build.
I was gonna say, that's like, very calming, like the building part of it, right? You don't have to think. It just do
whatever comes to mind.
I always thought it was weird when the little animals come up to you and they want foods or they want something, and I didn't know what to do with them at first. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why are these things following me? But
yeah.
No, that's good. I was just gonna say no, so that's good. Yeah, no. Why don't you just tell us about your medical journey and what does the day in and day out look like?
So I've had relapsed in 22 with leukemia in the blood, and I had to go through a month of crazy hard treatment, like point to where I think while I was in the hospital, I was in the hospital from Halloween till a couple weeks before Christmas, and they just hit me with hard chemos. It made me lose weight, a ton of weight, and I couldn't really eat much because I was getting sores in my mouth, and So they let me go, and they had they put me on this immunotherapy where they give me a bag coming out my port, and every couple weeks I'd have it for a couple weeks, and then I'd have a couple months off, and then another couple weeks I have it, and I had it for about couple 3 or 4 months, and yeah, just did that and had a bunch of medicines, too many chemos that I could count,
Yeah.
and here I am, 2 years later, cancer free.
Oh,
That's wonderful to hear.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's overwhelming to say, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after I am also no stranger to cancer myself, and I know that journey that you would have been on, and it's stressful. Like it would have been stressful walking into a hospital or going for another treatment, and trying to endure knowing that that was something that you needed to do but didn't want to do, maybe.
I learned a lot. Learned a lot about it. I found out what the BK virus is.
Oh, what is that? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't know what that is, Frankie.
I don't even.
Not sure.
All I knew one time I woke up and I went to the bathroom blood, and they
Okay.
told me I had the BK virus.
Oh, wow.
That's what I know. And then I had neuropathy in my feet. That was the worst time I could ever have. Uh, I had my gallbladder removed.
Oh, okay.
I found out I had gallstones.
Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? Oh my God.
No,
No,
not
not
really.
so much. Yeah, not so much.
Couldn't eat certain foods.
That's right, because yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've experienced that. It was my one and only hospital trip in an ambulance. It is not fun.
Oh,
Yeah, they're awful.
no.
Mm-mm.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
so did you ever have the opportunity? So Starlight has some really incredible programs for kids and families, in the hopes that they can make things a little bit better while you're enduring things. Did you ever get the opportunity to try out some of the Lego stuff that they have, or the VR
I
system?
got the VR. They
Yeah.
sent me the VR.
You got the VR.
I
Okay.
love it. I
Yeah.
love my favorite game on it. I have two favorites actually. Is one is the golf, and the other is the boxing Creed.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad loves the golf too. He he loves the top golf part of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he talks to people.
I was gonna say, is that similar to like with the Top Golf, like where you can go in?
Mhm.
Okay, and they have that in the VR.
Yeah,
Oh wow!
same. You could also play cornhole there.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
that's amazing.
some person tried selling me Girl Scout cookies on there. He wanted $80 a box.
Those are some darn good cookies.
That's what my father said.
That's great.
Sounds like a very dad thing to say, parent thing
Yeah.
to say. So the VR says, so I'm familiar with that too, because I had a son that was very, very ill, and we spent a fair amount of time in the hospital, and then recovery at something called Ronald McDonald House for us. And Starlight had provided the gaming system, and it was an incredible distraction, I guess, or it allows you to go somewhere else and not focus on other things. Is like, was that what it was like for you too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I go on the golf course in the game, I'm like in a different world.
Yep.
I block out everything and just play my round, and it makes me happy and relaxed.
That's good.
And that allows us to heal better, actually, when we are relaxed and calmer, and
not as so stressed out, we tend to, maybe deal with things a little bit better, or our bodies heal a little bit better.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with me. That's a hard journey.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. And
so how has your family been impacted by the Starlight programs besides the VR? Unless the VR is the biggest thing. So
yeah, the VR.
Yeah. But how has
is-
the family been impacted by Starlight as well?
They like it, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were they able to, offer some programs for mom and dad, and that can help you, and maybe help you at home? I'm not exactly sure.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could describe a perfect day for you, where you could do what you want, however you wanted, be with whoever you wanted to be, what might that day look like for you?
I'd probably be on a nice warm Florida beach with all my family, my mom, dad, sister, grandparents. My aunt actually lives in Florida, so I don't get to see her much, but
you'd like to.
I'd like to, yes.
Yeah.
Is she near the beach?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. There you
It's
go.
always her work is actually right on the beach.
Oh, wow. What part?
wow.
Where in Florida?
I believe it's Fort Myers,
Okay.
I believe.
That would be a really good day right
Mhm. Yeah.
And why Florida specific? Because auntie's out there?
Yeah, that, and it's warm there. Don't
Yep.
want to go anywhere cold.
And the
And-
Florida beaches are beautiful. I
Oh
will.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just I would like to try Universal Studios.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to go. It is my
Yeah.
favorite place on earth. Well, Disney's up there too, but Universal, I'm a Harry Potter fan, and the movie aspect of Universal Studios, and they have the two parks, and oh yeah. Have you researched Universal at all?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Anything in particular you want to see there?
I want to try the Jaws ride.
Oh.
Do they still have Jaws ride?
I believe so. I think.
I think so. I don't remember if it's been taken away yet. I know it's been there a while.
It
long
has been there. Yeah.
since the beginning.
I don't know if Jaws is still there,
I
but
don't know
maybe
either.
maybe they revamped it, and they've got that. What is that? What's that big shark? I can't remember. Yeah, maybe they redid it, and it's not Jaws anymore because Jaws isn't scary. Maybe it's that big old.
Oh, Jaws will
Sharkageddon
always be
shark or-
scary.
Right? Yeah.
I would also like to try the golf courses down there.
Oh yeah, you're a golfer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love
hear
going
I
out
hear
with my dad. And
There's a lot of good golf down in Florida. Yep.
Top Golf.
Yep.
So it seems like you're pretty close with your family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This journey would be hard for them, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They went through it all with me.
And we somehow, we get through it with the love of our family, and the people that love us most, our friends, our support system. It sounds like you got a really cool auntie that never mind, she's got a cool house that's on the beach, because we should all go see your auntie. Hey, auntie.
Yeah.
I met some people from the 501st Legion.
They want to come visit too.
Yeah.
Especially since we're all surrounded by snow right now.
Yeah. It's too cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, brother, sister?
I have a sister. She's 11.
Oh. How's that going?
She drives me nuts. But it's a good nuts.
Yes.
Yeah, she would FaceTime me when I was in the hospital, and because I couldn't see her that whole
No.
month,
Okay.
so they made an exception for her to come up and surprise me,
Oh.
and she brought me a little balloon and gave me a big hug, and it
How was that?
impacted me as much as it did her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because you have to stay isolated, right? Leukemia, when you're going through those treatments.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that was during people were sick on the floor. People were still wearing masks on the floor,
Oh.
so they didn't want her to come up.
Oh, during COVID times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that would have been awfully hard for all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So, is that when those VR systems were super handy for you, or did you have that? No, when
I
you got
got
home.
the VR when I was when I had got out of the hospital that month. I got it a little after Christmas.
Oh.
Okay.
And yeah.
Good late Christmas present.
Yeah.
So, hey,
I was gonna say, did you share the VR with your sister? Did she get a chance to
Yeah, she
play with
loves Beat Saber.
Okay.
Beat Saber.
She loves it.
What, Kate, what is Beat Saber, if I may?
It's like a game where you're holding like fake lightsabers
Okay.
and you gotta hit the
Talking our language
blocks.
now. Okay.
You gotta hit the blocks coming by to play the music.
Oh, and
so it's Star Hero with lightsabers?
Yeah, fake lightsabers. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I want this now.
Yes.
You know what? The VR, that would be good exercise too. Did you feel that helped you
Yeah.
kind of get some strength back at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doing that Beat Saber, you gotta like move around and all that. The boxing, you gotta move
Oh, yeah,
around.
through the boxing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You said you like that one as much as golf, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So how good did you get?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I saw those eyebrows raised. That's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Haven't got knocked out in the boxing yet, and done good in golf.
Any hole-in-ones?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Wish.
not yet. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Mm-hmm. No Girl Scout cookies yet.
No. No, never mind. We won't ask that one. We're good. So, okay, let's go back to Universal Studios. Are you a Harry Potter fan? Because I think Universal is cool. I think you would really, really, really.
I have never read or watched any of the Harry Potters.
Oh. Okay, that was over dramatic, but like, wow. Okay.
I go to the library and I see how thick them books are, and I just can't do it.
Oh.
I just can't do it.
Well, then the movies. That's when you just do the movies, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but you are a Star Wars fan, though.
No.
Oh.
I've never. My dad watched it. I never got into it.
No.
Well,
I'll tell you what fan I am.
Okay.
Rocky. You ever watch Rocky?
Rocky Balboa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You
All right,
got
let's talk about Rocky.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love his journey. I love watching all of them. I got into the Creeds. Well, I want to watch the Creeds. I haven't got into them yet.
Okay.
Too much to go after.
So you need to go to Philadelphia.
See the Rocky
check out
statue.
the steps. Yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Climb up the stairs.
Yep.
Yes. And okay, so how would that feel for you? Because it seems to me you loving Rocky and his incredible journey. He had a hard journey.
And he fought his way just like you. Yep.
Yeah. Seems to me you could identify quite well with some of personal battles.
Yeah, I'd rather get punched in the head than the way I was.
Yeah, I I can identify with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be cool seeing that statue though.
That would be an emotional moment for sure. Yeah.
We need to add that to your bucket list of Jaws,
Absolutely.
Universal,
Jaws,
Yeah.
Florida
Jaws, the
Beach.
Rocky Steps.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Jaws to Rocky.
Yeah.
Frankie's journey.
Yeah, my journey, Jaws to Rocky. That's a funny one.
Hey, do you journal at all, Frankie? Like, is that a thing, maybe?
No, not really.
Sounds like a great memoir, like Frankie the boxer. I mean, I wish I could do a Brooklyn accent or something of the lake that it'd be like, Frankie the cool boxer, and
Yeah.
could be a cool story, Frankie.
Yeah. I'll have to think about it.
You could even video journal, do a video journal, right?
Could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow
I
tie
would
it
do writing first.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy writing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite subject in school?
Lunch. No. I go to BOCES.
A which?
BOCES. It's a program. You could do like a bunch of outside of school programs.
Okay.
And they let me do the auto tech. I picked the auto tech so I could work on cars and
Oh. So you like working on you like to fix them up?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
what's your favorite car?
Um,
If you could have a car, any car right now,
any
what
car right now, I have
Right
a
now.
77 Corvette,
Nice. Particular color?
yellow.
Okay.
Yellow. Okay.
All
Mhm.
right. Going classic with the yellow Corvette. I like it.
Yeah, I have a drop top too.
Okay. So what is your when you work on the cars, what is it that how does that make you feel? Like just what's it
Makes
like?
me let out any anger I have getting mad at the parts not going on the right way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, it's relaxing though. I make friends with the people that are there from other schools, and it lets me just be who I want to be. I love working around cars, and yeah,
That's good. So what have you learned to do so far? Like what can you do an
I
oil
could.
change?
I think I could do an oil change.
Yeah.
They don't think so yet. Um, I know how to take apart and fix brakes,
Okay. That's fair.
balance and take off tires. Just the basic stuff. We haven't got into much.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie, I know we're coming to the we're moving. We've got a whole bunch of panels going on Starlight. I don't know, as a Star Wars fan, it may not be interest of you, but we are raising funds for Starlight to help support all the programs that may have helped your family, and other families, countless families all over. What would you say? How would you say Starlight has helped all of you? Like,
Oh man, it's hard to say. It's put me in a different position, makes me think the different, and by sending the Oculus and stuff, it helped me get through my journey.
yeah,
Yeah,
and helped your parents.
and help my parents.
Yeah, as you maybe had a little bit of a break from whatever was going on. It was probably yeah,
recovering and having like a nervous breakdown of stuff, and I go on that and just get away from things.
I'm glad you had that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Starlight's
That was
really good
something.
for that. Yeah.
Yes, saved my big son too, my oldest son. That was a big deal for us too. Yeah. So as a mom, I can completely identify with, perhaps how your parents had felt watching you with the Oculus, and, you being able to have a break from, all of that. And I send you all great big hugs.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I
So
think the link, I was gonna say, we have the link if you can donate. The link should be up on the website. It's starlight.org/Holiday of Hope. And all proceeds go to Starlight. And yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes. So if anybody's out there and you're looking to donate, please do. We are raising funds to help Frankie, his parents, his sister, countless other families that are in need of help, to help any of our seriously ill children. That is why we are here this weekend, and that is why we're with Frankie. That's how we get to meet Frankie. Yeah. So Frankie, it was an honor, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to hear about this Jaws adventure to Florida.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe we'll check in with Madison and we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yep.
We are back. We're coming along for the ride with you on the telethon all weekend long. I am Ramey Shanaday, commanding officer of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
And I am Mike, Honda Supply Forester, Great Lakes Garrison member 93016, and squad leader of one of the latest squads in the 501st Legion in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the Iron Range Squadron. Ramey, it's great to be here with you, my friend, talking Star Wars and showing off this incredible project that has turned into quite the showcase, man. I know. Really, I mean, from your standpoint, and I know some people are just tuning in and going, what the heck are these guys talking about? But from your standpoint, you haven't seen all of them either. You're getting to see these for the first time.
I am. Some of them I've seen reveals. I mean, and obviously you and I've been talking offline, and I've seen probably more than most people, but I mean, just the amount of artistry and creativity that goes into this, and we'll talk about it. Like, it starts as a piece of plastic and then it turns into these amazing pieces of art. But first and foremost, thank you everybody for tuning into the telethon. This is running all weekend long. Mike and I are going to be jumping in between all of the different panels as often as we can. This is everything that you see here all weekend, as well as the project that we're talking about is benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation, an amazing cause. Mike, this is the Ornament Project.
Yeah.
So tell us what this is. What is this thing that we're here to talk about?
Well, I think for a lot of people who are, aware of the 501st Legion or members of the 501st Legion, maybe they're considering getting the 501st Legion or any of our other clubs, know that your fandom truly can turn your community into something else. It can be a positive force, pun intended, in just bringing the joy of Star Wars, bringing the childlike wonder, maintaining that, keeping that alive. The same thing that made us all fall in love with this franchise when we were kids, or maybe as adults for some of us. But the Ornament Project started as me just realizing, I'm sitting around going, feel like I'm surrounded by the most amazingly creative people. What if we were able to do a little bit more for a specific cause, right? So not just necessarily about the telethon, we're awesome. We do the telethon every year as the Legion, and it's been, we're always proud to support that. And this year, the Starlight Children's Foundation was so near and dear to us, especially as parents. We know what that can be like to be so vulnerable, to have your kid go through something, and to have an organization like Starlight be the focus of being able to deliver some happiness when you might need it most. It truly does mean something for us, I think, as dads and as parents.
I mean, anybody would it makes sense. Happy kids heal faster.
Right.
Period.
Right.
So
and so the ornament project is really just about kind of showcasing time, talent, and creativity of really how far we could push this. And the ornament project started just off as me just reaching out to a couple people, some really talented artists and creators. And I said, hey, I'm going to send you a little ornament. It's just a little piece of plastic, and I would love to see what you want to do with it. Right. And that was a couple years ago. And we had about 10, 12 artists that were like, yeah, sure, I'll go for it. All I got to do is paint it up. Sounds good. Well, naturally, of course, as the creators and plenty of people know here, it ends up turning into why don't we try and push ourselves a little bit. Now, of course, from there it goes on to let's make it bigger and better. Let's make a part of it turn. Let's put a motor in it. Let's put a light into it. Star Wars people doing what Star Wars people do. And so now we started originally as about 10, 12 artists. Now we are at almost between 50 and 60 different artists here making ornaments. And I am sitting here looking at this amazing collection around me. And I want to show all of these off because it's just incredible.
And we've got artists that are members of the Legion, members of Rebel Legion, members of the Droid Builders Club, members of people that are just in the fandom at large, folks that work in the industry at Legacy, for the studios that are in the unions all around the world, all from every aspect of fandom, right?
Yeah, it's truly incredible to see, because you see people who are, putting up, they happen to be a fan, right? They happen to be just a fan maker, a fan creator, and they get to put their ornament up against someone who paints for Legacy Effects, who's responsible for bringing Captain Rex to life. And that's what I think the fandom is all about. It's just fans standing arm in arm together, and I think it's awesome. So why don't I go ahead and show off some of these ornaments, if that makes sense for you, Rami?
Let's see it.
All right. You want to mute Rami?
Sure. My neighbor's leaf blower.
It's jamming. All right. So I think many people know that we got a couple people who really like to go over the top, right? But I'm going to start you off. Our buddy John Flake, who's a dear friend. Many of you know him as JPF Props in the community. This is actually one from last year that we had a little snafu and we're able to put it back up for bid. So let's go ahead and show off just what a clean paint job looks like here. This is a Jedi. This is just a really fantastic. He's a specialty painter, and look what he did on the back. If you've ever been to Galaxy's Edge and you know the power of that kyber crystal in there, just fantastic. So if you're a fan of the Jedi, the lightsaber, this is definitely going to be one that you want to get. John crushed this one. His new one is on the way, so John's going to have two in the auction. Now, our friend Padawan Pins, Rami, I got to do this one for you, of course. But if you're a fan of the Bad Batch, if you're a fan of
Bad Batch in the house,
right? Look at this. Look at this. Bad Batch Forever with the Lula doll in the back. And Padawan Pins, Savvy, right? That's their name.
Yep, Savvy.
Just crush this. And it's so wholesome. It's got such a fun little, the decoration on the back with the little splatter paint. It just truly feels like the Bad Batch contributed to making this one. I absolutely there you go. Look at that shirt on there. It's so good. So that's a really great piece there too. But I've also got some of these crazy ones. Should we show off some of these crazy ones? I feel like we really gotta, we gotta show this.
I think we have to.
I think we have to. I'm gonna go ahead and start it off though with one that Brian Cook, your fellow podcast member, Sith and Ain't Easy Online. Let's show this one off first because I like this one. This is form and functionality. Now you can see the eyes light up in the mythosaur. This amazing piece. You help him make this one, Rami?
I might have had a hand in some of the modeling there.
I figured. So here's what I love about this. You got the lights on here. It's got the hang, and it can spin around to both ways, right? Now, let's say you want to go with this gloss black, this kind of murdered out black. I think this one is awesome. But what if you wanted to take it off and say, wait a minute, I want to show off that Bad Batch. That Bad Batch Clone Force 99. I love this one. So this has a little faceplate you can hide on there. And I love that it magnetizes right on there.
You can flip the faceplate, so you can put that black piece on the front, and it's a different look than the red one. The red one, basically those two faces trade places.
Like that.
Take the red faceplate off.
Yeah.
And then pop the black one on instead.
No way.
Yeah. And it actually shines through the black one instead.
Let me see this. I think it's live reveal right here. I can't pull it out. Oh wait, here we go.
It will. You just gotta get a grip on it. It nests down inside.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay. Well, I'm not going to pull it out. Dang it. That's awesome though. Okay. So this, you're actually almost getting like multiple ornaments for the price of one, basically. So you can kind of decorate this however you want to do that, and then shine the black through here. Oh yeah. It's transparent.
There's a little bit of a blue,
Yeah.
like a blue glow to that black acrylic, the way that the light shines through it.
All right, well, this one's awesome. Okay. So that one's going to be available. Sithin ain't easy. Always down to make something work. He's a very, very, very proud and enthusiastic 501st Legion member. We love Brian Cook. Let's get into some of these wild ones here. So I think for a lot of people who know, John Ficker goes by Lone Wolf. When he sends something over, you know that it's going to be crazy.
That box is amazing.
This box is amazing. This is real wood. It's fully varnished. It's incredible. Now, if you are a fan of the Clone Wars, you know exactly what these symbols are. You know exactly what these represent and who they are attached to in terms of what the Force does for each of us and the way that we personify it. But let's get into this. So John, of course, as one does, he goes by the Executioner. So he made us a little custom logo right here, right in the inside, to kind of show off and highlight the efforts. And then check this out. Each one of these, little story behind it in Arabesh that you're going to have to translate yourself. But look at these, Rami. Look at these. I mean, just incredible. So these pieces, they actually nest.
That's what I was going to ask. I saw photos of this, but I haven't seen video of it. So I wanted to know.
Yes.
Do they nest together?
They nest together. So each one, as you take them apart, right? I'm going to show off. I think this is the daughter. Look at that. Look at that with the infill. I mean, dude, how awesome is this? Right? It hangs right there. And then you can go, we have the father right here holding up his hand. Right? And then, of course, my gosh, I'm like really dancing here displaying these. We have the son.
And then the sun with the fist, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And this blue, like kind of, this really beautiful epoxy he put in there. Just incredible. John crushed this. I always love seeing what he does. And even just having these, in your collection as a token of just Star Wars, I don't know, like this feels like it should be something that, you would be able to go and buy from Savvy's workshop.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, they've got those artifacts that you can get like at Doc Ondor's on, at downtown Disneyland, right?
Yeah.
That should be sitting on the shelf right there next to, the Kyber crystals or the holocrons.
It's amazing. It's incredible. So the other thing, if we're going to kind of keep it a little, if we're speaking of Disney, now the fun thing is that John is one of those guys. We're going to show off two of John's because this is what he does. Now, if you're a fan of Disney parks and you're a fan of, say, a little place, a little backwater planet with 3 suns called Batu, check this out. Let's say you've had a fuzzy tauntaun at a certain cantina that sits there that's owned by Oga Gara. Check this out. That's right where you walk in to Oga's Cantina.
It's the door. Yep.
On Batu, right? You walk right in that door. Now check this out. Look at that. If you've ever looked up and wondered what the heck is in the ceiling of Oga's Cantina, see what's going on with those reactors. Why are they always breaking down? Why is DJ Rex always telling us to put your hands up? Well, you can see, look at the detail of this. Just amazing.
That's what's hanging over the bar inside the cantina.
Yes, right above the bar. So when you look up, you come in, you look up, and you see that, and it nestles right into this little place. So if you want to put it away after the holidays, it actually goes right into this little leather pouch that he made. Come on. What is this?
That's the other thing that we're seeing this year too, that we started to see it last year, but this year it's just a whole nother level, is the boxes and the packaging that's going with these as well is just as much part of the ornament as the ornament itself.
The presentation. And that's where I think people are having a lot of fun with this. And we got one more we're going to show off later that really does that big. So another one that's really cool. How much time, Raymond, we got?
Let's do one more.
Let's do one more. Well, I'm grabbing it here. I need 2 hands. Now, our friend Left Coast Avenger, who's another enthusiastic 501st Legion member, Luke Yates. Take a look at this. Now, if you're sitting here going, wait a minute, Why am I looking at a Micro Machines play set? Well, you are. But here's the thing. Look in the back. Look at the Emperor's throne room. You notice anything about it? Do you notice that it looks just like an ornament? Did you notice that in the back he actually turned this ornament into the play set and included quite literally all of these parts in with this ornament?
The play set, the background of the play set is the ornament, and then everything else he built off of it. And like he made all the little figures and painted them. And like what you see on the front of that box is inside there. But not just that. The box, like all of that artwork he did. There's instructions inside there. They're individually wrapped and bagged up. Like when you open that box, it is straight out of like 1983, like as if you were opening that box as a little kid, and the experience you would have opening that, and what is in there is exactly what you would have seen in the 80s if you were opening that toy. It's incredible.
It's insane. And then, of course, his little tag right here, instead of Kenner, we got Left Coast Avenger. I mean, everything about it, down to the weathering, it's kind of blown out, a little washed out up here. I mean, it's just incredible. And this is really what I'm talking about. When we think about, costumers who say, I want to believe that I'm in the galaxy, or they want to tap into why they still love Star Wars so much, this is exactly the reason why. So not only are you getting an amazing Empire, 501st looking logo that, I mean, here for people, here it is. It's right there. You can see it. He made it into the play set. You are getting an entire toy set designed by a friend of ours, Luke Yates, Left Coast Avenger. Crush this. So on Monday, we're going to show this thing off. We're going to take it out of the box. We're going to show all the stuff that you get with it because the instructions are amazing. Luke absolutely crushed this. And if you remember from last year, he made himself into kind of one of the gentle giant, the big card back. He made himself into an action figure. Amazing. I mean, his creativity is literally unlimited power. It's so good. So we'll be showing that one off on Monday. We'll be doing some reveals. We'll actually go through the whole line. There's a couple more that we're going to probably wait for the actual auction. You got to tune in and see those. But what's really cool about this is that this is all going to go in a live auction live on YouTube. On Monday, we're going to go with the Dad Badge podcast, and we're going to look through all this, ask questions, take a look at them, kind of do a deep dive. And then on Thursday, we are going to do the live auction. Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thank the Maker on YouTube. Make sure that you subscribe so that you can comment. We'll be sharing links all weekend, so that make sure that you're able to get in there. And it's going to be incredible. I'm so excited to see how much good we can do by raising money for the Starlight Children's Foundation. All proceeds, all money goes to them. We're just thrilled to be partnering with the 501st Legion to be able to do this. It's just fantastic. And I mean, you're just seeing creativity running wild right now. And that's what I love about this project.
Exactly. So again, stick with the telethon all weekend long. Mike and I are going to be doing more reveals. Again, Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Dad Batch podcast YouTube channel. We'll be doing full preview night. And then Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on Thank the Makers YouTube channel, we'll be doing the auction. So we'll see you there.
And welcome to the 501st Legion's 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon. We are raising funds for seriously ill younglings and talking all things droids and puppetry this morning. I'm Darren Moser, aka Dr. Sci-Fi. I'm joined by an amazing panel of hobbyists, Trevor, Zaharichuk, and this is going to be such a fun time. We have, from the special effects world, it's my pleasure to introduce Dave Chapman, Matt Denton, and Jack Parker. Now, to get to know us a little better, we're going to go around the table, the virtual table here, and just share some of our favorite projects, the ones we can talk about at least. So, Dave, I'll toss it to you. Tell us some of your favorite things.
Wow, it's a really big question because I think Matt and Jack will agree. It's all a part of your favorite thing in a way because each project, each thing offers new challenges and new experiences and new stuff, new characters in our case. I don't know my favorite projects. That's a really tough question. I wasn't expecting you to start with such a tough question. Probably most recently Andor season one because we had a detail to create a droid that was believable and friendly and fun, kind and thinking and speaking, which we hadn't really done before. So that's my favorite thing recently. But if I'm going to, I mean, if I really had to think about it, episode 7, Force Awakens, because that was where we all went, oh wow, we're working on Star Wars. That was the amazing bit.
Star Wars was back, and it was a whole new chapter, and you guys got to kind of reinvent the wheel, but keep it in a galaxy far, far away, and it was amazing. All right, hard questions only that we're starting with. Let's go over to Matt again. Yeah, maybe a more recent project and then a previous project. Give us your list.
My favorite project is any project with Dave Chapman or Jack Parker. No, but seriously,
what a coincidence! They're right here on our panel today.
Oh wow, look at that. No, I think as Dave already said, I think the most special project was probably BB-8 and the Force Awakens, and being out in the desert on those very first shot we did with BB-8 and in the desert, and this incredible scenery, and just felt I realized I fell in love with the desert. I like the desert. It's clean and sterile, I think, as someone once said, and it was great fun. Loved it. Incredible shoot, incredible start to an amazing journey, I think. More recently, it probably would be Andor again, just because, as Dave touched on, B2 was so emotive. BB-8 could do what R2 couldn't do in emotions, but then B2 could do what BB-8 couldn't do in emotions. So it was a really interesting progression of droid performance.
Yeah, I'm always amazed with people who get performances out of astromechs, because really it's like the dome turns and the body like it's very limiting, but they're able to coax quite a performance out. And like you said,
R2,
it just progressed and progressed.
Yeah, R2 was a lot in sound, I guess. They added so much character in the sound of him, and but he was quite limited to what he could do, and I think our friend Lee Towsey would agree to that. So BB-8 brought a bit more, and then B2's brought even more, and Pip, Pip had some lovely emotion in it. So yeah, as I'm sure Jack will touch on.
Oh, well, it's good. He's next in our panel. So Jack, same question, just maybe a more recent project, and then something that you just really enjoyed from the past.
Yeah, so I'm the new kid on the block, really. Like I've only done one Star Wars project, which was the Acolyte, and like genuinely that was the best job I've ever done for sure. Because as a kind of fan growing up and loving Star Wars, to kind of just be able to step into those worlds, those sets, and kind of author a character in that world was it's just super exciting. I remember I found myself one day with Josh Lee. We were kind of prepping for a scene on a spaceship, and it was just Josh and I on the stage, and there was this super cool cockpit, and we were kind of working out how Pip was going to slot in and kind of perform in that space, and we found ourselves alone on set, and I said to Josh, I was like, can I just have 10 minutes? And I sat in that cockpit, and like I did when I was 6 years old, sort of pretended to fly around. It was it was a kind of dream come true, really. And then before that, I don't know. I think I worked with Andy Serkis on Mowgli, and that was my first job in film, and that's kind of 10, 15 years ago. And it was kind of coming from the theatre world, stepping into the movie world. I was just absolutely blown away by the sets and the crew and all of that stuff. It was super eye-opening and exciting.
No, I that must have been an amazing experience, especially now where we have things like the volume and even just well-built sets. That immersion you start to get as a performer, not just oh, if you're not in the camera, you don't see it. Now it's all there. Not all the time. There's still a little green, I'm sure, from time to time, sometimes in clothing. But Trevor, just I want to toss it to you. What are you working on your hobbyist bench?
Yeah, so I'm a fan builder. Obviously, we're working on things like Astromechs and RX is my current build, an RX droid, and I guess we sort of get inspired by you guys and what you have brought to the screen, and honestly are somewhat sometimes annoyed extremely by what you guys have accomplished, because we as fan builders are trying to replicate what you have done, and you've done such a high level and set the bars so high. And I guess so my next question for you guys is as you're coming up with the new designs and the new creatures and the new droids and such, what's sort of the what's your process of how you want to personify those and come up with that character?
Maybe Matt kind of touch on B2 start.
Well, the thing is, I think we're not really given much choice on because somebody else, like for example Jake Lunt, who designed BB-8 and B2 as well, right, Dave? It was Jake.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm questioning that is because he wasn't actually with us. It was during COVID, so he was working from home, so we didn't actually see him. Jake Lunt designed B2 and came up. He did work closely with Josh during B2 actually, and Josh was saying what could be achieved. We could do expansion of the body and the tracks and wheels, and there's loads of stuff we added in there. And there's a ton of stuff in B2 that you barely even see, because we had in the film, there's one moment where Cassian grabs something out from inside and his body expands and this piece comes out the front and a drawer opens up. And, that was a major hassle for us to get that into him. And we did have to do a slight swapperoo with the body. We had a slightly extended version and a squat version. We had to swap some shells out, but otherwise it worked for real. And that characterization, I think, is a lovely thing. But sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot by trying to do too much. And B2 was one of those droids that, in fact, there's a lot of stuff in there that you never even saw. There was flaps that opened up and all sorts of things. But a lot of the character is really driven by the designer, in that case, Jake, and what it's going to look like to start with. In BB-8, for example, we knew we could move the head around on top of the body, but, and then later on in the film, JJ throws in, a thumbs up should come out, panel opens up and that's going to be a digital effect because they never told us about it. So, it's an organic process from design through to engineering, and we just have to try and do our best to fit in all of the character and the movement we can into them, when it's thrown at us. I think.
Can I jump in on that from my perspective? That's where my job is made easier, because me and Jack, or Matt puppeteers a lot, all of us, is that once that stuff's been thought about and engineered, and you've got all those character beats, so you can raise them up, you can shrink him down, you can look left, you can look right, you can tilt his head, you can turn his head, there's so much to do, and these guys are obviously at the top of their game. So what they present to you is something where you go, oh yeah, I can work with that, as opposed to going, what is this? Which you sometimes find yourself saying, not in Disney Lucasfilm productions, but in other areas.
So you're kind of given a motion package and say, hey, have fun.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack.
I think sometimes the restrictions are super useful when it comes to performance as well. So obviously I'm just talking about Pip because that's, my experience of the Star Wars universe. But, he's this pocketable droid that the only movement he has is his head. So you have to really kind of work on like how you can get as much expressiveness out of that limited movement. But for me, that was kind of, it led to a lot of character choices because he's limited movement. He doesn't wheel around, he doesn't fly, anything like that. Like he's quite helpless, if he gets dropped, if they're on a spacewalk and he falls out, that's him, he's gone. So that kind of led me down a kind of rabbit hole of like him being quite dependent, quite loyal on his master. So actually, weirdly, the limitation in movement actually led to probably the biggest kind of character choices down the line once we had him.
Yeah, the other fun thing is that with something like B2, we had so much to try and control. It was hard to decide how to split it up between myself and Dave and Josh, and that's a limitation was how many puppeteers we had, because it was like you can do tons of stuff, but I built in lots of kind of fun free animation stuff. There's loads of body things that kind of the body ripples, but it's all on one control. But that in itself was another limitation, was like, well, we can't have a team of puppeteers and he can do a lot. So let's just try and get the absolute most out of him. And there were very few shots, apart from one I can think of, which I've already mentioned, where we had to change him physically to do the shot. So,
Yeah, that seemed to be one, evolution with B2 is that often we've talked about in past Star Wars, droids were kind of like one shot purpose. Like this is the astromech that has the data probe, and this is the astromech that is in two leg, and this is because you had to have the reliability.
Yeah, well, we had on BB-8 we had 7 BB-8s and 8 by episode 8 we had 8 BB-8s. B2 we could only have afford to build one. We were given budget for one B2, so it had to do everything, which is very unusual. We hate doing that, and it's a horrible way to film, because everybody and Dave will account to this, like the directors, the ADs were all terrified of breaking B2 because they knew if we broke it, there was no backup.
Yeah, there's really Matt's absolutely right. That was terrifying for that reason. But there is one other Matt. There's a double, isn't there? Because he gets thrown over backwards. It's like a foam. It's like a foamy fake one that gets thrown in towards the end of the series at Marva's funeral. But yeah, apart from that, it's one, and so therefore it's scary.
But then they make us put the real one on its side.
Yes, they did. There's the one that gets thrown is definitely fake, and then the other one is in that sequence as well.
We'll never use we'll use the fake one when it's laying on its side, and then they're like, oh no, let's just use the real one.
Yeah. Puts the heebie-jeebies up at Matt and Josh, because they're like, oh, it's got to stay and last the rest of the day, or the rest of the week, or the rest of the month.
Yeah. How many pips did we have, Jack? Can you remember? I know
it was 10 or so, weren't there?
Yeah, they were quite, because there were like expanding pips.
Yeah, exactly.
We did have specials for pips.
Put gas into and fire and all sorts. Yeah.
But I think there were only 2 that we used, like as what we call our heroes. Would you say?
Yeah,
I think
basically,
2 primarily, and we could interchange the heads. Pip was more of a Swiss Army knife, but partly I think because of its size, and obviously cheaper to make because of its size and what have you. But yeah.
So does that change when you get involved in a project? Does that change how you approach it when you get, okay, I can only build 1, or I can build 10, or I can, how does that change your approach to the performance and the build of those droids?
I mean, the build side of it doesn't change it much, other than it just adds a level of fear into everything. The B2 was certainly built, and Josh did Josh always does an amazing job, but I think on that particular one, we used nothing but really high-end servo. So although we had a limited budget to build one, we used all of that budget to buy the best motors we could buy, because we knew it had to last. Whereas Pip, there was no choice other than size. What defined its construction was it was so tiny, we could only fit a certain size servo motor in it. But we bought the best ones we could in that size, but it was defined by that, and so it was a bit different again. There's different constraints.
I mean, when you flipped the faceplate off Pip, it was like an iPhone or something on the inside. There was literally not a millimeter of space in there. It was absolutely jam-packed.
Getting the battery in Pip was the most horrible thing. So it's the only one we ever used lithium batteries. Actually, no, that's not true. B2 had lithium batteries, but Pip had to have a lithium battery, and it was tiny. but to get it in, you had to kind of push down on the wires of the battery connector, and it was just like, ugh, it was always a moment of terrifying horror. And of course, it lasts 40 minutes, and you have to change it. So we changed those batteries a lot, and we had 20 of them on cycle, I think. But yeah, that was Pip's Achilles heel, was pushing a battery into his face, which is the only place you could fit anything in. So.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. It's because you can kind of see that overlap with, again, on the hobbyist side, we usually only build one of something because it's like, so our R2D2s, like I've seen ones that do all the bells and whistles, but they're, polishing it and cleaning it, and like they're maintaining it just like you did B2, because that's their baby. That's their one, that they want to use to bring joy to people at conventions and all around. My question to the three of you was, I know a lot of droids are now in like the RC realm and obviously, advanced controllers, but when obviously there's a difference in the engineering side, but in the performance side, is pretty much everything now like you're dialing it in on different switches and joysticks, or are you actually, for certain instances, maybe with Pip, or are you doing a custom job of some sort of custom in place control? I'm just trying to talk about, I call it the puppet paddle or whatever you use to physically, manipulate, where there are moments of like, oh, if we did this for BD or for, I know for BB-8, there were some moments when he was physically attached, to controls versus RC. So I know as a, hobbyist, I'd love to hear about just the ways that you worked on physically controlling those performances.
Well, so there's some dial-ins which Matt's obviously he touched on it very briefly earlier. So there's some stuff where it makes sense to dial things in, and Matt will explain how this happens. But so we will hit a button that we normally hit, but on that button, he has dialed in a particular complementary movement. So on a BB-8 head turn where he's zipping out the room, and you want the body to directly follow that immediately in a little beat, then Matt can dial that in. But most of and he does do that on various things we've done. But most of the time, I think I'm right in saying, Matt and Jack, that most of the time it is organic. So most of the time you're making choices based on timings within the scene. And the reason for that is if you lock yourself into a bunch of, stuff that's almost recorded in inverted commas, then what happens if the actor says the line later? What happens if you have to exit the room at a different 3 beats later? Then you can throw your timing. So again, Matt, I'll let Matt educate you more on to what degree we do that, but it is rare, right, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't use pre-record, as Dave was touching on there. We don't have recorded moves as such, but we have a lot of kinetic based and free animation, which is I touched on a little bit before. And sometimes that can be with an inertial measurement unit inside of the droid. BB-8 had one, Pip had one. We used one in Pip.
Yeah, I had the little stabilized head, chicken head
That's
thing.
right. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
could
that was
move the
amazing.
body around and the head would stabilize itself. It just adds that. And then Jack could add to that as well. His performance could go on top, but it adds something to it. And in B2, I used a lot of filters. So I have my own custom software that runs on something called an iPup, and that enables me to do an awful lot of stuff within the droid itself. All the limits are set, all the mixing's set, but I can also add IMUs as control inputs and filters and so on. B2, for example, if you turned the body, the head would kind of lag and then catch up, and that's just a little filter that's built inside of it. You could turn it on and off as you please. The 4 stages of body height. Dave had it on a little twist, and it's a lovely little movement. You can twist the sticks, and the body kind of ripples like that up and down. It's just they're all just lagged in filtering again. So my whole job, my whole life is to try and make puppeteering easier for the puppeteers, whether that be auto blinks in animatronics or breathe cycles or whatever it is. So that's kind of what we do, but it's generally speaking, we still just use remote controls and standard remote control sticks, apart from we have 3 axes, apart from instead of 2 axes. We have done some stuff where we built specific Waldos, as we call them, which are like you put your hand into a glove and you can speak, that kind of thing. But otherwise, it's fairly. We try to use off the shelf stuff because we learned quite early on, particularly when we did Rogue One, was there was no time for any setup. Gareth Edwards would shoot 360-degree shots, and you'd have to run around behind him. So you couldn't have a table with all this kit on, it'd literally be like everyone on radio controls. They even dressed us up in uniform, in case the camera caught us, and they quite often did, because you never know when he cut either. He'd carry on for 45 minutes. So you were there, right, Dave?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That's a great, very accurate description of
Chaotic.
the fact that, normally we have the table with all the stuff out, and Matt, like, they have everything individually laid out, all the transmitters and all the bits and spares and batteries and the droid and flight cases. But with Gareth, as Matt said, everything was hidden. So we had to just live like we were like we were soldiers in Rogue One, because there's a snake of people running around behind Gareth with the camera on that movie. I remember very specific shots in that film where I know there's 15, 16 people behind Gareth, and because he was operating a lot of the time, and we're all snaking around him. It's crazy, but that's a different methodology, and it worked for Rogue One. It looks great in the film. So.
No, that's very clever. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's technician 2 hiding behind that crate. It's like, oh, but he might be doing more than just fighting the Empire.
Yeah.
No, and I liked what you talked about, Matt, because it's from working with puppetry, it's kind of that mental load. Like, you're trying to alleviate that, where, yes, you could, if you can control every single facet, you start to become a conductor of the controls, which is great. But the more you can macro and like you said, breathe cycles and auto balances, it's just that one little piece you don't have to remember. Oh yeah, it's right, I have to make him bounce as he's driving. It's like, if it does it automatically, it's one less thing. But again, having the control to turn that off and on for the ultimate flexibility. Yeah, you guys are conductors of droids for sure. Well, do you have another question for our panel, Trevor?
Well, I just is finding that interesting, because, like, as a the droid building community, we sort of try to replicate your performances, right? And how do we do that and do make it as easy as we can ourselves? And I think that's one of the new things that we're inspired by your guys' performances is, okay, well, how do we build in that free animation and such and things? And I'm sure that we know that you guys are limited by what you guys can share with us because of all the, the IP and such. And we wish that we could just have, hey, we want to just take a look inside this little guy here, right? And share all the stuff. And we also understand the budgets are quite different often from a hobby build versus what you guys have there to do. If you guys had a sort of dream project or other build in the Star Wars universe, what would that be?
Well,
Maybe Jack wants to bring a Pip home.
I've always liked walking machines, and you might know that. I built a machine called Mantis, which is the Guinness World Records for the largest hexapod walking machine. And I've always loved walking machines. And the reason why I love walking machines is because of Star Wars. I went to see Empire Strikes Back as a 9-year-old or whatever I was, 8-year-old. I saw AT-ATs, and I spent the rest of the film going, this is boring. I want to see AT-ATs, honestly. It was years later that I got into it properly, but that when I was that young, I just wanted to go back to Hoth and see AT-ATs. And then I saw Jedi and completely fell in love with it. That's the film where I really fell in love with Star Wars. I was old enough to really get into it and get into the toys. And I saw Scout Walkers, and I was just like, chicken walkers, whatever you want to call them, absolutely blown away with that just the fluidity of the way it moved. And of course, I didn't understand that it was stop motion, and Phil Tippett's amazing work. But so if I could do it, I've done it as well. I've simulated this, and I proposed it, I think, whilst we were on might have been Rogue One, I can't remember. I did a physics simulation. I do a lot of my build work within a simulated environment now. So we built BB-8 within a physics simulation. You might have seen some of that footage. I think we showed some at the convention. So I simulated a chicken walker, but it was only sort of foot tall or so. And I wanted to build droids that could walk and kind of move like the ATSTs did. So that's what I would do. I would do more walking droids, although that does bring a whole wealth of pain,
That's
because
easy. Just walking droids.
flat,
I mean,
I know
it's
flat
push the
floors, no
walk button
problem.
and they do it.
Yeah, flat surfaces. Well, nowadays, what you're seeing now, the advancement in these quadruped, dogs is insane. Like, it's incredible. But from a performance point of view, you still got to drive the performance, and if it's got to walk from A to B in a certain way, you've got to drive that performance. And Dave and Jack would agree with this. Like, if you've got a quadruped, if you've got like a Boston Dynamics dog and it walked from A to B, but it did something on the way that it will, because it went to avoid something. Well, that we didn't want it to do that. We wanted to just go from A to, like, so there's a certain amount that you can drive it and let it do its own thing, but in a way you almost have to perform it and know that it's going to perform the same way every time. So that's the tricky part. So I would like to do more legged creations is the long and the short of that answer.
No, something to look forward to. What about you, Dave? Do you have a dream project or a next step? Maybe a BB-8 that rolls upstairs. It could happen.
He did come downstairs. He came downstairs in Force Awakens. Something that they were sort of said, I think at the start, they're like, this guy can do anything. He can't go downstairs, can't go upstairs. And like 2 weeks later, JJ was like, can you come downstairs? Yeah, and Matt and the guys made it all happen. It's fine. But yeah, I don't really. I mean, it's really hard, so I don't want to be give you a generic or made up answer. I love all the challenges of all the different worlds we enter, be they Star Wars or other worlds, which we obviously get the privilege to walk around in because of our jobs. But yeah, just anything new and different and challenging. The biggest hit about BB-8 for me was that whatever anyone said about him, what anyone thought of Star Wars, and if anyone wasn't interested in droids, which obviously most of my friends are big Star Wars geeks because of my age, I loved it mainly because it had never been done. And that was the excitement, was just going, we're definitely, if we get this right, this has never been done. That is incredibly exciting on top of everything else. So another challenge would just be something that is new that someone hasn't done, because that's so exciting. Like I say, on top of the already exciting prospect of being on a team that creates a new Star Wars droid for a movie, the fact that it had never been done was just brilliant,
Yeah, I think for many of us hobbyists, when we saw the fully contained rolling version roll out on that stage, and we were all like, it's real. How and like all the gears start turning, and you're like, well, how did you? And I love the fact that in the community, so many people have, like, I've seen like a dozen BD internal drives, and it's just so cool to, again, we're trying to work within those constraints and almost reverse engineer the wheel or the ball, as it were. But that's fun. We love doing that. And like you said, BB-8 was something we had never seen before. And we're like, okay, they at least got all of the stuff jammed into at least one unit. How do we replicate that?
It was interesting because most people thought BB-8 was a CG character or puppet or whatever until
from the trailer,
stage
yeah.
droid, until that one rolled around the stage, and then everyone's like, "Oh, dang, you guys actually built it. Now we need to build it." And now there's some pretty great fan built BB-8s out there that tried to replicate all the things.
There are some really good ones. I've driven one of them, and I would say it's probably as good, if not better, than our one. We finished working on, I know, like 6 years ago, we dropped BB-8, or 7 years ago. So that, like, if we'd have kept going, maybe we'd have kept up. I don't know, but I drove one, and it was phenomenal. Like, really, really good. That was at London convention last year.
Yeah,
So,
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, me too.
It's Chris's,
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
was amazing.
Yeah, Chris Eyes, Dave's.
Yeah,
that's a phenomenal unit.
Yeah,
they built.
All right, what about you, Jack? For dream project, do you want hovering droids, flying droids? What's in your dreamscape?
Ah, man, yeah, flying droids would be cool, wouldn't they? Yeah, I like flying drones. That's my thing. That'll be cool. Get a kind of practical flying character. But no, genuinely, like the stuff that these guys and Neil's team create, is just like, you're just given the coolest toys to play with, and it's just great fun. Yeah, don't know. We'll see. We'll see what comes next.
we looked at flying droids on episode 7.
Yeah.
We got some drones in to play around with. but it never really went anywhere. But yeah,
No.
why not?
Sound department would hate that, wouldn't they?
I know. They hate us enough already.
Yeah, they hate us anyway.
I
What's
think
that
Lola
chittering
was one of the
sound?
first flying we saw.
Yeah.
So, sort of next question there is what did it feel like, or what was your sort of reaction when you got told or got your sort of initial job that, hey, you get to work on something like Pip on Acolyte or the next B2 project or whatever?
I mean, for me, I guess, because I've joined the kind of Star Wars community a lot more recently, it's kind of sort of still very fresh in my mind. I sort of went through quite a long audition process to get there. And I finally got this call from our colleague Derek Arnold. And he was like, "Hey man, pack your bags. You're off to a galaxy far, far away." And it was like I was just bouncing around the room, so excited. Yeah, man. Yeah, good time, good day.
Yeah, my BB-8 one was pretty mind-blowing, but it was a secret, so I didn't know what the project was for a while. So it was always like, "You're really going to want to do this. You're really going to want to do this. What are you doing?" And they were looking at the window of time that they needed for that film, and so I was thinking, "Oh, I really need to know what it is. I don't want to commit so much time." And they kept saying, "You'll really want to do it." And then they told me what it was. I was like, "Oh, I really want to do this. Look, drop everything." So that was, yeah, like Jack. I was like, "This is great. I'm going to be in this." I'm a terrible Star Wars geek or a marvelous Star Wars geek, depending on which way you look at it. And so joining that universe with JJ and stuff was just, for episode 7, was just awesome. So it did blow my mind. It's never like, "Oh yeah, another job, whatever." It was like, this is a big deal, So yeah.
Yeah, for me it was obviously BB-8 as well. Back in 2013, I think I got a call from Josh, who was already on the project, and I think Josh was originally pulled in to do R2, and then there was another character that was going to be more complicated than R2, and then sort of Lee Towsey and Oliver Steeples got involved with that side of stuff. So Josh and I, although we sort of helped out a bit on the R2 thing, Josh called me up and was like, "I'm working on something. Do you want to come in for 3 weeks?" That's how long I was given originally, 3 weeks. And I was desperate because I'd just done the Mantis project, which was 3 years of not being paid because I did that, off my own back. I got funded, but I didn't have any wages, so I was just anything. So he got me in for 3 weeks to simulate BB-8 in that simulation environment, just to see if it was possible. The trike version, that is, with the 2 wheels at the back, the 2 stabilizers. So I had 3 weeks to do that, and I simulated it up. And then it was kind of, Neil was just like, "I think you're going to be here, like we've got 7 of these to build. This is it. You're in, and so that was pretty exciting. And just to be earning money again and to be doing it on a Star Wars project, it's pretty epic. So yeah, here we are 11 years later or whatever it is.
I mean, they paid you in credits, but at least your bank took it, so it all worked
Yeah,
out. Yeah, no, it's now, as far as I know, we talked a lot about physical puppetry. That's real world and real practical applications. Have any of you had experience with digital puppetry or droids that like K2 or BD that never existed in real life? They came from other sources. Now, this question might be no, but any experience in bringing to life something that was just digital?
I think the motion capture world is very much it feels very like puppeteering. And kind of when I started doing motion capture, it blew my mind. But you could see a sort of skeleton on the screen, and now when you do it, you see these kind of 3D environments and stuff, and you're kind of fully rendered character and everything. But it very much feels like puppeteering, but with your entire body being the puppet. It's cool.
That's just another input source.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. I have a control system that is used for controlling animatronic heads, and it's called Express. And we used that on episode 7 and 8, I think. And there's some behind the scenes stuff. And that's where people are using Waldos. You have people with their hand into a device and a big joystick, and they can do facial lip sync and all that kind of stuff. But years before that, actually, whilst I was on Harry Potter, sorry, going off topic, but I developed
It's
a
all good.
version
It's all good.
you could plug into a CG render engine, so you could live perform CG characters, and that was partly because there's a thing in the UK called Compare the Market, and it's Alexander the Meerkat. What's his? Anyone know Alexander something? Anyway,
I
he
can't
did
remember
live.
surname.
There you go. Yeah, he did live book signings, and so we did a live CG performance of Alexander at book signings via a TV link, like next to his fireplace in his mansion, and so we dabbled into that a while ago, what did turn out from that was it was a really good tool for puppeteers to learn how to use that tool without breaking the animatronic. So you could run it and run it and run it, and nothing's ever going to wear out. So that was quite good fun.
Kind
But
of like a
nothing on
pilot
Star Wars.
simulator.
Yes, exactly. Is
You
it
test
exactly
on
like a
it
simulation?
first.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Yeah.
I've done a bit of it as well. I mean, I haven't done tons of it, but I've done stuff quite a few times, including those guys who do the Meerkat commercial. Actually, I forgot what they're called, but I prefer hands-on real-world stuff. So I'm more of I'd be happier in one of you guys' workshops with real things because I feel like I can get my head around all that. Although digital puppetry is all very groovy and I do get it, but I just haven't done that sort of stuff. I've done mocap like Jack was talking about. That's a different thing again because you're sort of there's so many colors on the palette to get to achieve the end game. But I suppose my favorite is when it's a real world thing that's really been built and really exists.
I remember when Solo came out and it was just before like one of the last little behind the scenes trailers before the movie dropped, and you saw Phoebe Waller-Bridge in the physical suit with the green components, and you're like, oh, they did it hybrid. And that was such a cool realization. Obviously not every shot and every, it was a mix, but to see it was actually a performer, and you just paint out the middle. People sometimes tell me with K2, they're like, oh, just wear green. I'm like, it doesn't work in real life. There's no special effects people following me around to paint me out. So black coveralls and hiding in plain sight for me. But it's just like you said, Dave, it's palettes in the paintbrush. It's just different tools for every single method.
This is why we made the red carpet BB-8, because we knew we couldn't have Brian walking down the carpet behind him in his green suit.
Yeah, it is. The other thing as well is it's a box of tricks. So sometimes there's a few shots. I won't get into specifics because I have to remember them all. There's a few shots where there's text of switches on shot, so it will go from one BB-8 to a different BB-8 in the same shot. But you guys don't notice because he walked behind a bunch of stuff, or because the camera tilted away from him and came back. And that I really love because it's like being a magician. I mean, we're all magicians because you're achieving something which really gets people scratching their heads. And or people like you guys who look at it carefully, scratching their heads and saying, well, and that to me is just, oh my god, so thrilling that you could.
Why did he come out from behind that panel and a different panel was in that place? When we did BB-8, it was said from day one there's no continuity on BB-8 because his panels always end up in the different position when he rolls into a shot or rolls out of a shot.
It makes me think of buttons forward, buttons back on R2D2s. If there's different greeblies on his shoulder, and apparently those could go on either side. So some shots they're forward, some shots they're back, and zero continuity. It's just whatever is in the shot.
There are so many debates we see on the online forums of what's right here. What's this R2 supposed to be? And it's like, well, which scene are you looking at? Because every scene he's sometimes different. And I don't see that as much in the newer stuff, but like in the older stuff, every movie, you'd have, you said 7 different astromechs, and they all had slightly differences to them. So which one did you actually get, right?
Exactly.
Here's a question for you guys. What, if I'm allowed to, is that a part of the forensics or the detective work of doing that? Is that fun? Because to me, that seems like quite fun.
It's a combination. Like, as I said earlier, like it's fun to try and figure out, okay, how do we make that? And for us, for me personally, it's sort of two-step is how can we reproduce that character, but also do it in a way that I can build it and I can puppeteer it myself, right? Like when doing live interactions with the public, we only usually have one,
Sure.
one person. So how can we make that character alive with only one person, and what are the controls that we can do for that? And then, as you said, we're inspired by what you guys are doing and with the free animations and sort of trying to improve, because what I've seen a lot with the builder community is that stuff's been done for 20 years and then people, just, oh, how was it done before, right? And so we're looking at, okay, well, how can we do it better? How do we do live voice, for example? So my RX Droid has live voice pitch shift, real time, that we were working on. So how do we do that live performance, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in your realm, I think a little bit you have a little bit of post processing to enhance some of the performances, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of what we have to do is 100% live. And so I heard the curses of people when we saw B2, the droid builders, right? Like B2, when we first saw it, I was like, oh, that's a really cool little thing. And then you guys start doing all of the very, intricate controls and everything. And then everybody's jaw just drops and goes, well, damn, that's going to be hard. and that is, super exciting. It's like, okay, well, how do we reproduce this and do that? And then we also look at our wallets and go, well, that's going to be empty now for a while. And, it's like, okay, well, what do we do here? And then there's the iteration, right? And I think one of our benefits as well, perhaps over what you guys get to do a little bit, is we have a community that we can leverage. So somebody who's really good at one thing will do that. And then, we have teams. So I guess that's sort of the next question. Like, another question for you guys is like, do you guys have teams, or is it sort of solo work, or I assume that you guys have a fairly large team of people that you guys get to leverage for the different aspects of your builds and performances.
There's always a huge team behind every droid we build because there's so many aspects to it, from sculpting, painting, mold making, engineering, and all that. But Josh and I have worked very closely as a team for some time now, and he brings the mechanics and I bring the software control stuff, and that just kind of worked really well. But we also, sometimes pull on other people for ideas as well. There's not many people in our department that are doing software, unfortunately. So I'm kind of on my own in a one area there. Everyone finds it way too boring. It's just me. So that's but within our department in general, we have a lot of mechanical animatronic engineers, and they all share ideas with each other. But generally speaking, like the droids like BB-8 and B2 and Pip are kind of a Josh, myself, and then maybe some other people do some specials for us. Actually, we quite often, Josh will say, well, look, I've got so much on, I need this device where Pip expands, and he'll pass that to someone else. I'm trying to think who did that. Jack might know.
I can't remember.
It might have been Matt McMurray. I can't remember. Anyway,
yeah, it could have been. Yeah.
So sometimes the specials get passed around and that kind of thing.
It seems a necessity to me.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of work to do. I mean, BB-8. There was a guy called Giles who did pretty much all of the assembly. Josh was churning out parts and designs, but there was this chap Giles who was just putting it all together, and he's just a great guy, and he did a lot of work. He ended up on set with us with BB-8 because he knew how most of it worked, and he assembled most of it, And speaking of which, that set that is your background was my favorite set in the Millennium Falcon. And that caused a lot of problems because you can see the size of those grid holes when BB-8 was rolling over it. One of the most exciting shots I ever did was driving the radio control BB-8 from behind the other entrance, basically, down into that set with a camera next to it, pulling up next to Daisy. And there's a hole in the ground at that point. The pit's been opened up, and BB-8 ends up next to Daisy and looking down the hole. I think John Boyega's down the hole hiding or something. I can't remember, something like that.
Daisy's in the hole. John's above
Daisy's
the
in the
hole.
hole. John's
Yeah.
above that. That's right. So but during that shot, I'd had this tricky shot. We had to come down. The camera's there. I had to get in ahead of the camera, down a ramp, backwards, so the wheels are facing forward, spinning around like that, and then driving back into shot. It was a really hot. So it was reverse driving and forward driving, and I had him parked next to the hole, and Daisy came in and stood between BB-8 because she crouched down between BB-8 and the hole, the pit, which is a proper hole. And the AD Tommy looked at me like, oh, you know, she's a bit close. There was no room. She just wanted to have a look down there. And I went to move BB-8, but I forgot he was in reverse. And I went forwards and nudged her.
Oh
Like,
my
and he was
God.
like that. Everyone like, because I thought, and then I backed up again, and I got this horrible glare from Tommy Gormley, who was the AD. Like, I was like, I'm really sorry. No, thought I was going backwards. I went forwards because it was all reverse, and it's horrible, horrible. She wasn't even aware of it. She was just like, oh, you know, like just whatever. But yeah,
I thought the story was going to
set her
be
mind.
worrying about driving BB-8 into the hole, but it was worrying about pushing Daisy
Pushing
Ridley into the
her
hole.
and then him landing on top of her. It was like
Oh.
18 kilos or 20
Yeah.
kilos, you know, it's horrific.
That's funny. I'm just folding into the back of Matt's story. That same scene is my most difficult cue in the whole of BB-8's life, which is he's looking between it's just before he does the thumbs up. He's looking between John and Daisy and John and Daisy and John and Daisy and John and Daisy. And you know, you guys know from your experience, if the droid isn't looking at you, it isn't looking at you. So they have eyes, and we all know what they are. And when the dome or the sphere or whatever it is looking at the kid or looking at the actor, you know that they're looking at them, they're engaged. And with those ones, they were so fast and so they had to be so precise. I said to JJ, I want to get a T-shirt printed that says 359 degrees of wrong. Because once it's not looking at John, not looking at Daisy, it looks rubbish. It looks like it's lost its, you know. So that, funnily enough, one of Matt's most difficult scenes, equally my most difficult scene.
Yeah.
So with that, Jack, just going to you, like with Pip and Acolyte, what were some of your challenges that you had with the limited movements and just such a small limited device to really bring that guy to life?
I think the day that was the day we kind of realized what his limitations were. There's the sequence where she's running, I can't remember what the planet is, but she's running through the snow away from the Jedis. And we're Matt and I watching it on the monitor, and Pip's in her belt, and she's absolutely pelting it towards the camera, and all you can see is Pip's head just flying about like this, just all over the place. We go, oh God, it's gonna fall off. Yeah, that was a hairy moment, wasn't it? We're like, oh God.
But it's also when we found out that those servos we were using kept resetting their neutral position. Because that was like, do you remember? When we'd fire him up one day and he'd be pointing like over there, and we were like, how is that possible? It's almost like the spline someone lifted off and put it. Anyway, it was a technical fault with the servos that lost their neutral and would just reset in different positions. And every day we'd have to try and get it back into neutral again. And,
Yeah.
The
Well, they go
of
through the
droid
ones,
building.
don't they, on a kind of 4-month shoot? You know, these
Yeah.
things that turn up on day one on set, which just pristine, beautiful paint jobs, work beautifully, and then we just sort of we beat them up really over
Natural weathering.
Yeah.
Not too much weathering, because it's still got to look like the shot from the first day, interchangeable with the last day. So can't have a giant scar on the shoulder or something. Yeah, well, we're almost rounding out the hour. I just wanted to answer Dave's earlier question about, you know, researching, especially in the hobbyist community. And yeah, we always say like that's one of my favorite parts of droid building is, you know, when you're like sketching it all out and you're just like, oh, how is that possible? And I think for me, in my latest droid, my solution for walking droids was like, let's take BD and let's just mount him on a mouse droid. So the mouse droid drives, and because I love this character and I love bringing him to life, but walking is just beyond my abilities right now. So I was like, oh, let's give him a buddy that can drive around and, you know, go into hospital rooms and interact with people and get a lot of that performance. And that's my first time having a droid where I'm stepped back and I can be hidden. Like K2, I'm right there. There's not a lot you can do to hide. But But my last question for the three of you is, you've been involved in Star Wars in the kind of the recent generation, but do each of you have a favorite droid from like the original generation, whether the prequels or the original series in the 70s? Doesn't have to be one like you would have loved to puppet. It could just be as simple as, I know fans who love the R4 droid from the corridor of the Tangent 5. Like that's just, you see him for 1 second and it's their favorite. So do you have a favorite droid that just spoke to you when it came on screen?
I love the I can't remember what they're called, but it's the little like eye droid that pops out of the wall in Jabba's palace. And then we actually got to play with those again on Acolyte, which was cool.
Yeah, those are fun. It's also like, how can it fit into that hole? Maybe is it a Texas switch? Yeah, the gatekeeper droids are a lot of fun, and they're fun that don't speak basic and they just kind of chirble at you. What about you, Dave?
Mine's it's always the same, and it's a strange choice, not by design, but as a kid I was fascinated by the torture droid. I think it's called 88. Is it the torture droid in Jabba's palace underneath the floor? Is he called 88? I don't know.
Yeah, it's 88. Yeah,
hey, whoop whoop.
It's on my printer in the basement.
Right, excellent. Oh, really? I think that design is just beautiful. I think it's a classic Star Wars design. It's voiced by the director Richard Marquand, which is an extra. I'm sure you guys know all this. But it's just, I think it's a little bit marionette rig and a little bit somebody grabbing the bottom. It's very rough and ready, and apparently it was shot very, very quickly. But I just love that design. I like his voice, and I like the kind of threat of him. He's a really interesting. Sad that I don't see more of him. Maybe we will see more of him another day. But yeah, it's a strange answer, but it's the absolutely honest answer. When I was a kid, I used to draw him, and I was thinking, why is he not more like C-3PO? He should be in the whole movie. But I realized that would be weird. But yeah, I guess that's apart from 3PO, obviously.
Right, that's true. I mean, you could say 3PO is your answer, but we're not going to believe you. But yeah.
I don't know how honest I should be.
You should be honest, Matt. Go for it.
I wasn't really a droid person. I was a creature person. I didn't.
It's all
really
puppetry. It's all puppetry.
I didn't really get into R2 and 3PO. I was fascinated. Well, other than the vehicles, like I said, the walking vehicles, which seemed like droids to me. I know they had people in them, but they seemed like droids. I loved like the Rancor. I just loved big monstery creature stuff because I loved dinosaurs and stuff like that. And to me, Rancors were like space dinosaurs or whatever. I don't know, but that was kind of my more. I was the costumes, the Gamorrean. I don't know how people say it. Gamorrean guards, that kind of stuff. All that Jabba Palace creaturey stuff was more my thing. But if I had to pick a droid, it'd probably be R2 just to keep Lee Towsey, happy.
Clean R2 or dirty Dagobah Swamp R2 with his little tippy toes.
Dirty R2, always dirty.
Always dirty. Well, you've worked on a lot of other creatures like Six Eyes and stuff like that, right? That makes sense to and
yeah.
I think some of that stuff is all the same, like the animatronics and the builds and the mechanics, and it's all bringing characters that really shouldn't exist to life, right?
Yeah.
And that's a challenge, and we don't get to do this as a full-time job. We were trying to fit it in as hobby stuff, so we don't get to do as much as we want to. There's always a new project, right, that we want to build, and then new show comes out and it's like, oh dang, that guy looks cool.
And one last question for Jack. With Pip, did you do any sort of motion capture, or was it all like just practical in that aspect?
That was all practical. Yeah, it was all in camera. Yeah, I mean, slightly tangent, but I kind of expected, because I've been on, maybe 20, 30 movies, and you see a lot of green screen and that sort of stuff. But the thing that really struck me about Acolyte was just the lack of all of that. They really went for the practical effects. And it's really cool, like, when you've got a droid like that and you see him actually on screen looking awesome in front of your eyes. It's cool. Yeah, so no, none of that. The only thing that was put in later was the voice.
Well, and it's something that the actor or actress can relate to. It's physically there in their hands. It's something they can see, and like you've all said, it's finding that balance between what's best for the shot, but also what helps the actor bring a performance out as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting because on other shows that I've worked on, you'll have your practical puppet and you'll do takes, and then quite often you'll do a take without the puppet and the actor will just perform to nothing. And it's interesting, like looking back at the rushes, the performance you get out of the actors when the real thing is there is just so much better and so much more alive. And I think that's kind of, not only do they look amazing, and that's a great thing in itself just to have on set, on screen, but I think it sort of lifts the level of everything in the room when you've got, these kind of unbelievably amazing droids kind of floating around.
I think that's what I was going to say. It sort of falls into that same thing of performance in the room. When we did, when I auditioned for Andor, Tony and Sana, who ran the show, were very keen on the droid being voiced in the room with the actors, and that is a bit of a bear to do. It's not in any way straightforward because of the noise of the animatronics and because of the noise of what we're doing with our hands and the transmitters, and your own thought processes are working 100% at making that character look real physically. And then they said, do you think you could do the voice on set? And the voice is a specifically odd voice as well. So I said yes, because I'm crazy, and then went away and practiced. And so that all of the we literally dubbed 2 lines on series 1. The rest of it is all in the room. So it's me and Matt sat there with Josh, and we're all looking at the monitor working, and my voice is coming from me, and that's the voice that's on the show. They just put it through a little radio fuzz, so it sounds a little bit mechanical.
And I feel like no one ever believes that, Dave. So I feel like you should give us a line right now, please.
Oh, okay. Let me just think. I'm just going to look at Starlight, Holiday of Hope. Okay, here we go. I really hope that the 501st Legion's 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope goes well. I am so pleased to be here. There you go.
Yeah.
Very good.
So cool.
Wonderful, Dave.
So
Well,
cool.
thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us. It's been a really great conversation. Hopefully our listeners have learned more about A Galaxy Far, Far Away and just the act of puppetry. And it's something that we're all interested in. And it's been a wonderful time. Thanks again, listeners, for joining us for the 501st Legion's 2024 Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon. It's continuing all day long.
It's great to see the kids, and it brings like a light to their day. And I mean, I know the term is used a lot, but it's really great to bring smiles to them. And it just is a really great way to give back for all of us.
There are studies that show that play, while amazing for childhood development, also positively improves outcomes, health outcomes for kids. And so that's where Starlight's programs of delivering happiness, like our Starlight gowns, like this one here today, one of our newest Star Wars gowns, plus the toys and the games that we're able to deliver, really are helping to improve health outcomes for the kids that we serve. There's so many benefits for our patients and families coming to events like Star Wars Day. It's all about quality of life for our patients as a pediatric palliative care center. So coming to events like this where the patients, their siblings, their parents can all participate in activities together in a medically friendly environment where children with diseases, injuries, and illnesses can meet other kids like them, and siblings can meet other siblings like them and just have fun is such a value for families to feel less alone.
and seeing like this community of people that are volunteering or work here, and the Starlight Foundation and how they put this on is just really reassuring, and seeing the big smile on his face is just giving me a little bit of solace, knowing that he's in good hands.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Vaders, and the entire Star Wars universe. I'd like to welcome you to the 501st Legion's Holiday of Hope Telethon. Our main purpose for being here today is raising money and awareness for the phenomenal work that the Starlight Children's Foundation has been doing for communities around the world. Since 2018, Disney and Lucasfilm have partnered with this organization to provide toys, Star Wars-themed gowns, and so much more. Starlight and all the groups involved with today truly believe that happy kids do heal faster. Every single one of us can attest that Star Wars can be life-changing. So help us bring that to children near you. If you head over to starlight.org/holiday of hope and send what you can, every single dollar counts. We'd also like to dedicate today's telethon to the great James Earl Jones. He was one of the greatest actors on screen and in the booth, but he was equally as genuine of a soul. He, David Prowse, Bob Anderson, all paved the way for all of us, and we cannot possibly thank them enough. I'd like to thank all of you for being here, and I'm so excited. It's going to be a good time today. How's everyone doing?
Great.
Doing great.
Great. Thank you.
Perfect. So to start off, I have a general question for our on-screen Vaders. Were any of you fans of Darth Vader or Star Wars before landing the role?
Who's gonna
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Spencer.
The seniority.
All right, okay. Well, like I say, I was 5 years old when I first went to see Star Wars in 1977. Right, my dad was I didn't know anything about Star Wars then or anything like that. Nobody really did. We all went to the pictures for the first time to see these great ships that come over our heads, and just get very excited. And I was sat there. My dad pushing with the cinema to the left. They had two screens. This cinema back in the day, in a little town called Prestatyn in North Wales. And so I was 5 years old, and my dad was supposed to go to the left, and my dad pushed me to the right cinema underneath the counter. Big spend was little spend then, you know what I mean? So I'm sat there drinking my Coca-Cola, eating my popcorn, and I'm waiting for these big spaceships to go over my head. And I was like, no spaceships, but a guy in bed with a woman. I'm thinking, what's that? And what my dad didn't want to see Star Wars, so he snuck me in to see Pink Panther at the same time. So that was my introduction to Star Wars. The next day, my mum took me to see Star Wars. So, and like everybody, when I first seen Vader, I didn't get scared. It was like looking in a mirror. I don't know, but the original trilogy, they were my Star Wars films, man. Do you know what I mean? I absolutely love it. All the other Star Wars films are great. You know what I mean? I loved being part of Rogue one of two actors in that, which is incredible, man. It's such an honor to be, like the three of us to play Darth Vader, man. And, and to feel the same what you guys are feeling and felt. If that makes any sense. The dark side's very powerful, man, and he's a very, very powerful character. I know he's the most iconic bad guy on silver screen, and I've played lots of bad guys on the silver screen. And I thought to myself, I had several auditions like you boys to get the part, and I thought to myself, well, he's not the baddest guy on silver screen. No, I've played Orcs, I've played Wolfman, I've played Frankenstein. They're bad. But on the last day, on the last audition, the presence of spirit came to me, and we auditioned in the suit, and it was like, and then I went, all right, I get it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because he takes over you, man. You do as you're told, and you take your orders from the emperor, and that's the way it is. You get it, right?
For me, yeah. Very true. I had the similar experience, but for me, I wasn't introduced to Star Wars as a kid because I grew up very kind of sheltered. So I grew up like hyper conservative, and I wasn't introduced to any pop culture or media, and I was a Ukrainian immigrant. So I was very, very sheltered, and I wasn't aware of any of it. I watched Star Wars the first time when I was 17, and I couldn't. I love Darth Vader, obviously. Darth Vader is super cool, but for me, I loved it for the superficial reasons. Just awesome sword flips, powers, really cool. It wasn't until I got the role and I started auditioning for the role, and I started doing my scene research that I fell in love with the character. And that's where you truly understand the depth behind the character and why it's such an iconic villain and why he's the strongest villain. So what most people don't understand is that Vader could sense everyone's intentions around them and their emotions. And he knows every scheme that's happening at the same time. And even though he knows that the scheme is happening and he knows that he's at a disadvantage, he will still go alone, knowing that it's a trap, and he'll still come out of it successful. That's what makes Vader Vader.
Yeah.
So that was something that I found through that experience. And also, I too experienced the spirit of Vader, and it also took over me. And it's a very profound experience because it's ultimate power.
Very special.
Yeah. I can echo what Demetrius said, partially because we shared some of that. I don't know if it was auditions at that point, but I remember doing some of the scene work. I was definitely a fan beforehand. I remember I can give you two Star Wars memories from my childhood. One was I don't remember the first time I actually saw the movie, but I do remember playing in the old days before they had really good like NeoPixel and all these wonderful lightsabers they've come out with since. It was just a red flashlight with a white plastic tube on it. That was your lightsaber, and maybe Spencer will remember that too. But if you're old, if Demetrius, if you're old enough, that's what the lightsaber was back in the day. That was the toy. And there was some series on Netflix recently that I actually saw where they were set in that time frame when Return of the Jedi came out, and they showed the kids playing with those, and I instantly was back. I was like, oh my gosh, I remember having one of those. And
well, I had the lightsaber put on me because the end scene's Dan LaProuche, right?
Yeah.
I do the other scenes, yeah. And so, but I did all the promotional work, right, to hold the lightsaber, but it didn't. It was just it
was just the light, the flashlight.
But the way they put it on my suit and stuff, maybe it might have been the original ones from the first ones. They were like super careful with it. But obviously, when you're dressing Vader and when Vader's there, you're going to be super careful. You don't want to get choked out. Do you know what I mean? Because you don't want to upset Vader. No way. Do you know what I mean? But I got, I was doing the moves and stuff for the promotion work, the posts and stuff like that. So I mean, it was pretty incredible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. I mean, as I said, there was a time where I can't remember. I don't think it was part of the audition, but I think it was just scene work. Deborah Chow, our director, was very kind with their time and definitely helped some of the movement and the character discovery with Demetrius and myself, which is very rare from a stunt perspective. A lot of the director will rubber stamp something and say, yeah, that looks great, but rarely do they spend time working on the character with a stunt performer. So that was really great to have and a great experience to share with Demetrius. And I remember there was a time where we were in the suit, and I think she said it was Deb, and then her assistant Steph was there, and they said just walk up to Steph. I think Steph was reading the lines in the scene, and they said, come up and he said, Deb sort of whispered in my ear, come up and he said, just intimidate the hell out of her, and standing in the full kit and standing over someone, looking inside out. Of course, you still feel like a bit of an actor, right? You're embodying the character, but you still feel like a bit of an actor in that moment. Especially, there was no set at this point. There was no set dressing. It was just gray stage floor and gray walls and all that. But after when I was sort of out of costume, Steph came and said, like, that was absolutely terrifying. Like looking up at Vader standing over you, even just reading the line. She said that was terrifying. And so that really resonated with me, of like how others perceive you is honestly something that then fed back into the character as sort of a feedback loop.
The way Deborah explained it to me was basically, so I had a lot of questions about the character because I really wanted to understand it. And for me was, how do you create power out of stillness? Right. And the way Deborah explained it to me was, it was potential energy. She would say, imagine you are a pit bull pulling on a metal chain. And from an outside perspective, looking from the side, it looks like the pit bull is standing still. but it is lunging forward, and the only thing holding it back is the metal chain. So that's the potential energy of Vader. So at any point in time, Vader is always pulling against this tension, and people feel this pressure around. And the moment that chain snaps, Vader goes. And he doesn't go at like a warm up and goes, he goes at 1,000%, and he's already traveling at maximum speed from the get go. Another cool thing about people don't realize about Vader is when someone is facing Vader, what they see is they see their reflection through Vader's goggles. So what they see when they look at Vader is the fear in their own eyes. That's something that I experienced when I was playing Vader, and I realized what it means to be behind the suit, but also realizing that power, that they only see their own fear projected back at them on top of everything else.
I got a chance to work with Tom and Demetrius, of course, and in prep for doing the voice and doing the dialogue, I had to, I watched all the films, of course. I watched everything I could as far as George Lucas is concerned. I watched everything I could as far as James Earl Jones is concerned. And I got to a space of, you have to understand the person. You have to understand who Vader is. Do not try to imitate. Do not try to do a characterization. Be Vader. And one of the truisms of who he is, and he had such a, when you start talking about Anakin in his progression to Vader and him being so gifted, and when you're gifted, you're kind of separate because there's no one that can truly relate to your existence and all that you have available to you. And the power of love is one key theme here. When you look at the power of Obi-Wan, his love for Obi-Wan, you look at the power of Padme, when you look at the power of what Vader's true driving force is as far as the power of the love of his son. And having this immensity that nobody can connect or relate or understand as far as your plan is 1,000 steps beyond everybody within you, and there's all kinds of things that you have to figure out as far as what's happening and how do you achieve whatever objectives that you have, and that political dance. But I was really struck towards being truthful to who this person is, aside from the lore, the myth, and all that iconic stuff that everybody had done prior to our last installment. I think was the most amount of screen time that Vader's ever had as far as Obi-Wan Kenobi is concerned, and be truthful to who Vader is and what he is surrounded by and what he had to manage as far as the immenseness that he couldn't possibly even grasp of the power within him. It just is for him. All things he can do are just is. Think and so it shall be.
It seems really great because it seems like from the top level, from the director even down to the cameraman, when Vader gets on screen or anything involving Vader, there's a serious level of passion and understanding that this is one of the greatest characters in existence and has been for the past almost 50 years now. So when you guys found out that you'd be carrying on the tradition of playing the most iconic villain in history, obviously you guys did a lot of prep work, you did a lot of research. What was there any emotional weight and was there any stress of like, oh my God, like I'm gonna be carrying the tradition, and how did you guys deal with that?
Shall I jump in?
Yeah.
Well, it's. I've played a couple of characters where they've already been played, like the Wolfman and Frankenstein and all this, that, and the other. And so you think to yourself, am I going to be copying David Prowse, the way he moves? But it's not. There's one presence. There's one presence and spirit of Vader, and he takes over the actor. So you're not. It just happens, and you become him. Obviously we did a little bit of movement with Paul Casey, where if your gate was out a half an inch, a fan would see that. And you're gonna get pulled for that. You know what I mean? So if you're off a little bit there, but the presence and spirit of Vader is always going to be the same because there's only one presence and spirit, and he takes over the actor who's playing him. And I'm sure the boys will tell you the same things, right?
Would you say that because of the way the costume and design and how uncomfortable it is, it almost helps you guys get into character?
I didn't. I've done a lot of characters, and I've got a 1 to 10 with difficulty. The costume is a 1 or 2. If
Really?
Vader, because for me anyway, because I've worked a lot more difficult character, costumes. For me, he's all good. If you ask Vader, if he had to sprint and jump over some boxes, then all right, it's going to get probably uncomfortable. But Vader's a very, very cool character, and he doesn't do that. You know what I mean? He walks around and uses the Force, and he doesn't need to step it up like that. He's just cool. He's a cool cat, man.
I don't know,
I was
Spencer.
gonna say, I'm gonna interject because that wasn't my suggestion.
I'll watch these guys, man. They put in some work.
I think Tom is the only other person outside of me who knows how hard that suit is. Especially Tom, because I didn't have any extreme movements, but I did a lot of training to make the movements perfect and isolated. But Tom did all the extensive falling, jumping, fighting, quick movement. And that suit is not an easy suit.
No,
just for me personally, acrobat, I lose about 70% of my flexibility the moment I go into the suit. My body is in a prison.
I have a question for Spencer, because I get what you're saying, and I'm sure they're, not to bemoan the character too much, but I'm sure there's been more difficult suits. But just a quick question about Rogue One. When you guys come down the first bit of entrance, is that a ramp? Is that a ramp?
It's a very, very slow, gradual ramp like that.
Because I think Demetrius had a pretty steep one, right? You had your ramp out of the tie. You had to come out a pretty steep ramp, right?
Well, he's
I trained specifically to do ramps.
Where it got a little bit difficult is you're walking through steam.
Oh yeah.
The visor's plastic, right? You go completely blind, but that's when the Force comes in. You use the Force. You know what I mean?
Did you have to deal with fog as well in the visor as much with the breath, or?
Oh, everybody, yeah.
I remember on the first day, I'm not. This is no excuse. I was coming down on the tail end of a flu or cold, so my body was really hot anyway. So I was steaming at the visor there. But I remember on the first day they give us the additional dialogue, and this is how much I got into the character. I was going, "Don't be too short on the Emperor." And they're going,
you just needed to take a breath.
I was doing the breath, and they must have been laughing. They go, "Oh, then Spem will put that in later on. Don't worry about making the." No, it was funny, man.
Yeah, these two guys, Tom O'Connell and Demetrius Ostrowski, and again, I had to watch Tom. I remember this one day. I had to come back several times because the fight was engaged. And it was like 3 or 4 hours straight of engagement. Same with Demetrius. When I would watch him on screen, just the discipline and the calmness and the stillness and the power that had to be projected for these long, extensive times required to get everything in every angle and every shot and every setup. It's bananas. I don't know how you guys do that and stay committed and truthful. And I had a real close-up view of what was happening with every nuance as far as your body and your presence and what was required as far as the demands of the scene. It was truthful every time. The commitment was bananas, man.
I appreciate that. And I mean, the easy answer is we had you talking for us. So no, I think I can speak for Demetrius, but I think, we were extremely fortunate in the entire process, the way, the dedication that went into it, not just for those of us that were doing the performance piece, Dorian and Demetrius and myself, but then we had Deborah, who took extremely great care with the character. We had Olga there, our movement coach, who the counterpart to the gentleman you mentioned, I guess, Spencer, but we had our movement coach there who was helping us make sure that those movements were precise, and someone who could give us that feedback of, Deborah was watching the performance, but Olga was watching the movement, saying, if this is a volume knob, we live in that digital world now where everything is either on or off or on or off, right? Yeah. But it's a bit more of an analog approach. Like I remember doing several rehearsals with Demetrius and with Deborah and with some of the others, and we would even the sitting on the throne chair, which Demetrius, I believe you were, sitting in your throne room, and the slightest little things like, what does an exhale look like here? What does the volume knob on that exhale look like? Is it a heavy sigh or is it just a breath? when you turn your head, is it a sharp turn or is it a 2 on the volume knob?
Yeah.
You know, everything was measured very carefully. And I mean, I give a lot of credit to Deborah and Olga and Demetrius as well for that level of detail going into the character, because as we know, it matters. And I think if I can go a bit further, the luxury that we all have in this day and age is we did grow up as fans. And so getting back to the original question, we do sort of understand that responsibility of like, you know, a lot of times it was as easy as saying like, what would I want to see as a fan? What version of Vader do I want to see? What representation of Vader do I want to see in this performance? And that's
Tom,
the easiest way to answer.
You
Tom,
guys
I have to
became
ask.
one. You
Oh, I
guys
apologize.
became one, though. I mean, I get that, but you guys put on the skin. I watched you. I watched every second of your performance. And the incredible part about it, like you stated, it was a transformation. They were not the same people when I was watching them and doing what I did in orchestration with them. They were not the same people when I would see Tom in passing or when I would talk to Demetrius. It was a stark difference. It's almost like they were taken over. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, it's channeling. We
Yeah.
channeled
Yeah.
Vader.
Yeah.
We all channeled Vader. Yeah, which
Tom.
was with my experience. Basically, when I got the role, I had this freak out moment. Because we knew the gravity and we knew going in that we were literally making Star Wars history. We're filling a void that existed in the story. We were doing a piece that was a part of history that forever will be immortalized. And when we were approaching it, we were literally, this was everything. It was do or die. And every single person on set knew the gravity of this project. And we knew how important it was because this is the most iconic character in cinema history. So when I got the role, I had this freak out moment of I'm not going to be good enough. I'm going to mess up. I'm going to ruin Vader for everybody. So my first little homework assignment from Deborah was a specific walk. They wanted to fuse David Prowse with the modern versions of Vader, having different forms of intensity and everything at different gauges. So when I had this freak out moment, I made a promise to myself that I'm just going to 10x everything and approach it the way I approached my circus career, which is just train 10 hours a day, nonstop, and pull, pedal to the metal and just go 100%. So I've ended up practicing the walk of every variation for over 1,000 hours. I walked a trail in my backyard. And then Tom and I went through a boot camp together. So for a month and a half, we trained with Olga, and we worked on retraining our bodies specifically so we could have a matching movement with Vader. And then I worked even further with Olga with creating a whole Rolodex of movement of how does Vader breathe? How do we build up anger? How do we sense people? How do we turn? And every little moment, we created a whole sign language. So basically, I would get notes from Olga in real time through sign language that we made up, giving me notes in real time. So I would get notes from Deborah after every take, and then I'd get notes from Olga in real time as I'm doing the scene, and then get more notes from Olga. And then Dorian would get notes, and we would kind of correlate with each other. So this whole idea was that we put this character under so much scrutiny because it had to be perfect. And I think we delivered a perfect Vader. I don't think a single person left a stone unturned. Every single person. Tom, I know how hard Tom trained for that role. He had like 4 months straight of just sword camp.
Yeah.
I know how hard I trained, which was 10 hours a day for like 5 months.
Yeah.
I know how hard Dorian approached the role because Dorian and I worked together intimately and we even formed like a psychic bond where we could sense each other's choices. And we're both kind of doing the character simultaneously, the voice and the movement. So it was one of those things where we understood how important this was for everybody, but as an artist, the artistic integrity of showing up not to your best that day, but showing up to the best of time.
Absolutely.
That's the standard that we're holding.
Tom, I have a question specifically for you.
Yeah, sure.
Darth Vader throughout the entire original trilogy is often unfairly criticized as slower in terms of like combat, especially that first ever fight with Obi-Wan Kenobi. But Rogue One finally gave us a look at what Darth Vader in his prime can truly move like. You helped further that in Obi-Wan Kenobi with excellent saber play and things that we've already discussed. Now, going back to kind of visibility and fogging up and all that, how hard was it to overcome limited visibility when doing lightsaber combat?
It's a great question. I think I'll answer two pieces of that separately. Simply put, like the visor is just an obstacle that you have to.
Yeah,
it's just part of the gig, and I think the other guys would agree with that too. Like I know Demetrius would practice blindfolded. I would often it was a muscle memory exercise. It was, you have to know the choreography so well that when they're, you have to know, as part of a stunt performer, that's just part of the job anyway. If the actor misses a beat, if they punch when they're not supposed to, if they don't duck when they're supposed to duck, it's your job as the stunt performer not to injure them. So a lot of it is just part of, I wrap it up in the simple statement, it's just part of the gig. And so when the visor fogs up, and I know Demetrius experienced this too, but the first scene we shot at the rock quarry, it was outside. It was one of those months of LA spring, let's call it early spring in LA, where it's cold at night, but it's very warm during the day. So by the time we were warmed up and ready to go to set, I mean, the visor fogged, and before they yelled action, it completely fogged up. And in that particular scene, and this is inside baseball for my film people, but like they had a Condor crane up there with the light balloon, like the blimp basically was the only lighting they had. And so the first time I had to do that fight with Ewan, at that point we had practiced and trained in the gym where the floors are concrete or padded or whatever. And then out there it was like, okay, now here are 17 new variables for you. Your only light is coming from basically stark moonlight, as it was written in the script, or an overhead blimp. The weather causes the visor to fog up immediately, and it's on loose gravel. So the footing was unstable. Ewan as Obi-Wan was taking big reactions. And so basically I like to tell the story to people. I'm like, well, imagine, if you turn all the lights off in a pitch black room, and then occasionally you see a fluorescent bulb cross your face or your field of vision. And of course, the adding on to the notes that Deborah gave to Demetrius, it's like, and something that Spencer said earlier, Darth Vader in that moment is his most powerful, his most stoic. He's completely beating the tar out of Obi-Wan. And so there was no stumbling. There was nothing like the latter fight. We had the freedom to stumble and to sort of have a little more freedom with the movement between strikes. But for that one, it was incredibly measured, incredibly controlled, and very stable, no movement in the upper body, just gliding. And to be able to do that and try to figure out where the hell Ewan was in that moment was definitely a challenge. And I'm sure Demetrius went through the same thing that night.
Yeah, we figured it out actually after shooting that scene. We figured out the pre-spray for the goggles that fixed the issue.
The scuba spray, right? It was like the scuba diver spray.
So when we shot the street scene, and the night scenes, we hadn't figured that out yet. So we when I would do the street scene, I think by the time they yell action, it's already fogged. And by the end of the scene, I'm completely blind. And one time I walked into a wall, and one time I walked into a barrel, like little top barrels. Because I'm just walking, and I'm counting the steps, and I'm matching where I think I'm supposed to go, and I'm just waiting for cut, and I'm just walking, and I walk into a wall. But it's that thing where you start sensing the force, you start sensing your environment. You rely on muscle memory and instinct more than actual vision and sound.
So the fun bit, this ties into this question and kind of goes back to the last one you asked, but the other fun bit, and this is where I think Demetrius and I had a tough time with the suit, was they would change the terrain on us. It would. You guys still see me? Sorry.
Yeah.
So they changed the terrain on us. I remember we had choreographed the final fight, and we literally moved into the space, and the art department had made the surface of the moon like stepped. And so every three or four paces, there was a change in elevation, either up or down, making it like almost like a slate, if you think of it, the surface of the planet or the moon that we were on. And so that was a bit tricky because we had to then re-choreograph the fight to say, okay, beat, beat, beat. Then there's a step up, and then a beat, beat, beat. Then there's a step down. And so there was a lot of that, trying to figure that out with the fight team. And that definitely made it a little more challenging to move in the suit. But to go back to what you asked this time around, the way I think we approached it from the stunt side and the choreography side was, and Demetrius, you can probably add to this as well, was if you think about the patchwork of a quilt, right? There's the prequels, and then there's episode 1, 2, and 3. And if you reverse those and say episode 1, 2, and 3 are here, and then you have the prequels, and we are in that middle gap between what was then Rogue One. It was kind of like, how do you tie those two pieces or those two quilts together and make it make sense? So when you ask about, Vader in episode 4, when that fight was very measured with Obi-Wan, where it was, if you want to think of a real world martial art, it would be like kendo, right? They were very far away from each other. It was a very measured stance, and all the swings, it was like 1, 2, 3, and then they would back away and sort of back away again from each other. And the simple way to say it is, well, the suit's really damn hard to move in, and so they had to fight in a very linear way. But from a storytelling standpoint, which is what we all care about, right, as performers, it's how do we make it, so that it makes sense that they respected each other enough as fighters to give each other that distance and that space, that respect, right, as fighters. So we added in that beat in our fight, spoiler alert for anybody that hasn't seen Obi-Wan, where they smash the box and Obi-Wan starts cutting away at the suit. And that way, when they fought later in episode 4, at least in the timeline chronologically, it made sense that he would want to keep his distance from Obi-Wan because he knew the suit was his weak point, right, as Vader. So they have to respect that distance then. And there were other elements throughout that we tried to add in there, little colors and little brush strokes where we thought, okay, well, this will add to the idea that they respect each other as the ultimate fighters and that they need to give each other that space and that distance and that safety when they're fighting.
Question for you, Demetrius, before I hand it over to my Legion brothers, as I'm sure they've got a lot of phenomenal questions. We have a lot of Legion Vaders that are extremely dedicated to the role. But I did some light research and I did some light reading. And I read some stuff. I'm like, what? And I heard that you would rehearse with a blindfold, like some Ninja Turtle or something like that. Can you expound
like a
on that?
Jedi Master.
Give us more on that.
Turtle. So I've done suit work, quite a bit of suit work, and we knew going in what the restrictions were. Deborah even warned us specifically that suit's a hard suit to wear. You're gonna lose your hearing, you're gonna lose your sound. We had wore the tester suits before, so we knew how restricting it was. And the biggest one was that you didn't have peripheral vision at all. And the hardest thing with the suit was I built my own home suit to rehearse in. And what I found in the rehearsals with Olga was basically to keep the posture of Vader, I can't actually look at people because Vader is always up here. So if I truly looked at someone, it looks like sad Vader from the side. It looks like slouchy sad Vader. So to hold the posture, I could never see the floor and I could never see my mark and I could never see the people I'm interacting with. So what we did was we learned how to count steps. And that was a huge important one. One, we trained with a metronome so we could change the pace at any point in time and I could fine tune to the pace of whatever speed we needed it. But the second one was to learn how to count steps. So we'd build obstacle courses, blindfold, count the steps, first count it when you could see, and then we'd blindfold it and do it blindfolded and count and see how accurate your steps are. And then they got more intricate where you take a right turn, you go underneath, you pick something up, you come back, and you see how good your your sense memory is and how hold your mental 3D picture of the environment is in your memory. And that's what we were training. So by the end, even when the eyes fogged up or when you couldn't see your mark, you just kept on going and I would count the steps. Sometimes I miscounted. One time I miscounted to walk into the fire, but that was a huge thing.
Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit. But yeah, that was a huge crucial part of the training. Sorry, yeah, Dorian?
I got a question for Tom and Demetrius and of course Spencer. The actual, when acting, you're feeding off of all who are in the scene. And so you have all this technical stuff that you have to be cognizant of. And then you have the truthfulness as far as what the scene is about and who's before you and what they're giving you in that emotional exchange. And responding real time, you've got Olga, you've got Deborah, you've got me, and we're all working in sync as far as voice, body, action, stunts, and acting control as far as the truth of the moment. How did you manage all that as far as all that was happening, as far as what you're getting in vocal delivery, what you're getting as far as side notes, as far as Olga is concerned, and what you're getting as far as the truth and reality in the midst of the scene that's before you, and all the technical stuff that you have to be cognizant of and manage and navigate through? How did that work?
Demetrius, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it was I had done so much training that I was able to let go. And the biggest issue that I thought I was going to have was basically the delay between Dorian and myself. Mm-hmm. I have an earpiece in my ear. Dorian is doing the voice. It's being channeled into my ear and also on a speaker so everyone else could hear. As Dorian speaks, I have to react in real time to make it authentic. And I thought there was always going to be a slight half a second, 1 second delay where it's always behind. What happened was within the first rehearsal, Dorian and I synced up completely. And in my circus training, I did a lot of like improv to music where you play a song, you don't know what music is coming up. Same with breakdancing, similar. And you just go off the music and you feel off your intentions and you just go, your instincts just go. You let it go and you without judgment and you believe and approach authentically. So what happened was with Dorian's voice, my body just synced up like it was music. Literally the resonance of his voice became the music that I would dance to. And as we were doing the performance, I would channel my anger. I would let it go. I would focus on the intention of that moment specifically. And then everything else, even though I was cognitive of it, I would see Olga, I would see the lights, I would see the people, I would get, notes, feedback, sound, everything happening at the same time. It was just a dance in real time. I was just reacting in the moment, and that's what happened. It was magic. It was the force.
Yeah.
That was my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I can echo that. I mean, first of all, I mean, we should never not give kudos to Dorian for being able to watch the monitor and to real time sync with us as well. I mean, to do that is a skill in and of itself. And again, credit to the team and Dorian yourself for being able to do that. And I noticed earlier when you answered, even when you were talking about embodying the character, there was a moment where you said a line and it almost sounded like you drifted right into the voice again, which was awesome.
I don't let him out too much.
Yeah. It's like it just rhythmically dropped right into that register. I was like, nice.
Thank you.
But it was really great not only to watch Dorian and Demetrius work, but to watch Hayden work with you and to watch Deborah work with Hayden and Deborah to work with Demetrius. And it was really great that they allowed us that freedom to be present and to be sort of a fly on the wall when the other direction was going on, even when you're not in the scene. And I credit Demetrius and Dorian and a little bit to myself a tip of the hat of like, that's what it takes. And I'm glad we all took that responsibility and that job of like sticking around to see what the other people were doing. One of my favorite pictures was one that I'm sure wasn't allowed and one of the crew members took, but it's of all of us watching Hayden do the scene with Ewan when the mask is cracked open. And it's one of my favorite pictures because I'm literally standing there in full gator kit minus the helmet and the cape, watching it on the monitor and seeing whatever all the fans saw when that mask cracked open and they had that very emotional exchange with the light going from red to blue. And I mean, that's all the touchstone you need. As Demetrius said, by then the training had fully set in, the muscle memory was there, and it was a shorthand between Dorian and Demetrius, myself, Deborah, Olga, and Hayden included in all that, which is everybody sort of was on that same rhythmic flow at that point. And so any adjustments that needed to be made, maybe it was a few words here or there, more vicious, take his head off, do this. Now, physically, from a completely different standpoint, I also had the luxury of the fight team where we treated it very much as a collaborative moment. Instead of just saying, go do your thing, those guys were on set too. So I had Fong and Cha and Matt Enig and Chon Aiden, the guys that were on the core fight team, also giving me notes like, that was great. Next time, whip your head around a little bit faster, or make sure that stroke is good and level across when Ewan dodges underneath, or whatever. Fine tuning again. And as much as we would fine tune the walk or the head nod or the volume of those different movements, they were there to help me give notes on the combat pieces of the lightsaber choreography, which was really great as well.
One thing I want to add was the intensity. So we all had synced up with Vader, and we were shooting everything in chronological order. So as we were approaching the final episode, this tension and this wave of pressure was brewing. Just every month it was brewing because we knew that the climax was coming. And basically everyone's intensity kept increasing as we were getting closer to the climax. So the training, myself too, I was training sword by myself, and I was training 5 hours a day towards the end. Tom was training like a beast. He was just watching his pounds just shed off. He was getting skinnier because of all the cardio he was doing. Dorian, everyone, all of us, Hayden, we were feeling this pressure of this moment of this is the biggest scene of all, is the confrontation. And that was a cool part because even though we weren't talking to each other, everyone felt the pressure. Everyone was on the same wavelength of Vader, and we're all moving forward towards the story moment.
I'll give one more tip of the hat to Julian Howarth, who was the sound engineer on set.
Yeah.
Something that they did that was really cool was, and this is our tip of the hat to Ray and Ewan and Liam from episode 1, Phantom Menace, but they would play Duel of the Fates during the fights.
Yeah.
So when we were doing the wide master shot and there wasn't any dialogue, he would just crank the volume and we would just beat the crap out of each other. And it was really cool to do that to the music. It was just, I mean, credit again to John Williams for making such an incredible score, but it was just like all that music and all that tension that Demetrius mentioned and all that. It was just like, how could you not give 110, 120% when you have all that on set with you? It was great.
Spencer, how did you do it? How when you did what you did, how did that happen? And the mechanics, Vader's always been multiple moving parts. How did that happen to you?
Well, my scenes there now were very calm. You know, I'm not doing any of the fighting and stuff because Dan did all that in the, you know, with the lightsaber stuff. Mine was just very deep into Ben Mulvey and Krennic, and we were just battling with it. It's the first time I felt, because normally when I'm having a battle on screen, it's physical. You know, I'm kicking and punching and doing this and that. But that's the first time I've ever experienced it. It's just in the acting with the presences. You know, there's nothing punching going on. It's just two actors going at it. But because Krennic was obviously the boss of his planet or whatever, and then Vader's just putting him into his place. So, you know, and I enjoyed watching Vader do his thing. I'm like, do you know? Did you get it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's such a great scene.
Yeah, and
such a great scene.
I've got Krennic on his knees and I'm choking him. You know, obviously it's different dialogue there, but they give us. But it was like, Krennic was getting choked out for real, mate.
Yeah,
he was going red and he was getting choked out. He was feeling it. You know what I mean? And he just does a little cheeky turn around, be careful not to choke on your aspirations, don't you? You know what I mean? But obviously it was different dialogue for me on the day. But it was just like, oh, you badass. Vader, you badass.
Beautiful.
I was along for the ride, man. I was like, whoa, Vader. Whoa.
Yeah, so cool.
But yeah, that's, you know, it's not as exciting as the boys in the costumes with doing all the fight scenes and stuff like that. But I had my little moment as well, in my little way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One more, and then I'm going to pass it off to Chris. Dorian, my apologies, but during my research prior to this, I know Lucasfilm likes to keep a lot of things quiet, and not necessarily intentionally, but sometimes things just don't make it out in the media. You've been phenomenal in describing your role, even without having to answer the question up until this point. But can you describe exactly what your role entirely entailed on Obi-Wan Kenobi? And then just the importance, because it seems like both the guys who've worked with you have hyped you up a tremendous amount. So just describe us what your role was and, you know, give us more info on it.
My job was to emote emotion through the vehicle of voice and give truth to what was being communicated. You know, communication happens in so many different levels, and we had to work as one. And part of that end result is what you express and what you say. And I had to be bonded with all those other components. Communication, 70% of communication goes beyond what you say. There's a lot of other dynamics that go into what is being expressed and the impact of what the outcome will be. And so I had to be at one with these gentlemen, and referring back to the Force in my delivery, which I was getting notes, of course, and observation. I had to be as close proximity as possible. I don't know if you guys remember this. I won't give away too much, but the objective was for me to be as close as I possibly could to whoever it was that was engaged in the scene, because I'm feeding off of something that you can't put your hands on it. It's an energy, and that's what the truth of the moment comes when you're actually, there's a give and take and exchange whenever you're acting or talking or communicating to anybody, and it goes beyond what you say. What you say is the end product of what's happened previously. There's history to that, and there's also what's happening currently in the moment of that, and you have to be as close as you possibly can to feed off of that. And so what I did, of course, was dialogue. And I had to give truth to who Vader was. And the beauty of this whole story is these people are so much, or these characters that we love are so much beyond. They are timeless because they actually really truly exist. Like you said, Vader took over. And whenever any character comes into play, as far as this whole phenom, there is a life that you're putting on the skin of and merging and letting that come out and letting it take over you, which is what the key was. But I was I did the voice, and my job was to give truth to all the moving parts of Vader. Vader's always been multiple moving parts. And I just have to, for you guys, Spencer, all of you, the amount of what is required for all the mechanics of making Vader come to life and all those moving parts. When you start talking about stunt, when you let's talk about the physicality of Vader, when you start talking about the vocal delivery of Vader, the intricacy of making that one, which is what Vader is machine and man and spirit, and making that one, which is what he symbolized and embodied, and the complexity of that is beyond comprehension. I spoke of their technical expertise and mastery, and having to do this for our days are 16 hours, and having to follow all this input. We all had to follow so much input to funnel through the truth of this moment. And so I'm going to say it for all of you. I am always amazed when I had this intimate view of looking into your eyes and looking into your being and watching every nuanced movement that you made and trying to sync up with that and watching the mastery of that. And that was just, what can I say?
Thank you. I'm going to add on to Dorian's answer. So when we were doing rehearsals in the beginning, they were having me trying to do the lines. And I was still trying to find the character, but also what we found was when I was in the suit and I would deliver the lines, the helmet would shake slightly, very, very slightly. And it would be a lot of work to fix it in post, but also I couldn't nail the movement and do the lines at the same time. If I focused on the lines, the movement would backslide. If I focused on the movement. So Deborah had this idea of what if we get the voice actor to be on set? And instead of recording it in post, he's going to be on set and he's going to be doing the lines in person, and we're going to both be doing like this dance. And she pitched it to me, and I said, that sounds like a great idea. Like I'm down to give it a try. And I met Dorian on our first rehearsal, and we clicked instantly. One, because I was wearing obsidian and he was wearing obsidian, and there's a whole story behind this. But the Vader's suit is made out of obsidian, and the castle is made out of obsidian, the throne's made out of obsidian, and that's a stone that I really connect with. And so we're both wearing obsidian. We started talking, and we really, really vibed. And basically, Dorian's voice was the music to my performance. It was the most crucial part, and I've tried to make it known and to credit where credit is due, because my performance was only half of the movement. The second half was the voice, and I would literally feel the notes that Deborah gave Dorian, and his adjustments would give me the notes I needed for my physical performance. So I would be like, oh, Deborah wants this because Dorian changed this, and this is what I should do. So we started developing like this psychic link where I could anticipate, because the thing is, when I'm there, I have to engage the motion, but also the voice has to engage simultaneously. So neither of us is pilot. We're both moving simultaneously. We're both co-pilots in this dance where I would lead, he would lead, and his vocal performance affected my physical performance, and my physical performance affected his vocal performance. So as I was in the scene, I was hyper-focused on Dorian's voice the whole time. That was the only thing I could hear, because in fact, the sound is muffled inside the dome. So I could only really hear Dorian's voice in my head. And for me, the movement, it was this beautiful moment of synergy and the force.
When I was working with Tom, I don't want to interrupt, but yeah, that was magical. We have a similar. I follow Tom, and I think you all should. I follow Demetrius, and I follow all of you. And who you guys are outside of this momentous thing that we did is kind of in sync with what Vader is about. It's Vader-esque as far as your philosophies and your commitment to something bigger than what we can understand. And so I don't know where I was going with that, but these guys and that thing that he is talking about, as far as us all having to think and feel something beyond what you can even express or define or put your hands on, is what gave truth to this installment that we happen to get the chance to do together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a team effort. I mean, thank you for those kind words. That's very well said. And I always, it's funny because every now and then you'll get a question where somebody will say, "Why couldn't they just have one person do it?" And I said, "Well, ask." It goes all the way back to Bob Anderson and and David, and then as you said, Dan and yourself, Spencer. And I honestly don't know that it's physically possible for one person to do all that is demanded of Vader. And I think it's really a credit to all the performers that have had to do that, to sync their movement, to sync the voice and all that. It's just such a beautiful ballet to bring together, to bring to life such a great character.
And it shows the ultimate respect for the fandom, because if one person tries, and I tried, if one person tries to do everything themselves, it's not the absolute best, and the fans deserve the absolute best. So we had individual specialists doing on their specialized task to give the best of every single element of Vader, to bring together the best character we could.
Yeah.
it's great to see the kids, and it brings like a light to their day. And I mean, I know the term is used a lot, but it's really great to bring smiles to them, and it just is a really great way to give back for all of us.
There are studies that show that play, while amazing for childhood development, also positively improves health outcomes for kids. And so that's where Starlight's programs of delivering happiness, like our Starlight gowns, like this one here today, one of our newest Star Wars gowns, plus the toys and the games that we're able to deliver, really are helping to improve health outcomes for the kids that we serve. There's so many benefits for our patients and families coming to events like Star Wars Day. It's all about quality of life for our patients as a pediatric palliative care center. So coming to events like this, where the patients, their siblings, their parents can all participate in activities together in a medically friendly environment, where children with diseases, injuries, and illnesses can meet other kids like them, and siblings can meet other siblings like them and just have fun, is such a value for families to feel less alone.
Coming here and seeing like this community of people that are volunteering or work here, and the Starlight Foundation and how they put this on is just really reassuring, and seeing the big smile on his face is just giving me a little bit of solace, knowing that he's in good hands.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining the 501st Legion's Holiday of Hope Telethon. We are here benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation. Can't tell you how excited we are to be here. We've got three amazing Mandalorian background actors with us. Starting off, we've got Lisa Gabe, then we've got Daniel Romero and Rory Ross. Excited to have you here. We've also got Justin Gorup with us from Yavin Temple. Or Jeff, sorry, just I'm looking over at the side here, and I've got both names side by side. Jeff Gorup and Justin Sonfeld is grabbing something real quick. Let's go around and introduce ourselves, and we'll start with Lisa, and tell us a little bit about the character that you played on the show.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I played a Shriek Hawk Mandalorian, so got to do some cool stuff, climb up a mountain, rescue a kid.
So that's right. Your character was one of the ones that went on the expedition to retrieve the kid, right?
Yep.
That's awesome. Daniel, how about you?
I got to be a Red Mandalorian, or the Red Mandalorian, from season 3 for Children to Watch. If you don't know, Judah, who was the painter, so kindly named him Buckeye or Buccaneer, just based on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Not a canon name. Need to put that out there. It's not a canon name, but just a nice little homage to Judah, who did a fantastic job.
And Rory, how about you?
And my name is Rory Ross. I play the Mandalorian Covert Commander in Mando Season 3. Got to do a lot of scenes with Daniel, Tate, Brendan, and the rest of them. We had a really great time. Part of the coverts. And then I also was a Stormtrooper in all the episodes of Kenobi, Tusken Raider on Book of Boba Fett, along with a few different creatures.
Nice, very nice. So, Jeff, do you want to just give us a quick background? I know that you've got an amazing Din Djarin, right?
Yeah. My name is Jeff Gorp. I am out of the 70th Explorers Garrison in the Kansas City area. We cover Kansas and Missouri. I'm also the temple director for Yavin Temple for Saber Guild, so I do a lot of lightsaber choreography and lightsaber choreography battles. And yes, my main costume is now my own little Din Djarin. I have his helmet, the one that I made and painted with Alamuster. Not fun, but always.
Now, I think yourself, Justin, and I, we've all got Din Djarins of various versions in the clubs, right?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, Justin's is peeking out from behind there right now. So, I can get us kicked off with a question, and then we can kind of go around from there. So, I mean, some of us grew up with Star Wars, and then some of us kind of got introduced to it later in life. And I know that like being in the working in the industry and walking onto set, sometimes you know what you're walking into, and sometimes you show up on the day of and you find out what project you're working on when you walk in the door. Like, what was it like kind of walking in and finding out that you were working on The Mandalorian? And like, were you a fan beforehand? And like, what was the experience like realizing what it was that you were walking into? And I'll let you guys kind of just take turns going around and talking about that.
Yeah, so I actually missed the opportunity to be on season one. I was doing a different show at the time. I think I was doing the Rookie or SEAL Team, and I was a regular on that show, so I didn't want to give it up. And at the time, I didn't know. But fate came back around and gave it back to me in season three. I was fortunate enough to also be on Boba Fett for quite a few episodes as just various characters. Um, so I had an idea when I went in for my fitting for Mando of what it was, just kind of based on location and everything. But when I actually got to the studio, that's kind of when it started hitting me. I put on the armor that was given to me. We didn't get to pick, and I love the armor that I got. It was so cool, so unique, and I felt amazing. I felt awesome. And my first day on set was the scene where we're saving Navarro from the pirates, and the PA comes and says, "Okay, guys, you're gonna walk around the fire through the smoke. And you're gonna greet the people of Navarro because you just saved them." And we shoot that scene, the first take. Good thing I had a helmet on. I started crying. So I was just so excited to finally be a part of it. Nonetheless, a Mandalorian that looked amazing. But yeah, I started to cry a little bit inside my helmet. So super cool for me.
Very cool. Lisa, how about you?
So I started a couple weeks after the guys because the person that fit for my costume dropped out. So I was brought in for sizing. So I was just lucky enough to match the sizes of the costume. And then most of the shows that we are booked on have code names. So I don't think I knew what I was walking into. But then you get there, you fit. And my first day was post battle, and so we were supposed to be really weary. And one of the PAs came over after the first take and was like, "Okay, so you just did a battle, you're tired. I need you to walk a little heavier," which is the opposite of what usually happens in background. You're supposed to be like as silent as possible, but it was a good way to like get into it. And then wearing the helmet, put it on for the first time, and then they were like, "Okay, action." And it was like immediately like very disorienting because everything is muffled, you can't really hear anything, and can't really see well, and it's very claustrophobic. So literally the first take, I'm going, "Be cool, be cool, be cool," and I'm walking. But after that, we settled into it, and I met these guys, and it was really great.
Was that on the volume or was that in the back lot?
Outside. So there's 3 volumes. Yeah.
Rory, how about you?
Well, for me, I always kind of make the joke, and Daniel's heard this many times. So, but he just does. But I make the joke that my journey kind of began on a farm far, far away. And so when I was a kid, I grew up in Iowa on a small town farm, very similar to Luke and kind of that Tatooine-esque. But when I was about 6 years old, I contracted a rare fungus on the back of my head that was destroying my scalp. And so it put me into the Children's Hospital in Iowa City for about a month. And we didn't know what was going on, but that first day, my mom brought Star Wars: A New Hope. And it was the thing that really gave me the hope that I was going to be okay. And so we watched that continuously during my stay. And needless to say, I became a huge Star Wars fan after that. And it's just been something that permeated throughout my life. And so like any big Star Wars fan, I guess you could say, here in LA, I knew about the code names and things like that, but I can't remember what I was doing during season 1 and season 2. But then when Book of Boba Fett came out, I knew Buccaneer and I knew what the code name was. And what was funny is I started doing this thing, actually, and I didn't even realize I still had the username here, but Rory Ross, Born to be a Jedi, was like this like manifestation of like, I want to get on Star Wars. Like, this is what I want to do. So I ended up doing a photo shoot actually where they did the debut of Boba in season 2 over in Simi Valley. Did that with a friend, got some cool photos. Then my girlfriend, and now fiance, actually did a Jedi figure of me
Congratulations.
on Christmas present, which was really cool. And then about 2 months later, I was on set with Tamara Mowry just talking about dreams and manifestation. And she said, put it out there. And an hour after that conversation is when I got the text to be a Tusken Raider. And I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. And, you know, and knowing what that was. But then what was even cooler was showing up on set and realizing I was starting on Tatooine. And so for me, having that full circle and having this incredible journey, priceless. And despite the layers of clothing and having the mask on itself, I was a mess. I was a wreck, and even, you know, obviously still brings a lot of emotion thinking about it, and just having the opportunity to be a part of this, but also, you know, in general, having the chance of giving back to kids. Like we were just in St. Louis, and I got to have a chance to go to the St. Louis Children's Hospital, and you know, it's just that kind of stuff is really cool, and I'm very thankful and grateful to have that opportunity to give back in that way.
That's awesome.
I love Rory's story. I know he always says like he says it a lot, but and I hear it all the time. Anytime we do a panel, I hear it. But it's always so nice to hear like the emotion and how powerful of a message it can be for someone, because you know, and that's what it's all about, you know. And then he can really connect with people, and I love to hear it every time. So
Yeah,
it's
but
all
to your point too, Daniel, it's like we in the Legion, I mean, we do a lot of events and at hospitals, and we see a lot of children. You commented earlier, it's a good thing I had a helmet on because nobody could see me cry. I mean, we say the same thing
All the time.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a neat experience, and the disorientation. I love hearing those stories because, you know, the first few times, it's one thing, you know, in our Legion where you build this thing, right? You build this costume, and it's really cool, and you think you're gonna, you know, rock it immediately, and then you put it on, and you're like, oh, I can do this, and then you walk 25 feet, and you're like, oh my goodness, this is nuts. So it's neat to and I've also had the privilege of being on set, and I know what it's like to be fully encased and not having any idea what's going on either side of you. So I can
Yeah.
respect that story.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, Rory, but like I think it might have been the girl Lisa replaced, but there was when we got on the set, a girl freaked out because of the suit, so she got claustrophobic. But come to find out later, she had jeans on underneath the suit.
Ooh.
So,
Oof.
you know,
Oof.
it was one of those
Oof.
things like,
Oof.
what happened? You know, and I think it might have been the one that Lisa replaced, but you know.
Yeah, well, and even on Buccaneer or Book of Boba Fett, even and then on Kenobi, we had quite a few people at the very beginning where they would be claustrophobic, not realizing it. You know, they're thinking that they can do it. But you know, even for me, like being in Mando and realizing Daniel and Lisa and we were in a lot of these pivotal scenes, and you're with like freaking Brendan and Tate, and so before the take, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, and then like you just kind of like have to zone in, and but it was always one of those interesting things of finding yourself like still having that exhilaration each take, and trying to find a way of being able to like, okay, now I'm in this character, I got to go ahead and do the scene as they would, kind of thing, which was a lot of fun.
Yep.
What was the biggest surprise? I mean, now this is obviously not all of y'all's first rodeo, right? You've worked on multiple projects, but getting into Star Wars, heavily costume, all that kind of stuff. What was your biggest surprise on set? And, you know, or had you not worked in a volume situation with the digital, or, you know, give us some first impressions of beyond the fear and beyond the claustrophobia. What was it like?
I think that, I mean, for me, it was the first time working on the volume on Kenobi specifically, and just realizing this new piece of tech that was kind of revolutionizing our industry in a huge way. And on Kenobi, we could either extend the scene or we set pieces, or we could actually basically create a whole virtual world. And so having this opportunity to actually act in the environment that you're seeing, and you can see it contract or expand depending on, you know, what the force perspective is. And then walking outside of the camera angle and then kind of being discombobulated, being like, oh, everything's weird right now, you know? And I remember we had one instance, at least on Kenobi, where somebody fell off the stage, but that's why they have the stage, you know, a good distance away from these monitors, because otherwise that's a pretty pricey mistake to happen. But I mean, I think Star Wars has always been at the forefront of tech. And before I really jumped into Star Wars, I was doing Oculus. I was traveling around the world with virtual reality. And so for me, having this interplay with acting and being able to live this sort of dream, but then also having this idea or this aspect of being, again, at that centerpiece of tech and how it's changing industries was really cool for me.
How about you, Lisa?
I think, yeah, the tech was probably the most surprising, like during a sort of like baptismal scene. We were there for a few days and just standing in formation for such long stretches of time, and like being able to stare at the screen and see the way that it's shifting and where like kind of like the joints where the different pictures meet, and then like being and holding maybe behind the screen and seeing that they're like it's made up of so many different small screens, like a bunch of old timey TVs, and seeing them be able to like take them out and drop like rigging through for stunts. It's just it was really cool to stare at for a long time.
Daniel?
You know, I mean, other than the volume, when you go back to watch one of the first episodes from season 3, when the giant monster comes out of the lake, you know, on set, you know, that was practical. You know, the water was practical, the sand and the outside of the cave was practical. And, you know, to kind of see what ended up the end result being was that giant monster and all the stunt guys performing and running through the water. It was really cool to be able to see, you know, the post production of what we shot or what they shot rather, because that was Dan Stevens. Dan Stevens was pulling somebody through the water, and that guy's awesome. But yeah, I think that was the most, you know, shocking part for me.
Very cool.
One of the things about being a background character is you add scope to the main character, because without background characters, you just have a guy in a suit who looks pretty cool, but that's it. I mean, Vader doesn't look like Vader without stormtroopers around him. Emperor doesn't look like Emperor without the royal guards around him. So you guys added to having Din, you know, Paz, and adding to them and make them look real and give them more perspective. When you're guys sitting in the scene, when you're shooting the scene, and keep, like you said, you guys' vision is very narrow, very narrow. So as you're standing there, realizing that the two main characters are either standing in front of you, but you know you're in the shot, what's going through your mind? Like, how do I stand? You know, how do you guys come up with your stances or your positions or your poses as you're standing there with the two main characters standing in front of you?
I mean, they gave us a lot of freedom. Like, I mean, and Daniel has a military, well, not actual military experience, but he's been in a lot of different things. And what they would do is they would just basically give us a scenario, and then they would leave it up to us to actually interpret it, how that makes us feel. And so they kind of made me like Tate or Paz Vizsla's like right-hand man. And so anytime he was doing something, I was kind of more or less reciprocating that and kind of replicating those sort of emotions, but then also being very protective of him. And one of the funniest things, if you look at, is like at the beginning when Bo comes in, I'm all like, "Get the heck out of here! Like, how dare you?" But then I'm also the first person to be right next to her the whole time, congratulating her, being like, "Welcome to the Covert. Like, how's it going?" You know? So you watch it. I'm there the whole time, and they're like, "Yeah, this is great." And then as soon as her helmet goes off, and I'm like. So, you know, it was fun to be able to have our own individuality, I guess, to that, and be able to play in that world.
Yeah, I remember, and you see it in the season, the scene where we actually welcome her into the clan, and we say, you know, welcome Bo. I remember going around and they said like tap her on the shoulder and make her feel welcome. Well, every time I did it, they're like, do it harder. It just looks like you're patting her. And in the shot, you can't unsee it. I put my arm on her and I weigh her down a little bit, and you know we go from there. But it was one of those things where it's like a lot of, like Rory said, a lot of the characters that I've had the privilege of doing have been the military, you know, police, usually those kind of characters, stoic characters. So I just kind of brought them all into the attitude of what it was. And you got to remember, and you guys know, wearing the helmets, every movement is really loud. You know, you have to move your whole body, but if you move it too much, it looks funny. If you don't move it enough, you can't really tell where you're going. We're so used to just using our eyes and a peripheral to look around where we need to go, but a lot of it is, you guys, a lot of the notes where we need you guys to actually look and turn your shoulders to see what's going on. And remember, you guys are Mandalorians. You guys need to be stoic and back straight and walk with a certain, posture and charisma. But it was a lot of fun to do.
So, I mean,
Wait,
obviously
I think
the
Lisa
oh
wanted to
I'm
add to that.
sorry.
That's
Yes,
okay.
go.
I
Yes.
recently saw a meme that was like about you sprain your neck and suddenly you turn into Batman. Like you have to move your whole body with your neck. And that's kind of how it was. Because if you turn your head too fast, it's like bobblehead. And it was definitely an adjustment going into wearing the helmet because it is all body acting. But yeah, it was an adjustment, but once you got into it, it sank in.
Yeah, I never wanted to take my stuff off. I was always ready to go.
And I was
I
going to
remember
ask
the
about Bats too, Daniel. We talked about this, but in the night scene when we're Bo's doing the plea for us to go back to Mandalore, we shot that like for seven nights or something. But Daniel and I had this really cool moment where I was actually the first one to stand up for the coverts, and then I think it was Daniel. Then Tate stands up, and we're doing this whole thing like getting to this crescendo because basically the drummers are having a beat off, so to speak. So you got the covert drummers over here doing their drumming, and then you've got the mercs happening. And so then I stand up and I'm like going with it. Then Simon stands up, then Daniel stands up, then Tate stands up. And it just gets this crescendo where like all of a sudden we're getting closer and closer and facing each other. And we go, "This is the way!" And then like I have this little moment with Koska, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, girl? Like, how you doing?" And it was. I wish they kept that. It was so much fun. But I think the reason they did is because you end up having that sort of tension when they're on the ship on the surface. But I was like, it was so much fun to film that, and Daniel and I just really got into it and made sure they could hear us. Say that.
Has anybody bought the hard copy that just released a few days ago?
No.
It's on its way.
Okay, yeah. I wonder if it's in that.
I hope so.
Oh,
I hope
nice.
they include a lot of nice little behind the scenes moments because those are the moments I really enjoy the most from the new series. Is seeing how each of the individual directors brought their visions into the series and how they made each part. And in all honesty, for me, season 3 was the best season of The Mandalorian because I got to see more than just 2 Mandalorians. I got to see the culture. I got to see a lot of it. And honestly, it just goes back to like my favorite episode from the Clone Wars is when Obi-Wan goes to Mandalore and we see this Mandalorian Civil War going on, and that door opens up and all you see is a bunch of Mandalorians flying back and forth shooting each other with rockets and stuff, and that's just an amazing scene. But
The Mandalorians.
yes, the Mandalorians.
Oh yeah. Also,
so when you guys realized when you were on set and you realized you're going to be Mandalorians, did you guys do any type of research into what was established as Mandalorian culture up to that point, whether or not it was canon or not, just to get an idea of what it was like?
I think I had an advantage because I was very much entrenched in all of Clone Wars and then also Rebels. So I had that to kind of, and I can't remember if Daniel asked me questions maybe sometimes, but I would also, on Kenobi, I had to catch myself because sometimes I knew exactly what was going on. I was playing, Jedi Fallen Order, all that stuff. And so I would be saying things to people, but not realizing that maybe they didn't know and that they would like go on and tell somebody. Because I remember on season 3, we had some big leaks that happened. And it was like, it was when we did the finale where we were at the Forge. Someone had leaked something right then and there after we got told like, hey, this is a really pivotal scene, and so all of us are like, yes, this is great. And so I was trying to be more careful of not accidentally saying anything to somebody who didn't already know, because I'm nerding out. I'm like, this is awesome, but I have no idea what other people are going to do with that information. So it was kind of interesting towing that line of trying to figure out who I could talk to. I mean, Daniel and I, we were in that the whole time, and so like we had this camaraderie. But yeah.
No, I don't think I ever did any research, unfortunately. Like I said before, I wanted to bring different kind of characters that I had previously done a little bit, and kind of bringing more of a stoic kind of attitude to the character. And I think that really came across when Lisa, myself, and Peter, we do that salute, and it just lands nice. It landed so perfect that the attitude that portrayed, that scene really made me happy that I thought, from at least for myself, that I brought something a little bit more to what it was, more than just being just somebody in the background. You know what I mean? Because even Rory would know, like and Lisa would know, I never want to take my armor off. Like I said, it got to the point where I remember another Mando came up to me and he's like, "Hey, you're not cool for leaving your armor on, right? Like we're all here, like you're not cool for just keeping this on." So, listen, dude, you may not like Star Wars, but I do, and also now I'm in more shots than you because I'm ready, and you have to put your stuff back on. So, it was one of those.
Lisa, what about you? Because you were kind of like thrown in at the last minute, and so you came in not knowing what it was going to be going about. So how did you, when you realized what it was, did you like ask for help, or did you just went with what you felt was in your gut?
No, I watched. I was a fan. So I knew what was going on once I got there. But and then like the guys were super helpful, and people like Rory could tell you if you had questions, or the PAs were always there ready to tell you how you were feeling opening up any particular scene, and give you pointers with like cultural things, or like greetings, even handshakes, and show you what to do. And yeah, and so I didn't lack people to go to if I needed any help.
Did you guys pick up any Mandoa while you were on set?
No.
Daniel actually learned how to write it for a while there. He somehow
I did, because when I started signing a little bit, I wanted to write it, and then I realized how difficult it was, and I said, you know what?
It's like calligraphy.
Yeah. Our PA was really helpful. Andrew, right? Andrew?
Yeah,
Our PA was really helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice guy, really knowledgeable in Star Wars too. So he nerded out with us. And I think that was one of the really cool things that we were able to connect with our PA, because a lot of times, unfortunately, you don't get that whole connection and relationship with your PA. Sometimes it's come on, do the work, you go home, you never see him again. We had the privilege of shooting, with them for, 4 or 5 months. And so we got to know Andrew, and he was a fantastic, PA, and hopefully he's doing well. But yeah, a lot of it was from him explaining what's going on in the scene. And that kind of gave us a little bit more guidance about, how we should portray what we're doing.
Oh, those PAs
Andrew
are
actually
awesome.
made it into
I'd
the
never,
show.
I'd never. Oh, sorry, I'd never done this before. And when you get to set and you meet your PA, because I only work for a day, and just it was a wow. It was really cool, for sure. Kyle, wherever you are.
I do think that this particular universe is unique in that so many of the people that work on it are huge fans. So it brings a really nice atmosphere to have PAs that are also like, really excited. It's a really cool environment.
It's very cool. We only have about 5 minutes left, but I want to do a show and tell real quick.
Uh-oh.
So I want to start with Daniel. Daniel, show who you are. What do you got?
Show who I am.
No, I know what you're holding in your hands there. I want to see it. Or is it
Oh,
there?
yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Hopefully
yeah.
something. There you go.
Yeah.
The bucket.
Yeah, this is my bucket from the season. This one's actually from Germany. That a very, very kind fan, once he found out we were on the show, ended up sending over. So this is one of my first buckets that I got from Roman. Very good prop maker that I got to meet actually when we went to Germany. And I have I have a couple. And then I have another one from John Rodriguez, which is back there. Another fantastic prop maker. And
One of
then
my
I have a
favorites.
privilege of and then I have the privilege of having one made by Judah. Judah painted me one as well. So that's as close and screen accurate as you can get. And a lot of people are like, why do you have so many helmets? Well, it's one, I like collecting stuff. Two, it really shows, the love for the universe that we have. And and they're all very different prop makers, and that's the part I love. They all did it in their own unique way, and I try to make sure every time I go somewhere that I bring a different helmet with me to show off, the uniqueness of the helmet, and shout out the prop makers.
So I was so inspired by your look that I made for myself a blue version of you, basically.
Nice.
All right.
So
Look at
yeah, I've never finished a full custom Mandalorian, but had done like a couple of little treatments on the back. But so thank you for the inspiration. It was great.
Oh, that's Judah. That's Judah Escalante. Shout him out. He's
I know
he's
Judah.
the
Yeah, no, he's awesome.
designer behind that.
Yep.
Him and Marcus. Marcus is the one who designed the helmet. Judah's the one that painted it.
May or may not
So,
see a panel with those guys very shortly.
Yeah,
That's right.
They're fantastic guys. I'm very honored to resemble their work on screen. So, yeah.
How about Lisa? Do you have your helmet?
My friend Brittany made this for me.
That's right.
Amazing.
Yeah, Justin, BK made that.
BK made your helmet?
Yep.
Or as BK would do.
Right. Exactly.
Unfortunately, I'm in the process of moving, so right now all my stuff is all over the place.
Okay.
Shout out to Roman Zero Props. He made my helmet, and like Daniel said, we got to see him. And what was funny was that I think we were in London beforehand, and a little kid, he was really enamored by my helmet, and while he had it in his hands, maybe got a little distracted and he accidentally dropped it. And so we had to fix the rangefinder, and Roman showed up at Germany. That's where he lives. And he came over and he was my armor and just went in and fixed it right there. He's like, "Here you go, man. Thanks so much." I was like, "Oh, thanks, man." So shout out to Roman and to all the amazing prop makers and just the fans that come out to see us. It's always a joy and a blast. We love talking about the shows. We love talking about our experience and connecting with people and especially, hearing how it's transformed their lives and just how Star Wars is helping make the world a better place, hopefully.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the one thing I like to see most, especially, is when fans get to become a part of the universe. Like Rory, you were a fan long before you became a part of the universe. All three of you were fans, and the fact that you now get to be a part of the universe, and then you carry that on and make sure more people see it and experience it and share it with you. Just that makes me love you guys even more and respect you all very much for the work that you do and the quality of your craft as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Like this
Well,
is the way or
when
something.
we started this whole thing, Rory pitched to me. He said, "Hey, I want to start going to children's hospitals." And I think the first thing I said, "I can't let you go there alone." So, we have to go give back, and it's for me, it's a beautiful thing because my shtick is Power Rangers, right? Those are what I grew up with, the original Power Rangers, and I've had the privilege of meeting them over the years. And the way, Jason David Frank treated me, and David Yost and Steve Cardenas all treated me, made me feel fantastic and appreciated. So I do my best, whenever I get to meet the fans or any fans really, to reciprocate that feeling that I get when I meet, people I look up to and shows that I look up to. So it's a wonderful thing that we all get to do this.
So great. Thank you guys so much for coming on. We are raising money for Starlight. You can click the links below. First of all, fantastic to meet you guys. Next time I'm in LA, which is probably going to be in the next 2 weeks, I'd love to. Raimi knows where to find me.
Yeah. I'll let you guys know. We'll meet up.
So anyway, but y'all have a great Christmas holiday season wherever you celebrate. And thank you very much. And we'll see you guys soon.
We are back with another reveal. We're here on the 501st Legion's Holiday Telethon benefiting Starlight Children's Foundation. I am Ramey Shanaday, CO of the Southern California Garrison of the 501st Legion.
And I am Mike, Honda Supply Forester, 93016 of the Great Lakes Garrison. Ramey, we have been showing off some incredible ornaments from this collection, which has just gotten out of hand at the talent, the creativity. And I'm so excited for this next one. But I feel like we should, of course, tell people what's happening with this entire project if you're going, what the heck's going on here?
Yeah, so Mike and I are interrupting the transmission all weekend long in between the panels that you guys are hopefully enjoying all weekend. So we've got mini reveals that we're doing leading up to the Ornament Project's auction that'll be taking place later this week. So Mike, tell us a little bit about the project real quick before we get into the reveal.
Yeah, the Ornament Project started a couple of years ago. It was just about getting a lot of artists together to say, hey, why don't we start? And, I said, I've got these blanks. I'm making these things. They're just little plastic pieces, right? And they start off like this. And I send them to a couple artists. I say, hey, go crazy. See what you can do. And what we'll do is we'll auction those off and raise a little bit of money for some really great foundations and charities. And here we are, year 3 with our biggest ornament project ever. We have almost, I believe, 60 artists, 60 different ornaments, an incredible collection of just fandom and fashion and function. And that's kind of what we're getting into today. So these are going to be supporting all of the proceeds, all of the money raised is going to go to Starlight Children's Foundation. We're partnering up with our friends and also being able to support alongside the 501st Legion. It's going to be fantastic. We couldn't think of a better foundation to be able to support, especially as parents ourselves. But let's get into this one.
Yeah,
I think this one's pretty good for a lot of people who have had fogging issues or anything. Our friend over at Henry's Helmet Fans, who's always quick to donate and say, hey, I want to be a part of any kind of good thing that's happening, any kind of good cause. Of course, naturally, he shows up to the Ornament Project and says, not only do I want to make an ornament, but I want to also do a gift with my ornament. And I said, well, what do you have in mind? He goes, well, I happened to work on some of the production of Ahsoka. And I said, did you happen to work on? He goes, yeah, I did. I think we all recognize the Night Troopers, the reanimated Mother Talzin, the power of the Dathomirian Witch. So you can see here, of course, in their iconic gold foil. Great story if you saw the panel with Judah Escalante and Marcus Nupari about how they made these, and Luis Nerado about how the Night Sisters came to be, and also what they did to actually paint Captain Enoch, and all of this is just incredible. So Henry's ornament, of course, is fantastic. It's got this nice little function here. Do you see that?
Look at that.
Oh yeah, it lights up on the tree. It looks awesome. And then, of course, on the back, the Chimera.
Look at that.
With a Grand Admiral Thrawn. Oh my gosh, I love this one. But Henry, of course, doing what Henry does, goes, hey, I want to do a Night Trooper helmet. I was like, a what? He goes, I'm giving away an entire Night Trooper helmet with a custom stand that also lights up. Check this thing out. Ahsoka star map helmet that goes on here for display that lights up in the base.
So if you bid on that ornament and win it, you also get the helmet and stand.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes. It's awesome. It's so cool. The stand is awesome. It's got this beautiful, kind of green epoxy put.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so cool. And so I think this whole thing is just in terms of going, are you a fan of Ahsoka? Are you a fan of the Stormtroopers, the Imperial power that's going to play probably a pretty big inkling into the future of where Star Wars and Ahsoka is heading. This is a great display piece. Henry painted this, created him himself. He's got some insider knowledge. And so when you're talking about looking for an accurate display piece, oh my gosh, Rogue One style, helmet molding in here. And if you want to see what the Night Trooper is like, man, this is about it. The lenses, you can actually put it on if you want. Oh yeah. How am I looking? This thing is amazing. So make sure you are able to, you got to subscribe, get the full rundown on the Dad Batch podcast on Monday night at 8 p.m. And then on Thursday on Thank the Maker podcast, we're going to do live bidding. It's going to be up 3 minutes a bid. These things are going to go, and they're going to go quick, all to support Starlight Children's Foundation, where they are delivering happiness, and we are proud to be standing alongside them in that mission to do so. So we will see you on Thursday and on Monday to be able to get a full preview of exactly what else we've got going on here here to do the Ornament Project. We're thrilled. Rami, thank you, of course, for being alongside me in this thing. It is crazy to see this amount of work. We couldn't be happier and more impressed once again at the Star Wars community for coming out and supporting fantastic causes.
Exactly. And stay tuned all weekend long. Keep watching. We've got more reveals, and we'll see you here.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Justin Sonfield, Legion Commanding Officer of the 501st, back again at 9:36 p.m. on the East Coast, raising money for Starlight. We have our links below. Donate to the country of your choosing. If you're in the USA, Canada, UK, or Australia, we would love to have you join us. It is my pleasure to welcome to this lovely fireside chat two people that I love calling friends. And when you think about the power of Star Wars and you think about how it really brings people together, that's how we found each other. And we happened to find each other through this amazing community. And we'll tell a couple of little quick stories. And I'll introduce you while I'm telling you the stories. But I met Chris for the first time because I love playing C-3PO. I am a C-3PO cosplayer. And when you were early on in the C-3PO cosplaying journey, there was really only one place to go find a costume, and that was by one of the original 501st members, TK409, Chris Bartlett. Chris, welcome to the Fireside Chat.
Thanks, Justin. I love the Starlight Children's Foundation, and so happy to be able to get together for them this year again. And it's great to be here with you, and to be here with Leilani.
And then there's Leilani down here. So I'm going to give these accolades. There is no one, even Chris, but he's already a member, that goes out of their way so much to hype up the 501st Legion on their voyages around these Comic-Cons around the world. And Leilani is this person. And Leilani, lovely daughter as well, played Jawas on every production I think we've seen thus far. But Leilani, you've been an incredible shining star for us. So this is Leilani, everybody. Say hello.
Hello. I love this. I love the 501st. I love you guys. You guys go to almost every one of my shows. Otherwise, I call Justin. Justin, I need them there with me. And I love it. And I love helping out the Starlight, Foundation. I love the children. I love what we do too.
Well, wonderful. So I'm going to start with Chris. And Chris, you made the first real impossible leap, and that was, I mean, not the first, but definitely my closest to my heart leap from being a cosplayer to truly being the life of so many of these beloved droids that we see on screen and other characters. Tell us how it all happened.
Well, a long time ago, I was 7 years old in 1977 and watched the movies, and it started my whole life of fun and imagination. And I would build costumes with my parents as a kid, and then as an adult, sorry, my mom. Hi, mom. My mom is texting me going, "Where do I watch it? It's on my Facebook." So as an adult, I would build my own costumes as well. The first outfit I had was a stormtrooper kit, and I assembled the kit and then would look on the internet. This is 2000. The year 2000, and would look on the internet for events that would even be remotely related to sci-fi. Maybe it's an astronomy show, or maybe it was anything I could find that was like related, and I would show up in my Stormtrooper costume. And then I went to one and I met like two other guys in Stormtroopers. And I go, oh, we should make a club. And they're like, oh, actually, there is a club. It's called the 501st. And it's and then my, you know it just really exploded my love of performing and playing characters, getting to know characters and playing them for an audience. And so that was the start of it. Is I really have the 501st to credit for the opportunity to perform for, you know, small audiences. It wasn't like on TV. It's not in the movies. It was in maybe at a science fiction book day or something, you know, or maybe a hospital visit or something. And so that was really and so many friends and so many siblings that I got to meet and play with. And then also learn from too, building other costumes like Boba Fett or Tusken Raiders or you know other lots of bad guys. And then I came to I was like, well, I've never seen anyone do a shiny, you know, polished C3PO. And that was just to shorten the story. It took about 3 years to build my own, working with my buddy who works, who's an architect who works with fiberglass. And we just 3 years. And then once we got it done, I got to wear it and magically it fit. And then I that was enough for me, you know, like that was it. That was the unattainable seeming character that I, you know, had never really seen a lot of. And and so then one day Lucasfilm saw a clip of me on YouTube in like 2005 and they doing the motions, you know, moving like a droid and talking. And then I got an email that said, "We'd like you to come in for a meeting and bring your costume." So
Wow.
then we had an audition, and you know that was it. I mean, if you want more details, I
No,
can
the
share
rest
the.
is history, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Now there's I've played 20 characters in Star Wars now, and none of them you can see my face. They're just all, you know, in costume. But again, it was the 501st that I really, you know, got to play with people in costume and behind a mask, and that was really just such a treasure to me.
It's such a great story. Leilani, how about you? How did Tika come to be?
Well, let's see. I'm a little person, so as a child, I love Star Wars. I'm like Chris. I watched it. And then Return of the Jedi. I loved. I didn't like the dolls when we grew up. They were creepy. They were horrific. Eyes were Twilight Zone. So I like droids, and I like Chris. I like droids, and I liked the Jawas and Ewoks and stuff. And so anyways, my there was just me or my brother, so I would play with more stuff like his than I would play with the dolls and stuff. But bringing
Action figures, Leilani. They're action figures.
I'm sorry, not no dolls.
Action
And then
figures.
because I'm little, I'm able to play characters. So Billy Barty, who's a well-known little person, he got me into the business, and
Wow, that's a
I
story.
yeah, that's how old I am. So he used to do shorts, his own stuff, and I would play the Asian little girl or the doll, and in his little like mini series. And so I did stand in for kids, and I do creature work. And then I didn't take it full time because I did animation. I did when I worked in the real world. I did Total Recall, The Abyss. I did animation cells back in the day. And then, anyways, so I'm bringing now. I got the call, and like Chris, and I didn't know what it was or anything. And they had us in gray costume and red eyes, so we didn't know that we were Jawas because we were our code name was totally different. I thought it was like some Wizard Oz spook until we got on stage, we got on set, and then I realized where I was, and I was like, "Are we on Star Wars?" Because they said, "Bring out the," and Chris, I think Chris was there. They said, "Bring out the baby," and I'm all, "Baby? There's a baby on set? How cool!" When they took off our masks, here comes Goguru, and it's like, "Oh my God, is that a baby Yoda? That's so cute!" And everybody was like, "Yeah, yeah, you are in Star Wars." So anyway, so that was Mandalorian, and they liked me, and they upped me as cast in season 2. So I'm the first Jawa to be cast credited as Jawa in story history. And then I went into Chris, we went into Book of Boba Fett, and then season 3, and then Tika came about. Deborah Chow picked me. Her and I got along in Mandalorian. She was one of our directors. I'm Chinese,
I mean,
she's
you
Chinese.
guys got along. She pushed Chris down in a bar scene, is from what I think I remember, in a silver outfit. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah.
Hey, there's no small roles,
There,
just
that's
small
right.
actors, right?
That's right.
Oh, she's so great. Well, she's Canadian. I was born in Canada. I was like almost the only Asian, little person at the time when she see me, and then Ariel came along. But she was like, "Oh my God," and she would talk to me and everything. So, anyways, so she picked me for the role. So I was lucky. She called me. I was during COVID. Chris remembers it was during COVID, and she's all like, "I need you to do an audition tape," and I'm on audition, and she's all like, "Just read these lines, and I need you to do it from home. And you don't have to be," I remember her saying, "You don't have to be, Meryl Streep. I just need you to read the lines." And I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "All right, cool." And so I did. And then they called me in. And when I went into fitting, I was like, okay, they treated me different. So they didn't treat me like normal fitting and everything. They're like, "Are you thirsty? Can I get you a snack?" And I'm like, "This is fitting." What are you guys talking about? "Aren't you excited?" And I'm like, "About what?" I'm all, "This is cool, you know?" I'm all, "Why don't you just use my old costume?" And they're like, "No, do you realize who you are? Aren't you excited you're gonna be working with Ewan?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're playing a lead role." And I'm like, "What?" So
So cool.
That is like
that-
a great,
Tika.
great story. So as Chris mentioned, you neither of you have worked without the mask on yet. So tell me about, like, what do you think is, because I know, Chris, you're working on some new stuff, and are you excited to finally show your face to the world? Because I've seen you act, and I think you're a brilliant actor, and
Oh,
I want to see this. So
thanks.
what's going on in the
Well,
future that you can talk
yeah,
about, of
well,
course?
like an athlete trains in the off season. That's what I've been doing just since we stopped filming on well, I worked on another show that's not Star Wars after Ahsoka, but anyway, in the off season I've just been training and for on-camera roles, and so I I don't know what else. I mean, I post stuff on my Instagram if you want to see some of that stuff where you would see my face in acting. It's so cool to be in a costume, because the character, the face, it really informs how how, like what the energy is of that character. And, if the character is a sinister mechanical droid, or if this is a friendly but helpful but a little nervous droid, those things, the costume really helps. But if you're like, all right, strip all that off, this is your mask, and now I don't like to watch myself anymore
Sure.
because I understand, because it's like, oh, I could have done that different, or why'd I make that face or whatever, whereas before it's like I have never seen this character because all I'm seeing is this, I'm not seeing what it looks like on the outside. So I'm just a fan when I watch the shows and see the characters. Because I'm easily entertained by Star Wars. I love if I get droids and troopers or Sith Lords or spaceships or space battles, whatever. I'm in. And so yeah, so what I've been doing is just been training, and so I have like I said, I'm doing a film this actually the next 3 projects I'm doing are all on camera. That means your face is seen.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm really excited about that, and yeah, and in the meantime, I would still do creature stuff. I have a 4th project that we're just waiting for the funding to shoot it, but all the costumes and everything have been built, and that'll be probably filmed in the forests in Utah. But that is another creature thing. But the other ones are all on camera, so I'm excited.
That's
Thanks for asking.
amazing. And Leilani, you keep so busy. I mean, you're in your car right now. This is dedication, folks. This is dedication. tell the folks where you are and then where you're gonna be, and then like what's life like on this amazing Star Wars journey that's taking you everywhere.
Well, Chris and I do a lot of Comic Cons, as you know, with you. And so right now I am doing a gun show in Odessa, Texas. One of the Comic Con guys that always brings me at different places in Texas, he owns a gun company. So he said, let's try it out at the gun shows. And I think he would do really well. So I am at a gun show. So I'm really excited, something different. But there's a lot of Star Wars fans. So that's pretty like Chris, actually me and Chris have something coming soon that we'll be filming together. And I'm gonna be working when I get back home, I'm gonna be working on a horror movie. So I'm pretty
Like
excited
Chris.
about
That
yeah.
was your movie,
So
right? You were in a little horror thing, weren't you? Or you played some creepy character a while
Me?
back. Yeah, you. Didn't you?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Shining Veil.
yeah. That was cool.
Yes, Shining Veil. I played the creepy goat was the name of the character, but it was really Satan.
So, oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you get to play in a horror movie as well, Leilani?
yes.
Oh,
Leilani.
Yes.
very cool.
It's coming up. It's actually gonna come out next Christmas. So I'm excited about that. It'll be a little different role, actually. And I could say it because it's on IMDb. All I can tell you, I'll be Mrs. Claus. So a little person.
Wait, where do I look this up? What is it on IMDb?
It's on IMDb right now, and we start filming. Actually, they're filming right now, so they casted me for that role. So we'll see what happens with that. It's supposed to come.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Comes out next December. And then I have a game. I'm doing my first voiceover. It comes out next year. It's Cat's Tonic. I play think of Felix the cat, but female version. So she goes on her 9 lives. So that's pretty cool. I'll be doing that's gonna come out next year on Xbox and
Wow.
games and what do you call it, PlayStation, etc. And besides that, I do a lot of charity work, I guess, because of the 501st. I work with Ronald McDonald House. So I'm actually out here in Texas. I'm the Comic Cons and stuff, we collected toys and somebody dropping it off. I went to Lubbock Hospital to the Ronald McDonald House and I dropped off toys. And next week I'm dropping them off here in Odessa. So I get to see the children. So like what we're doing today, if you guys could donate, this means a lot. But 501st is also involved with Ronald McDonald House too. We're doing Starlight Foundation. So it definitely goes to children that really, or parents that really need it. So we need you guys to help out.
So great. It's so great. So for both of you, you guys have had so many amazing experiences. Give us a little quick story about kind of your most amazing experience where this adventure is taking you so far. And then we won't say it's like the pinnacle most amazing because you can't just pick one. But this amazing journey, where did it bring you that was unexpected that it sticks with you?
Unexpected places. I feel like I feel like there's too many to pick, but here's a new one I'll say because I've talked about others being on the Oscars a few years ago, being backstage at the Oscars or going to the White House and meeting the president. I'm going to share often what has happened on set is that we collaborate on solving character problems. And that doesn't I don't mean that negatively. It's like, oh, okay, we want to add a character to this scene. What all is involved in that? Like, well, we need to find a person who can, well, first of all, we have to have a costume. We need to find a person who can fit the costume. We need to make sure that person can withstand the rigors of that costume. And then we need to train them in the movement of that character. And we need to get them to set. We need to maintain their costume, and we need to make sure they have a dresser. Okay, so if we're working on a scene and the production says, actually, there's going to be 4 of you in this scene. We need to add 2 more people. Then I'm like, and they say, can what can we do to find that? I got you. And so in on Ahsoka, I got to bring a couple of my friends onto the show. And they were two people that I totally trusted. Not oh, that's the other thing is you need to be able to trust them with the secrets, right? It needs to be someone who you know isn't going to go blab on social media that, oh, I was just on this show. Um, and that someone and that someone's going to be professional on set, someone who is not going to go run around for selfies and autographs. You know, there's time for that later. But anyway, so I got to call my friend Justin Somfield to be to be a droid on Ahsoka, um, and also Leanna Vamp, and who is more local here. But the funny thing, and I'll just tell this story, Justin, is you're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I didn't, you know, they I had to ask you. I knew I could totally trust you for all the reasons I just explained. But you were 3,000 miles away. And I go, is there any chance you would want to do this? I know you're a long ways away. I can't cover your flight or hotel expenses, but is there any chance you would want to be on Star Wars? And you were like,
Yes.
I didn't even get the words out before, and so it was so fun to and the character you played was actually my character after he was being arrested or shipped off to some droid containment facility. But it was C1D1, right? There you go. C1D1, the red droid in Ahsoka. So the reason you had to be in that is because I was also in the scene as RA7 or the Silver Death Star droid in Ahsoka out there on the tarmac. And then you get to see you being led onto the ship where that scene just ended and I was in the suit and then you were. So anyway, it was so fun. That's a really memorable moment. We had so much fun filming, and it just felt really good that I knew it wasn't going to go sideways as far as, the secrets and the NDAs and all that stuff. I just felt so at peace about that because that is, you're working on a show and then suddenly you see a video online that somebody's touring the set and it ends up it's a security guard's son with his phone hanging out of the car as they drive through. And it's like they were relying on me to find someone and we got it done. And you solved our character problem.
Well, that is amazing. Thank you, first of all, for so many reasons. I didn't know if we were going to talk about it or not, but
Yeah.
First of all, when someone calls you and says, "Do you want to be in Star Wars?" I don't know anyone that the answer is not going to be just yes. Where do I need to go? Who do I need to pay? But I will tell you this, and this is from the heart. I'm not an actor, and I do know how to move in the suit, and I know how to stay in the suit for a long period of time. First of all, I thank you for trusting me to be able to do that, and the fact that I would show up on set and actually fit in the suit, which is a challenge.
Well, but that was the thing. You had like 4th of July plans. This
I
is just July 5th we were filming. So you were like, shut it down, everybody. Shut
it
down the
down.
sailboat. Shut down all the fireworks.
But this is something I want to say to anyone that does get this experience, and a number of 501st people have had this experience, and I think they've all said the same thing that I'm about to say. And that is that, some of us aren't actors. We get this opportunity to come on set, and the reception that we've gotten, the friendliness by the staff. I remember being very intimidated to meet Leanna because she's an online presence of her own. And I remember we were walking. I walked from my hotel. I didn't even take an Uber. I walked from my hotel to this set, and she's driving her car. And she says, "Are you Justin?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Get in." And then we get in, and we pull into the parking lot, and there's two parking spaces. One says Dave Filoni, and one says Jon Favreau. And she pulls right into the Dave Filoni one. I'm like, "I don't think we can do this." She's like, "It was fine." But the best thing I could say is all day long, there were a lot of people on set that were like, "Oh my God, are you Leanna Vamp?" And she would say, "Yes, and this is my friend Justin." And Chris, I think it was Kyle was our PA, Dana, Barry, everyone that we worked with that day was just so sweet, so nice, so accommodating, and made this little, very, very nervous person feel at home. So thank you so much. That's a great
You
story, even
did.
though I'm in it.
You did great. You did great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your performance and everything was right on.
Thank you. And Leilani, I want you to answer the same question, and we're going to have to probably go, but tell us about a memorable experience for you that was just unexpected in this journey.
Memorable experience. I guess I can say working with my daughter, because
That's as good as it gets, right?
Season one, some people know, or most people know, but by now, but a lot of people don't know. So when season one came and I got picked, of course, but because usually we get picked and we're only on for a couple days, that's it, and done. And then they're like, okay, we need you next week and the following week, and I'm like, really? And I was like, oh, but I don't want to get fired because now Star Wars. But I have a daughter, same size, everything. She could fit my costume. Can she wear it for a week? I work with Janet Jackson. I'm going to New York. I got to take her to radio and everything, but I'll be back. Can she fit for just those couple of days? And I'll come back and I can be the person again. And they're like, wait a minute, you work with Janet Jackson? And I'm yeah, that's what I do for a living. I get records played on the radio. And they're like, and you have a daughter? Okay, done. Deal. And I was like, okay.
Awesome.
So
Fantastic.
And the rest was history. They liked her. She came on. She got in the costume, everything. I was gone to New York. I come back, and they're like, we want both of you. So, as you know, season one, they used us a lot. So me and Ariel became the one that they used a lot. There was, in a lot of scenes. And then, of course, season 2 and 3. And the rest is history, So I guess that's what I have to say is my daughter. Let be able to share that with her. So
what an
that's
amazing
cool.
story.
And then not only that, I get to meet everybody. Like, I'm really close to Chris. I'm really close to you. We're one big family. Like I can call Chris anytime, and he calls me. We say, hey, you want to do this con with me?
Yeah.
And we con with me. I do the cons with him. So it's became a great network family. Justin, I call you all the time. Justin, I need, okay, and we're just lucky. We're blessed.
Really are. Well, I want to say thank you both for being a part of our family. Chris, for being a pioneer in the 501st Legion, and Leilani, just for being the spice of life you are. I don't have cookies to go eat this today because normally she hosts a cookie panel here, and Naomi, my wife, participates in it, but I don't have cookies today, but that's okay. But thank you both. I hope you both have an amazing holiday, and I do hope we all see each other soon. I know we will, because
we
always
will.
seem to run into each other at least a couple of times a year. We're gaining, or it's late in the evening already. We're raising money for Starlight. The links are below. Please click and donate. Thank you both, and we will see you soon. Bye.
Happy holidays, Justin. Thanks for having me.
Hello, friends. I am Mike Forrester, TB 93016 of the Great Lakes Garrison, saying thank you for joining us for another exciting panel with some friendly faces and some serious talent. We are back with Starlight Holiday of Hope Telethon and proud to once again support the amazing Starlight Children's Foundation. To help deliver happiness in this endeavor, we are inviting our units around the world, along with honorary members, to join us as we come together to celebrate and share our love of Star Wars and community. See our QR codes for your region down below, or donate through the 501st portal at starlight.org/holiday of hope. I turn this panel over to my friend and fellow Legion and legendary builder, Terry Panda Props Chew, to get us started. Terry, let's do this.
Wow, I'm kind of flabbergasted with that intro.
I got to smooth it on, Terry. You know what I mean? I'm so excited to look at this panel here.
You put in the word you put in the word legendary, which I really appreciate. So I'll be sending you $20 in the mail for that.
That sounds good. The check will
No.
clear. Absolutely.
Send it to Starlight. It can go
We
to
can do
Starlight.
that. I'll
Even
do that.
better.
Together, Terry. We'll
I would
do it
like
together.
to donate Mike's $20 to Starlight Children's Foundation. So there you go. Hi, everybody. I'm Terry Chu. I am TK2886 from the Outer Rim Garrison in British Columbia, Canada. And I've been a 501st Legion member for 15 years now, which is kind of crazy, since 2009, and a Rebel Legion member. I know, different club, but still Star Wars love for about 14 years. So I'm super excited. Thanks so much for having me here today. I thought what we could do is maybe do just like a little short intro for each person, and then that's in the call today, and yeah, just kind of where you are, who you are, where you're from. Again, I'm from Vancouver, BC, Canada. My background used to be graphic design and illustration, and I've always loved Star Wars. I grew up with Star Wars, watching it in the theater, and it was made a huge impact on me. It's funny, a little while ago, someone noted, they said, hey, when you do your drawings, it looks a lot like those sort of like Joe Johnson, Nilo Rodis drawings. I'm like, yeah, because I was obsessed with that as a kid, and I would try to learn how to draw like that. And then I went to college and learned how to draw like that. So, but for the last 10 years, I've been working in TV and film up here in Vancouver, Hollywood North. So making lots of little props and costume things for local shows. All sort of the DC shows when they're here, Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, did a little bit on Deadpool 2 and this sort of thing. So it's been a lot of fun combining, our passion for Star Wars with kind of prop and costume making. So it's worked out really, really well. So yeah, I will pass it on to the next person, whoever wants to go next. Let's go back to Mike. Mike, what do you do?
Hey, also graphic designer here. I'm a creative director as my day job, but I've been a Legion member for about 8 years now, and I host a podcast that I've had a lot of people in this show, hopefully on in the future, but have had on the past, called Armor Party. We talk about props, and I also run a really cool little project that we'll talk about a little bit later that's called the Ornament Project, and that is where we get prop makers to raise money for Starlight Children's Foundation this year as well. And I'm excited to be here, Terry, to talk with you again, and also to be alongside our Legion members, celebrating Star Wars, doing bad guys making good things. And I of course I'm grateful to have this amazing group of people here to talk about their work. But of course, my other 501st Legion members, I need to say hi.
Yeah, who's up next? I got Teresa here.
Hi. Hi, my name is Teresa Nuthall. I am TK41307. My favorite costume is my Captain Phasma, and I am squad leader for Crimson Aurora Squad in Northern Alberta, Canada, as well, another Canadian. And I costume create and costume design as my day job, and I am super excited to spend time with these three gentlemen that are up in, I don't know where they are. They're in the middle box for me, but I'm super excited to be with them, all of them, and all of you, my Legion brothers. Thank you.
Awesome. Super. And we've got Peter here as well, too.
Yes, so I am not legendary in any way.
No, you are.
With that intro, though.
I'm Peter Nuthall, barcode TK12175 from Badlands Garrison as well. Teresa is my sister. I also assist her help her with some of the costume design and sewing. I do graphic design and branding work for the Garrison / sometimes Legion, Dark Empire. I'm also a droid builder and dabble in prop and that kind of stuff building.
Nice.
Oh, and I've been next month is my 11th year in the Legion.
Fabulous.
Oh,
Awesome.
dang. Okay.
I know.
Sorry.
It kind of snuck up on me.
Yeah. So 9 years in the Legion, and I also am commanding officer of the Dark Empire, another one of our sibling costume club, which allow creative costuming in the bad guys. So like 501 is canon, Dark Empire is custom.
Nice.
I love that. Okay, sorry to.
Just like my sister to butt in on my time.
Exactly. Yeah. She's gonna have to contribute like $10 donation.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Starlight.
That could also go to Starlight. Yeah. Absolutely. And who else do we have? Is Daniel here?
How's it going, guys?
Oh,
I'm
there
Dan.
you are.
Yeah, there we are. I'm a TX, a 51917. I've been with the Legion for 7-ish years now. I do everything from anything that's dark and a sinister looking. So a Death Trooper, a Shadow Trooper. I got a very awesome that I love dear to my heart, a custom Sith that is a one of a kind. But the best thing is it's a family affair over here for us. So my fiance is involved with everything. Our four kids do a lot of it with us as well too. I hail down here in St. Louis. I'm part of the actual a 70th Explorers Garrison. But like I said, we also troop with the Dark Empire, the Rebel Legion. Pretty much, I think the only thing we're not really a part of is the Mando Mercs right now.
Wow.
So
You got to add that on the list.
yeah. Oh, it's on the list. There's a lot of other things above that list though.
Sure. Absolutely. Okay, so I think we've got three special guests here, right? So some amazing guests that have worked on some of the various Star Wars productions. Maybe if you can go one at a time and give us a little bit of a background, that'd be great.
Do you want to go first, Judah? Yeah. So my name is Judah Escalante. I am a painter in the movie industry. And I actually started on Mando season 1 in props. So I started working on the props on weapons and vehicles to season 2, on to Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi. And then I got in the costume department. I was hired by Shauna Tripsick, rest in peace. She hired me to get into the costumes on Mando season 3 and worked on Ahsoka after that. So costumes have been great. It's kind of full circle for me. I started off in costumes years ago as a painter. I've been painting for almost 20 years now. And then I got into props, and then just, like I said, full circle back into costumes. And I appreciate costumes a lot more than props. I'm not saying props is nothing wrong with it, but for me personally, I like costumes.
Awesome. Fantastic. We've got Marcus with us as well.
Yes. Hi, I'm Marcus Napuri, specialty costume manufacturer, local 705, working in the industry. My first show was working with Shauna on Mando season 3, and then I carried on to Ahsoka season 1. Did a lot of cool stuff on that. But I got into costuming, I'd say 14 years before I started working on Mando, and that was through Saber Guild, which was my first costume club. I'm actually one of the founding members, SG007, the 7th member. Yeah. So I started doing costumes with Saber Guild, and then a lot with the Mando Mercs, making helmets under Enemy Props. That's my company. And I've been doing a lot of custom Mandalorian helmets still to this day, 18 years later. So, yeah.
Amazing.
That's awesome. And we have Luis as well, too.
Hi. I'm Luis.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome.
It's so nice to see you.
I've been working in costumes union-wise, I think 7 years, and costume-wise outside of the union, I think since I met Marcus.
Yeah.
About 10 or 12 years.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he made a lot of costumes.
Yeah,
for Saber Guild.
Starting off, I was never a member, but I've always wanted to try and
contributing member.
I've never been a performer, but I loved making costumes, and that was literally my first costume job. Was trying to make the best costume for Saber Guild members.
Yeah, and then working with Shauna on Mando season 2, right?
Yeah, Mando season 2 is my first show with her. I had worked previous to other shows, but not Star Wars related.
Yeah. And then
Book of Boba Fett, Mando 3. I did Ahsoka and the new Mando movie.
Yep. Oh yeah, I did some work on the Mando movie as well.
That's fantastic.
Don't ask any questions. Don't ask any questions.
Our lips are sealed. Sealed. I do want to say, I'm sure everybody that's watching this, it probably has the same feelings. I'll just speak for myself, but I think I speak for everybody else here too. We're just kind of like flabbergasted because we're like, wow, that's something that we would love to do. But it's so cool to see that, you know, a lot of you have had experience just being in clubs, being fans kind of first, and being able to bring your passion to these projects, right? So that's really, really amazing. I just want to take 1 second and give a shout out to Shauna, you know, rest in peace. I mean, it's just, I'm sure lots of us know, but a lot of our fans know, a lot of our club members know, but she was just such a giving person, right? She was friends with a lot of us in the clubs, and always willing to answer questions, you know. She was always just so generous, you know, like obviously there's sort of NDAs and things. Well, I can't tell you this or tell you that, right? You know, but there were so many times where she would just send me a message out of the blue, and she would say, you know, that thing is gray. It's worn gray, right? You know, like, I'm like, what are you talking about? You're not supposed to tell, you know. But she was just so passionate and caring. Such a I'm sure we got lots of wonderful stories about her, right? So no, that's fantastic. I had a question actually, and I'm not sure. Maybe it applies to all of you, but I mean, I know that you know, there's different companies that were you know, sort of contracted to create armor and costumes for the shows. So were you any of you, like, were you hired individually, or were you like brought on to the production specifically, or were you brought on to like those teams or those companies, like, you know, like Iron, something like that?
On this film.
Yeah, we all worked directly under Shauna in her costume house.
Right.
Warehouse.
Yeah, warehouse. So we're technically through the union, our contracts are through the production.
Yeah.
Like, we don't work under a production costume house. So with that, it's, you know, those costume houses that do those other armor and projects, they're contracted out so that they can do those specific characters.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like we get to do a lot more custom for a lot of the new characters.
We were on Shauna's main team. Yeah, creating. Right. So we did a lot of like the main characters. That's what most of our work was on. Yeah. And then the overflow went to the other shops. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. So a question I had was, did they up here, you know, Hollywood North, you get to work on these cool shows, but so often a lot of the productions, like if it's something like a Flash or Arrow, some things are made here, but oftentimes bigger costumes, bigger props are actually made in California, and then they're sent up here, and there might be a few versions of them. Some of the shops that I contracted at were in charge of you know, upkeep or repair or duplicating. Hey, you know, this ear thing broke and it fell off. Can you make another one? This sort of thing, right? So what an amazing opportunity that you're able to work on some of these amazing projects and some of these original props and costumes, like essentially right from the get-go. From an experience standpoint, I'm sure a lot of our viewers probably have this similar question. You know, how did you get into the industry? Each of you seems to have a slightly different, you know, experience. Some had experience in other realms like mascot type costumes or props or doing fan-made things and coming in through that angle. But could maybe each of you talk about that just for a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so for me, I was painting a bunch of walk-around character costumes for theme parks, Disneyland, Universal Studios, kind of like NFL mascots, those types of characters. So I've been doing that for a long time. And for me, it was just kind of a job, you know, because I had my plan and my goals ahead of, and that's not what I wanted to do in life. And it was one point where I was doing a Disney on Ice. I was working on Disney on Ice, and I got to sit in the audience and watch the whole ice skating show. And it was Princess and the Frog. There was this little light bug named Ray, and I saw him skating, and he like slides right where all the children are at, and they put the spotlight right on that area. And just the look on the children's faces, that was the moment that did it for me, that I started to learn to appreciate what I was doing because it brought joy to people, you know? So I looked at all of that in a different perspective after that. So from that point on, I just wanted to pursue painting and want to find new, better ways of you know, moving my way up the ladder per se. And when you're out here, there's not too many shops, and a lot of people move from shop to shop. and it all becomes word of mouth at that point, because if someone moves to a new shop, then it's like, oh, hey, I know this painter at this other shop. Hey, maybe we can pay him more. Let's hire him, So I started jumping from shop to shop and started meeting people that way. And that's one of the ways how I met Shauna before The Mandalorian. That's how I met her. So I just, like I said, I was just, moving from shop to shop, meeting people. And I had two goals in mind. One was either to be a firefighter or to work in the movie industry. So I just started sending my resume. I was going to school for EMT, and I was sending my resumes at the same time, just to different shops, whatever. And this guy calls me back. He's like, hey, Judah, I haven't spoke to this guy in 5 years or so. He's like, hey, you'll never guess what happened. The secretary gave me a bunch of resumes, and I got yours. And hey, so
the building's on fire.
Yeah, so he was working at a prop house, working in the movie industry already. So they brought me in, and that's how I got in. And I'm grateful for what he has done for me. He's also another painter out there. His name is Jordan DeVries, awesome guy. Great painter, and that's how I'm in.
Wow, fantastic. Marcus, how about yourself?
All right, for me, I would say I just got lucky. So I started, like I said, doing cosplay and making stuff for costume clubs, mainly the Mando mercs. I did a lot of Mando helmets and just built up my skills that way. And then Luis got into the industry and in the 705 union. And then he got working with Shauna on Mando season 2. And then during Book of Boba Fett, I helped him on one costume, and Shauna needed some more specialty people, and Luis was like, "What about Marcus? What about Marcus?" And she was just like, "Yeah, let me see his portfolio." So we put a portfolio together, got it in front of her. She saw what I could do, and she had to have me. So I got lucky. She really did a lot to get me in there, get me in the union. She fought for me. She got me the waiver, the union waiver. She did that with all of us, actually.
Wow.
Luis was already in.
Not me.
He got in, just grinding, hard work, knew what he wanted to do. So Luis got my portfolio in front of Shauna, and the rest was history. And then I got into the union, and first show was Mando season 3.
That is crazy.
Casual start, right?
Sure.
Casual start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Luis, you gave a little bit of information, but wasn't sure if there's anything else you wanted to share about how you got started.
I got started. I had just finished college, and I decided I didn't want to be a designer.
What kind of designer were you studying for?
Well, I studied fashion design and finished school, and I was in the process of my last semester of school, and I realized after doing a field trip to a workroom that I was like, this is not what I don't want to design. I want to work with these people that are making things. And that's what's really excited me, and especially the shoe people. Like to see I think it was what was it? I don't know, some Why Girls Kill or some kind of cutesy girl glam gothic brand that we went to, and the guy that was making the shoes or designing the shoes, I was like, this is really cool. And he was like a pattern maker building the shoe, and I was like, that's what I want to do. And then after that, it was like I was still in school, I was working at the mall, and I was like, I should just apply for jobs. And I happened to apply at a costume house, and I went and did a test. They're called Little. They have a sewing test. I entered at it as a sewer. I didn't realize it was like a union thing. I didn't know nothing about union. And I just kind of got lucky, I think. They like your personality. They like your skill level. If you have the skill to create beautiful things, in a timely manner, they're a really good starting place, and a even just staying place. Like they make amazing costumes. They do a lot of costumes for TV, film, theater, you name it. Walk around characters, theme parks, and I just got started there.
Pop stars
and pop stars, rock stars. Yeah, I think my first few days was like working on overflow costumes for Captain Marvel, the first movie, and
Oh, that's all. Yeah, that's all.
That old character.
But it was just putting in zippers, like like
still
doing anything.
Still, it's exciting.
Yeah,
but it was like wow. And then I think that's when I first realized that this is what I want to do, and I found my people. Because I was never a cosplayer, but I did find the love for building costumes for cosplayers, and like I've been trying to find like my tribe, and then it was like, okay, costume tribe, this is where it's at.
There you go.
That is something that's very common even amongst our club members and our sort of fans and followers and members as well too. Like oftentimes, that almost exact same thing. Like I'll help someone glue something or paint this little thing, and they'll just the joy they get from that. And at first I'm like, oh, that's so simple. It only took me 10 minutes. But for them, it's changed their trajectory, right? So it absolutely, they've found kind of the right person in me, and then I'm like, I already knew you were my people. You know what I mean? So that's something that's very, very common with kind of fandoms, and it's great to see that you're sharing your fandom as well too. So I'm going to monopolize the whole conversation if I don't let other people speak. So I am going to do that. I know there's some questions about specific characters, so I'm going to maybe kick it back to Mike. Is there something specific you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Well, first of all, I think from all of us, the shows that the three of you have worked on have truly been Star Wars for over the past half a decade, right?
Yeah.
And I think in the way that we've brought some legacy characters back, we've brought animated characters to real life, and so much of that is Shauna's doing, and her incredible creative process. But between the three of you, you've all had your hand in truly bringing iconic characters that are then being scrutinized and detailed over the Legion, and we're trying to figure out what you guys are doing. It's amazing. I love it. Is there a specific character or project that each of you individually are most proud of to say, that's my work right there?
Definitely. All right, so I guess I'll kick it off.
Yeah.
My Enoch jacket.
Yeah. Show it off there.
This is something that I designed, and Luis created it for me.
You got to stand up. Do you recognize it? Oh my goodness. I think that might be the first wearable helmet right there.
Yeah. So
that's incredible.
Enoch was my pride and joy and my claim to fame, and one of the pinnacles of my career thus far. I got to create the Enoch helmet. So yeah, going from concept art from Brian Mateus, amazing concept artist. I got his concept art on my desk early in the season, but that character didn't show up until later on. So I didn't get to work on it until like a few months later, but it sat on my desk. And Shauna gave it to me. She's like, this is something that I want you to start thinking about, and I'm just going to give you the concept art. And she gave me also a stack of references to go with it. Like, I just want you to marinate on it until it's time to start making it. And when I first got it, I was blown away. Everybody, I showed Judah, showed everybody, and everybody's like, this character is going to be really, really popular.
Yeah.
So Shauna had sent me a picture of a bowl. Just a random text one day with cracks of gold in it, and I was like,
the
kintsugi, Japanese.
I was like, what the hell is that, Shauna? It was just so random and out of the blue.
She's
and then so who is responsible for the gold leafing and the gold veining and that? Because I thought it was such a cool thing.
We worked on that, but that all came from the concept art. But yeah, we did all the kintsugi on all the night troopers.
Well, the whole kintsugi, I mean, that was like a Dave, Doug Chang thing is what they wanted to do. But then to actually see, I'm a painter, so because I I had the other painter, Tony, come up with some paint samples for gold. And I wasn't quite liking the way it looked with just paint. So then I asked Shauna, I said, Shauna, here, you open a gold leaf. Yeah. And she's like, let's see a sample. So we got samples done. Dave saw it, approved it, and boom, we had to gold leaf everything.
Yes, it was beautiful.
Lots of gold leaf.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Gold leaf in LA, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
It was a lot of gold leaf.
It was a lot.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah, Captain Enoch was my pride and joy. I got to scratch build the helmet from a TK helmet that we had. It was a resin cast. So I had to chop it up and get it to the size that Shauna wanted for the character. She wanted like a superhero kind of stance for wide chest, smaller head. So I had to chop up the helmet and downsize it. And then,
that actor is massive. Like Will is huge, right?
Yeah. So getting that that right proportion for Shauna, and then I scratch built the mandibles. That was just cut up PVC, glued together to create those shapes, and then of course bondoing. We all know that.
You hear that, Terry? They're just like us.
Yeah. and then I got to apply my favorite skill, which is clay sculpting. I laid in clay for the face and started sculpting that. That took about, I would say, like a month and a half. I sculpted about 5 different faces, and each time we're dialing it in a little bit more. My favorite part was when Dave would come in and critique the work and give me notes. And like, it's nerve wracking, but at the same time, I'm holding back, the biggest fanboy. Like each time, like I didn't get nervous around any of the actors, but when Dave would come in, I was sweating. I'm just like, I hope he likes it. I hope he likes it. So, but yeah, we finally dialed it in. I found the last finishing details from some Japanese samurai masks that I put in there subtly, and Dave saw it, and that was it, and we were done. And then molding, casted it, and then it went off to Tony to do some paint.
I painted the base. I did all the base on it, and then I left the helmet for Tony to like finish up the gold leaf and
the gold. Yeah, because there was some other details that might have happened, but
That's amazing.
That's incredible. That character, I think, was instantly. I think the Night Troopers. I mean, in the
right away.
Yeah, it was. You knew, and I think someone had said once these guys hit here, and I think it was Brian said, "There's a set of characters coming, and you Legion guys are going to lose your mind."
Yeah. I was like the 501st. I'm like,
they were right. They were right. So Judah, how about you?
Yeah.
Waiting for it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I know. You got to get this guy.
Get it in.
Yeah.
So,
all right,
go,
Luis.
Your favorite build for Star Wars?
My favorite build for Star Wars is all of it.
That's a good answer. It's a political answer, and I like it.
It's really hard to pick out a favorite, but I guess if we're talking just for Ahsoka, I would say the witches. I really enjoyed working with the witches. We got to work with so many materials, and working with Shauna, and also Enoch was cool.
Yeah, he did Enoch's Enoch's understuff.
All the stuff. Leather, anything you see on him that's other than armor is what I patterned. I worked with a team of sewers to create these details. A lot of people don't get to see the details on his soft goods. But there are like some like custom details on it, and like the specifics of what it's made out of. It's like, it was kind of cool to build that with Shauna.
Yeah.
But the witches were also another favorite of mine. I didn't make all 3, but I did make 2. I did the main witch in the middle, and she's like got this like crazy long point.
Cone head. Yeah.
And then the one with the more of the 2 points. I'm really bad. They were picked from the 3 witches of those.
The fates. The 3 fates.
And we also get code names, just so you know.
Yeah.
So
like,
we know their code names.
Yeah.
But like, it was really cool that we got this little typo from Dave Filoni about what he thought about the witches. And then I got like a big binder full of like reference photos of like nuns and witches and so much reference of other cultures, Middle Eastern and just Catholic. Just it was so cool to see what the vibe was and the different fabric samples of what Shauna was thinking and how we could achieve that. And it was like, what I loved working with Shauna was like, she always made me feel like money was never an obstacle. She's like, whatever you dream, let's make it. She's like, and I have a small dress form like this big, and I would just do different kinds of drapes or appliques or just things that in small portions. And she's like, you need pleating. And she'd be like, let's get you pleating. And then she'd pick out colors and I'd get to help out pick out colors.
Oh my gosh.
The different layers between like super synthetic plastic and like all natural silks that were washed and dyed and all these hues of red. And it was like our whole I was like walking home with like, or going home with like red silk in my shoes. I got like silk threads everywhere. Like that was my favorite, I think, because it really transforms a real life character of like what the Night Sisters or what they would look like. I think that was really exciting for me. And I got to work with so many different costume departments, like the hatters and the specialty people and like, you know, because they built all these shapes and then we drape on top of these shapes with all these different red silks and silks that we buy that are vintage that will never, we buy their old stock, dead stock, like we'll never have it again. And it's like Shauna was always trying to build these beautiful elaborate costumes with like these fabrics that you are one of a kind. And it's like you can only build one. She's always asking how many can you get out of it? Like, I don't know.
And she winked at the 501st Legion. Right?
I was gonna say, which is an
Make it that much
absolute
harder.
nightmare for us to, because we of course want to sew them and replicate them. And I did speak to Marcus about this, like, okay, so I'm absolutely gonna pick your man's brains because how does one sew those, you know, accurately? That's, you know, the 501, that's what we do, right? And it's very difficult. I did speak to Shauna about the silks, and even it was the shop that she bought the bolts of fabric at in California there. And I was like, oh, well, good luck for me, Shauna. She's like, I know, right? Oh.
Start driving.
Yeah, that's what like kind of gave her a little bit of joy because like it's difficult for the 501st.
But then she would help you though. Like
100%.
Yes, she would help.
She loves clubs, and I think that's one thing that I wish the industry did more of, is include the designers in the costume of cosplay world.
Right.
Because like Shauna really wanted to be a part of that, and like regardless if like she was invited or not, she would go and walk around the convention.
Oh yeah.
She didn't buy a ticket. She would just go and just walk around and just enjoy people's costumes. Like I think she really
she would fix people's costumes.
Yes. I have photos of her doing that.
She just really wanted to be with the people. And
I have to share this really quick. Sorry, she made a mistake dressing the Mon Calamari fisherman from season 2, and it was actually Frankie Polito that spotted, I think the pants are wrong, and then I looked at it on the photos because people are taking